Chapter 1. 10 Championships in 22 Years. A Dynasty Puzzle or a Mediocrity. In 2011, the Dallas Mavericks clinched the NBA championship, while the New York Knicks emerged as the league's greatest losers. With 10 championships over 22 years, is Yang Hao a vital piece of the Dynasty puzzle, or merely a superfluous player? Averaging a mere 4.5 points in the playoffs, with a dismal three-point shooting percentage of 19, can he truly be considered a championship asset? Knicks owner James Dolan lamented his decision to grant Yang Hao a lavish 4-year, $100 million contract, exclaiming in frustration, "What a fraud! Yang Hao is nothing but a charlatan." As the Dallas Mavericks triumphed 41 over the formidable Heat, concluding the 2010-2011 NBA season, one player from the East rose to the forefront of public attention: Yang Hao. An active NBA player, he stands at 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighs 198 pounds, boasting a wingspan of 6 feet 11 inches. A native of the East, he is also a time traveler. Lacking any miraculous abilities, he relied solely on his prophetic insights of the future and his diligently honed 3D skills, three-point shooting, and defensive prowess to carve out a niche in the NBA. Drafted by the Houston Rockets as the 22nd pick in the third round of the 1989 draft, he made his official entry into the league. During the 1994-1995 seasons, he assisted Hakeem Olajuwon in securing 2 championships. In 1995, he joined the Chicago Bulls, helping Michael Jordan achieve a three-peat. By 1999, he was with the Los Angeles Lakers, supporting the Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo in claiming the first three-peat of the new millennium. In 2007, he returned to the Lakers and, in the summer of 2010, aided Kobe in achieving back-to-back championships. With 10 titles in total by 2022, he is the current embodiment of a ring winner. From the 1990s to the early 2000s, he was a constant presence during each championship run. Some regard him as a critical piece of a dynasty, while others label him a fortunate charm. Yet, many, clouded by racial prejudice, dismiss him as an inconsequential player. Nevertheless, irrespective of public perception, one team within the NBA's 30 franchises would inevitably seek to harness this Eastern magic. In the summer of 2010, Knicks owner James Dolan was among those enticed. With the formation of the Heat's trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, a wave of super teams swept through the league. The Knicks assembled their own formidable duo of Carmelo Anthony and Amare Stoudemire, with Dolan intent on securing a championship. Thus, he decided to offer the 39-year-old Yang Hao an irresistible mega contract 4 years for $100 million, with an annual salary of $25 million, surpassing Kobe's then record salary by $190,000. Despite widespread skepticism regarding Yang Hao's capabilities, with many declaring him a mere pretender, Dolan was willing to take a chance. "We might miss this year, but securing a few more years is bound to yield results. I can already envision the glorious moment of the Knicks dynasty rising." When Yang Hao returned to the Lakers in 2007, his contract was for 3 years and $30 million. Now, with a plethora of foolish money in the air, Yang Hao naturally seized this lucrative retirement contract. With the addition of the auspicious Yang Hao alongside the formidable duo of the Knicks, the team suddenly emerged as a leading contender for the championship. Consequently, fans of the New York Knicks felt that an era belonging to the Knicks was on the horizon. The resounding slogan of Knicks championship reverberated throughout New York and echoed across the globe. However, disappointment soon enveloped the Knicks fanbase. Despite boasting such a luxurious roster, the Knicks merely secured the 6th position in the regular season, ultimately being swept 40 by the season powerhouse, the Celtics, in the first round of the playoffs. The team's performance was simply unacceptable to the fans. What happened to the promised Knicks championship? Is this all? The highly anticipated lucky charm, Yang Hao, was scapegoated. A photograph of Yang Hao hanging from a lamppost made headlines across major media outlets, and his statistics were laid bare: an average of 7.6 points per game in the regular season, with a three-point shooting percentage of 23 and a mere 4.5 points per game in the playoffs, with a dismal three-point shooting percentage of 19. As a player known for his 3D capabilities, these numbers were indeed abysmal. This marked the most disappointing year of Yang Hao's career since entering the league. Is this what they call a dynasty piece? I could do that. He has dragged our Knicks down. Without him, we would have secured the championship long ago. Trade him. What use do we have for this guy? Get lost, Yang. We, the Knicks, have no need for you. Fans inundated the team with messages demanding an apology and specifically calling for Yang Hao's dismissal. In response, the Knicks management convened an urgent meeting. At this moment, they found themselves in a dilemma regarding Yang Hao. He was bound by a 3-year contract worth $75 million. Should they retain him or trade him? Keeping him would mean facing a hefty luxury tax. His salary stood at $25 million per year, yet his presence alone would incur an additional $50 million in luxury tax. As the team owner, Dolan found himself in a precarious position, plagued by frustration and resentment. We invested in a dynasty piece. Why have the Lakers won 2 championships in 3 years while my Knicks face an early playoff exit? This is unjust. Ultimately, to quell the fury of the fans, they hastily arranged a press conference for that afternoon at 2 o'clock. To their surprise, the much-maligned Yang Hao willingly agreed to attend and take responsibility. As the fans of New York raged against Yang Hao, the Knicks management deliberated his future while Yang Hao was en route to the team headquarters for the press conference. His agent, Bill Duffy, a kind-hearted man, cast several worried glances at Yang Hao. Yang Hao, of course, noticed his concerned expression. "Bill, if you have something to ask, just go ahead. We've been partnered for years." "Boss, have you seen news?" "Of course not. I wouldn't want to sully my eyes." Yang Hao could foresee the wrath of the fans, yet he refused to accept it. In truth, he was merely a competent 3D player, a team-oriented player, and a tactical asset within the system. In the Lakers triangle offense, he was the ball handler. Dribbling past the half-court line, he passed the ball to Kobe, who then positioned himself beyond the three-point arc. This maneuver effectively created offensive space for Kobe, Gasol, and Bynum. His sole responsibility was to excel in long-range shooting, a role he embraced with remarkable ease. Averaging 20 minutes per game, he secured 11.8 points with an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 48, becoming a crucial piece in the Lakers' championship puzzle. And what the Knicks now? With stars like Anthony and Stoudemire dominating the court, the emphasis on individual plays prevails. A team-oriented player like Yang Hao struggles in such an environment. Asking him to carry the ball and execute unknown plays defies logic, especially given his advanced age of 39. While his disciplined lifestyle has allowed him to maintain commendable physical condition, the Knicks coach's relentless demand for 39 minutes of high-intensity play is simply unreasonable. The starting shooting guard, he is expected to score while also defending against the opposing team's star scorers, a task that seems unjust for a veteran approaching his 40s. Nevertheless, he has remained silent in response to the fans' grievances. After all, he has secured a substantial 4-year, $100 million contract with the Knicks. What harm is there in allowing the fans to vent their frustrations? He has long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Over the past 22 years, several teams have overpaid for his services, leading to accusations of him being a fraud, a label he has learned to endure. However, Bill Duffy remains concerned. In previous instances, they managed to evade the media and avoid the spotlight. This time, Yang Hao intends to attend a press conference, leaving Duffy apprehensive. "Boss, since you are aware of the situation, why venture to the Knicks headquarters? This press conference seems designed to make you the scapegoat," he remarked. "Isn't it for my foolish son? He needs to participate in the draft, and, as his father, I must lend my support," Yang Hao replied. He could have easily chosen to remain in the shadows, yet he opted to attend the Knicks headquarters for the press conference. Was he there to take the fall? Certainly not. He had a purpose. T40. Yang Hao's son, Yang Sun, is a 20-year-old basketball prodigy from Longwu University, poised to enter the NBA draft. Yang Hao is determined to generate buzz for his son. With extensive experience and a solid network, he has positioned Yang Sun as one of the top 20 basketball talents in this year's draft. He plans to further promote his son's prospects. The first father-son duo to grace the NBA stage. This is the marketing sensation that Yang Hao envisions. Yang Sun possesses a talent that surpasses his father's. While Yang Hao stands a height of 194 centimeters, lacking in athleticism and innate skill, his son towers at 198 centimeters, a versatile player capable of post moves, ball handling, passing, and organization abilities that showcase extraordinary talent. With the Knicks holding the 17th pick in this year's draft, Yang Hao finds this position appealing. He intends to leverage his marketing skills to help his son secure this position. As Yang Hao contemplates how to create an enticing vision for Knicks owner Dolan, a notification chimes in his mind. Ding. Young reversal system loading. Chapter 2. Am I an old player? Prompting a young reversal. At the tender age of 18, you are a prodigy in your homeland, participating in an NBA training camp, only to be challenged by foreign talents, leading you to question your very existence as your draft stock plummets. Feeling disheartened, you venture to a local basketball court and witness the clumsy maneuvers of amateur players, rekindling your appreciation for the purity and joy of basketball. Ultimately, you resolve to uplift your spirits even if you face the disappointment of not being drafted. You shall never forsake the path of basketball. Ding. Task. Step onto the court. Reward. Beginner's gift pack. Upon reading the system's notification, Yang Hao is filled with a bittersweet sentiment. Isn't it a bit late for you to come, brother? I'm on the verge of retirement, and this system is rather embarrassing. Am I an old player? expecting a young reversal? Is that truly acceptable? Tears welled in Yang Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he hears the voice of Bill Duffy. Boss, are you all right? I'm fine. Just feeling a bit sentimental as my son has grown up so suddenly. Bill Duffy, himself a father, understands the heartache involved, especially since Yang Hao is a single dad, making it all the more challenging. Unbeknownst to Bill, Yang Hao's thoughts are elsewhere. At this moment, he is more concerned about the upcoming press conference. Yang Hao plans to use the event to generate buzz for his son, which is sure to create a sensation. Bill Duffy fears that the crowd may become overly enthusiastic, leading to unnecessary complications. After all, they are in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Yang, what if those fans suddenly erupt? Old friend, this is not our first encounter with such a situation. You will protect me, won't you? Huh. Let's hope they're all civilized. Bill Duffy chuckles bitterly, gesturing in various directions. May God bless me. At the very least, let this occasion not mar my visage to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Knicks press conference commenced as usual. No one anticipated Yang Hao's actual appearance. As many fans regarded Yang Hao as a man of courage and responsibility, their perception of him was quite favorable. Dear owner Dolan, esteemed members of the Knicks management, and beloved Knicks fans, good afternoon. I am the familiar face of the dynasty puzzle, Yang Hao. Today, I shall speak plainly. I am here for the grand enterprise of the Knicks dynasty. Everyone knows that our Knicks are currently a formidable force, boasting the offensive prowess of the kaleidoscopic Anthony, the interior might of the formidable Stoudemire, the stabilizing presence of Billups, and the exceptional offensive strategist Mike D'Antoni. Under the stewardship of our generous owner, Mr. James Dolan, we are destined to establish a dynasty. He began by elevating the Knicks, making those present feel a sense of comfort. Then swiftly Yang Hao shifted the tone of his discourse. However, despite our powerful lineup, why do we falter last season? In my perspective, while bad luck played a role, insufficient cohesion was also a factor yet. A more critical issue lies in the age of our roster. All our starting players are over 30, and the team's average age exceeds 28, making us the oldest team in the league. This significantly hampers our performance throughout the grueling regular season, and by the time the playoffs arrive, fatigue overwhelms us, leading to our downfall. Is there a remedy? I believe it's quite simple. We lack youthful vigor. We need fresh talent brimming with enthusiasm. Therefore, we should seek a new addition. At this moment, a player was suddenly projected onto the screen, accompanied by a brief introduction of his credentials. Many recognized who it was. Isn't it your son? Indeed, the individual on the screen was none other than Yang Hao's prodigious son, Yang's son, whom he had recently been promoting. That a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, and the Knicks management furrowed their brows, while the reporters present leaned in with palpable excitement. Aware of the dwindling time, Yang Hao knew he must be succinct and decisive. Allow me to introduce my son, Yang Senator. He is 20 years old and an absolute super genius, with talent 1,000-fold greater than mine. Standing at 198 centimeters with a wingspan of 218 centimeters, he is a swingman, a blend of Jordan and Pippen's prowess. If we can select him in the draft, we will undoubtedly witness the first father-son duo in NBA history sharing the court. Next season, my genius son and I will join forces, and we shall assuredly help the Knicks forge a dynasty. We are destined to inscribe the most beautiful chapter in NBA history. At this point, Yang Hao was abruptly cut off. The Knicks management wore expressions of fury. Owner Dolan was visibly enraged. Make him apologize and take the blame. How dare he promote his son here? Does he truly believe I, James Dolan, am foolish and wealthy? Silence him. I no longer wish to hear him speak. The crowd began to grow restless. Some fans shouted fraud, while others hurled water bottles, and a few even contemplated confronting Yang Hao. He, however, graciously waved goodbye to the audience. With Bill Duffy and his personal bodyguard shielding him, he remained quite safe to AS for the fans' vitriol. He remained unfazed AS for the management of the Knicks. Yang Hao remains indifferent. They are, after all, among the most inept executives in the NBA. Furthermore, Yang Hao is bound by a contract worth $7,500 over 3 years should the Knicks choose to trade him or outright buy him out. It would ultimately benefit Yang Hao. Most importantly, he currently enjoys a considerable sense of security. Whether he stays or departs is of little consequence to him. Naturally, as a concerned father, his primary focus at this moment is still on his foolish son. While seated in the car on his way home, he refreshes the online news. Indeed, media personnel are true to form, reveling in sensational headlines. Within less than 3 minutes, a report appeared in the New York Sports Journal proclaiming the imminent appearance of the first father-son duo in NBA history. In under half an hour, news of this historic father-son partnership flooded the internet. Some criticized Yang Hao as a fraud, while others expressed support for the duo, and various disparagements emerged. A cacophony of opinions arose, the fervor surpassing even that of the Dallas Mavericks' citywide championship parade on the same day. In a villa in New York, the owner received a call from Houston, expressing keen interest in the prospect of a father-son duo and actively negotiating with the Knicks. Agent Bill Duffy fielded numerous calls, with the Houston Rockets demonstrating the most sincerity thus far. However, due to the team's general manager, a hefty individual named Old Deng, Yang Hao harbored no interest in the franchise. As for the Mavericks, he wouldn't even consider them. Nonetheless, leveraging their name could prove advantageous. Bill, please keep an eye on other teams, preferably those with high draft picks this year, the owner instructed. Are you truly intent on a father-son pairing? It seems the Knicks have little interest in the young owner, Bill replied. It matters not. Whether they play together or not is inconsequential. I merely desire a sensational angle. The owner retorted. You are indeed a marketing genius. Following you has broadened my horizons, Bill remarked, witnessing Yang Hao's composed demeanor. He felt reassured in his decision to align himself with such a formidable figure. What shall we do next? Bill inquired. Let us observe the situation and allow events to unfold, the owner replied. With everything progressing smoothly, Yang Hao finally found solace, turning his attention to his youth resurgence system. Just then, a call came through to Bill Duffy. Hello, this is Bill. The voice on the other end was fraught with urgency. Old Bill, there has been a problem. The young owner has deviated from our plan. He went to New Jersey for a training camp, and by the time we realized, it was too late. Bill Duffy was taken aback. What? The young owner is in trouble? Boss, the young owner must be feeling quite disheartened. Perhaps you should reach out? Bill knew that the father and son did not share a harmonious relationship and often sought to mediate. However, Yang Hao was preoccupied and waved him off. It's fine. That kid has had it too easy for too long. A setback may not be such a bad thing. Bill opened his mouth to speak again, but noticed Yang Hao had reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, Yang Hao immersed himself in his golden opportunity, temporarily setting aside thoughts of his foolish son. As his consciousness delved into his mind, he encountered a radiant screen displaying a data panel, tasks, and inventory. The data panel revealed, name, Yang Hao static talent, 85 actual age, 18. Bone age, 40 years height, 194 centimeters weight, 90 kilograms wingspan, 210 centimeters dynamic talent, 81, 83, jumping, 77, 79, strength, 83, 84, agility, 82, 84, speed, 84, 85, flexibility, 80, 83, overall ability, 82, 83, offense, 80, 81, defense, 84, 85, fundamentals, 82, 83. Actual age 18 years? Bone age 40 years? Oh dear system, you have arrived rather late. Yang Hao sighed deeply, continuing to examine the other data. An overall capability score of 82? This system's evaluation is quite fair. A score of 82 is neither high nor low. Certainly. It pales in comparison to the abilities of NBA star players, yet it is not something that domestic CBA players can easily rival. Yang Hao has managed to endure in the NBA for an impressive 22 years, a testament to his undeniable prowess. During his peak, he believed his innate talent surpassed that of Stephen Curry, though fortune did not favor him. Upon entering the league, he coincided with an era characterized by ferocious defense. A dark age dominated by the notorious bad boys. Had he adopted Curry's small ball approach, his career might have been prematurely curtailed. His longevity and health over these 2 decades can be attributed to his remarkable discipline. Presently, he may not possess the peak performance he once had, as age has inevitably led to a decline in his abilities. However, with the advent of newfound advantages, a transformation awaits. Yang Hao pressed his finger joints, feeling an intensified yearning to grow stronger. Anyone labeled as a slacker for 22 years would undoubtedly harbor resentment. I rightfully secured the championship through my own prowess. A crucial piece of the dynasty puzzle. Yet, simply due to my skin color and the fact that I am not a star player, I am branded a slacker? This is profoundly unjust. Yang Hao had long desired to let his prowess do the talking and silence his detractors. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Glancing at the system's task list, he noticed a beginner's task awaiting completion. Was it truly that simple to step onto the court? Yang Hao, filled with skepticism, strolled towards the basketball court located behind the villa. As he casually stepped onto the boundary of the rubberized court, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! You have re-entered the basketball court. The task is complete. Congratulations on receiving the novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Is this truly all there is to it? This feels rather trivial, doesn't it? Truly, This is the youth reversal system at work. Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a brief moment before responding. Open it. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the Great Sword once per season. Shall we commence with the Great Sword now? Is the Great Sword truly what we think it is? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Hao felt a subtle anticipation stirring within. The 40-year-old man, unable to contain his eagerness, replied, Yes. Please, host, find a comfortable big bed. The Great Sword will commence in 10 minutes. The countdown of 9:59 appeared. Yang Hao hurriedly returned to his bedroom, comfortably reclining on his large bed, awaiting the arrival of the Great Sword. The countdown began. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The Great Sword was ready. Should it be activated immediately? Yes. In an instant, a refreshing current surged into Yang Hao's body, and he blissfully closed his eyes. Half an hour later, a chime sounded. The Great Sword had completed its task. Your overburdened body has regained the vitality of an 18-year-old. Hearing the sound, Yang Hao languidly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the newfound lightness of his body. As he gazed at the data panel, he was taken aback. What is this? The system has altered my data? The data panel displayed. Name: Yang Hao static talent. 90 actual age. 18 years. Bone age. 18 years height. 194 centimeters weight. 90 kilograms wingspan. 210 centimeters. Dynamic talent. 81, 90, jump. 77, 90, strength. 83, 90, agility. 82, 90, speed. 84, 90, flexibility. 80, 90. Overall ability, 82, 90, offense. 80, 90, defense. 84, 90, fundamentals. 82, 90. After the Great Sword's intervention, his body had rejuvenated, and his appearance had subtly transformed. Radiating vitality. The most significant change was in his bone age. It had dropped from 40 years to 18 years. The data panel indicated that the potential values of all his abilities had been elevated to 90. Of course, the actual skills and capabilities remained unchanged. System. How can I enhance my ability values? The system clarified. The enhancement of skill abilities can be achieved through tasks and training. Tasks can grant the host temporary invincible skills. But the primary means to solidify these invincible skills is through training. The enhancement of dynamic talent values can only be realized by tapping into one's potential through training. Hard work begets reward. As long as the host continues to train and explore their potential, they will grow stronger. To achieve maximum efficiency, one must activate training mode. At that moment, a task prompt from the system arrived. Ding. Task: play a match at lockball court. Reward: activate training mode. Upon seeing this system information, Yang Hao smiled. Is this truly a system for youthful resurgence? Step by step, he had to commence his training anew. Although training could be tedious, Yang Hao found it profoundly meaningful. As long as he could grow stronger, as long as he could eventually confront foreign opponents, he was willing to endure any fatigue or hardship. He had long since tired of playing the supporting role. From this day forth, I shall take center stage. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Hao leaped several times in the living room, effortlessly reaching the grand chandelier. Feeling an abundance of vitality coursing through his body, he was immensely pleased. Clenching his fists, Yang Hao contemplated heading out to the rock stadium for a game. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. It detected that the host was in a state of joy and brimming with enthusiasm for basketball, rewarding him with the GOAT experience card. Limited to 30 minutes. The GOAT status is the ultimate condition achieved when the host completes all growth tasks set by this system. Please savor these 30 minutes. Just as Yang Hao happily accepted the experience card and prepared to step out in style, Bill Duffy arrived once more. Boss, perhaps you should check on the little boss. He's really having a tough time right now. At this moment, Yang Hao realized that his foolish son, Yongson, had secretly joined a training camp organized by the NBA. During the camp, he encountered the highly favored first overall pick, Irving. Consequently, a promotional event featuring both Su Hao and his son took place, where the naive boy became the target of ridicule on the court, facing scrutiny not only from Irving but also from his teammates and even the spectators. A cacophony of voices filled the training camp. Yong's son is merely a 20-year-old youth, a fledgling university student. How could he endure such an abundance of unfair treatment? It is inconceivable for him to maintain a normal demeanor under these circumstances. In this competition, Yongson was subjected to brutal treatment during the training camp, leaving him questioning the very essence of his existence. The aspiration to secure a commendable rank at the draft has dissipated entirely. Is this truly unbearable? Such fragility. In my day, Never mind. I shall give him a call. Yang Hao called with the intention of comforting his sensitive son. However, to his surprise, as soon as the call connected, the foolish son Yang Sim began to lament. It's all your fault, old man. If it weren't for you binding me. How could there be so many media personalities targeting me? If it weren't for you, why would so many people be against me? If it weren't for you, how could my teammates possibly turn on me? It is entirely your fault that I have lost my form. You are the principal culprit. I beg you, old man. Times have changed, so please, stop stirring up trouble. Yang Hao's heart ached profoundly. As a single father, he realized that he had fallen short in his care for his son over the years. This neglect had led the boy to develop a timid demeanor in public while exhibiting jealousy and rebellion at home. Typically, he refrained from raising his voice, indulging him instead. However, today, Yang Hao could no longer contain himself and spoke out candidly. You dare to speak to me like that? If it weren't for the fact that I didn't place you in the Okamoto balloon, would you be where you are today? If we hadn't promoted you, could you have become a 5-star high school student? Do you genuinely believe that your ranking within the top 20 in the draft is solely due to your own merits? If it weren't for your reckless behavior that disrupted my plans, you would have been poised to enter the top 10 of the draft by now. Yang Hao's words suddenly pierced the tender heart of the foolish son. Humph, why meddle in matters that do not concern you? Yang Sun hung up the phone, filled with resentment. However, he was not concerned about any unforeseen circumstances, as there were others accompanying him. Where is that rascal now? The young boss is currently at Rock Stadium. Is that so? Perfect. Does the foolish son disdain bundle marketing? Does he harbor disdain for his own old man? Yang Hao felt it was time to impart a lesson. Come, let us also partake in some fun there. Chapter 4. The Arena Challenge at Rucker Park. Uncle Drew challenges the king of streetball. In late June, New York's weather is refreshingly cool, with a high of 25 degrees and a low of merely 22 degrees. This is the perfect climate for a game of basketball. At this moment, the basketball courts of New York are particularly vibrant, especially the renowned Rucker Park, often hailed as the hallowed ground for basketball enthusiasts. On such a splendid day, throngs of basketball aficionados gather here. In the afternoon, at 4:30, thousands of basketball lovers converge upon the court. The king of streetball, Hot Sauce, showcases his dazzling streetball skills, igniting the crowd with fervor. Oh my goodness! Hot Sauce! Hot Sauce! The boomerang! This is his signature move. Isn't it incredibly impressive? Surrounding the court are countless men and women, all captivated by Hot Sauce's extraordinary talents. They cheer and shout with unrestrained enthusiasm, their voices echoing as if to shake the very foundations of the arena. In a corner, unnoticed by the crowd, a sharply dressed gentleman converses with a young African-American man. Kyrie, there are too many people at Rucker Park today. Shall we film our short elsewhere? No, right here. Right now? But, all right, my friend, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, those amateur players are no match for me. Nonetheless, those streetball legends have long been established, I fear. Fear not. Just remember this. I, Kyrie Irving, am destined to be the #1 pick. The young man of African descent exuded confidence. He was none other than Kyrie Irving. This year, 2011, he stood as the foremost contender for the top pick in the NBA draft. Media pundits and experts unanimously believed he would be selected first by the Cleveland Cavaliers. In light of the high regard for Irving, a sporting goods company swiftly offered him a lucrative A-class sneaker contract worth $32 million over 4 years. However, Irving found the offer rather paltry, especially in comparison to the Cavaliers' previous top pick, LeBron James, who had signed for $80 million over 7 years. Naturally, Irving was dissatisfied. Consequently, he enlisted his agent to orchestrate a promotional campaign to amplify his influence. The agent, being reliable, made arrangements with a television station for a filming schedule. The concept was rather amusing. Irving would don the guise of an elderly man to play pranks on unsuspecting passers-by at a streetball court. However, upon arriving at the venue, the agent hesitated upon spotting the renowned streetball virtuoso, Hot Sauce, known for his prowess at the Rucker Park. Kyrie, that is Hot Sauce, the legendary king of streetball at Rucker Park. Despite being 36, he remains an undefeated champion on that court. Perhaps you should reconsider? The agent implored. But the fiercely competitive young Irving was undeterred. If we are to film a promotional piece, I must face a formidable opponent. I, Kyrie Irving, never engage with the unknown. If he is the streetball king, then I shall challenge him. Kyrie, streetball is his forte. If you go one-on-one, the odds are likely even. Or you may even find yourself outmaneuvered by his streetball finesse. Are you not aspiring to be the #1 pick? Being outplayed here would be utterly humiliating. Indeed. That is a valid point I had not considered. Do you have any suggestions? Kyrie, since you are determined to face him, why not opt for a full-court 5v5 match? Agreed. Let it be a full-court 5v5. When it comes to competition, I am a professional. All right, Kyrie, hold tight. I will make the arrangements. Irving's steadfastness left the agent with no choice but to support him, lest he risk losing a prized client. The agent swiftly secured Hot Sauce's participation and even arranged for a host for the event. The match was on the verge of commencing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world's most electrifying street ball venue, Rucker Park. We are about to witness a monumental showdown. Defending the court are the team we all know and love, Team Hot Sauce. And on the opposing side, today's challengers are Team Uncle Drew. The live host's voice resonated powerfully, elongating the final notes, which immediately ignited the fervor of the fans. Oh, come on. Let the game begin. I can hardly contain my excitement. It had been quite some time since I last witnessed a 5v5 match featuring the Spicy Sauce team. Who could this Uncle Drew be? Surely he cannot be an elderly gentleman? Just then, the Uncle Drew team made their entrance, and indeed, the first to step forward was an elderly man with white hair. The 36-year-old king of streetball facing off against a silver-haired senior? The spectators anticipated nothing less than a lopsided contest. The elderly gentleman appeared to be there solely to entertain the crowd. Every day at the Rock Court, there are spectacles to behold, and everyone relishes such amusement. Spicy Sauce. If you can't even best an old man, perhaps it's time for you to go home and tend to the kids. Old man, are you indeed Uncle Drew? I'm rooting for you. Teach that Spicy Sauce fellow a lesson. He has tasted defeat in quite a while. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the captains from both teams approached the center of the court to shake hands in acknowledgement. Old man, you ought to return home and dote on your grandchildren. Should you suffer a fracture or something of the sort, I shall not be held accountable. Youngster, do take it easy. I'm merely here for a bit of fun. If there is any mishap, I will certainly hold you responsible. Spicy Sauce rolled his eyes, secretly acknowledging that he ought not to play too aggressively, especially given that someone had just financially backed him. Nevertheless, while he would temper his approach, there was no way he would concede defeat. To lose to an old man? What would become of his title as the king of streetball? Beep. The game commenced swiftly. At first, the Spicy Sauce team dominated, taking advantage of the opposing Uncle Drew team. However, after 5 minutes had elapsed, the white-bearded gentleman suddenly sprang into action, executing a series of clumsy maneuvers that astonishingly resulted in 5 consecutive baskets. This certainly caught the Spicy Sauce team off guard. Observing the elderly man leading the team to a turnaround in the score, Spicy Sauce naturally began to take the game seriously. From that point on, the match transformed into a captivating duel between Spicy Sauce and Uncle Drew, their thrilling exchanges eliciting continuous cheers from the sidelines. Among the spectators was the pure and beautiful brown-haired young lady, Rachel. Rachel is destined to become a well-known NBA 2K streamer, a basketball goddess in the making. However, at this moment, she is still quite inexperienced. At 21 years of age and standing at 173 centimeters, she is a stunning beauty with long legs. Currently a junior majoring in journalism, soon to enter her senior year. With summer break underway, she has already begun preparing for her internship. As a journalism student with a passion for basketball, she aspires to become a sports media personality or a streamer in the future. Recently, she has been filming videos at Rock Court, hoping to capture some exhilarating content. Today, various websites buzzed about the father-son duo on the same stage. And fortune smiled upon her as she happened upon one of the protagonists, the son, young Senator. However, at present, Youngson was mingling in the crowd, seemingly disinterested in playing, his expression reflecting a hint of gloom. He appears to be in a bad mood. If I film him, might I get punched? After all, he is from Long Country, and I've heard they're skilled in martial arts. Rachel found no compelling angle in Yang's son and decisively abandoned the idea. Instead, she thought that capturing the ongoing volleyball match would be far more worthwhile. Uncle Drew with his white beard versus the legendary streetball king, Spicy Sauce. She felt that if this news were to be released, it would undoubtedly generate significant buzz. Just as Rachel was engrossed in filming the match, someone in front of her suddenly stood up, completely obstructing her view. Standing at 173 centimeters, Rachel was considered tall among her peers. Yet this person towered over her at over 190 centimeters, broad-shouldered and imposing, leaving her unable to see anything at all. In fact, her camera could no longer capture the scene. Pouting in frustration, just as she was about to voice her annoyance, a melodious and magnetic male voice resonated beside her. "Young lady, are you filming? May I assist you?" Initially inclined to refuse, Rachel's response shifted upon realizing he was the type of handsome uncle she admired. I'm sorry, but I suppose I'll have to trouble you then, handsome uncle. Chapter 5. Is Uncle Drew the draft sensation? Irving? Rachel handed the video camera to the handsome gentleman, and the mere brush of their fingertips caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. While her friends had already dated numerous boyfriends, Rachel remained a single maiden. It was not that she lacked interest or suitors. Rather, she found the boys at university to be rather immature. She yearned for a mature man. She held steadfastly to her belief in love, destiny, and the conviction that her Prince Charming would eventually make his appearance. Today, it truly happened. Is he the one? As she daydreamed, the impolite fellow in front was subdued by the handsome gentleman. However, Rachel's attention had drifted entirely to him, rendering her uninterested in the game. She stole glances at the handsome man, finding him increasingly appealing and familiar, reminiscent of someone from her dreams. I wonder if the handsome gentleman is 30. If he is single, if he is married, and if his children would mind having a stepmother. After much internal conflict, Rachel could no longer contain herself and initiated a conversation. Excuse me, sir, who do you think will win? The handsome gentleman was Yang Hao. He immediately recognized that the character Drew was clearly portrayed by Irving. Without hesitation, he responded, in a one-on-one street ball match, Spicy Sauce might have a chance. However, this was a 5v5 team game, and with ample time remaining, the 36-year-old Spicy Sauce would undoubtedly lose. Wasn't the opposing Drew even older? Wouldn't the lengthy duration be more detrimental to him? Surely, you don't genuinely believe he is an old man, do you? Ah, is that not the case? Haha. Yang Hao smiled faintly and playfully tucked a strand of Rachel's hair, disrupted by the wind, behind her ear. The wind was shifting. Just as Rachel felt her cheeks flush with warmth and her heart ignite, a gasp echoed from the basketball court. What was happening? It was only then that Rachel's attention turned to the game. Upon a quick glance, she was left utterly speechless. How could this be? In the brief moment she had lost focus, the Spicy Sauce team had fallen behind by 20 points. Wasn't Uncle Drew an elderly man? How had he suddenly become so formidable? On the court, the silver-haired Uncle Drew was still agile, running and jumping with youthful vigor. He executed an array of astonishing maneuvers, flying layups, slam dunks, and lightning-fast dribbles, each more incredible than the last. With his individual brilliance, Uncle Drew led his team to dominate the Spicy Sauce team. Spectators were left in sheer disbelief, clutching their heads in astonishment. Beep. The first half concluded with a score of 63-31, a staggering 32-point deficit. The outcome of the game had become entirely predictable. The atmosphere erupted with excitement, and Uncle Drew emerged as the undeniable focal point. Every fan in attendance chanted fervently, "Uncle Drew, Uncle Drew, Uncle Drew." Meanwhile, Rachel gazed at Yang Hao with admiration. "Handsome uncle, you are truly remarkable. How did you know this would happen?" "Just average, third in the world," he replied modestly. "Handsome uncle, you must know who he is, right? Please tell me." Rachel tugged at Yang Hao's arm, shaking it playfully and pleadingly. Regardless of age, men are always fond of youthful maidens. Yang Hao has rejuvenated, losing all immunity to the charms of beautiful young ladies. He smiled and remarked that he is the most formidable among this year's rookies. The strongest rookie of the 11th class? Is it Kyrie Irving? Could he really be Kyrie Irving? How is that even possible? Uncle Drew, being such an elderly figure, could not possibly be Irving. Rachel could not fathom the connection. Let us continue reading. Soon, the truth will be unveiled. Yang Hao was certainly aware that this was a promotional video created by Irving's team. He had personally filmed numerous such clips for his son, Yang's son, so he was not unfamiliar with this kind of endeavor. Soon, the second half of the game commenced. Rachel attentively observed the court, eagerly anticipating the moment when Uncle Drew would reveal his true identity. On the court, the dynamics of the game became increasingly lopsided. After all, Spicy Sauce was 36 years old, and with the passage of time, he simply could not keep up with the pace. The youthful vitality of Irving began to manifest itself. Right from the start, Irving single-handedly charged through, scoring 4 consecutive baskets. Spicy Sauce's declining stamina left him utterly overwhelmed by Irving's relentless onslaught, shattering his confidence. The score, which had previously been a 32-point deficit, swiftly escalated to over 40 points. It was clear to everyone that the suspense of the game had been entirely obliterated. However, Spicy Sauce was a person who valued his pride. After all, he was the emperor of streetball. How could he possibly concede defeat on his home turf? Neither he nor any of his teammates gave up, and although they were physically exhausted, they persevered in the game. Yet the reality was that they were simply no match for their opponent. They could not withstand the dimensional assault delivered by Irving. In fact, Irving, aiming to crush his adversary, directly targeted the aging spicy sauce. With a flurry of rapid, deceptive dribbling, he swiftly maneuvered from side to side. Seeing spicy sauce misjudge his balance, Irving suddenly lowered his stance and pulled the ball in the opposite direction. This was an extraordinarily deceptive move. Reminiscent of a Buddha-style maneuver, Irving darted past with lightning speed, while spicy sauce collapsed to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Oh, my goodness! The ankle terminator! This was the most astonishing elderly player I had ever witnessed. Uncle Drew, Uncle Drew, Uncle Drew. Previously, the Rucker Park had been Spicy Sauce's domain, filled with his loyal fans. However, following that dazzling move, the spectators swiftly turned their allegiance, cheering for Uncle Drew instead. Amidst the thunderous applause, a man in a suit shouted from the sidelines, "Kyrie, it's time." On the court, Uncle Drew suddenly removed his disguise, revealing a face well known to the public. Good heavens, it was Kyrie. Uncle Drew was none other than Kyrie Irving. The top prospect of the 2011 NBA draft had unexpectedly appeared here. Rucker Park erupted in excitement. Kyrie, Kyrie, Kyrie. The air was filled with chants in support of Irving. On the other side, upon realizing that Uncle Drew was indeed Irving, Rachel was overjoyed. Irving's playing style was effortlessly graceful, and many young fans admired his flair. Rachel was among them. Wow, it really was Irving. This year's NBA draft's top prospect is my favorite player. Do you like him in that way? Noticing a hint of jealousy in the handsome gentleman's gaze, Rachel quickly clarified, "It's not that kind of affection. It's merely a slight admiration for his basketball skills, nothing more." So, if someone were to surpass Kyrie Irving, would you be even more fond of him? Well, certainly. I mean in terms of his skills, of course. I suppose so. Rachel keenly observed the handsome gentleman's expression. At that moment, he surprisingly returned the camera to her. "Are you upset?" she asked. "Not at all. I'm just preparing to take the court. I am to defeat the kid Irving." Seeing the earnestness in the handsome gentleman's demeanor filled Rachel with joy. She sensed a subtle hint and shyly lowered her gaze. It was the first time someone had gone to such lengths to win her favor, especially someone on the brink of a professional career. "Uncle, I'm not really someone who loves basketball. If it were you, I would still appreciate you even if you couldn't play," Rachel whispered. After a moment of waiting, she realized the handsome gentleman had already maneuvered through the crowd and stepped onto the court. In disbelief, she covered her mouth, her heart racing, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Could it be? Is he truly taking the court for me? Meanwhile, the crowd was still chanting Kyrie, Kyrie, Kyrie. On the court, Irving was joyfully engaging with the fans, signing autographs and taking photos. This was clearly the rock court, the home ground of the street ball emperor, Sauce. Yet it had been completely dominated by a young upstart. This left many local veteran fans quite disgruntled. Friends and family of Sauce were loudly cheering him on. "Sauce, get up." Yet it was futile. No matter how they shouted or encouraged, Sauce could not rise. His ankle was severely sprained. Upon seeing Sauce shake his head, unable to play, some fans began to jeer mockingly. "Ha ha ha, Sauce, you really are getting old. Just give it up. You can't do it anymore. You're too old. Go home and take care of the kids. This place isn't for you." Many were now aware of Sauce's ankle injury, and the atmosphere intensified, with the crowd worshipping Irving even more fervently. Amidst this uproarious cheer, Irving swiftly approached Sauce. "Still want to play?" Observing Irving's condescending demeanor, several of Spicy Sauce's old comrades felt a wave of displeasure. They longed to teach this young man a lesson, yet with their strongest leader, Spicy Sauce, incapacitated, there was little hope that these few minor players could pose a challenge. Moreover, with only 4 members remaining, how could they possibly continue in the competition? Although Spicy Sauce harbored deep reluctance, his companions urged him to reconsider. "It's not that we cannot afford to lose, but we are utterly powerless. My legs are weak and fatigued, burdened with what feels like 2 kilograms of lactic acid. The opponents are skilled. We truly cannot compete against them. Perhaps it is best to concede?" Another chimed in, "Boss, we shouldn't continue the match with just 4 of us." At that moment, an unexpected figure approached. "Hey, do you need an extra player? I'm not very skilled, though." Chapter 6, a father-son duo graces the court. Damn it, who is this guy? A handsome gentleman suddenly entered the court, seeking to join Spicy Sauce's team. The team members felt an internal resistance. They had no desire to continue. If Spicy Sauce surrendered, they could escape this troublesome situation. Yet, who could have anticipated that at such a critical juncture, someone would arrive to stir things up, while his teammates wished to concede. Spicy Sauce was deeply concerned about his reputation. As the streetball emperor, admitting defeat before the match concluded would be a tremendous embarrassment. A match must have a beginning and an end. Even if they were destined to lose, they would do so standing tall. Though he could no longer play, the arrival of a substitute was fortuitous. As Spicy Sauce sat on the court floor, he looked up and saw a striking man in his 30s. A face that seemed vaguely familiar. You are that. Though the crowd was large, most foreigners failed to recognize the youthful version of Yang Hao. Just as people from the Dragon Nation often struggled to identify foreign faces. However, a few did recognize the rejuvenated Yang Hao. Spicy Sauce's fourth brother, Alan, was the first to exclaim, aren't you that fraud from the Knicks? Upon hearing this, many around them began to react. It's him. It's Yang from the Dragon Nation, the one who swindled Dolan out of $100 million contract. It appeared he was a current player for the Knicks. And having shaved his beard, he looked remarkably handsome and youthful. Don't be infatuated. He is just a pretty facade, merely a slacker. Wasn't he there news earlier in the afternoon about a father-son duo? Wasn't he that is doing? Many in the crowd recognized Yang Hao, and even Rachel, amidst the throng, widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this handsome gentleman the father from the father-son duo? Has his son grown so large? Is it truly acceptable for me to become his son's stepmother? Oh, Rachel, how can you think like that? You haven't even started a relationship with him. Yet you are already entertaining such fanciful notions. But I simply cannot help it. After all, this handsome gentleman is quite captivating. If I do not seize the opportunity, he might slip away. As Rachel indulged in her daydreams, the atmosphere at the basketball court once again became vibrant. Moments ago, the crowd had been cheering for Irving and mocking the streetball emperor, Spicy Sauce. In an instant, the focal point of discussion shifted to Yang Hao, causing great concern for Irving's agent. Kyrie, he's an active player. Perhaps we should halt the promotion here? Irving, eager for competition, could not let the opportunity presented by Yang Hao pass him by. No, I must play. If I recall correctly, he is already 40 years old. If I cannot even best a man of his age, what hope do I have of entering the NBA? 40 years old? Is it true that individuals from long country possess such remarkable vitality? Do they have some secret formula? Or could it be that he has also used some performance-enhancing substance? If we could collaborate, it would be immensely beneficial. Irving's agent pondered extensively, while Irving grew impatient. Hey, enough already. Don't let money blind you. All right. Since you are so eager to play, go ahead. However, do take care not to injure that old veteran. The agent still harbored thoughts of extracting a mysterious remedy from Yang Hao, prompting Irving to roll his eyes. I have my own plans. Meanwhile, upon discovering Yang Hao's true identity, Spicy Sauce became even more enthusiastic. Yang, you're more than welcome to join us. Spare me your modesty. As an NBA player and 10-time champion, if you can't play basketball, then I, as a street baller, might as well beg for a living. With a beaming smile, Spicy Sauce lavished compliments upon Yang Hao, not out of gratitude, but rather with ulterior motives in mind. Yang Hao is indeed an active NBA player. If Yang Hao cannot surpass Irving, then Spicy Sauce believes that losing to Irving is not a matter of shame. Yang Hao humbly waved his hand, saying, No. Please refrain from such flattery. I merely came here for the lively atmosphere and to have some fun. Yang, I have faith in you. As long as you take the court, no matter how far behind we may be, we shall undoubtedly make a comeback. However, the current deficit stood at a staggering 40 points, and the remarks made by Spicy Sauce were clearly exaggerated, aimed solely at elevating Yang Hao's spirits. Yet, to Spicy Sauce's astonishment, his younger brother Alan suddenly objected. I refuse to play. I will not team up with this fraud. Even if it means being taken to the police station for peanuts, I will not join him. This is the principle of a Knicks fan. It became evident that Alan was a devoted Knicks supporter and, moreover, a staunch critic of Yang Hao. His outburst prompted the remaining 3 members of Spicy Sauce's team to reconsider their participation. Nevertheless, a single glare from Spicy Sauce compelled them to retract their dissent. Yang? Perhaps you could find someone else on site? Yang Hao was utterly unconcerned. If one person was missing, he could simply bring someone in to fill the gap. His foolish son was right there at the venue, making it quite perfect. Shortly thereafter, he ventured outside to recruit a participant. To everyone's surprise, he first brought out a stunning young woman. Wow, she was truly exquisite. Let go of that girl. Allow me to take her place. Was he truly seeking a female player? How presumptuous. Let me onto the court. I wish to match up against her. The basketball enthusiasts, upon spotting the beautiful girl, were filled with fervor. However, when they noticed Yang Hao had seated the young woman on the bench to rest, providing her with water, a comfortable spot, and an excellent view, the crowd couldn't help but express their discontent with boos. Yang Hao, unfazed, settled his sister before he began searching for his foolish son. Soon, he located the boy's whereabouts and called out loudly, "You, the one over there, come out." Indeed, it was directed at him. "What are you hiding for? Hurry up and come here." Noticing that Yang's son was still reluctant to approach, Yang Hao strode over and apprehended him directly. "I won't strike you. If you wish to hurt yourself, feel free." Naturally, Yang's son was reluctant to take the stage as a scapegoat. With a deficit of 40 points, who would willingly assume such a role? Moreover, the adversary was none other than his long-standing nemesis, Irving, who had mercilessly bested him earlier today. At this moment, Yangson felt a twinge of trepidation towards Irving. Yang Hao was well aware of this lad's timid nature. In truth, Yangson possessed a certain degree of strength, surpassing even the talent that Yang Hao had in his youth. Indeed, as Yang Hao examined the data panel, he noted that Irving's current statistics revealed a comprehensive potential value of 94 and a true strength value of 86. As for Yangson, his comprehensive potential value stood at 90, with a true strength of 82. Thus, an 82 facing off against an 86 could hardly be deemed a lopsided contest. The reason Yangson suffered such a humiliating defeat lies significantly in his poor mindset. As a devoted father, Yang Hao naturally feels compelled to assist him. "Silly boy, are you truly intimidated by Owen? Was it merely the beating you received this morning that has instilled such a psychological shadow? Is this a tactic of provocation? It is futile. I am not one to act impulsively. Whoever suggested that I would resort to such provocation?" Yang Hao flashed a mischievous smile. And then he began to employ some underhanded tactics. He reached out with his large hand, gripping Yangtsin's arm firmly, and forcefully pulled him outside. "What on earth are you doing, Old Deng?" Yangtsin, mindful of his dignity, was unwilling to be dragged along like a mere mop by laden in front of so many onlookers. Thus he could only follow resentfully. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, a tall youth with black hair and yellow skin reluctantly made his way to the center of the court. The moment he stood beside Yang Hao, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Oh, behold, the father and son are on stage together, the two prominent figures of the day. Are these two destined to become the first father-son duo in NBA history? I am eager to witness their prowess. Today, the scheming father and son from the Dragon Nation shall reveal their true colors. Carrie, do teach these impostors a lesson. The appearance of these two stars, dominating the headlines, ignited the fervor of the crowd at Law Court. Everyone eagerly anticipated the commencement of the match, hoping that Irving would unveil the true nature of the deceitful father-son duo from the Dragon Nation. Chapter 7. Do you wish to challenge me? First, face my son. In the arena, the audience was predominantly in support of Irving's team. This left the other three members accompanying Yang Hao feeling quite disheartened, their expressions reflecting their discomfort. On one hand, they had just played a match and their stamina was dwindling. Moreover, with a staggering 40-point deficit, they found themselves publicly humiliated, which was quite distressing. On the other hand, they harbored no fondness for the deceitful father-son duo of Yang Hao and Yang Senator. "I truly do not wish to play this match anymore," one of them lamented. Meanwhile, the four young players on Irving's team began to toy with their opponent's psyche, targeting none other than the seasoned Yang Hao. At 40, perhaps it's time for you to go home and care for your children. This is not a place for you. This is not the NBA, and we shall not allow you, the charlatan, to escape unscathed. For your own well-being, it might be best to step aside. After all, you've already injured an old veteran. Their taunts, coupled with the audience's jeers, could easily unsettle anyone. Yet, who was Yang Hao? He was the seasoned veteran with 22 years of professional basketball under his belt. Such trifling banter? It could hardly touch him. Observing his son Yang Sun's dismay, Yang Hao resolved to impart a lesson. In the face of such provocation, one must respond with greater ferocity and tenacity. Thus, Yang Hao stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he bellowed at the young players. Silence. This single command resonated with the power of 22 years of experience. The overwhelming aura sent shivers through the young players, causing them to involuntarily break out in goosebumps. This old veteran is truly terrifying. I nearly lost my composure. The young individuals were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless as they stood there in a daze, resembling obedient students caught by the stern principal. At that moment, Yang Hao transformed into the authoritative figure, reprimanding these mischievous youths. What noise is this? Who do you think you are to make such a racket in my presence? Back in my day, when I entered the NBA to pursue a professional basketball career, You were mere glimmers of potential, yet to even form your own identities. Is basketball a means for you to bully the weak and the elderly? Does possessing basketball skills elevate you to a pedestal? Just because you have a modicum of talent, does that entitle you to mock others? Honestly, I came here seeking leisure and enjoyment, never intending to step onto the court. However, upon witnessing the deplorable quality of today's youth in the land of the free, I can no longer stand idly by. I must take to the court. I will now show you the proper way to play basketball. Silence enveloped the scene for several seconds, as many reflected on their own behavior and questioned their own standards. Even Irving appeared to be lost in thought. Yet, the other four miscreants in Irving's team remained defiant, showing no signs of being chastened. A wave of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Old man, are you really going to teach us how to play? Come on. Come on. I'm eager to see it. It has been ages since anyone has attempted to educate me. Today, I am ready for the challenge. Yang Hao disregarded them and turned to greet a few teammates. In a while, just pass the ball to my father and me. You all focus on defense and creating space. The three individuals nodded in agreement, as this was the most favorable arrangement. Yang Sun wished to express something, however. Yang Hao paid him no heed and proceeded to the court. Thereupon, Yang Hao commenced his stretching routine independently. Though youthful, one must still be attentive to pre-match warm-ups. A moment's negligence could lead to significant peril. Injuries are the greatest adversaries of all athletes. Although Yang Hao possesses a system, he remains exceedingly cautious. Until he has cultivated an indestructible physique, he will certainly not act recklessly. Yang Hao observed discreetly, acknowledging that Owen was indeed commendable, choosing not to follow the crowd in mocking others, thereby exhibiting decent character. If I were to take action later, I would show mercy, he stated. The referee's sharp whistle urged both teams back onto the court. It was indeed time to play. The male and female fans in attendance, invigorated with enthusiasm, erupted into cheers. Particularly the skeptics, who were fervently vocal. Hey, old man, give it your all. I have high hopes for you. Old man, don't let me down. I wager you 1T lose by 100 points. Come on, old man, you can score at least 1 point. I'm rooting for you. It was truly commendable for a man in his 40s to step onto the court. I support you wholeheartedly, regardless of the circumstances. We must respect our elders and cherish the young, and I shall certainly back you. These individuals, who had just been criticized for their lack of decorum, swiftly turned to sarcasm. Their support for Yang Hao was unmistakably insincere. Nevertheless, it mattered not to Yang Hao. As long as the lovely Rachel was cheering for him, that was sufficient. Uncle, give it your all. Watching Rachel rallying for him, Yang Hao smiled and gave her a thumbs up. His son, Yang's son, passing by, rolled his eyes. Soon, all players returned to the court, and the game was set to resume. At this moment, there were 15 minutes left in the second half, with the score standing at 78-38, a 40-point gap. On the court, Owen approached, disregarding Yang Hao and instead directing his attention towards his respected adversary. Let us have a good match. Indeed, young man, show some mercy. Witnessing his father and Owen exchange pleasantries while feeling like an outsider, Yang Sun felt a pang of discomfort. Yang Hao certainly noticed this and immediately broke into a mischievous grin. You little rascal, if you're feeling uncomfortable, then take it out on the field and give him a good thrashing. Oomph, no need for your unnecessary chatter. Yang Sun also commanded his father, Old Deng. Those guys are unreliable. Just focus on your defense for now. Once we cross half court, pass the ball to me, and I shall resolve the battle. All right, Yang Hao, a proficient guard for the Lakers, is thoroughly acquainted with his role as a ball handler, adeptly navigating half-court situations. If his son aspires to take the lead offensively, then let us observe the unfolding events. In no time, the players from both teams are prepared, engaged in a 5v5 matchup, each assuming their designated positions. The referee promptly signals the commencement of play. With a sharp whistle, the game officially resumes, and the Spicy Sauce team initiates the ball from the baseline. Yang Hao dribbled the ball from the backcourt, all eyes fixated upon him, eager to witness how this cunning strategist would teach a lesson to the youthful Irving and his companions. Even the other three members of the Spicy Sauce team began to relax, curious to see what this seasoned veteran could conjure on the court. However, their anticipation quickly turned to disappointment. As he approached the half-court line, Yang Hao chose not to engage in the play himself, instead passing the ball directly to his son. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Even Irving looked on in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Yang Hao was utterly indifferent to such remarks. With his hands on his hips, he disdainfully declared, "Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? My son is 1,000 times superior to you, Kyrie Irving. With just the flick of a finger, he could easily surpass you. If you wish to see me in action, you must first contend with my son. The spectators below erupted in disdainful jeers. Shameless. Brazen, they exclaimed. What happened to the lessons on sportsmanship? Even Kyrie and Yang Sen's son found themselves in agreement with these sentiments. However, Yang Hao refrains from taking action, for no one can compel him to do so. Consequently, the court has transformed into a captivating showdown between Yang Sen and Irving, two promising rookies. At this moment, Irving occupies the pinnacle of the 2011 NBA rookie rankings. In contrast, Yang Sen has emerged as the most talked-about rookie among media and fans alike over the past fortnight. Their confrontation is undeniably a spectacle that commands attention. Faced once more with Irving, Yang's son feels an unsettling tension within. Damn it, it's that scoundrel again. Due to the events at today's training camp, he has plummeted from the 20th to the 31st pick, falling out of the first-round draft prospects. Now, should he suffer another humiliating defeat at the hands of Irving in full view of the public, Yang Sen's ranking would undoubtedly take a nosedive, potentially causing him to fall completely out of the top 60 list. Yang Sen approached this confrontation with utmost seriousness. This morning's contest was solely aimed at me. Now that it's a one-on-one, I am certain I shall not be defeated. Upon meeting, Yang Sen and Owen exchanged not a single word, but immediately engaged in battle. Yang Sen possesses a certain level of skill, and his mind is reasonably agile. Although Irving is shorter in stature, he surpasses Yang Sen in speed. When facing Irving, it is prudent to avoid stubbornly attempting to break through. Instead, capitalizing on height advantage is preferable. This was his thought process and his approach. With a series of rhythmic dribbles, he maneuvered, keeping his eyes on Irving as he advanced to within a step and a half of the three-point line, a prime position for a mid-range shot. Venturing further would invite a double team. This was an opportune moment to take a shot. With a succession of shoulder fakes and pivoting maneuvers, he deceived Irving, shifting his center of gravity. In a position slightly above the free throw line, Yang Sen rose gracefully, executing a shot with a hint of lean back. Chapter 8. Activate the GOAT Experience Card. The data panel erupted with excitement. Hiss, this young man possesses remarkable talent. The spectators at the venue were momentarily taken aback by Yang Sen's movements. It must be said that his technique was exceptionally refined. It was a textbook example of a turnaround jump shot. It was evident that Yang Sen was a prodigious student nurtured by an excellent basketball coach. However, on the court, whether one is a good student or not, and regardless of the precision of their technique, what truly matters is the ability to score. Scoring is the ultimate truth. Bang! The basketball struck the front of the rim, lacking the necessary force, and failed to make it in. The audience gasped, momentarily believing this young man had genuine skill. Upon witnessing his miss, the critics among the crowd immediately erupted in derision. Is this it? Oh, what dreadful skills. The son of a fraud is merely a fraud himself. Meanwhile, his opponent, Irving, chuckled and spread his hands in mockery. Buddy, you're far too soft, just like the noodles I had for breakfast. Hearing Irving's taunting remarks, Yang Sen gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Next time, I will surely score. Upon hearing this, his father, Yang Hao, shook his head in resignation. Such disappointment. Yang Sen is quite arrogant at home. When faced with such mockery outside, he refrains from responding with coarse retorts. Were it Yang Hao instead, he would undoubtedly deliver a fierce elbow strike. This fellow possesses an excessively gentle disposition. Today, he must be taught a lesson. Subsequently, during the match, Yang Hao deliberately targeted Yang Sen, ensuring that the spicy sauce team's numerous offensive possessions fell into Yang Sen's hands. Yang Hao launched a full-scale assault on Irving. Bang! Yang Sen's shot ricocheted off the rim. Swoosh! The basketball barely grazed the net, nearly missing the hoop completely. Silent as the night, the ball executed a flawless miss. Thud! Yang Sen was inadvertently intercepted by Irving. He passed the ball. The once confident Yang Sen, who had failed to score in his previous 5 attempts, was now devoid of self-assurance. Under Irving's increasingly stringent defense, he hesitated to take a shot. In his 6th offensive attempt, he shockingly opted to pass. Moreover, a more unfortunate event transpired. Yang Sen's pass was intercepted by Irving. With a swift motion, the ball was stolen. Observing Irving's fast break, he effortlessly scored another basket, widening the gap to a disheartening 46 points. At this moment, the crowd unabashedly expressed their disdain and contempt for the Yang Hao father and son duo. I thought his son was a genius. But it turns out he is just mediocre. 0 for 5, I could do better. The elder's prowess in his youth is unknown to me. Yet his son is undeniably inept. How could such a feeble rookie become the most sought-after prospect? Surely, this must be a case of purchased popularity. This father-son pair are nothing but charlatans, entirely overrated. Get off the court. We no longer wish to watch your game. Due to Yang Hao failing to deliver a championship to the Knicks, the headline of their father-son duo has stirred resentment among New York fans. Now, witnessing Yang Hao's supposedly talented son perform so poorly, the spectators have intensified their mockery towards them. Yang Sen's face turned ashen, wishing he could vanish into the depths of the earth. It's all Old Deng's fault. If it weren't for him, I would never have been so utterly humiliated. Yang's son cast a fierce glare at Old Deng, genuinely realizing how carefree Old Deng truly was. Despite such a dire situation, Yang Hao remained remarkably unfazed. This rascal. The match is not yet over. With 46 points on the board, are you still entertaining thoughts of overtaking? Humph. A fool's dream. Yang Sen brushed off the hand that Old Deng had placed on his shoulder and made a beeline towards his own backcourt. Meanwhile, Yang Hao smiled subtly. Foolish boy. How will you ever know if you don't take the plunge? He did not retreat to defend. Instead, he boldly advanced to confront Irving. This audacious move sparked a renewed uproar in the arena. Old man, are you finally going to make your move? I've been waiting so long the flowers have withered. Cheers erupted as the crowd anticipated the old man's response. If my son is being bullied, shall I not seek retribution? It would be quite the spectacle if both father and son fell victim to Kyrie. Despite the incessant taunts directed at Yang Hao, he remained unfazed, his focus unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Irving. Upon noticing Yang Hao's approach, Irving instinctively raised his left hand to protect the ball, clearly wary of this current NBA player. On the sidelines, the young girl Rachel had shifted her camera's focus entirely to Yang Hao. Her hands trembled slightly as she recorded, genuinely concerned for the dashing uncle. Dashing Uncle Yang Hao was already 40 years old, while Irving was merely in his 20s. If things went awry, the dashing uncle might suffer a fate similar to that of the spicy sauce. No, that won't happen. The dashing uncle will certainly prevail. Rachel shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel any negative thoughts. Uncle, go for it. I believe in you. Her encouraging shout only fueled the animosity of the onlookers towards Yang Hao. The crowd echoed her sentiments, shouting, Kyrie, take down this old man. In the arena, Irving dribbled the ball right in front of Yang Hao, sizing up his opponent. 40 years old, he doesn't look it. He merely appears a tad older than us college students in our 20s. Recognizing the veteran's status as a professional player and a 10-time champion, Irving had no intention of holding back. I will take you down, he warned politely before making his move. Elder, here I come. Yang Hao beheld the speed of 92 displayed on Irving's data panel, a remarkable feat that he himself could scarcely aspire to achieve. While it was hardly disgraceful for his son to be bested by such a talent, as a father, he simply could not afford to concede defeat. How could a seasoned professional athlete allow himself to be overshadowed by an upstart? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. He could relinquish many things, but his pride was non-negotiable. Thus, Yang Hao's thoughts stirred. Activate the GOAT Experience card. The host activated the GOAT Experience card, and for the next 30 minutes, you shall revel in the full might of the GOAT. May the host enjoy the experience. The GOAT Experience card shattered and vanished from the backpack in an instant. Yang Hao discovered that the data panel had exploded. Aside from his unchanged outward appearance, many internal attributes had transformed. Static talents and dynamic talents had reached an astonishing 100. His vertical leap reached an impressive 130 centimeters. With a maximum jump height of 154 centimeters and an extraordinary reach of 430 centimeters. His hang time was recorded at 1:13 seconds, while his three-quarters sprint was accomplished in 2:33 seconds. At this moment, Yang Hao distinctly felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire being. As he gazed at the data before him, he was left utterly speechless. The remarkable jumping abilities of 130 and 154 were undeniably fierce. Yet he found it difficult to articulate their prowess. However, he was well aware of the astounding maximum vertical reach of 430, an elevation that effortlessly surpassed the rim. Such an extraordinary leap was nothing short of monstrous. And the hang time of 1:13 seconds? Even the legendary Michael Jordan could only manage a fraction of that. A hang time of 1:13 seconds was akin to possessing an unfair advantage, allowing one to wait until the defender descended before taking a shot. Furthermore, the sprinting speed of 2:33 seconds over three-quarters of the court eclipsed even the NBA's historical record of 3 seconds. If one were to run 50 meters, it would take an astonishing 6.1 seconds, faster than the famed Usain Bolt's 50-meter dash. When converted to a 100-meter equivalent, it would undoubtedly shatter Bolt's record of 9:58 seconds. The sheer velocity was utterly astounding. After marveling at his dynamic talents, Yang Hao has assessed his own abilities. His overall proficiency has reached astonishing heights. Overall capability, 100. Offense, 100, a three-pointer guaranteed from anywhere on the court, unorthodox shooting techniques, a single ball yielding 3 dunks, a mid-court 3-step layup. Defense, 100, cloud hand steals, tank-like collision resilience, fly-swatting blocks. Organization, 100, superb flower-penetrating footwork, master of assists, charismatic leadership. The GOAT truly is exceptional. Moves he once dared not even dream of have now become effortless. Each of these maneuvers, if showcased individually, would undoubtedly leave onlookers in awe. However, he is not inclined to flaunt his prowess at this moment. As a devoted father, his priority is to assist his foolish son. So, how shall he proceed? After a moment of contemplation, he has made his decision. It is you. Master of assists with maxed out passing ability combined with the leadership buff to enhance the group. If this doesn't uplift you, my foolish son, perhaps you should reconsider your career in this field. Yang Hao pondered within the system for quite some time. However, upon returning to reality, not a single second had elapsed. Looking at the figure of Irving before him, Yang Hao's gaze was gentle and benevolent. Young man, do you wish to challenge me? Very well. I happen to have some leisure today, and I shall offer you some guidance on your breakthrough. Chapter 9. Foolish son, if you do not dare to strike, you will never surpass Irving. Guidance. Irving furrowed his brow. Initially, he had intended to show some restraint towards this middle-aged man. Yet, given the audacity displayed by his opponent, he could no longer hold back. Irving resolved to abandon his courtesy. Bang, bang, bang. Lowering his center of gravity, Irving executed several swift changes of direction with his dribble. Suddenly, he lunged to the left, perceptibly noticing Yang Hao's weight shift in response. Now was the moment. With a sudden pull to the right, he transitioned the ball from his left hand to his right. This was the very same maneuver that had previously overwhelmed the street ball king, Spicy Sauce. Buddha bless. Everyone witnessed the spectacle. The middle-aged man was left disoriented, his footing faltering as he nearly lost his balance. No. The basketball goddess, Rachel, felt a pang of distress within her heart at the sight, so much so that she shut her eyes. Yet, in that very moment of darkness, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Oh my goodness! How could this be? He intercepted it. The old man actually stole the ball from Kyrie. Could one truly execute a steal while in such an unbalanced state? Was this some form of kung fu from the Dragon Kingdom? Much like Bruce Lee? Hearing the audience's fervent exclamations, Rachel hurriedly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the uncle was not floundering. Rather, it was Irving whose expression had soured. At that moment, the court was alive with the sight of Irving furiously pursuing the dapper uncle, who leisurely dribbled the ball ahead. Just as Irving prepared to make a slashing move to steal the ball, Rachel anxiously shouted, "Watch out." As soon as Rachel's warning escaped her lips, Yang Hao suddenly pivoted. His hand flickering, the basketball zipped precisely beneath Irving's legs, rebounding behind him. Yang Hao swiftly maneuvered to retrieve the ball. King Buddha. The entire audience was taken aback, unable to fathom such a feat from a man of his years. The most astonished among them was none other than the injured street ball king, Spicy Sauce. Seated at the edge of the court. This is not my signature move, the separation of man and ball? The spectators at the scene were utterly astonished. However, their disdain for the elderly Yang Hao remained palpable, as they refrained from offering him any support or cheers. On the field, Irving, having been humiliated by a between-the-legs maneuver, was seething with anger. Such an act is the epitome of provocation in the realm of sports, particularly when executed by a man of advanced age. How much can one endure? Outrageous. This old man has pushed me to my limits. With a swift turn, Irving positioned himself once more in front of Yang Hao. I shall not allow you to pass, he declared, intent on marking Yang Hao closely. To his surprise, Yang Hao extended his hands, disdainfully pushing Irving away. Hey, what are you doing? I'm a man, attracted to women. I'm not interested in you. I'm merely defending normally. What are you up to, old man? Irving's face was a mask of fury. This old man's style of play, leveraging his age to gain an unfair advantage, seemed excessively egregious. Unexpectedly, Yang Hao spread his arms wide. What defense? I don't even have the ball. What? Irving exclaimed, finally realizing that the ball had vanished. A voice from the crowd alerted him to its location behind him with his son. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Yangsen, who had received the ball. As Yongsan received the ball, several seconds passed, yet he remained indecisively rooted in place. His previous record of 0 out of 5 had inflicted considerable psychological pressure upon him. At that moment, even with a defender who was not Irving before him, Yongsan found himself devoid of confidence. No, I can't make the shot. Perhaps I should pass instead. Just as he was about to relinquish the ball, the voice of his father, Yang Hao, resonated in his ears. You foolish boy, if you lack the courage to shoot, you will never surpass Irving. Not surpassing Irving? Not surpassing Irving? Not surpassing Irving? At that moment, his father's words echoed in Yang Sen's mind. In the past, he would have scoffed at his father's remarks. However, this time, those words seemed imbued with a certain magic, igniting Yang Sen's competitive spirit. Who says I am inferior to him? Yang Sen clenched his teeth fiercely, pointing at Irving. You come here. This time, I will surely flatten you. At that moment, Irving was merely venting his pent-up frustrations. Since this defeated foe had approached him, Irving, of course, would not hold back. Come as you wish. You are but a vanquished rival. No matter how many times you come, you shall never succeed. As Irving took up a defensive stance, Yang Sen launched an immediate attack. It was a breakthrough initiated from beyond the three-point line. Remarkably, Yang Sen's rhythm during those few steps was exceptionally commendable. After deceiving Irving's timing, he smoothly shifted to the left. Noticing that he had created a gap of over a step between them, Yang Sen realized that the opportunity had returned. It is now. A sudden halt. Yang Sen planted his feet firmly on the ground and leaped into the air, with his right hand cradling the basketball and his left hand providing support. He exerted force through the fingertips of his right hand, propelling the ball with precision. The ring finger bid farewell to the basketball as it soared. A sudden stop near the free throw line preceded his jump shot. This time, he was resolute in his conviction that the ball would find its mark. Yang Sen was determined this time, seeking to exact revenge in front of Irving. The basketball soared towards the hoop, its trajectory precise and arc beautifully pronounced. However, the result was a resounding clang. It struck the rim. Just as Yang Sen was about to feel frustrated, Old Deng's voice echoed, another one. Immediately, the basketball was passed to him. Yang Sen took another shot. Bang. Once again, it did not go in. Son, give it another try. Yang Hao secured another rebound and delivered the ball forward. Yang Sen was touched to see his elderly father mingling with the young crowd, all in an effort to secure a rebound for him. This shot is mine to make, he thought resolutely. This time, he executed even better, completely evading Irving's defense. However, he had not anticipated that Irving had teammates. A shadow surged from behind. Just as he was about to execute a sudden jump shot, a hefty hand swatted at him. Bang! A fiery feast of hot pot was unceremoniously served. The basketball soared directly towards the sidelines near the center court. Oh, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers, continuing their taunts. At that moment, young Rachel was intently filming the game, fixated on the small screen of her camera. She found the match particularly engaging and was determined to capture it meticulously. In her concentration, she barely noticed the basketball hurtling toward her. Suddenly, Yang Hao's voice rang out. Rachel, watch out. Rachel shifted her gaze from the screen and realized the basketball was approaching rapidly, growing larger in her sight. Ah, she exclaimed, panic overtaking her as she instinctively closed her eyes, paralyzed by fear. Just then, a gray figure darted in to rescue her. Rachel was saved, while the arena echoed with the jeers and shrieks of the young spectators. Hey, old man, let go of your filthy hands. That's my goddess. Release her and let me take my shot. The youthful crowd, in their uproar, condemned the older man for his audacious pursuit of a younger woman. It was no wonder they felt envy, after all, at that moment. Yang Hao held the ball in one hand while his other arm encircled the slender waist of the enchanting Rachel. What a sight, enough to make anyone spit in jealousy. To have such a heroic moment of saving a damsel in distress was a fantasy for many young men, yet it was the older gentleman who had seized the opportunity. Who could not feel a twinge of envy? Naturally, the crowd voiced their vehement disapproval, a cacophony of passionate condemnation. Are you all right? A gentle voice brushed against Rachel's ear. At that instant, the basketball-loving girl felt a wave of affection for the gentleman. Were it not for the raucous onlookers, she would have gladly melted into his embrace, wishing for 3 days and nights of uninterrupted closeness. However, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, with the cacophony of taunts and shouts ringing in her ears, Rachel felt overwhelmed and hastily rose. I'm fine, thank you, sir. As long as you are well, he replied. Yang Hao smiled gently, ruffling Rachel's hair affectionately. Those scoundrels nearly marred your exquisite beauty. Mark my words, I shall avenge you. Rachel nodded obediently. Then, Under the watchful gaze of the onlooking beasts, Yang Hao turned and returned to the court. Yang's son wore a look of utter dejection as he faced his opponent, who was boldly flaunting his prowess. Yet, his foolish son dared not retaliate in the slightest, displaying an utter lack of spirit. Yang Hao shook his head in disappointment. You can't help someone who is already sunk in the mud. He approached with determination, colliding forcefully with the imposing figure of a man over 2 meters tall, sending him staggering back several steps. Old man, what do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight? A fight? Are you truly willing to engage in combat with a fellow countryman from the Dragon Kingdom? As he spoke, Yang Hao shed his gray athletic jacket, revealing his well-defined biceps. The towering man gulped nervously and retreated a few more steps. At that moment, Owen gallantly stood up for his teammate. Sir, this is a basketball game. A basketball game? Yang Hao cannot possibly be unaware that this is a basketball match. He simply smiled, then twisted his neck, emitting a series of playful chuckles, an action reminiscent of the skilled characters often portrayed in Dragon Kingdom films. Uncle, please, don't come any closer, Irving stammered, a hint of trepidation compelling him to take a step back. To his surprise, Yang Hao responded with a light laugh, saying, You are indeed slightly stronger than my son. You have the right to be my opponent. Chapter 10, a relay catch with the face? The entire audience is stunned. You claim to be just a tad better than my son? What a jest. Irving was about to retort when he suddenly noticed the old man's expression had shifted dramatically. Yang Hao's demeanor hardened, exuding an aura that was both chilling and commanding. The cold elegance mingled with an underlying menace, causing Irving to involuntarily shudder under Yang Hao's penetrating gaze. In that moment, all the disparaging remarks he had prepared about Yang Hao's son vanished from his mind. Why you? Irving stuttered, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but his lips trembled uncontrollably. Observing Irving's reaction, Yang Hao stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and enigmatically declared, Young man, the real competition is only just beginning. As he watched Yang Hao's retreating figure, Irving finally managed to catch his breath. Moments ago, he had felt utterly overwhelmed by the old man's imposing presence. Throughout his basketball career, he had encountered numerous opponents, yet none had ever instilled such a feeling of intimidation within him. He had even faced the likes of the legendary Kobe Bryant and the basketball deity Michael Jordan, both of whom possessed formidable auras. However, in comparison to today's figure, they seemed remarkably distant. Could it be that this man is indeed a master? Irving pondered, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Yang Hao, with his 10 championships in 22 years, is often regarded as the greatest deceiver in the NBA. His success is attributed to his reliance on others, merely coasting along rather than showcasing any exceptional talent. This is common knowledge. Kyrie Irving, however, remains unconvinced of this old man's true prowess. If he were genuinely formidable, such talent would have manifested long ago. A true man, a gentleman, would never willingly remain in the shadows, playing a subordinate role. Irving is resolute. He believes that Yang Hao is merely posturing, attempting to intimidate. Is this feeble attempt meant to frighten me, Kyrie Irving? You must be joking. Today, I shall ensure that you and your father face the consequences. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierces the air. The spicy sauce team prepares for an inbounds pass. The ball is swiftly handed to Yang Hao. At the logo's center court, he confidently dribbles the ball, showing no wariness towards Irving, instead directing the other 4 players with gestures. You, take position in the left corner. You, settle in the right corner. You, stand at the arc and set a solid screen. And you, my foolish son, wait beneath the basket. Yang and the other 3 reluctantly participated. Meanwhile, Owen observed the old man's lack of defense with considerable displeasure. Yang, this is a competition. You ought to take it seriously. Oh, take it seriously, you say? Very well then. Upon Yang Hao's utterance, his dribbling motion took on greater complexity. Thump, thump, thump. No longer a mere one-handed dribble, it transformed into a deft maneuver of crossovers beneath his legs, oscillating back and forth, time and time again. The pace was neither hurried nor languid, yet it was evident to all that his execution was quite adept. This old fellow possesses a solid foundation. Though that is where it ends, he mused. In terms of dribbling finesse, Kyrie undoubtedly outclassed this elder by a considerable margin. While the old man's technique was robust, it lacked any semblance of soul. It was no wonder he had raised a son as rigid as young Senator Basketball abhors monotony. A game devoid of spirit cannot yield commendable results. Old man, your dribbling is rather sluggish. Sluggish? It matters not. No one can touch me anyway. Allow me to test that. Kyrie spread his arms, adopting a defensive stance, Yet his gaze was fixated intently on Yang Hao's dribble, searching for the rhythm within it. In that fleeting moment, he felt he had grasped it. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward. Now was the time. However, as Kyrie impulsively reached out, he was immediately beset by regret. He had overstepped his bounds, significantly underestimating Yang Hao. Yang Hao, after all, is an active player in the NBA. A seasoned veteran with 22 years of experience. How could he possibly embarrass himself in front of his younger counterpart? Although Irving's shot is rapid and precise, the reactions and movements of the seasoned Yang Hao are even swifter. With a mere couple of deft dribbles, he effortlessly executes a swift turnaround, deftly maneuvering past Irving. Oh, how astonishingly quick! He hardly resembles a man in his 40s. This fellow possesses some remarkable skills. Amidst the astonished gasps of the younger crowd, Yang Hao charged towards the territory of Irving's team. Ahead, his teammate from the spicy sauce team set a solid screen, allowing Yang Hao to breeze through with ease. In the paint, Irving's towering 2-meter teammate was compelled to step out. Behind him, Irving was attempting to sidestep the defense, while that imposing figure loomed in the paint. In that moment, Yang Hao found himself confronted by a trifecta of adversaries. Danger loomed. The fans were bracing themselves to celebrate Irving's team's impending capture. Rachel began to feel anxious. "Uncle, be careful." Down below, the open Yang's son anxiously shouted, "Over here." Yang-sun could no longer recall whether he had missed 7 or 10 shots today. All he knew was that he had utterly humiliated himself. If he failed to score even a single basket, he might as well not live anymore. Now, standing completely unguarded, just one successful shot would break his scoring drought. Just one basket, and he could salvage some dignity. Yet despite his desperate shouts, his father refused to pass him the ball. Frustration boiled over. He was losing patience. Raising his hand, he couldn't help but yell at his father, "Dad, here." This was the final straw. Before, he had been muttering inaudible foreign gibberish, but now, at last, he had summoned the most eloquent Mandarin. Hearing this, Yang Hao rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Humph. Only now do you remember to call me Dad." His son's temperament reminded him a bit of Alien, somewhat timid, somewhat weak. Yang Hao, as a father, certainly does not wish for his son to resemble a Lien. Lacking in communication, unable to express oneself freely, and devoid of the fierce spirit essential for playing basketball, such traits would undoubtedly render one's journey in the NBA exceedingly arduous. Yang Hao was still contemplating how to provoke his son's temperament a little more. That shout just now was quite impressive. If it were a tad louder and more manly, it would have been even better. Meanwhile, his son was in a state of urgency, but the father remained utterly unperturbed. "Let me toy with these young lads for a moment." At that instant, he felt extraordinarily confident in his own abilities. With a prowess rating exceeding 100, he was assured he could easily outmaneuver these individuals. Even against 5 of the NBA's elite defenders, he was confident in his ability to evade them. Let alone these 3 mere boys. As the trio closed in on him, he casually dribbled the ball in place, completely at ease. "Gentlemen, you are far too slow." This was enough to infuriate Kyrie and his companions. "Old man, you think you're so grand, do you? Boys, let us show him what we're made of." The 3 young men advanced toward Yang Hao like ravenous wolves. It seemed over for him. Some spectators raised their hands in celebration, reveling in the anticipated downfall of the arrogant pretender. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the court. Despite the 3-man blockade, Yang Hao deftly maneuvered to the left, executed a behind-the-back dribble, and skillfully slipped through the legs of the towering opponent, evading the trio's attempt to encircle him. In fact, the 3 young men mismanaged their stops, resulting in Kyrie and the big guy colliding with each other. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Yang Hao beamed at them, inquiring with genuine concern, "Hey, are you 3 all right?" Such collisions on the court are truly humiliating. Irving and his 2 teammates, feeling agitated, sprang up like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Witnessing this alarming scene, Yang's son, who had been left unguarded in the paint for quite some time, felt a mix of anxiety and worry. As he saw Old Deng on the verge of being bullied, he finally mustered all his strength to shout, "Old Deng." This cry was truly a desperate effort, resonating across the ears of the thousands present. Hearing his son's powerful call, Yang Hao responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, "Oh." Subsequently, in the midst of the encirclement, he hurriedly passed the ball into the paint. However, due to his haste, the pass was executed too quickly and at too high an arc. The spectators, all seasoned experts, immediately recognized the blunder. Was that a missed pass or a shot? Haha. Even his son seemed on the verge of tears. Yang-sun felt that his father had made a rather erratic pass. Nevertheless, he leaped with all his might, hoping to salvage the errant throw. Yet, the ball was propelled at such an astonishing speed that he failed to make contact. Was it out of bounds? Not at all. The basketball struck the front edge of the hoop with a resounding thud. Hilariously, the synergy between father and son was undeniable. Just as the spectators were chuckling at the scene, an even more amusing incident unfolded. The ball ricocheted off the lower part of the rim with tremendous force and speed. Suddenly, as it descended, Youngson, gazing up at the ball, found himself in an unfortunate predicament. Thud. With a yelp, a face, slightly less handsome than Yang Hao's, unwittingly caught the ball. The laughter erupted, for this father-son duo was truly a source of entertainment. The aerial relay, where a face became the unexpected receiver, was the most amusing spectacle I had ever witnessed. The crowd burst into fits of laughter. Youngson collapsed onto the ground, a fiery pain coursing through his face. A manifestation of profound humiliation. He longed to find a crevice in the earth to hide away. It's all Old Deng's fault. If he can't pass, he shouldn't even attempt it. He's nearly caused my ruin. Yet, at that moment, Rachel's voice suddenly rang out. The game isn't over yet, look. The basketball rebounded gracefully through the air, tracing an elegant arc before plunging into the hoop. The speaker system beneath the rim amplified the sound of the ball swishing through the net, echoing throughout the arena. The crowd, which had been roaring with laughter moments before, suddenly froze as if ensnared by an unseen force. Chapter 11. Youngson, did I just raise my hand and score? The ball went in? How did that happen? The entire audience was left in a state of bewilderment. On the court, Youngson sat awkwardly on the floor, after toiling for nearly an entire quarter without success. How could this blunder, combined with sheer luck, result in a score? The image of him receiving the ball with his face made Youngson feel utterly embarrassed. He scanned the ground, searching for any cracks to escape into. He truly wished to vanish at that moment. On the sidelines, Rachel was unfazed by the manner in which the ball had entered the basket. What mattered was that it had indeed scored. The young lady leaped up, exulting with joy. Hooray! The ball went in. Fantastic, Uncle, you scored. The laughter and cheers of the beautiful girl always invigorated the men around her. Young Hao jogged over, joyfully exchanging a high five with her. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Do you enjoy this ball? If so, I will treat you to a few more performances like this. Uncle, such a ball is a rare occurrence, so it's best not to force it. How about we make a bet? If I score, you must grant me a small request. What request? Well, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll let you know once I do. Upon hearing Yang Hao's boastful words, his son, Youngson, scoffed. Isn't this just a glitch used in domestic dramas to woo girls? Old Deng, you're so out of touch. He continued, and you think that kind of ball just goes in? You're quite the braggart, Old Deng. The other onlookers were equally incensed by Yang Hao's demeanor. They despised the notion of an old bull courting a tender flower even more, particularly when the old bull was deceiving young girls. It was clearly a fluke goal. The old man possessed no real skill, relying solely on his words. Hey sis, that Old Deng is just a big talker. You mustn't be fooled. Rachel, standing up in indignation, positioned herself in front of Yang Hao and retorted to the young men behind her. Who has the fraud? The uncle certainly isn't. Can sheer luck yield 10 championships? Can any of you accomplish such a feat? Who in the NBA can? Even the great LeBron cannot, nor can Kobe or Jordan. In fact, even the legendary Bill Russell won only 9 championships during his era. In terms of championships, the uncle is the greatest of all time, unprecedented and unparalleled. He surely earned those championships through sheer skill. Why must you slander him? Is it because of racial bias? Rachel's fervent defense left Yang Hao in awe. After her lengthy rebuttal, the naysayers were momentarily silenced. Eventually, they weakly countered, yes, he won those championships through skill. But didn't he claim he could score such bizarre balls? Let us see how he justifies that later, if he can indeed score such lucky goals. I'll livestream myself eating a ton of food. Though Rachel believed that the recent peculiar goal was indeed a stroke of luck, she felt genuinely concerned. Uncle, don't pay them any mind. Rest assured, this is merely childish play for me. Yang Hao affectionately stroked Rachel's silken hair, and then cast a meaningful glance at several young men, particularly at one with a scruffy beard who had just shouted about wanting to eat a grand meal. On the court, Irving and his teammates exchanged bewildered looks, clearly struggling to accept the recent play. At that moment, Yang Hao returned. Hey, lads, why are you still dawdling? Keep going. The young men beside Irving seemed to spring back to life. Old man, that was just luck. Such sheer fortune cannot repeat itself. Don't celebrate too soon. We shall soon show you what we are made of. Come on, team. Irving's side began their offensive. It was a stalemate in the half-court. This time, Irving appeared somewhat impatient. Faced with Yang Sin's defense, he took a shot but missed the mark. Yang Hao fortuitously seized the rebound and swiftly advanced to the front court. Fall back, fall back. Irving urgently called for everyone to retreat. However, once Yang Hao crossed half-court, the tempo abruptly slowed. As the team settled into position, Yang Hao beckoned to his son with a subtle gesture. Come here. Everyone anticipated he would pass the ball to his somewhat inept son. Considering Yang Sin had yet to score on his own with a record of 11-1. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the two engaged in a covert dialogue on the court of the Mealy family, strategizing a high pick-and-roll tactic. Set a screen, then roll down. Let's execute an alley-oop. Old Deng, are you up for it? Yang Sun has indeed experienced the recent pass, realizing that his old friend's passing skills are rather unreliable. However, Yang Hao places immense faith in his son. Underestimating your old friend, are you? Just wait a moment. All you need to do is leap into the air. Raise your hands and catch the ball in mid-flight. If the ball doesn't go in, consider it my fault. Yang Sun still wished to refuse. However, the arena resembled a battlefield where victories elude grasp in an instant. At this moment, Yang Hao had already begun to shout. Come on. Yang Sun had no time to offer any further excuses and could only honestly come forward to provide cover for Old Deng. Block. Yang Sun briefly confronted Irving. Dismantle. Yang Sun abandoned Irving and swiftly made his way towards the paint. Irving and his teammates completely relinquished their focus on Yang Sun, opting to double-team Yang Hao by leveraging their high pick-and-roll strategy. The perimeter posed a threat. As soon as Yang Sun entered the key, the towering player from Irving's team abandoned his own assignment, swiftly returning to squarely focus on him. The two became entangled beneath the basket. The 6-meter giant from Irving's side even managed to position himself in front of Yang Sin, effectively blocking his path. A grave crisis loomed. Both father and son found themselves in a precarious predicament. It was evident to all that their pick-and-roll strategy was on the verge of collapse. Once again, they target me. Why must you all always come after me? This is all Old Deng's fault. Whenever Yang Sun encountered a challenging problem, he never considered resolving it on his own. Instead, his immediate instinct was to seek an excuse. Yang Hao, often referred to as Lao Deng, was his most frequent scapegoat. As Yang Sun struggled in the paint, grappling fiercely with his opponent and inwardly lamenting his plight, a sudden call from outside pierced through his thoughts. Watch the game. Yang Sin glanced over and immediately beheld the remarkable performance of Yang Hao. Yang Hao found himself ensnared by the double team of Irving and a teammate. After a forward step, he swiftly pivoted and retreated. Irving and his companion relentlessly pursued him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yang Hao executed a stylish no-look pass behind his back. The ball soared over the heads of Irving and his teammate, heading directly toward the paint. Indeed, it was a pass intended for Yang Sin. Block him, Irving shouted. Inside. Both Yang Sun and the towering adversary, standing at 2 meters and 6 centimeters, were keenly aware of the ball's trajectory. This pass had a slight arc, not nearly as forceful or high as the previous one. The difficulty of this alley-oop was comparatively lesser. However, it was still. Before Yang Sin stood a towering figure, and he was compelled to engage in a physical contest with this behemoth. Old Deng, if you can't pass, then stop making reckless throws. How am I supposed to handle this? At that moment, the giant before him taunted, Hey, little shrimp, you're far too short. You'll never reach that ball. Humph. The outcome remains uncertain. Despite the derision directed at him, Yang Sin merely retorted with a feeble and unremarkable comeback. Just as he found himself in a predicament, Old Deng's voice resonated once more. Fight him. If you can't withstand this level of confrontation, what business do you have in the NBA? You might as well return to your hometown to till the fields. Who asked for your opinion? While the words of others failed to provoke Yang Sin, the scathing remarks of Old Deng ignited a fire within him. As he beheld the ball descending from the heavens, Yang Sin's eyes blazed with determination. With a fierce shout, he declared, I'm going all out. He took a slight step back to disengage from his opponent's grasp. And in an instant, he propelled himself upward with all his might. This shot, he vowed, would be his. Yang Sin thought to himself. However, just as he was about to receive the ball, below him, the slightly off-balance Irving from the team leaped into the air. Yang Sun was abruptly struck by a collision. It was merely a momentary contact, yet it threw him off balance. He could only raise his hand in time, failing to execute the catch. The ball rebounded off his palm and flew away. This was yet another missed alley-oop. The spectators, unable to contain their amusement, erupted in laughter. What a blunder, they exclaimed. I've said it before, this father-son duo is here to entertain. Their laughter echoed, I can skip my meal tonight. As Yongsan plummeted from the sky, a resounding clang of metal struck his ears, sending a chill coursing through his heart. He could vividly envision the cacophony of mocking jeers awaiting him upon his descent. Old Deng, this is all your fault. What were you trying to show off for? You've truly embarrassed yourself this time. Upon landing, the towering figure from Team Owen once again obstructed Yongsan, claiming a dominant position. Ha ha ha, the rebound is mine. However, both of them were gravely mistaken. The basketball first struck the rim with a thud before commencing its playful bounce. Thud, 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 thud. It mischievously danced around the rim. The spectators collectively held their breath. Even the onlookers dared not utter a sound, fearing their words might startle the ball. Yet, at that moment, Young Hao, positioned at the center circle, suddenly bellowed, "Get in there." This commanding shout startled the previously mischievous ball, causing it to stumble, and with a sudden misstep, it tumbled into the net. Whoosh! The ball grazed the net, producing a faint yet crisp sound. It went in. It went in again. The ball had entered in the most peculiar manner. The entire arena was once more left in a state of bewilderment. Yongsan, who had scored, stared incredulously at his hand. I merely raised my hand, and the ball went in? Is this truly magical? Chapter 12. Yongsan finally showcases his grit. The rock court transforms into a silent desert. Oh, my goodness. The arena erupted with gasps of astonishment. Many spectators, who had initially raised their hands in anticipation of celebrating the blunders of the father and son duo, were left in disbelief as the ball miraculously found its way in. Who could possibly believe it? The young male and female fans were all clutching their heads in incredulity. Clearly, no one had anticipated this outcome. The blunder in the aerial relay between Yang Hao and Yongsan unexpectedly culminated in a goal. Could this be a ruse? How could such an occurrence transpire consecutively? Surely, sheer luck cannot persist indefinitely, can it? I refuse to believe this is genuine. The spectators gazed at the father and son duo on the field, seemingly searching for clues within Yang Hao and Yang Senator at this moment. Yang Sun stood bewildered beneath the hoop, staring at his own hand. How astonishing is this? I merely extended my hand, and it effortlessly bounced in. Is this merely a coincidence? Or has my fortune truly improved? Perhaps, could it be that old trickster at play? Yongsan suddenly recalled his old friend, Old Deng, and the fervent declarations he had just made to the young lady. It was due to Old Deng's passes that he had scored on both occasions. Was it Old Deng who had bestowed this stroke of good fortune upon him? Or had Old Deng anticipated all of this from the very beginning? In a moment of urgency, Yongsan turned his head, seeking to uncover the reason behind his success from Old Deng. However, upon glancing over, he found Old Deng once again engaged in playful banter with the charming young woman, Rachel, on the sidelines. Yongsan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Can you not be so disheveled? You are already a man in your 40s. With such a performance, how could one possibly be considered an expert? What a fluke. Those two shots were undoubtedly mere happenstance. Yang Hao smiled faintly and walked to the sidelines, exchanging a celebratory high-five with Rachel. Then, his gaze shifted to the group of youngsters behind her as he inquired, "Hey, where's that scruffy-faced kid?" The young crowd chimed in with playful jeers. "Yeah, where's the guy who swore he'd eat a ton of crap? He was just here. Damn, that guy slipped away. Otherwise, we'd have had quite the spectacle today." Clearly, the moment the ball went in, the one who had promised to consume excrement had already made his escape. However, Yang Hao had no intention of letting the remaining hecklers off the hook so easily. Yang Hao addressed the group, "Hey, gentlemen, are there still some among you seeking to deceive for a meal? Shall we engage in a wager? Let us bet on whether we can score such a basket again." To his surprise, the younger crowd fell silent, none wishing to be the one to seek a free meal. They could easily partake without any cost. There was no need for such antics. Observing their sudden discretion, Yang Hao resorted to provocation. "What? Is the younger generation of the Meili family so timid?" "Indeed." His words ignited a response, as 6 or 7 individuals declared. "Who says we lack courage? Who says we are timid? Count me in." In truth, many present found the situation rather mystical. After all, Yang Hao and his son Yang Sun hailed from Long Country, and deep within, they perceived this as a form of magic. A small faction, however, remained steadfast in their belief that it was merely a coincidence. After all, it was evident to all that Yongsan had previously exhibited a dismal shooting record of 0 for 10. This included 2 instances of hitting nothing but air and a missed layup that could have earned him a spot on a blooper reel in the NBA. The performance of Yongsan, reminiscent of a traitor, has led many to believe that the synergy between father and son is utterly unattainable once more. Merely a stroke of luck, those 2 goals were nothing but serendipity. I refuse to believe they can score again. Indeed, it is true, they most certainly cannot. Even if the divine were to descend, such a goal could never manifest again. This sentiment resonates with the majority. Yet, these individuals exude an undeniable confidence. Ultimately, their last desperate gambit yielded a mere gram of gold. This reflects their deep-seated fear of the mysterious forces from the east. In a corner of the audience, several men clad in black suits surrounded two middle-aged women adorned with sunglasses. One of these women, wearing a Lakers cap, is Bonnie Gill Laughlin, a captivating blonde beauty and the Lakers scout, as well as the general manager of the South Bay Lakers in the G League. The other, an older yet well-preserved blonde, is Jeannie Buss, the Lakers heiress. It is evident to all that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Jeannie, do you believe this goal was mere happenstance or? I cannot say. All I know is that as long as that fellow Young is present, miraculous events are bound to unfold. I have long maintained that we should never have let him go. Otherwise, this year could have marked our third consecutive championship. I wish I could have kept him, but my brother makes all the decisions regarding the team, and I am powerless to intervene. Blame it on my father's preference for sons. Observing Yang Hao on the court, confident, composed, and undeniably handsome, Bonnie narrowed her captivating eyes and whispered to her friend Jeannie. Has Yang grown younger? Sister, are you yearning for a man? I am not. I am merely contemplating whether to bring Yang back to the Lakers. Still denying it? Your cheeks are flushed. Be gone. I am discussing serious matters. Desiring a man is indeed a serious matter. On the court, after a brief pause, the game resumed. Bang. Irving maneuvered past Yang Sin, but his layup veered slightly off course, missing the target. The Spicy Sauce team launched their attack once more. Yang Hao had just dribbled past the halfway line. Irving's teammates began to mock Yang Hao and his son with biting sarcasm. Old man, give it another go. Inspired by his taunts, several fans in the stands joined in, rallying behind the father and son duo. Yang, serve your son another assist. Keep it coming. Yang son. Yang son. Yang son. Hurry up, start your performance. Although these fans were ostensibly supporting Irving, the atmosphere had unmistakably transformed into a home court for Yang Hao and Yang Senator. It was evident to all that this was merely a fade of adulation, as these individuals harbored little faith in the duo's ability to execute an alley-oop. If they attempted it again, they would surely become the subject of ridicule. The crowd was resolute in their belief. On the court, Yang Sin's expression was one of deep frustration. Yang Hao casually inquired, Son, do you still want to eat the cake? Yang's son was devoid of any confidence. However, witnessing Old Deng's unwavering self-assurance left him at a loss for words. He contemplated refusing, yet the desire to score more goals lingered. Ultimately, he blurted out, whatever. Observing his proud son, Yang Hao murmured to himself, whom did this kid inherit his arrogance from? I don't seem to possess such a disposition. Of course, a father knows his son best. He was well aware that Yang Sin would not act recklessly during the match. The game must continue. It was time to provide the young lad with ample opportunities to shine. Here they come, gentlemen. The match is about to resume, so do not dare to blink. This time, the offensive play. Yang Hao has yet to call his son out. Yang Sin cheerfully made his way to the three-point line, clearly preparing to execute the pick-and-roll strategy once more. Though he casually claimed indifference, his body spoke a different truth. Yang Hao did not disappoint him. The operation commenced. Bang. Bang bang. Yang Hao accelerated his dribbling rhythm. He executed a pick-and-roll with Yang Senator with a seamless screen and roll. The synergy between the father and son duo truly exhibited remarkable harmony this time. The intricate running patterns of Yang Sin Shun as he descends into the paint are now fully unveiled before Yang Hao's eyes. As Irving and his teammates close in once more, Yang Hao once again flaunted his dazzling skills. With a seamless 720-degree spin on the spot, he left Owen and his teammates utterly bewildered, still frantically searching for the ball's whereabouts. Yang Hao's hand trembled slightly, sending the basketball soaring directly into the paint. Inside the key, the 198 centimeters Yang Sin once again locked horns with the 206 centimeters opposing center. Little brat, go home and live off your parents. The opponent snarled viciously. Hoping to intimidate Yang Senator, yet this time, the mention of living off his parents struck a raw nerve. Nothing infuriated Yang Sin more than accusations that he relied on his father's connections to play. His eyes hardened with equal ferocity. Filthy cotton-picking pest, get out of my way. This ball is mine. At that moment, the basketball arced high into the air, another lob pass descending into the fray. Yang Sin found himself entangled with his opponent, feeling an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him. Despite facing someone who towered over him, Yang Sin was convinced he could hold his ground. With a sudden cry, He exerted every ounce of energy to leap into the air, believing that this time he would surely secure the basketball and achieve the coveted score. However, to his astonishment, his adversary resorted to underhanded tactics. The towering player from the Irving team audaciously yanked at his shorts and even stepped on his shoe. Yongson's jump height suddenly diminished. With no other option, he could only stretch his hand towards the descending ball. I can't reach it. I can't reach it. Am I about to make another mistake? In a moment of sheer panic for Yongson, as the spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, the basketball unexpectedly struck his wrist joint with a resounding thud. It rebounded. Utilizing Yongson's wrist as a springboard, executing a breathtaking reverse somersault with a twist, gracefully plunging through the net without a hint of splash. The ball went in. Once again, it found its mark. The score now stood at 84-44, leaving a staggering 40-point gap between the two teams. The entire arena fell into a state of astonished silence. In the span of a few heartbeats, the rock court transformed into a desolate wasteland, enveloped in an eerie stillness, save for the whisper of the wind. Not even the sound of a breath could be heard. Chapter 13. Irving, do you think that shot was premeditated? Moments later, the rock court erupted in an explosion of joy. Everyone burst forth in exhilaration. Oh my goodness! Did that ball really go in again? Yongson, you were truly remarkable. How could you score with such a dreadful pass from your father? Yongson, you are incredibly impressive. Is this the most talked about rookie? Indeed, there is something special about you. Yongson scored 3 consecutive goals, each one more astonishing and peculiar than the last. One such goal might be attributed to sheer luck. 2 could be considered fortuitous. However, 3, that can only be ascribed to extraordinary talent. Everyone agrees that this rookie, Yongson, is truly remarkable. Yet, no one pays attention to the lackluster passes from Yang Hao. Observers see only his mundane, and at times, poor passing choices. In contrast, Yongson, despite his father's abysmal passes and the opponent's unsporting conduct, manages to adjust mid-air and score. This is the essence of Yongson's talent. It is undeniably impressive. A testament to the fact that his abilities far surpass those of his father's deceitful prowess by 1,000-fold. Yongson has become the darling of this arena. Everyone is captivated by him, fixated on this rising star, even more so than the attention previously lavished on Irving. Several young gamblers, who had staked everything on a momentous shift, have all discreetly faded into the background. On the court, Yongson himself was somewhat bewildered. However, at that moment, the other 3 teammates of the Spicy Sauce team rushed over with great speed, celebrating with chest bumps, high fives, and embraces. It was a triumphant trio of celebrations. In such a scenario, if you can still score a penalty, your core strength and ball sense are truly remarkable. This kind of talent is something we could never hope to match even if we tried for 5 centuries. I believe you have surpassed your father by more than 1,000-fold. Yongson was showered with compliments, laughing heartily, feeling as though he surpassed Old Deng by 1,000-fold. This young man was putting on quite the act. In truth, it was rather simple. A mere gesture sufficed. He even approached Irving and his companions to flaunt his prowess. Kyrie, would you like to learn? I can teach you, he jested. It was absurd to be outperformed by a vanquished foe. Irving's teammates seethed with indignation. Dismissing it as mere luck, what audacity! With a composed demeanor, Irving observed the opposing team and suddenly inquired, do you think those 3 shots were premeditated? His teammates vehemently disagreed, deeming the player merely a lucky fool. They knew all too well the limitations of that defeated adversary. Even if such shots were attempted 1,000 times, they would scarcely succeed once. Irving, however, pondered this statement, sharing the sentiment. But what if it were orchestrated by his father? Impossible. He.S. just a slacker. His teammates retorted. A slacker, you say? Yet that slacker managed to outmaneuver our triple team, Irving replied. His words sent a shiver down his teammates' spines, raising goosebumps across their arms. Could it truly be that Old Deng had devised such a strategy? The audacious thought terrified them. Such shots, even after 1,000 trials, would be nearly impossible to replicate. Not even the most elite point guard, Magic Johnson, could achieve such an effect in a real game. It was a divine-level pass, only attainable by a god. Impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. That Old Deng is merely a charlatan, a fraud. He could never be a master. They all internally rejected the notion. Irving too resisted the idea. Yet, the unfolding match seemed to suggest they may have indeed been correct. In the ensuing game, the Spicy Sauce team unexpectedly united, acknowledging Yongson's capabilities, and thus offered their support. Defenses against Irving tightened considerably. Although he sought to retaliate with a shot, the double team proved insurmountable for the rookie Irving. while Yang-sin grew increasingly comfortable in his play. As the game progressed, in the presence of the audience, Yang Hao and Yang-sin, the father-son duo, seamlessly executed a series of aerial relay collaborations. 4 offensive maneuvers were successfully accomplished. Yang-sun continued to score 4 remarkable alley-oop baskets. Each time, it was a collaboration between Yang Hao and Yang-sin, with Yang Hao providing the passes and Yang-sin fortuitously finishing beneath the basket. Whether it was with his head, elbow, shoulder, or back of the hand, each instance of contact with the ball was astonishing. The ball would merely graze Yang-sin's body, and then it would immediately bounce into the net. Adding to his previous 3 fortunate baskets, he had now achieved a remarkable total of 7 consecutive scores. With 7 out of 17 attempts, the once derided Yang-sin astoundingly netted 7 magical goals in just over 2 minutes. The jeers from the Rock Arena had significantly diminished, overshadowed by the cheers of his supporters echoing throughout the venue. Yang-sin, Yang-sin, Yang-sin. The fervent applause celebrated this rookie player, who had become a sensation across the nation. Just as the cheers reached their zenith, Yang-sun was defending Kyrie Irving in the backcourt. In a one-on-one situation, he swiftly intercepted the ball from Irving. Without hesitation, he passed it to Old Deng and dashed forward, eager for another opportunity, urging the crowd for more. Yang Hao and his son Yang-sun once again connected through the air. Yang Hao delivered a pass from the midfield. Yang-sun leapt high beneath the basket, demonstrating an unparalleled confidence that shone through. He executed a breathtaking display of athletic prowess, performing a 360-degree spin mid-air, adorned with graceful artistic movements. His left arm extended forward while his right arm pulled back with vigor, reminiscent of Bolt's iconic bow and arrow celebration. The crowd gasped in awe as the basketball struck the back of Yang-sin's left hand. With a slight brush, the ball came to an abrupt halt, colliding squarely with the center of the backboard before rebounding cleanly into the net. Swish! The ball went in. Anyone witnessing this moment would feel a shiver run down their spine. Was this truly not a scene from a film? The elegance of this shot was simply astonishing. Even in a cinematic portrayal, I could hardly envision such a sequence. I have come to admire this young talent. After this remarkable series of 8 successful shots, Yang-sin has dramatically transformed his previous decline, even overshadowing Irving's brilliance. Beep. A timeout has been called. Irving's team requires a moment to regain their composure. Meanwhile, Yang-sin and his teammates are reveling in celebration. Did you witness that? This is my prowess. I am Yang-sin, a proud citizen of the Dragon Nation. Yang-sin shouted towards the audience, expressing and venting the pent-up frustration within him. Behind him, Yang Hao quietly observed the young man as he filled the cup. Witnessing his foolish son Yang-sin regain his confidence brought a sense of joy to him. However, upon noticing that there were only 19 minutes remaining on the GOAT experience card, a wave of anguish washed over him. Damn it, have you filled the cup completely? How am I supposed to show off now? In truth, Yang Hao had already been showing off. His breakthrough against the trio had momentarily stunned everyone. Yet his extraordinary passing skills, as the master of assists, went unnoticed. These auxiliary talents were entirely unappreciated. High mountains and flowing water seek a kindred spirit. How could such remarkable skills go unnoticed by even a single fan? These oblivious admirers still believed that it was Yang-sin who was the most impressive. Yang Hao could only lament, is it not our skills that have diminished so drastically, resulting in such a predicament? With merely 10 minutes remaining in the match, the score stood at 89-54. Yang Hao felt that he had been playing the fool for quite some time. Now it was time to confront the tiger. If he did not take action soon, the precious time of the Divine Experience card would be squandered. With just 10 minutes remaining and a deficit of 35 points. Can the legendary ability of the GOAT still turn the tide of the match? Yang Hao pondered deeply. At that moment, he sensed an unusual gaze directed towards him. It was none other than that young lad, Kyrie Irving. Ah, I almost forgot. I had promised to guide him. Chapter 14. Old Deng makes his move. Starting with a 3-step layup from midcourt. In the resting area of Irving's team, an unsettling silence enveloped the group, their emotions tangled in confusion. Why is this happening? Isn't that guy supposed to be a useless player? How is he so different from what we saw at the training camp? How has Yang-sin become so formidable? What transpired? How could such a shot possibly go in? How could that supposed failure succeed in making such a basket? What is going on? What on earth is happening? Irving sat in disbelief, utterly stunned in his chair. Yang-sun has already demonstrated his prowess in the morning training camp match, proving that he is indeed inferior to Irving. Suddenly, he has exhibited remarkable strength, executing a variety of challenging goals. What could be the reason behind this transformation? In search of answers, He has just taken the time to observe several plays on the field. Yang Sun, that fellow, has done nothing but show off. He merely extended his hand, or rather, didn't he even do that, using his face to receive the ball, and it still went in. What is going on? The only explanation can be attributed to the passer. Yang Hao. Irving looked on in trepidation at the man over there, who was smiling softly. This man, despite being 40 years old, appeared as if he had defied the ravages of time. Typically, individuals of this age from the West or Africa begin to show signs of aging, resembling a near-elderly figure. Yet, look at this man. His skin is more youthful than that of many women in their 20s from the West. His hair is lustrous and jet black, and his hairline is enviably intact. His smile is both gentle and profound. Every aspect of him betrays no marks of time. Irving thought to himself that this man from the Dragon Kingdom was truly extraordinary. It must be him, undoubtedly that old fellow who is putting on a fade. He has been masquerading as a fool while concealing his prowess. His teammates were equally startled by this assertion. True, he appeared somewhat handsome and youthful. But surely he couldn't be a master, could he? Media pundits have often remarked upon his unremarkable talent, labeling him merely as a dribbling guard. If he were indeed formidable, why had he not demonstrated it over the years? Irving pondered this question and speculated. Perhaps we Americans are too ostentatious, viewing others through tinted lenses, while they from the Dragon Kingdom are excessively reserved. To validate this hypothesis, Irving gathered his teammates and proposed, "Gentlemen, once we take the court, let us devise a way to compel that old man to take a shot. At that point, we shall." The timeout concluded. Upon returning, both teams exhibited a change in demeanor. The Spicy Sauce team was brimming with high spirits and energy. In contrast, Irving's team wore stern expressions, their seriousness akin to facing a formidable adversary. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. The game commenced. Irving dribbled the ball across half court, with Yang Sun directly guarding him, positioning himself in front. Having experienced success in previous matchups, Yang Sun felt quite confident. However, this time, Irving had no intention of engaging him directly. "Come," Irving gestured, signaling his teammate, who was matched up with Yang Hao, to set a screen. A block was executed. Yang Sun was obstructed, forcing Yang Hao to provide defense against Irving. With a swift maneuver, Irving's teammate found an open position, compelling Yang Sun to follow suit. Irving successfully matched up with the one he had long desired to confront. "Yang Hao, old man, the previous few plays were your design, weren't they?" "You guess." Yang Hao responded in a rather indifferent manner. However, Irving astutely identified Yang Hao's primary concern, his son. "Old man, no matter how much you assist your son, it will be in vain. Without your passing, he is merely mediocre. Indeed, he may not measure up to you, but who can deny that I am his father?" Was this a veiled acknowledgement? Irving's pupils constricted, and he felt a surge of excitement. The individual before him was truly a master. When faced with a master, it would be a tremendous loss not to issue a challenge. Eager for a contest, Irving surprisingly adopted a courteous demeanor. "Esteemed elder, weren't we supposed to discuss my breakthrough? Is this a convenient time?" "Certainly." Yang Hao initially thought that this young man, Irving, was quite commendable and did not wish to undermine his confidence. However, since the young lad willingly sought out adversity, there was little that could be done. "I shall rise to the occasion." Irving was utterly focused, maintaining an unwavering vigilance towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao stood still, his knees unbending, and his arms scarcely apart. Yet, Irving could not shake the feeling that this old fellow before him was shrouded in mystery. Thud, thud, thud. Irving dribbled the ball repeatedly in place. Yang Hao remained unfazed. Irving, now agitated, thought to himself, "I must test your limits." With a sudden forward motion to his right, Irving made a decisive move. A sharp sound echoed as he struck the ball, but to his astonishment, the ball had vanished. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hao seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Irving had prepared thoroughly, yet he never anticipated that he would be so easily stripped of the ball. Upon turning, he caught sight of Yang Hao already in motion. "Don't run," Irving shouted as he took off in pursuit. Just as he began to accelerate, Yang Hao appeared to be within reach, prompting Irving to consider a physical maneuver. However, in an instant, Yang Hao accelerated with an uncanny speed, evading Irving's grasp. All Irving could do was stand there, bewildered, as he watched Yang Hao dart away. "How swift!" he exclaimed, conceding defeat in the chase. Nearby, Yang Sun, who had been preparing for a fast break, paused in admiration of Yang Hao's speed. Yet, at that very moment, something even more astonishing occurred. Yang Sun surged forward from the three-point line, his movements a blur. As he neared the arc of the center circle, he propelled himself skyward with remarkable force. The spectators were left in a state of confusion. What is he doing? Question marks danced in their minds. Suddenly, they witnessed Yang Hao leap as if he were a triple jumper, taking a massive stride forward. With a resounding thud, he bounded past the opponent's three-point line. Another leap carried him effortlessly over the free throw line and into the paint. In just 2 steps, he had traversed the distance from the center circle to beneath the basket. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Yang Hao gracefully soared into the air, as if springs were embedded in his feet. He ascended with ease, his head clearing the rim. And the basketball? He nonchalantly placed it into the hoop, as if discarding refuse into a bin. The ball made a gentle swish, its sound reverberating through the venue, amplified by the speakers beneath the rim. This sound acted as a spell, freezing everyone in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The outdoor court of Rock Stadium had transformed into an eerie library, enveloped in an unsettling silence. After several seconds, Rachel, still clutching her camera, broke the stillness. "Ah, Uncle, you're so cool. I knew you were the most handsome." The atmosphere suddenly came alive with excitement. "Oh, the astonishing display. Oh, the astonishing display. Oh, the astonishing display. A mid-court 3-step layup? Who dares to label him as a slacker? Is this truly not an illusion? Was it not an action executed by the great Wei Ya? Those recent goals by his son were all a result of his passes, were they not? Could it be that he orchestrated them all? Presently, not even a single player has successfully performed a 3-step layup beyond the arc, let alone this mid-court maneuver. Witnessing such a miracle firsthand, who could possibly remain unperturbed? Several spectators with fragile hearts were even seen clutching their chests, taking deep breaths to steady themselves. Yet, amidst their astonishment, they continued to exclaim, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" On the court, both teams stood in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, Yang Sen's gaze towards Old Deng was a mixture of emotions. Is this truly the same Old Deng whom I once regarded as a slacker? Kyrie appeared utterly stunned. Yang Hao leapt from the arc of the center circle, effortlessly gliding 2 steps to the basket. It is known that the basketball court measures 65 meters in length, with the center circle having a radius of 8 meters. By this calculation, Yang Hao nearly soared a staggering 16 meters in just 2 steps. Comparatively, the current world record for triple jump stands at merely 29 meters. A midcourt 3-step layup? You dare to call this mere talent? With a single play, Yang Hao astounded everyone present. As for Irving, witnessing Yang Hao ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. He was indeed playing the role of the underdog, and he felt compelled to engage in a serious contest with him. Chapter 15. Soaring over the towering figure of 2 meters with an astounding aerial dunk. Unbelievably terrifying. This individual is no ordinary player. He is akin to an ancient beast. Forcing Yang Hao to make a move was a premeditated strategy by Irving and his teammates. However, who could have anticipated that this pressure would unveil a monstrous talent? Yang Hao's mid-court 3-step layup left his teammates utterly shocked and awestruck. Those who have interacted with individuals from the Dragon Nation are well aware of their true nature, reserved, humble, and modest. The military prowess they display is merely a glimpse of what is already in service. The extent of their undisclosed capabilities remains a mystery. In that moment, Irving's teammates profoundly grasped the formidable nature of the Dragon Nation's representatives. Internally, they admonished themselves, never provoke a Dragon Nation individual. After all, who could tell if this seemingly ordinary player harbored extraordinary skills? Silence enveloped them. A seasoned player of 22 years, yet he turned out to be an exceptional master. Coming to this street court to dominate the competition. Who would find this palatable? While the others were burdened with contemplation, Irving was brimming with determination. He rallied his teammates, saying, "Fellows, Yang is a true master. Such an extraordinary talent may never cross our paths again in our lifetimes. Since this is the case, why not cherish this opportunity?" Irving's words sparked a shift in perspective, and his teammates quickly became invigorated. They held a sense of reverence for such a master. Yet, the thought of actually competing against him was something they could boast about for a lifetime. Absolutely, Kyrie is right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They echoed. We are still ahead by 33 points, and time is running out. We still have a chance to win this game. Brothers, let us give our all. Defeating this unparalleled master would be a tale to tell for eternity. Beep. The game resumed. With Yang Hao's sudden rise to prominence, the atmosphere among the spectators became electrifying. Come on, Uncle. Kyrie, don't let the old man defeat you. Voices supporting Yang Hao surged instantly. Such is the essence of competitive sports, supremacy belongs to the mighty. Excellence on the field commands universal reverence. On the court, Team Owen prepares to inbound from the baseline. With a commanding voice, Young Hao issued the order. Target locked. Everyone sprang into action with remarkable speed. Yang Sen no longer exhibited reluctance. Even the once lethargic veteran of the spicy sauce team suddenly brimmed with vitality. Pass me the ball. At this moment, Yang Hao was defending against Irving. In a bid to confront this seasoned player head-on, Irving strained to establish his position. However, in terms of sheer strength, he was wholly outmatched. Consequently, Irving signaled to his teammate for a behind-the-back pass. Observing Irving nudging Yang Hao slightly before pivoting to sprint towards the three-point line, the towering center of Irving's team, standing at 210 centimeters, lofted the ball high into the air. The pass was executed with remarkable height, aiming to arc over Yang Hao's head to reach Irving. It was a splendid play. Feeling that he and his teammates' passing strategy had outwitted the venerable Yang Hao, Irving couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, none could have anticipated that. Yang Hao swiftly pivoted, taking 2 quick steps backwards before launching himself into the air with remarkable agility. Amidst the astonished gasps from the crowd, he deftly intercepted the pass while soaring high above. What an astonishing leap! Kyrie Irving was right in front of him, even catching a glimpse of Yang Hao's pristine white shoe soles. The height of his jump was utterly astounding. While Kyrie marveled at this feat, he wasted no time in taking action. By the moment Yang Hao landed, Kyrie had already positioned himself in front, pressing closely against him, ready for an impenetrable defense. Senior, allow me to witness your breakthrough, won't you? The finest ingredients require only the simplest of preparations. The essence of a breakthrough is quite similar. What? Why are we talking about food? Chuckled the onlooker. Yang Hao smiled effortlessly. Subsequently, he dribbled forward in a remarkably unpretentious manner, as if he had not noticed Irving standing before him. Is that all? Irving was filled with confusion. At that moment, Yang Hao's speed began to gradually escalate, accelerating towards the paint. Irving found himself almost being carried along at the side. It was too swift, far too swift. I can't keep up. As Irving stumbled slightly, he saw that his teammate, a towering 210 centimeters center, had already positioned himself in front. I will not let you succeed. However, Irving could distinctly sense that Yang Hao regarded both him and the giant with utter indifference. The momentum towards the restricted area remained unabated. As they were on the verge of colliding with the big man, a thought struck Irving. What is he trying to accomplish? Suddenly, he perceived a lethal determination in Yang Hao's eyes, as if he was about to execute a breathtaking maneuver. A dunk over me? Impossible. I still have the 210 centimeters center backing me up. No way, absolutely no way. A dunk? Irving could hardly believe that Yang Hao could perform such a savage feat. Yet, Irving had overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated Yang Hao's prowess. Yang Hao charged into the penalty area without reducing his speed, positioning himself a stride away from the towering figure of 210. Yang Hao suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. It was as if he had been equipped with a launching device. In an instant, he soared into the air. Irving's slight frame was utterly incapable of hindering Yang Hao's ascent. Could this be possible? Under Irving's astonished gaze, Yang Hao soared into the air as if propelled by a rocket, soaring above the towering figure of 210, effortlessly disregarding him. With a swift maneuver, he delivered an unexpected greeting from beneath. Oh my goodness! The entire audience gasped in disbelief, clutching their heads in astonishment. Yang Hao effortlessly glided past the rim, and then he executed a breathtaking maneuver. Bang! Yang Hao executed a clean and decisive dunk. Wow! Gasps of astonishment erupted once more. Many raised their hands high, poised to celebrate Yang Hao's spectacular leap. However, before the exclamations could subside, Yang Hao hovered in the air for over a second, extending his hand to retrieve the ball that had just fallen into the hoop. He then swung his arm in a wide arc, executing a magnificent windmill dunk as he sent the ball crashing back into the net. Thud! The ball plunged forcefully into the basket. A double dunk. This is one of the most challenging dunk maneuvers in the realm of basketball. Achieving a double dunk is already an extraordinary feat, accomplished by only a handful of individuals across the globe. However, Yang Hao's athletic prowess has reached astonishing heights. He astonishingly lifted a player into the air, leapt over a towering figure of 210 centimeters, and executed a spectacular double dunk in one fluid motion. What sorcery is this? No one could have anticipated witnessing such divine acrobatics in a street basketball match. The rim above creaked ominously, trembling as if in disbelief. Beneath it, Irving stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Could this truly be possible? Is such a feat achievable by mere mortals? Yang Sen, having just crossed into the center circle, was left utterly speechless. Old Deng, have you been possessed by some supernatural force? This is not the man we know. Meanwhile, the crowd was enveloped in a low hum of disbelief, their minds swirling with confusion and astonishment. The arena fell into an eerie silence. A pin could be heard dropping. It was only when Yang Hao approached the sidelines, holding his hand to his ear as if it were a microphone, that an unprecedented roar erupted from the spectators. Ah, what a display! Is he a deity? Has he been sent by the heavens? I still do not know his name. Who is he? Young Rachel was also screaming, her heart racing with excitement, her hands trembling as she filmed the moment. When someone inquired about Yang Hao's name, she proudly shouted, Yang Hao. His name is Yang Hao, and he hails from the Dragon Kingdom. In a corner of the court, two beautiful, middle-aged women adorned in Lakers caps erupted in excitement. Wow, that was incredible. Yang is truly remarkable. A master. I told you he was a genius, didn't I? That was a double dunk over a giant. Yang is an unparalleled talent. I always said we should keep him, but you wouldn't listen. Alas, it's all my brother Jim's fault. Chapter 16, 9 minutes, 5 double-doubles. Irving was left in a daze. One breathtaking dunk had completely shifted the dynamics of the game. The morale of Irving's team plummeted. Even the most composed player, Irving, found himself flustered. Conversely, the spicy sauce team grew ever bolder, especially Yang Hao. He was like Iron Man donning his battle suit, seemingly endowed with divine assistance. His vertical leap reached an astonishing 130 centimeters, with a maximum jump height of 154 centimeters, and a reach of 430 centimeters, surpassing the rim itself. He hung in the air for an impressive 13 seconds. In a breathtaking display of athleticism, Yang Hao completed his sprint in just 33 seconds. From the very beginning, he merely showcased the fundamental techniques of basketball, leaving the audience in awe and speechless. The cheers of what echoed throughout the arena. Yet, Yang Hao merely smirked, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning. He then proceeded to demonstrate an array of advanced skills, executing a magnificent one-ball three-dunk sequence. Like a drone suspended in midair, while others could only watch in amazement from the ground, he finally descended. With a stunning 1,080-degree spinning windmill dunk, his powerful arms swung with both grace and might. He leapt from beyond the three-point line for a layup, showcasing an effortless three-pointer that left spectators in disbelief. The court transformed into a realm of limitless shooting range, with no angles left unscathed, each shot finding its mark flawlessly. Initiating a three-step dunk from three-quarters of the court, he effortlessly shattered the world record for the triple jump. The execution of these dazzling maneuvers made scoring seem as simple as plucking fruit from a tree. The brilliance of his skills left the fans in a state of exhilaration, while the defense appeared utterly bewildered. Yang Hao's impeccable defense has effectively rendered Irving immobile. The cloud hand snatched the ball. Irving was left bewildered by the elusive hand that intercepted him. The tank-like resilience. No matter how Irving attempted to penetrate, it was as though he collided with an impenetrable wall. Even when he passed the ball to the towering center, the center's charge against Yang Hao bore no impact. Akin to a mere fly. A fly swatter block. Yang Hao completely anticipated Irving's shot, delivering a powerful volleyball-style block. Each of his defensive maneuvers effectively rendered Irving scoreless. Since facing Yang Hao, Irving has not managed to score a single point. Beyond offense and defense, Yang Hao's organizational prowess has finally been recognized by everyone, showcasing his remarkable skills. The horizontal pullback dribble to evade defenders exemplifies an extraordinary burst of speed. Even Irving confessed he could barely discern the moment Yang Hao passed him. The dazzling butterfly step, with its mesmerizing under-the-leg dribble, not only left his opponent Irving spellbound but also captivated the spectators watching from the sidelines. The master of assists. Whenever a teammate from the spicy sauce team raises their hand, a basket seems inevitable. This mirrors the astonishing feat of Yang Sen's previous 7 goals, a phenomenon that has become widely acknowledged. Yang Sen's previous prowess stemmed from his father's extraordinary passing skills. 9 minutes. The lock arena was filled with 3,000 spectators, all fans fervently chanting, 9 minutes. Yang Hao is omnipresent on the basketball court. Even his leisurely stroll captivates the attention of the fans. 9 minutes. Yang Hao sensationally achieved a remarkable feat of 14 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds, 10 steals, and 10 blocks, an astonishing quintuple-double within a mere 9 minutes. Although the opponents comprised a promising rookie and some amateur players, accumulating such statistics in such a short span during a game is an endeavor as challenging as scaling the heavens. The audience was left utterly speechless, unable to articulate their astonishment at Yang Hao's extraordinary performance, with exclamations of sheer amazement being the only utterance left to them. On the court, As Yang Hao's teammate once again executed a successful shot, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling yet another timeout for Irving's team. Descending from the court, Irving appeared dazed. Slumping into his chair, his mind a blank canvas. His teammates, equally bewildered, found themselves in a state of disbelief. Previously, they had confidently asserted that with a 35-point lead and little time remaining, they could still contend against the formidable opponent. Yet, a mere 9 minutes later, the score had transformed to 89-88, the once insurmountable 35-point gap reduced to a mere single point. The stark realization of their vast disparity in skill before such an elite player was both shocking and disheartening. The entire team, including Irving, found their confidence shattered. Why did I ever step into this quagmire? Meanwhile, on the opposing side, the players of the Spicy Sauce team were buoyed by soaring morale. Had the opposing team not called a timeout, they would have eagerly continued battling. Even the injured veteran of the team stood up to personally congratulate each of his teammates. Well done, fellas. You played magnificently. Remarkable efforts today. Yang, you're exceptional, just a hair below your father. The veteran lavished praise on his players. Having gone from being incapacitated on a stretcher mere moments ago to displaying no signs of injury now, he even conferred with a teammate. Buddy, if you're feeling fatigued, I'll take over. When the teammate hesitated, the veteran asserted his authority, leaving the teammate with no choice but to acquiesce. In stark contrast, the Spicy Sauce team's fourth brother had taken to clinging to Yang Hao's leg, shamelessly offering him a towel, water, and even fanning him. Yang, here's a clean towel. Would you prefer Gatorade or Coca-Cola? Do you need me to fan you? He exclaimed. You're truly incredible. Can I apprentice under you? If not, might you let me participate in a game? I yearn to experience that kind of scoring. If I can't, I fear I shall depart this world without peace. Enjoy the filial piety of this young man with peace of mind. By the way, my shoulder feels a bit sore. Could you give my thigh a good knead as well? Your technique is rather crude. You should consider enrolling in a massage class to refine your skills. Yes. I will certainly do that next time. This young man, having pleased Yang Hao, promptly replaced the one who had just taken the stage, asserting his position as Yang Hao's most esteemed disciple. Upon witnessing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile. This fourth disciple, originally known for his playful antics, has undergone a remarkable transformation. Yang Hao could only sigh, marveling at how these American beauties could so easily change their attitudes. However, the thought of having subdued those stubborn critics brought him a sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on his past self, despite being disciplined, diligent, and having garnered 10 championships, he had never received the recognition he deserved. The more courteous he was to those foreign individuals, the more they took advantage, looking down upon him. To hell with them. Now, with the arrival of the system, he merely needed to showcase a modicum of his prowess, and these individuals came crawling back. Oh my goodness, what a revelation. Master Yang, accept me as your disciple. Yang, you are my deity. Yang, I offer you my allegiance. These individuals, once arrogant, now found themselves humbled. Not just in words, but physically bowing before him. This is the essence of a man who has truly lived again. He had resolved to start anew. To live life to the fullest. He would subdue all those foreign critics who had looked down upon him. I come, I see, I conquer. Chapter 17. The Irving team's grand assault. Yang Hao miraculously overcomes 5 opponents. Beep. The referee's whistle urged everyone to act. The 5 members of Irving's team huddled together. Guys, there are only 40 seconds left. If we can score just 1 goal, we will have a chance to defeat that monster. Of course, if we don't score, it's all right. We can still, since we've fought to the last moment. Why not unleash all our strength? Come on, everyone, put your hands in. All hands joined together. 3, 2, 1. Victory. Irving, along with his 4 teammates, returned to the court, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, Yang Hao remained calm. Beside him, Yang Sen wore a troubled expression. Having learned of his father's secrecy and realizing he had just been manipulated by Old Deng, Yang Sen's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. In contrast, the trio following Yang Hao, Spicy Sauce, Spicy Sauce's 4th brother, and Spicy Sauce's 3rd brother, walked with an air of superiority, nearly looking down their noses at others. The spectators were aware that this was likely the final moment of the match. Many had become fans of Yang Hao and began cheering for him. Uncle Yang, go for it. Defeat Kyrie and show him the true value of a 10-time NBA champion. Kyrie, you're pathetic. You can't even beat a man in his 40s. Huh. The cacophony of voices erupted around them. Yang Hao observed it quite evidently. Yang Sen lacks confidence and is overly concerned with external evaluations. In contrast, Irving possesses an innate composure, seemingly born for grand stages. With just 40 seconds remaining in the match and 2 offensive opportunities left, Irving and his team are ahead by a single point. What would Irving do in this situation? Should we grant our foolish son a chance for a critical shot? What if that young man squanders it, and we end up losing? As Yang Hao contemplated various matters within his mind, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. The Irving team initiated the play. Irving dribbled the ball from the backcourt to the frontcourt, simultaneously directing his teammates. To Irving's surprise, rather than confronting him directly, Yang Hao sent Yangsen to engage instead. Go on, young lad, conclude today's battle. Yangsen felt somewhat perplexed, yet as he recalled his humiliating day, a surge of anger welled up within him. Very well. Yang's son charged towards Irving. Irving, initially seeking cover, ultimately decided against it this time. The 2 highly acclaimed rookie sensations once again showcased their prowess before the audience. Irving's speed was remarkable, his skills refined, exhibiting his elusive basketball artistry. Yangsen, a master of the academic school, possesses a technique that is conventional yet effective, with his height and long arms being his distinct advantages. After spending an entire day competing against Irving, Yangsen realized that he could not accurately discern Irving's choices between breakthrough and shot. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. As Irving made his advance to the right front, Yangsen abruptly lowered his center of gravity, his left hand darting out in a sudden lunge to steal the ball. An inch longer, an inch mightier. And indeed, Yangsen truly placed a bet this time. With a swift motion, he knocked the ball away from Irving. However, Irving, exhibiting remarkable speed, swiftly pivoted and reclaimed the basketball. With little time remaining and under Yangsen's relentless pressure, Irving hurriedly took a shot near the center circle, which resulted in a complete airball. Wow, what a splendid display. This is exceptional defense. Well done, Xiaowang. The praises from the crowd filled Yangsen with immense satisfaction. In contrast, Yang Hao gave him a playful pat on the backside, remarking, not bad, you've achieved 1% of my prowess now. Yang's son let out a dismissive grunt, his expression turning serious as he feigned indifference, striding purposefully toward the front court. Meanwhile, in the back court, Yang Hao shook his head, expressing his discontent. Not charming at all. He advanced towards the front court. Spicy Sauce had dribbled the ball over and personally handed it to Yang Hao. At this moment, only 10 seconds remained on the clock. This was the final offensive opportunity. Spicy Sauce and his 4th brother positioned themselves at the arc of the 3-point line, both eager to execute a pick-and-roll with Yang Hao, hoping for yet another spectacular artistic shot. Let me do it. No, let me. They began to jostle for the ball. Meanwhile, the Irving team was unconcerned with their internal squabbles, launching a 5-man siege. Only 9 seconds were left in the game. The score stood at 89-88, with the Irving team holding a slender 1-point lead. If they could contain the veteran and secure this possession, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Irving team. Come on. Block him at all costs. The 5 members of the Irving team charged towards Yang Hao from all directions. The angles for passing, the routes for breaking through, and the shooting lanes were meticulously guarded, leaving no room for error. However, what Irving failed to anticipate was, Yang Hao unexpectedly initiated it at this moment. Was this aimed at the 5 of us? Owen was taken aback. Meanwhile, the fans present widened their eyes in astonishment. Then, before the gaze of the multitude, Yang's son executed his mesmerizing butterfly step with remarkable finesse. Bang, 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 bang. The basketball danced in a phantom-like manner within Yang Hao's grasp. Yang Hao nimbly weaved through the gaps between opponents. Even with 5 players and 10 hands reaching out, Owen's team couldn't even graze the ball. Yang Hao has already advanced to the paint zone. However, everyone has noticed that Yang Hao suddenly came to a halt. The 5 players surrounding him, including Irving, quickly gathered closer. To their surprise, Yang Hao pointed towards a spot at a 45-degree angle beyond the 3-point line, indicating where the ball lay. Go, engage with it, he urged. Irving noticed the ball had found its way into Yang-sen's hands and swiftly moved to close in on him. With just 6 seconds remaining, the scene transformed into an exhilarating showdown between 2 highly anticipated rookies. The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting for action. Come on, Yang-san, do not let your father down. Make that shot, ensure it goes in. Yang-sen gazed at the ball in his hand, feeling a stirring within his heart. How could he not understand that his elderly father had truly meant well? Yang-sen fervently kissed the basketball, and then he began to take action. Bang, bang, bang. Yang-sen executed a humble yet elegant fadeaway jumper, his shoulders swaying with grace, regardless of whether he deceived Irving. He confidently launched a spinning jump shot from the top of the arc, ultimately Irving, at a disadvantage in height, could not touch the ball. Let it in. With an insatiable thirst for victory, Yang sent the basketball soaring, tracing a vibrant orange arc through the air. The trajectory was commendable, the angle admirable. Yet he failed to master the force applied. His strength fell short, just a tad. Alas, this resulted in a glaring miss from beyond the arc. The ball struck the inner rim, ricocheting swiftly and soaring high out of bounds. As Yang Sun felt a sharp pain in his knee, he collapsed to the ground in agony, covering his eyes in frustration, tears streaming down his face. The spectators had initially harbored immense expectations, only to be met with disillusionment. Many shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting that it would have been better if Old Deng had taken the court himself. This match had been squandered. Along with Yang's earnest efforts, it seemed futile, like trying to lift mud against a wall. Meanwhile, the players from Irving's team erupted in jubilant celebration, ready to revel in their triumph. Hooray! We won. We truly defeated that monster. Irving felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to catch a glimpse of the old sorcerer, curious about his expression at this moment. After all, the old sorcerer's son had once again let him down, and surely he must be feeling quite disheartened. However, just as Irving pivoted to locate Yang Hao, a gust of wind swept past him, and a gray figure leapt from the baseline. "Come on, uncle." A girl's clear voice rang out in encouragement. Irving's eyes widened as he glanced at the timer. Only 2 seconds remained. In other games, 2 seconds might seem trivial, passing in the blink of an eye. Yet, in basketball, even 2 seconds could alter the outcome. Irving felt a sudden pang of anxiety as he observed the gray figure. A sense of urgency coursed through him. This was dire. Chapter 18. The aerial waltz after the rebound. A buzzer beater that defies convention. "Come on, uncle." Rachel, the young girl at midcourt, shouted. Many spectators turned their attention to the baseline, where the gray figure swiftly soared, racing toward the basketball that was about to go out of bounds. It was that old man. He had not given up yet. Though time was fleeting, only 2 seconds remained. It seemed futile, even if he managed to retrieve it. What could be done? Alas, it was a pity for Old Deng's extraordinary performance this game. The old fellow had done enough. There was no need to exert himself so desperately. The ball was already too far away. Not even a miracle could bring it back. As the crowd murmured reassurances to Yang Hao, he had just taken flight, bellowing at the obstructive fans outside the court. "Get down." Yang Hao's ferocious expression and menacing roar resonated like the fierce growl of a lion, causing several rows of spectators to cower to the ground in fright. Amidst the throng of fans, a path was forcefully carved out, reminiscent of an aerial route. Then, everyone beheld the scene unfold before them. Yang Hao, akin to a master of martial arts, glided through the air with grace, effortlessly traversing the skies. Oh, what astounding leaps! Regrettably, the ball remained elusive. If only the decisive shot had been taken by the venerable Deng himself. As the basketball descended, it seemed destined to plummet into the crowd of spectators below. The audience collectively resigned themselves to the belief that the ball was beyond rescue. Yet, at that very moment, a miraculous event unfolded. The previously airborne Yang Hao, with a sudden twist of his body, summoned a second surge of energy, transforming his aerial stroll into a magnificent leap akin to a leaping carp. Just as the basketball was a mere 30 centimeters from the ground, hovering perilously close to the eager fans, Yang Hao has just perfectly seized the basketball. Oh my goodness! Is this really possible? Yang Hao's unparalleled save left the audience in awe. However, at that moment, Irving's anxious heart began to ease. With less than a second remaining on the clock, Yang Hao remained in a prone position. Under such circumstances, not only was making a basket nearly impossible, but even salvaging the ball seemed a daunting task. Even if he managed to grasp the ball, it would be futile. Not even divine intervention could alter the outcome. The ultimate victory in this match belonged to him, although he had failed to score against Old Deng's defense. The mere fact of triumphing in the game brought immense satisfaction to Irving. Clenching his fist in determination, he prepared to raise it in celebration. What kind of celebration should I perform? Old-S bow and arrow, perhaps? Or, just as Irving pondered his celebratory gesture, Yang Hao, suspended in midair, took action. Without turning his head, he deftly caught the ball with one hand, swiftly reversing it and cradling it upwards. With a powerful flick of his forearm, his fingertips grazed the basketball as delicately as one might caress a lady's face, bidding farewell with his ring finger. The ball soared high, spinning fiercely. Meanwhile, Yang Hao, using his left hand to support himself against a fellow wearing an Irving jersey, executed a forward roll to dissipate the force, landing gracefully behind the last row of fans. This landing sequence was nothing short of spectacular, reminiscent of cinematic stunts. leaving the surrounding spectators utterly speechless. Wow, that was incredibly cool. Yang, you are simply amazing. Cooler than Bruce Lee. Yang, you must be a martial arts master. Would you teach me? Yang Hao was suddenly surrounded by enthusiastic fans. Regardless of whether the ball would go in or not, at that moment, he had become the darling of the crowd. Meanwhile, the Irving fan, who had just been jostled, rubbed his shoulder in irritation. Witnessing Yang Hao being adored by so many admirers only fueled his jealousy. With a sharp sound, the final buzzer echoed, signaling the end of the game. At this point, the previously subdued Xiao Haizi became audacious, pointing at Yang Hao and exclaiming loudly, "Humph! No matter how handsome. It's meaningless. Victory belongs to my idol, Kyrie Irving." However, at that very moment, behind Xiao Haizi, the basketball swished through the net with a crisp sound, reverberating throughout the arena via the loudspeakers. Instantly, the lively atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Originally, many Irving supporters were poised to celebrate his anticipated victory, while those who admired Yang Hao were ready to applaud his graceful save. The majority of the audience had shifted their focus toward Irving, believing the triumph was assured. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the basketball miraculously went in. Once again, it defied all logic and entered the hoop. The fans who had been ready to cheer for Irving were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Those who had just been applauding Yang Hao's elegant maneuver were left in bewilderment. Rachel, the young girl who had been fixated on Yang Hao, covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide, tears spilling from their corners. On the court, Yang Sen gazed up at the hoop, lost in thought with red-rimmed eyes. As for Irving, his celebratory fist pump froze mid-air in disbelief. He stared at Yang Hao, who was surrounded, his eyes filled with incredulity. How could this be possible? This was a shot from beyond the baseline, gliding 3 to 4 meters, with a sprawling body, an unseen hoop, and a one-handed behind-the-head throw. Such feats were often unattainable for most. Yet, this seasoned player had accomplished it. Irving stood there, stunned, gazing at Yang Hao. The Irving fan was equally dumbstruck, as were all the spectators in attendance. At that moment, everyone seemed paralyzed, forgetting how to express their feelings. Just then, the basketball, spinning fiercely, hit the ground beneath the hoop and bounced back out of bounds. Bang! Ouch! The young man clad in an Irving jersey winced as the ball struck him painfully. And as for the basketball, it gracefully leapt into the air, eventually coming to rest in the palm of a large hand. Could it be Yang Hao? The basketball appeared to be his pet, effortlessly passing back and forth. His ball-handling skills were nothing short of transcendent, akin to that of a magician orchestrating a grand performance. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Yang Hao, their pupils dilating in sheer awe. Gazing at him was akin to beholding a deity. An overwhelming sense of reverence enveloping the crowd. At that moment, Yang Hao toyed with the basketball and approached the court, placing the ball into the hands of his son. Yang Senator with perseverance, anything is achievable. As Yang's son nodded slightly, Yang Hao addressed the captivated spectators, urging them, "What are you all staring at? Let's hear some applause." Instantly, the crowd was awakened, and the atmosphere at Rock Stadium erupted in fervor. Cheers and exclamations filled the air. "Oh my goodness! That was a game winner, an absolute game winner. This is the most incredible shot I have ever witnessed. Is this a divine presence gracing Rock Stadium? How extraordinary! Mother, come see the deity. How could this even go in? This defies human capability. Yang, you are my God. We worship you. Let us all join in reverence for this great one." The cacophony of cheers, applause, and screams transformed Rock Stadium into a carnival of joy, bursting with exuberance. Chapter 19. Son, Kyrie, the future belongs to you. 89-90. The Spicy Sauce team clinches a 1-point victory over the Irving team. Yang Hao's magnificent game-winning shot crowned this extraordinary comeback match with the most exquisite flourish. Everyone was swept up in a frenzy, shouting and singing with unrestrained joy. The players of the Spicy Sauce team, led by the streetball Emperor Spicy Sauce himself, rushed towards Yang Hao in a jubilant dash. "Boss, you are truly amazing," they exclaimed. Soon after, the entire crowd of fans surged forward in wild excitement. The players of Yang Hao's Spicy Sauce team were encircled by frenzied fans. And what of Irving and his companions? As the vanquished, they could only stand aside. Subjected to the jeers of the spectators, reduced to mere onlookers, Yang Hao, Yang Hao, Yang Hao. Yang Hao was enthusiastically lifted by fervent fans and tossed into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, even the proud Irving could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow was astonishingly formidable, hardly resembling a man in his 40s. What folly led us to challenge him? With a carefree smile, Irving found solace in the moment. His companions, no longer suppressing their emotions, began to beam with joy. Just moments ago, I genuinely believed victory was within our grasp. We were so close. This behemoth is beyond human. To us, he represents a dimensional assault. His aerial maneuvers appeared as if he were suspended by wires. I would gladly call him a deity. Indeed, such wires do exist on the large vehicles outside the court. These were brought in by Irving's team to assist with filming challenging stunts. Yet, it turned out that he required neither wires nor cables, effortlessly executing astonishing feats. What could Irving possibly say? All he could muster was respect. You might wonder why someone so powerful would choose to conceal his abilities. Isn't this characteristic of the people from the Dragon Kingdom? In their cinema, many of the humble custodians are the true champions. They shun ostentation. But why, this time, did he reveal himself? For his son, of course. This devoted father, Yang, truly exemplifies responsibility. I envy that young man, Yang's son. How fortunate he is to have such a father. Irving's teammates expressed their admiration, all somewhat envious of Yang Sr. In the beautiful land, there are far too many single mothers. Many are born without ever having met their fathers, let alone having one to grow up with, to play ball with, or to accompany them to professional arenas. Irving too felt a pang of envy towards Yang Senator. If only my father were like that. At that moment, a broad hand landed on Irving's shoulder. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was Yang Hao. Instinctively, Irving uttered the thought that had crossed his mind. Dad? Yang Hao stood in stunned silence, as did the members of the spicy sauce team behind him. The legitimate son, Yang Sen, glared with such intensity that had his gaze the power to kill, Irving would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Just as Yang Sun's murderous glare threatened to extinguish him, Irving regained his composure. Wait a moment. What is it you need from me? Kyrie, let us shake hands. The venerable elder, Yang Hao, grasped Irving's hand and encouragingly patted his shoulder. Today's match was quite impressive. You nearly bested me. That was a clever imitation of Michael Jordan's trash talk. You almost defended against me. Irving chuckled awkwardly in response. Unfortunately, I ended up scoring nothing against you. No matter. Once you reach the NBA, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yes, just you wait. I will make it to the NBA, and you will be my ultimate target. It is indeed a delightful feeling to have someone to aspire to, especially when that individual is destined to become a future superstar. Yang Hao smiled gently, subsequently beckoning his son over. Under Yang Hao's encouragement, the reluctant hands of Irving and Yang's son clasped together. Enemies. The animosity between them ignited fiercely as they faced each other. The duel that had begun on the court extended into this moment. Just as their knuckles began to whiten, a pair of large hands landed firmly on their shoulders. You two are both recognized as prodigies by me. I have grown old, and the future belongs to you. With a beaming smile from Yang Hao, under the gaze of various cameras, the two young men could only feign camaraderie. An embrace followed, punctuated by a few fierce words. See you in the NBA? See you in the NBA? After their embrace, players from both the Irving team and the Spicy Sauce team gathered around. They exchanged warm embraces, acknowledging that one does not truly know another until they have clashed. In that moment, a bond of friendship formed between the youth and the middle-aged. The rock court witnessed an unusually amicable conclusion. The atmosphere was vibrant, and spirits soared high. In a corner of the court, Jeannie Buss and Bonnie were initially intent on having a conversation with Yang Hao. However, they instead observed him exiting the basketball park, accompanied by a newly acquainted young beauty. Middle-aged beauty Bonnie Gil-Raflin felt an inexplicable pang of sadness, as if she had been cast aside by Yang Hao. His charm remained undiminished over the years. With a hint of envy, she remarked, "Should we pursue them now?" Jeannie shook her head. "No, the timing is too sensitive. Let's find another occasion. He belongs to the New York Knicks. Do we truly have a chance? Do not worry. Yang's current owner is that fool Dolan. We still have room to maneuver." However, if today's match were to be exposed, everyone would recognize Yang as an unparalleled talent. It would be impossible to conceal. Rest assured, I have acquired all the footage from the event. If Irving's team is wise, they will also keep it under wraps. As long as this match remains undisclosed, there is still great potential for us. Come, let us return. At this moment, Jeannie Buss was notably anxious. Why? Was it not because of those Lakers scouts? Back in the early 21st century, during the team's 3 consecutive championships, experts had assessed Yang Hao's talent as mediocre, relegating him to the role of a ball handler. Last summer, following another championship run, the scouts had labeled Yang as past his prime. A washed-up has-been. Is he truly a has-been? He is, in fact, an extraordinary gem. Those so-called expert scouts must be blind. At this moment, Jeannie Buss yearned to return to Los Angeles with great urgency. She had to convey her thoughts to her father and dismiss all those misguided expert scouts. She was determined to exert every effort to overshadow her brother. He must inherit the Los Angeles Lakers from their father. Subsequently, she would stop at nothing to bring Young Hao back to the Lakers, at any cost. Even if it meant sacrificing the team's superstar, Kobe Bryant. Young, no matter what, I will bring you back to the Lakers. Chapter 20, Training Mode Activated. Outside shooting practice. Below an apartment building in New York, Rachel said, "Thank you for the coffee. See you next time, handsome uncle," holding a gray signed jersey. Rachel waved sweetly at Young Hao as they bid farewell. Young Hao settled into the car, a smile still gracing his face. After all, he felt buoyant with the spring breeze, as if an old tree had sprouted new buds. His spirits were undoubtedly high. Bill, homeward bound. At this moment, Bill Duffy was still brimming with excitement. He had just shared the vehicle with the young Rachel, and he had restrained himself from inquiring further. Now, however, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "Boss, how did you suddenly become so formidable? Is it true, as they say, that you are akin to the reclusive monk from martial arts tales? If you had revealed your prowess earlier, we could have easily trampled those little black fellows beneath our feet and thoroughly vanquished them. I dare say you are 1,000 times more impressive than Michael Jordan. Leave it to me. I shall orchestrate your rise to become the greatest of all time. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly amass great wealth in the process." Bill Duffy continued to ramble on, envisioning a splendid future. After casually responding to a few remarks, Young Hao abruptly halted the conversation. "Listen, my friend. Let us set everything else aside for now. I must return home immediately. I need to be back within 10 minutes. Understood, boss." The vehicle roared to life, heading home. With his eyes closed, Young Hao perceived a notification echoing within his mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing an exhilarating match. During the competition, you triumphed over amateur players, regaining your confidence and resolved to challenge a higher-tier dance group. Task accomplished with an S completion rating. Congratulations on receiving rewards. An increase of 2 points in your ability on the data panel. Training mode unlocked. Click to view the data panel. Young Hao swiftly discerned the alterations in his abilities. Name, Young Hao. Age, 18 years. Bone age, 18 years. Height, 194 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Wingspan, 210 centimeters. Hip circumference, 99 centimeters. Static talent, 92. Dynamic talent, 82, 92. Jumping, 79, 92. Strength, 85, 92. Agility, 84, 92. Speed, 86, 92. Flexibility, 82, 92. Overall capability, 84, 92. Offense, 82, 92. Defense, 86, 92. Fundamentals, 84, 92. Regardless of whether measured by actual ability or potential, all metrics have risen by 2 points. An 80 rating signifies the caliber of a starting guard, while an 85 rating denotes the prowess of a star guard. Currently, his comprehensive strength stands at 84, sufficiently qualifying him as a starting guard for a team, and he is on the cusp of being regarded as a star guard. However, Young Hao's ambitions extend far beyond merely being a starting guard or a star player. He has already attained the status of a prominent guard. During the Los Angeles Lakers' triumphant three-peat, he even earned a spot in the All-Star game. However, being a star guard is not his ultimate aspiration. His true aim is to dominate the basketball realm, the GOAT. He aspires to become the most legendary figure in the annals of basketball history, the basketball deity. Nevertheless, he is well aware that he still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching the levels of a superstar or a supernova in the sport. The path to becoming the basketball god, the GOAT, remains a distant dream. Currently, his focus lies in swiftly unearthing the potential of his dynamic talents and skill capabilities. He aims to elevate all his ability scores to a commendable 92 points. Achieving this would grant him entry into the ranks of the league's elite. How can he enhance his abilities? Suhao has pinned his hopes on the newly introduced training mode offered by the system. Upon activating the training mode, the system presented an elaborate explanation. Congratulations on unlocking the training mode, which can assist the host in enhancing their ability values. Static talents require the completion of special tasks for improvement. The potential of dynamic talents is contingent upon static talents. The potential value of skill abilities relies on dynamic talents. The actual ability value is determined by the potential value. Enhancements in skill ability values can be achieved through tasks and training. Tasks provide the host with temporary invincible skills, But to solidify these invincible skills, training is paramount. The enhancement of dynamic talent ability values can only be realized through training to tap into one's potential. Hard work begets reward. As long as the host continuously trains and explores their potential, they will grow stronger. Engaging in training mode will yield remarkable training results. Having confidently perused the entire introduction, Yang Hao felt a surge of excitement. His previous self, with modest talents, could only train to a limited extent. However, the current him is transformed. Hard work indeed bears fruit. Now, through diligent training, he can genuinely enhance himself and unlock his potential. This tangible improvement in capabilities serves as a tremendous motivation for training. At this moment, Yang Hao could hardly contain his eagerness to commence training. On his way home, he persistently urged Bill Duffy, "We mustn't delay in becoming stronger. I can hardly bear it. Let us hurry home. I want to train right now." Finally, after 30 minutes, the vehicle entered a beautiful villa in an affluent neighborhood. Before the car had come to a complete stop, Yang Hao hastily flung open the door. At that moment, Bill Duffy, the elderly butler, suddenly realized someone was missing. "Sir, have we forgotten the young master?" "Huh? You didn't get in the car?" It was only at this moment that Yang Hao recalled the existence of his beloved son. This predicament was solely the consequence of his rejuvenated physique. Previously, he had been preoccupied with savoring coffee at Rachel's residence. Subsequently, his thoughts were consumed by the desire to return home swiftly to train and enhance his strength. Consequently, he entirely forgot about his foolish son. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He was already 20 years old and would undoubtedly find his way home. Bang! The car door slammed shut. The young master is quite pitiful. Now that the boss has found a new affection, he is bound to be forgotten. As Bill Duffy mourned for the young master, the car door unexpectedly swung open. "Bill, go purchase a car and present it to that lad in a few days." "Huh? Certainly. If the young master were to learn of your concern for him, he would surely be touched. Heh, if that lad refrains from berating me a few times, I would consider it a blessing." Yang Hao said nothing further, slamming the car door shut with an impatient thud as he hurriedly made his way to the basketball court. He eagerly commenced his training, eager to assess the efficacy of this training regimen. On the basketball court, Yang Hao activated the training mode. Ding! The training mode has commenced. Please select a training item. The training options include 1. Dribbling, 2. Passing, 3. Scoring in the paint, 4. Scoring from the perimeter, 5. Creating space, 6. Rebounding, 7. Individual defense, 8. Mindset and experience for playing on the court. Truly, the youth resurgence system has arranged for fundamental training. However, Yang Hao is no novice on the basketball court. He merely needs to train according to his own aspirations. Yang Hao is inherently a 3D player, excelling in perimeter scoring and personal defense. To distinguish himself and become the center of attention, it is imperative for him to possess a remarkable skill. Defense, when compared to offense, often goes unnoticed. Thus, Yang Hao has decided to enhance his perimeter shooting. The training program I have selected focuses on this very aspect. The preparations for the perimeter shooting regimen are underway, and I am crafting the most suitable training plan for you. The perimeter shooting program is now complete. Shall we commence training? View the training manual? Let us examine the training manual. Soon, a training manual materializes in my mind. The table of contents clearly delineates several stages. 1. Beginner stage 2. Intermediate stage 3. Advanced stage 4. Ultimate stage. Opening the manual reveals its contents. The preface outlines the ultimate growth results for each phase. Beginner stage. The host's three-point shooting range reaches half-court. When unopposed, the three-point shooting percentage is 60. With a 45 success rate from midcourt, under defensive pressure, the three-point shooting percentage is 40, with a 25 success rate from midcourt. Intermediate stage. Ultimate stage, guaranteed three-pointers from anywhere on the court, with no blind spots. Upon reading this, Yang Hao's heart swells with excitement. To maintain a minimum shooting percentage of 40 under defensive pressure is indeed remarkable. Even renowned shooters like Ray Allen cannot achieve such a feat. An astounding 60 success rate when unopposed, compounded by a mid-court shooting percentage of 45, which is nearly a miraculous 1 in 2 success rate from beyond the arc. If Yang Hao were to perform in the competition, it would undoubtedly astonish countless spectators. Truly remarkable, simply extraordinary. At this moment, Yang Hao was truly exhilarated. He did not bother to peruse the formal training guidelines and content. Instead, he eagerly initiated the training. He could hardly contain his excitement to commence the official practice. Chapter 21. The Perfect Shooting Technique. Ding. The official training has begun. Hello, new student. I am Coach AI. From now on, I will guide you in mastering the fundamentals of basketball. The system took the form of a basketball coach named AI. Her voice melodious and reminiscent of the renowned actress Scarlett Johansson in the real world. Yang Hao listened attentively, recalling the training camps he had attended in his youth, where he had learned similar skills. He was eager to observe the distinctions brought about by the system's training. Today, our focus would be on perimeter shooting. Successful perimeter shots commence with a flawless shooting technique. To become a consistent shooter, one's shooting posture and motion must remain unwavering. This posture should evolve into a habit, cultivated through rigorous daily training to establish muscle memory. I have often encountered a fitting analogy. Developing a consistent shooting technique is akin to maintaining an automobile. If you wish for your vehicle to function properly, regular maintenance is imperative. The same principle applies to shooting. To excel as a shooter, one must diligently practice each shooting stance. In this lesson, I will elucidate the correct shooting posture and enumerate practical shooting methods to rectify any erroneous positions in your shooting motion. We shall execute the perfect shooting action in 6 steps. The first step is the preparatory movement. Bend your knees, position your feet shoulder-width apart, and evenly distribute your weight across both feet. Your arms should form an L shape with elbows folded outward. There should be a crease in your wrist, and your palm should face the shooting hand. The shooting foot should be positioned at the back. When receiving the ball, ensure that your toes are pointed directly forward, with the shooting foot slightly ahead of the pivot foot. The second step involves the position of the hands on the ball. The palm must not make contact with the ball. The index finger of the shooting hand should be placed at the center of the basketball, with fingers spread as widely as possible. The thumb should form a T shape. The third step requires your gaze to be fixed on the hoop. Your eyes should consistently focus on the rim rather than the ball, allowing for a broad shooting perspective. Coach AI meticulously detailed each aspect of the shooting motion. Yang Hao began to refine his shooting technique following this method. Remarkably, it felt as though a coach truly existed. Whenever Yang Hao's shooting form faltered, an inexplicable force gently guided him towards the necessary adjustments. Yang Hao seemed to find himself immersed in a youth basketball training camp, truly encountering coaches who imparted their wisdom through both instruction and example. It was quite delightful indeed. Yang Hao exhibited no signs of impatience, rather, he immersed himself in the learning experience with great enthusiasm. In his younger days, he had encountered similar coaches but often perceived them as lacking professionalism. Of course, back then, his youthful exuberance rendered him less focused and patient. However, the present is markedly different. He has matured into a man in his 40s, possessing an unsettling level of composure. Understanding that mastering these skills would enhance his abilities, he displayed remarkable patience. Coach AI continued her elucidation. Step 4. Body control. Throughout the shooting motion, your feet, shoulders, and hips must remain aligned towards the basket from the initiation to the conclusion of the shot. Shooting is a fluid action, with the elbows and knees opening simultaneously. Both the jump and landing should occur in the same spot, or the landing may be slightly forward. Step 5. Elevate the ball. Your elbows should be directly beneath the basketball, with the wrist exhibiting a natural bend. Upon release, your shooting elbow should be at eye level. Step 6. Follow through. Your elbow should be fully extended. Upon release, the fingers of your shooting hand should point towards the ground, while the fingers of your non-shooting hand should reach towards the sky, with the palm facing the shooting hand. With the 6 steps thoroughly explained, they were ready to commence practical training for outside shooting, which entails even more intricate details. Coach AI would provide further instruction as Yang Hao practiced his shots. Alright, we now officially begin shooting practice. Follow the 6 steps I just taught you, matching my rhythm. The first step is the preparatory stance. You should be prepared to receive the ball before it arrives. When preparing to catch, bend your knees, keep your feet shoulder-width apart, and position your weight between your feet. Your arms should form an L shape, with elbows bent outward, palms facing away, and fingers directed upward. If you shoot with your right hand, your right foot should be positioned behind your left foot. Conversely, if you are a left-handed player, your left foot should be behind your right. As you catch the ball, step forward with the back foot while keeping the front foot stationary, ensuring both feet are nearly parallel. The shooting foot, right foot for right-handed shooters, left foot for left-handed shooters, should be positioned slightly ahead of the non-shooting foot. To expedite your shooting time and preparation, catch the ball at a height above your shoulder on the shooting side. This preparatory stance will enhance your release speed, as your body will already be primed for the shot. As night enveloped the surroundings, the clock struck 9 in the evening at the villa's basketball court. Yang Hao remained diligently focused on his training in class. Each step was executed with meticulous precision. At the entrance of the villa, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Yang Sun was panting, leaning on his knees, overwhelmed with frustration and anger. Why, you may ask? It was simply due to his misfortune that day. During the NBA training camp that commenced in the morning, he had been performing adequately, adhering to the norms, only to find himself the target of ridicule in the afternoon due to the publicity of Old Deng and his son. He was thoroughly humiliated by Irving, becoming the laughingstock of the camp. When evening came, he had no desire to participate in the match at Rock Court. Yet Old Deng insisted on dragging him onto the court. Once there, he was subjected to yet another round of torment by Irving, which further exacerbated Yang Sin's discontent. To make matters worse, he unexpectedly scored 7 astonishing baskets, initially believing it to be a testament to his own skill. Ultimately, however, he discovered that it was all due to Old Deng, the hidden master behind the scenes, who had stolen his thunder and relegated Yang Sun to the role of a mere supporting character. Well, given the circumstances, it was Old Deng after all. He had helped Yang Sun exact revenge on Irving, and Yang Sun was prepared to forgive him, considering giving him a chance to teach his son the intricacies of basketball. Yet, to his dismay, after the match, Old Deng abandoned his son and drove off with a young lady, leaving Yang Sun to chase after them for quite some distance, shouting until his voice grew hoarse, yet they did not stop. At that moment, Yang Sun was infuriated. In a fit of defiance, he refused to take a taxi and chose instead to walk the 20 kilometers home from Rock Court. The arduous journey nearly exhausted him. Today, all of this is Old Deng's fault. Everything is Old Deng's fault. At his doorstep, Yang Sun hesitated to enter his home, looking at his disheveled appearance. With dirt-streaked clothes and drenched in sweat, he felt utterly defeated. Yang Sun is still quite upset at this moment. Old Deng, if you do not acknowledge your mistake, I shall never forgive you and will certainly not allow you to teach me how to play basketball. Yang Sun outwardly expressed indifference, yet inwardly yearned for the guidance of the esteemed Lao Deng. After all, why would he choose to forego the comfort of his school dormitory and return home at such a late hour? After a considerable moment, Yang Sun finally composed himself. Adopting a stern expression and feigning anger, he approached the entrance of the villa. Before long, the butler, Bill Duffy, noticed his arrival. "Young master, you have finally returned. You must go and persuade the boss," Bill Duffy exclaimed, startling young senator. He feared that something unfortunate had befallen Lao Deng. Grasping Bill Duffy's arm with urgency, he inquired, "What are you saying? What has happened to my father?" Bill Duffy's face was etched with concern. "The boss, alas, you should really go and talk to him. At 40 years old, if he continues down this reckless path, his health may soon deteriorate." Yang Sun initially believed that Yang Hao had been injured by some fans. However, it turned out to be related to matters of a romantic nature. Yang Sun suddenly furrowed his brows in disbelief. While indulging in flirtations outside may be a common folly of man, bringing a woman home crosses a line, does it not? Though his mother had passed away many years ago, the notion of introducing a stepmother should certainly warrant his approval, should it not? Is it that seemingly charming young lady? Or perhaps those 2 middle-aged women sporting Lakers caps? Or could it be some other gaudy temptress? What is he attempting to do? Ruin this family? Bill Duffy, momentarily taken aback, could discern nothing amiss, yet he noticed the young master storming towards the villa. He quickly called out, "Young master, this way." Now it was Yang Sin's turn to be bewildered. Bill Duffy was heading towards the villa's basketball court, and Old Deng was there with a woman. Yang Sin was filled with trepidation. His previously favorable impression of his esteemed elder, Deng, had completely vanished. "Let us go and investigate." Yang Sun gritted his teeth and articulated each word with deliberate intensity. With every syllable, Bill Duffy could sense Yang Sin's simmering anger. After all, they were father and son. Bill Duffy mused, "This is the small boss's fervent concern, a testament to the deep affection he harbors for his father." However, upon arriving at the stadium, Yang Sun was taken aback. "Old Bill, I'm in a dire situation, and you want me to focus on this? What is the issue?" Bill Duffy could not discern anything amiss. Instead, he recounted the owner's disregard for his own well-being. "Young boss, you have no idea. The owner has been running around all day. This morning, for your draft, he visited 10 television stations. In the afternoon, to secure the Knicks' first-round draft pick. He swallowed his pride and went to the Knicks headquarters for what was called a promotional event, but was essentially a scapegoat conference. He returned in the evening, and upon hearing about your situation at training camp, he immediately set out to find you. After that game, he was already exhausted. Yet, as soon as he got back, he went to the court to practice more. No matter how I tried to dissuade him, he wouldn't listen. He is 40 years old. He is no longer young and cannot continue this reckless behavior. You must persuade your father. You are the only one who can influence him. Bill Duffy articulated his thoughts extensively, aimed at easing the tension between father and son, while also considering the owner's health. However, recalling the scene of abandonment at the Rock Arena ignited Yang-sen's anger. He scoffed. Convince him? I lack that ability. As Yang-sen turned to leave, Bill Duffy's tone grew more earnest. Young boss, all this rigorous training the owner is enduring is for your sake. You must not take his sincere efforts for granted. Yang-sen, carrying a heavy burden, suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward the basketball court. Yang Hao is diligently studying his shooting technique, his bare torso already drenched in perspiration. Under the bright lights, his eight-pack abs gleam, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Yang-sen gazed from afar at his father's robust physique, feeling a twinge of envy within. At the same time, he silently resolved, if even Old Deng, with such strength, is committed to training, I must not allow myself to be complacent. However, could Old Bill truly compel him to acquiesce to Old Deng? Yang-sen would never take the initiative to speak. Turning to glance at Bill Duffy, Yang-sen let out a light chuckle. Bill Duffy shook his head, observing Yang-sen's departure. This father and son duo, both so proud and arrogant. Quite challenging, he mused. As he reflected on the situation, Yang-sen changed into a vest and made his way to the other side of the basketball court, where he unexpectedly began to practice. Observing the father and son duo, Bill Duffy couldn't help but smile. Indeed, they were cut from the same cloth, their stubbornness strikingly similar. However, being unmindful of their health, Old Bill could not afford to be an inadequate steward. He promptly sought out the maid to arrange a nourishing dinner. Meanwhile, on the court, Yang-sen occasionally glanced over at that side. There, Old Deng Yang Hao was intently studying his shooting technique, completely unaware of his son's arrival. Yang-sen resolutely made up his mind. If even Old Deng, with his formidable strength, must train diligently, then I cannot afford to be lazy. On this side, Yang Hao was oblivious to the arrival of Yang-sen, wholly absorbed in his training regimen. Coach Xiao Ai had meticulously organized the training schedule. At this stage, his objective was to perfect and stabilize his shooting technique. In the subsequent phase, he would undertake a shooting challenge, 10,000 three-point attempts. Upon successful completion of this task, he would be rewarded with a fundamental three-point shooting ability. This basic skill could yield a three-point shooting accuracy of 40 even under defensive pressure. Such a reliable percentage, albeit the minimum, would provide Yang Hao with a solid foundation to ascend as a formidable sharpshooter on the court. Yang Hao has already charted a course for his future. Now, after 11 years, it will not take much longer for the small ball technique to rise to prominence. Yang Hao intends to embark on the path of the three-point deity. Akin to Curry, refining his skills along the way, ultimately aspiring to become the versatile GOAT. In fact, Yang Hao has traversed through time, having long aspired to follow the path of Curry during his youth. However, fortune did not favor him. In the 1980s and 1990s, the defensive style permitted in the NBA was excessively rough. The style of the NBA in 2024 would have been utterly incompatible with the conditions of those earlier decades. Without a systematic approach to protection, Yang Hao could only conform to the prevailing trends, developing a robust physique and becoming a reliable 3 and D player. Now, as he embarks on a fresh start, the moment has arrived. With the right systems in place, retracing Curry's steps seems remarkably achievable. Nevertheless, to attain the prowess of a sharpshooter like Curry, Yang Hao must exert considerable effort. After practicing his shooting form for 30 minutes, Coach Xiao Ai announced, "Today's training session is concluded, students. Until we meet again." Upon exiting the training mode, Yang Hao was suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of soreness throughout his body, particularly in his arms. From his fingertips to his shoulders, he felt an intense ache, as if the limbs were not his own. Although the training arranged by the system had concluded, Yang Hao had no intention of ceasing his practice. He planned to rest for 10 minutes before resuming. As he sat down to recuperate, he noticed someone on the basketball court observing him, just when he needed someone to retrieve the ball. It seemed fortuitous to give him that opportunity. Chapter 23. What's wrong with being 40? I can dominate you with one hand. Yang-sen, come over and fetch the ball for me. I'm busy practicing. I don't have time. You foolish boy, your skills are lacking. Heed my advice and stop practicing. You're the one who is lacking. You're just a 40-year-old has-been. What of it? I can easily dominate you with one hand. Me. Yang-sen harbored a desire to resist, yet today, Old Deng's performance at the Rock Stadium was nothing short of astonishing. No matter how defiant Yang-sen attempted to be, He found himself at a loss for words to counter. In this moment, Yang Sun was indeed no match for Old Deng, who could easily dominate him with a single hand. With nothing left to say, Yang Sun could only let out a frustrated grunt before turning away to vent his displeasure by shooting hoops. Hadn't Yang Hao just been practicing his shots? Yang Sun had observed for quite some time, learning a fair amount in the process. At this moment, he was driven both by a sense of defiance and a genuine desire to compete with Old Deng. Yang Sun imitated Yang Hao's previous shooting technique, executing several flawless shots on the court. However, to his dismay, none of them found their mark. Moreover, his movements appeared awkward and ungraceful. He had hoped to astonish the old master, but ultimately, he had failed to grasp even the slightest essence of the skill. Yang Sun's great embarrassment. Yang Hao's scornful words emerged. Look at your fundamental skills. Alas, for the next 20 years, the glory of the Yang family rests not upon you. Suddenly, Yang Sun interjected. So, are you seeking a woman to start anew? Start anew. Yang Hao cast a meaningful glance at him. Surely it must be because of little Rachel, right? This lad is both perceptive and sensitive. Yang Hao has always been attuned to his son's feelings. After the passing of Yang Sun's mother, Yang Hao refrained from bringing any women home for 2 decades. This sacrifice was made solely for the purpose of ensuring that Yang Sun could grow up healthily and not be mistreated by a stepmother. Now, this young man has reached the age of 20, yet he still harbors thoughts of relying on his parents. Yang Hao feels a sense of disappointment towards Yang Sun, who has become rather unruly. As for reopening a new account with Rachel, he has not contemplated that for the time being. It was merely a moment of nostalgia, a fleeting encounter with a young and beautiful woman that drew him in uncontrollably. Alas, after all these years, the ancestral glory of the Yang family still rests solely on my shoulders. And you, a 40-year-old, should not overestimate your capabilities. So what if I'm 40? I could easily overpower you. Can't you find a different way to express that? Fine then. Yang Hao chuckled and remarked, you're already 20 years old. Why are you still relying on your parents? Yang Sun was momentarily choked. However, upon seeing the mischievous grin on Lao Deng's face, he felt a wave of discomfort. Then, mustering an unusual boldness, he remarked, wasn't it you who pressured me in the first place? If I compelled you, would you simply comply? Then why did you go to the training camp on your own? I wasn't thinking at that time. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and fetch the ball for me. If I'm pleased, I might allow you to rely on me for a few more years. Get lost. Who cares if you support me? I am fully capable of fending for myself. Oh, so you've grown wings? You can sustain yourself now, can you? That's splendid. Yang Haoming should have been furious, yet upon witnessing his son's unwavering resolve and ambition, he felt a profound sense of joy. He then summoned Bill Duffy. Bill, come here. Immediately deactivate his card. Yang Sun remained unmoved, engaging in a silent protest. At that moment, the affable Bill Duffy arrived. Boss, are you truly going to suspend the little boss's bank card? Indeed. What about the car you purchased for him? I have already returned it. Tomorrow, it will be gifted to young Rachel. I feel quite connected to her. What will happen to the little boss's living expenses? Perhaps you could lend him some? I dare not. Hearing their conversation, Yang Sun grew anxious. Suspending the bank card? Giving away the card to someone else? Not providing any living expenses? Old Deng is going too far, isn't he? Yet, in his resolve to protest, he knew he must endure. In the past, Old Deng would ultimately concede to him, seeking reconciliation. This time, he believed that if he persisted, he would surely emerge victorious. This is what he owes me. At that moment, Yang Sun spoke to himself. He was certain that he would not be selected in this draft. He had already arranged with people from his hometown in Longhua to send him back to the CBA League. This would resolve his employment issues, and he, as a father, could finally see his child graduate smoothly. From that point onward, whatever his son chose to do or wherever he wished to roam would no longer concern him. How wonderful it would be. He could finally savor life and pursue his passion for basketball. Suddenly, Yang Sun was utterly bewildered. The CBA? Old Deng actually sent me to the desolate basketball wasteland of the CBA? His identity as a draft prodigy has long been exposed online domestically. Everyone believes he is destined to be a lottery pick. If he returns to the CBA to play, wouldn't that be a disgrace beyond measure? Listening to Yang Hao's tone of voice, Yang Sun began to feel a sense of discomfort. Is this a form of liberation? Or perhaps, all these years, has he viewed me as a burden? Could it be that in caring for me, he has compromised Old Deng's pursuit of his beloved basketball? Old Deng is undeniably talented, yet he has failed to unleash his potential all these years. Could it truly be because of me? Surely not. The usually composed and taciturn Yang Sun turned out to be a master of overthinking. No matter how much Yang Hao preached, he remained indifferent, a true wayward son. However, after witnessing Yang Hao's extraordinary performance, Yang Sun found himself weaving countless narratives in his mind. Just as Yang Sun was engulfed in confusion and self-reproach, a servant from the household arrived to deliver a message. "Sir, dinner is ready. Bring it all over." Yang Hao scarcely had the luxury of dining in a restaurant, instead opting to have his meal brought to the basketball court. The dinner was both exquisite and plentiful, prepared for two athletes. Without a thought for the young Yang Sun, Yang Hao sat down and began to feast heartily, devouring his portion with great enthusiasm. Soon, he finished his serving, yet it still left him wanting more, prompting him to consume Yang Sun's share as well. After indulging in such a lavish meal, Yang Hao let out a contented sigh. Meanwhile, Yang Sun, famished and unwilling to beg for food from Old Deng, resolved to continue practicing on the court rather than concede defeat. Bill Duffy, unable to bear the sight of their stubbornness, remarked that the young master might end up in tears from hunger. "Young master, I still have an extra portion here. Would you care to have it? Is this from Old Deng's orders?" "Ah, indeed, the boss still cares for you." "Well, I shall reluctantly take a bite then." On the other side, Yang Hao noticed a remarkable transformation within his body. Not only did he appear more youthful, brimming with vitality, but his appetite was astonishingly large, and his digestive capabilities were exceptionally robust. These changes instilled in Yang Hao profound confidence regarding his future. As he stepped back onto the court, the system suddenly chimed, announcing, "Ding. Detection of host preparing for post-meal training, identified as the most diligent player among all participants in this selection. You have triggered the Diligence C position reward. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Super Muscle Memory." With a sudden flash, Yang bent down and picked up the ball from the ground. Just as he was about to take a shot, suddenly, the muscle memory from the previous hours of training emerged. Soon, Yang Hao received an explanation from the system, Super Muscle Memory. The host shooting at every position on the court will form muscle memory, which is 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. The host can enhance muscle memory for shooting from various points on the court through multi-point shooting training. The host can also complete various defensive muscle memories through additional defensive training. Super Muscle Memory will provide the host with profound on-court experience, allowing for the successful application of skills and correction of mistakes. Chapter 24, Super Muscle Memory. Precise shooting hotspots within 1 millimeter. This super muscle memory is quite remarkable, being 10 times that of an average person. Consequently, engaging in numerous activities will yield exceptional results. Offense, defense, organization. As long as one trains diligently and plays frequently, the formation of muscle memory will increase, resulting in a treasure trove of rich experience. Currently, Yang Hao's primary focus lies in the art of long-range shooting within the realm of basketball. With the extraordinary enhancement of muscle memory, his training intensity has reached new heights. Despite having endured a full day of exertion, he remains invigorated and brimming with energy. At this moment, he diligently resumes his practice, meticulously following the flawless shooting technique imparted by his coach, Ai. Yang Hao must swiftly familiarize himself with this impeccable shooting technique. The initial step involves the preparatory stance. Prior to receiving the ball, one should adopt a readiness posture. As we prepare to catch the ball, our knees should bend, with our feet positioned shoulder-width apart, and our weight evenly distributed between both feet. The arms should form an L shape, with elbows folded outward, palms facing away, and fingers pointed upwards. If one is shooting with the right hand, the right foot should be positioned slightly behind the left. Conversely, for left-handed players, the left foot should be slightly behind the right. Upon receiving the ball, the foot positioned at the back steps forward while the front foot remains stationary, ensuring both feet are nearly parallel. The shooting foot, for a right-handed shooter, this is the right foot. For a left-handed shooter, the left foot should advance just a fraction compared to the other stationary foot. To optimize shooting time in the preparatory motion, it is advisable to catch the ball at a height above the shoulder on the shooting side. This preparatory stance will enhance your shooting speed, as your body will already be primed for the shot. 10 minutes later, Yang Hao felt that his shooting technique had approached perfection. The system also provided an evaluation, 95 points, just 5 points shy of absolute excellence. After making further adjustments for an additional 10 minutes, the system reassessed and awarded him a score of 96 points. However, from that point onward, the path to improvement gradually became more challenging. The system issued a reminder: mastery is not achieved overnight. To perfect his shooting form, A minimum of 1 week's training sessions is necessary. During this period, the host is encouraged to familiarize himself with other techniques. Yang Hao recognized that he had been rather impatient, aware that haste makes waste. However, he was brimming with energy and reluctant to conclude his training for the day. Thus, he began to delve deeper into aspects beyond the mechanics of his shooting technique. The system had previously indicated that super muscle memory could significantly enhance his shooting capabilities. At that moment, the image of a shooting heat map vividly emerged in his mind. Many data analysts in the NBA meticulously examine such metrics, as these insights can assist players in identifying strengths and weaknesses, revealing the areas of shooting deficiency. For professional NBA players, there are typically 5 designated shooting spots beyond the three-point line: the 2 corners, the 2 45-degree angles, and the top of the arc. As a three-point shooter, Yang Hao aspired to saturate the entire three-point shooting zone. If he could ensure that every inch beyond the arc was marked as his territory, coupled with the foundational shooting skills and intermediate techniques that the system would eventually provide, becoming an elite three-point marksman would be an effortless endeavor. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Yang Hao called out to Bill Duffy, "Bill, come over and fetch the ball for me." Bill Duffy, who had barely finished his dinner, obediently ran over. "Boss, are you planning to practice more?" "Buddy, do you aspire to be the agent of a basketball deity?" "I do." "Then make sure to collect the balls diligently." "Yes, boss." Initially taken aback, Bill Duffy quickly recalled his boss's extraordinary performance earlier that evening, and excitement surged within him. Dinner was inconsequential. It was a rare opportunity for his boss to take the game seriously and strive to become a basketball legend. And as an agent, he could not afford to lag behind. Thus, Bill Duffy donned a tank top and basketball shoes, swiftly transforming into Yang Hao's dedicated ball boy. Yang Hao's training for three-point shooting commenced swiftly. With a flawless shooting form, he began to unleash long-range shots. The basketball soared from the perimeter towards the hoop, producing a symphony of swishes and clangs. The accuracy fluctuated, yet Yang Hao remained undeterred. At each designated spot, he aimed to execute 33-point attempts, eager to savor the muscle memory that each shot cultivated. In the corner, where the distance to the hoop is merely 7 meters, the absence of a target often leads to shots that miss entirely or hit the backboard. From other positions, the distance extends to 25 meters, demanding a higher release angle and greater force. At the apex of the three-point arc, while the angle is optimal, it is easy to exert too much power. The 45-degree angles on either side are Yang Hao's favorite spots, where his shooting percentage remains notably high. With each successful shot, Yang Hao keenly felt the presence of muscle memory. The next attempt would resonate as if it were etched in his mind, enabling him to shoot with an innate sense of balance and precision. After diligently practicing from 5 points, a notification chimed. Ding! The system has detected a need and generated a 3D model of three-point shooting hotspots for you. Astonishingly, a 3D model of the court materialized in Yang Hao's mind. The data from the 5 three-point shooting locations was meticulously recorded. Left corner, 1230. Right corner, 1330. Left 45-degree angle, 1530. Right 45-degree angle, 1630. Apex, 1430. Without interference and with the newly practiced shooting form, Yang Hao's accuracy proved commendable, particularly from the 45-degree angles. Yang Hao continued to delve into the analysis of the three-point shooting hot zone map. He observed that along the three-point line, there existed a plethora of densely populated shooting spots. The system delineates the shooting points beyond the arc. How are they categorized? Ding! The three-point line comprises 2 linear segments at either end and a curved section in the middle, spanning approximately 21 meters in total. It is divided into 5 distinct intervals: 5 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters, 1 centimeter, and 1 millimeter. A point every 5 meters is suitable for the average individual, while a point every 1 meter caters to novice shooters. A point every 10 centimeters accommodates intermediate players. A point every 1 centimeter is designated for advanced shooters, and a point every 1 millimeter is reserved for elite athletes. Should there truly be points every millimeter, this would amount to an astonishing 21,000 shooting spots, each requiring muscle memory. If one were to practice 1,000 shots at each point, that would necessitate a staggering total of at least 21 million three-point attempts to master the hot zone. It appears that accomplishing such a feat could span a lifetime. Moreover, can the muscle memory of an ordinary human truly differentiate to such a minute degree? Yang Hao wished to bypass all preceding stages and leap directly to the pinnacle of pitching prowess. However, the system presented a notification. Ding! The host's muscular physique is currently unable to make judgments within a millimeter. The system recommended the host to train at a 10-centimeter target. But why 10 centimeters? Why not 20 or 5? To satisfy Yang Hao's curiosity, the system graciously provided an explanation. It turns out that this 10-centimeter specification is quite significant. The standard diameter of an NBA basketball is 24.6 centimeters, while the diameter of the hoop is 45 centimeters. The calculation, 45 to 24.6, approximates to 10. Using the hollow entry of the basketball into the hoop as a benchmark, a deviation of 10 centimeters in any direction, left, right, front, or back, ensures that the ball will successfully pass through the hoop. Any deviation exceeding 10 centimeters could result in the ball striking the rim and failing to score. How rather technical. Yang Hao has increasingly come to trust this system. There is no denying it. A plethora of specialized data has emerged. These insights are such that even he, a professional player with 22 years in the NBA, remains unaware of them. Someone, please bring a ruler and a pen. Yang Hao suddenly shouted at the maid, startling Bill Duffy. He thought Yang Hao had discovered the young master secretly imitating him and, in a fit of rage, intended to strike the young master. In an instant, Bill Duffy positioned himself in front of Yang Hao. Yongson has known Bill Duffy since childhood. Now at the age of 20, how could he bear to let his boss punish the young proprietor so harshly? Boss, this is unacceptable. The young proprietor is merely eager to learn, not intentionally trying to emulate you. Chapter 25. Yongson steals skills. Video exposes Irving's brutality towards the young father and son. Yang Hao cast a surprised glance at his foolish son. He truly had not noticed that the boy was imitating him from across the room. To his credit, the lad displayed a surprising degree of perseverance. Even at this late hour, he refused to retire for the night. Under Yang Hao's intense gaze, Yang's son felt a shiver run through him. Could it be that the old man was genuinely considering chastising him with a ruler? At 20 years of age, was he really at risk of being punished? Surely not. It was merely an imitation of a shooting motion. Did it warrant such seriousness? Yet, despite the imitation, he would never concede to it. A wave of panic surged within him, prompting an urgent attempt at denial. Who was imitating? Old Bill, please don't speak nonsense. The boy remained defiant, unwilling to yield. Yang Hao merely curled his lips in disdain. Huh, who cares? If he wants to learn, let him. Bill Duffy, caught in the middle, truly felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a servant arrived with a ruler and a pen. What relieved Bill Duffy was that Yang Hao paid no heed to Yang Sr. Grasping a ruler, he bent down on the plastic basketball court to delineate starting positions. Along the three-point line, nearly every 10 centimeters marked a segment of shooting memory. Boss, what are you doing? Bill Duffy inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Yang's son, too, was filled with questions. Is this how Old Deng trains his shooting? How come I never noticed before? Measuring shooting spots with a ruler was something Yongson had never even considered. Yet, the skilled Yang Hao executed this with certainty, undoubtedly possessing a seasoned rationale behind it. Are you in or out? Will you learn? I absolutely must. If Old Deng can do it, so can I. However, Yang Hao paid no attention to anyone. Once he had marked the points, he swiftly commenced shooting, endeavoring to implant shooting memories into his muscles at each location. With every 10 centimeters representing a point, 21 meters equated to 210 distinct positions. The hour was already quite late. Yang Hao chose to shoot 2 basketballs at each spot. Soon, every corner of the three-point line on the court bore his imprint. Whoosh! As the final three-pointer from the corner swished through the net. Yang Hao has successfully accomplished all of today's tasks. The three-point shooting heat map provided by the system now displays a faint red area. Observing this brings a sense of achievement. Naturally, Yang Hao is also aware that muscle memory cannot solely pertain to shooting during non-competitive conditions. In a match, the majority of shooting occurs in an active state. There remains an abundance of tasks for Yang Hao to accomplish. Sigh. Yang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Bill Duffy was utterly exhausted. Boss, are you tired? Perhaps we should take a break? Although Bill was clearly at his limit, he had still devoted so much time to accompany Yang Hao in practice. You've worked hard, my friend. Not at all, not in the slightest. It's actually the young boss who has taken a moment's rest. Bill Duffy truly is one of the most conscientious agents in the NBA, always considering the well-being of Yang Hao and his son. Yang Hao was, of course, aware that this was Bill Duffy's good intention to mend the father-son relationship. However, he truly had no desire to indulge that foolish boy, Yongson, as he had in the past. Following the draft conference, he resolved to take a more hands-off approach. Nonetheless, prior to the event, Yang Hao still believed it necessary to impart some wisdom. Since the young lad was eager to learn, he might as well learn alongside him. "Bill, are you not weary?" "Very well, let us proceed," Yang Hao remarked. Inwardly, Bill Duffy lamented his predicament. Yet, he soon discerned the subtle cue in Yang Hao's gaze. Directed unmistakably towards the young boss. "Young senator, so, the boss still possesses a tender heart," he mused. Recognizing this, Bill Duffy made an effort to align with Yang Hao's intentions. "Boss, what kind of exercise are you practicing?" Bill Duffy inquired. Yang Hao responded, "This technique is known as the perfect shooting motion. What should we pay attention to?" "This action is quite simple. One only needs to remember 6 steps." Yang Hao commenced his exposition on various critical points. The first step involves the preparatory action. One should be poised and ready before receiving the ball. The second step pertains to the positioning of the hands on the ball. Mastery over ball control is paramount for every shooter. The third step emphasizes the importance of directing one's gaze towards the hoop. Fixating one's eyes on the basket can significantly enhance shooting accuracy. The fourth step involves bodily control. To ensure a straight shot, one's body must consistently align with the direction of the basket from the commencement to the conclusion of the shot. All toes, hips, and shoulders should be oriented towards the hoop, with weight evenly distributed on the toes. A lack of bodily control will result in erratic shots. If the body tilts right, the shot will veer right. If it tilts left, the shot will drift left. Leaning forward will lead to an overlong shot, while leaning back will cause it to fall short. Maintain control of the body, ensuring that both feet are firmly planted at the jumping position, with toes, shoulders, and hips directed towards the basket. The shooting motion should be fluid, with the elbows and knees fully extended simultaneously. The fifth step involves elevating the ball. Upon release, the ball should ascend like a rocket rather than an airplane. Position the elbow beneath the basketball to maximize propulsion. If the shot resembles an airplane taking off, the arc of the ball will be inadequate. Releasing the ball at its apex can greatly enhance the shooter's accuracy. A reliable technique for shooters is to ensure that the elbow of the shooting arm is at eye level during release. Now, let us discuss the wrist. It is responsible for imparting spin to the ball. When the elbow is in the proper shooting position, observe whether the skin on your elbow is wrinkled. Wrinkles indicate readiness to execute a backspin shot. A lack of spin will hinder one's ability to become a consistent shooter. The sixth step entails the follow-through. The follow-through is crucial. It serves as the conclusion of the shooting motion and validates the adherence to shooting standards. During the shot, the elbow should be fully extended, and the wrist must vigorously flick the ball. After release, the fingers of the shooting hand should point towards the ground, while the fingers of the non-shooting hand should be directed upwards, with the palm of the non-shooting hand facing the shooting hand rather than the basket. If the non-shooting hand's palm faces the hoop upon release, the ball will incur side spin during its flight, resulting in a deviation to the left or right. After Yang Hao meticulously demonstrated and explained the perfect shooting technique, he finally ceased all basketball training. Today marked the definitive end. Paying no heed to Yang's son, who was surreptitiously practicing, he descended the court. By the time he reached the bench, even his toes felt devoid of strength. Gulping down the prepared electrolyte drink, he heard a notification sound echo in his mind. Ding. Bonded character Youngson unlocked. Training together for a duration of 30 minutes. Congratulations on receiving a reward. 10 bottles of energy drink. Training and competing alongside your bonded character will accelerate both of your growth. Yang Hao cast a glance over, noticing that his foolish son appeared utterly exhausted, diligently sipping his drink in a rhythmic manner. Who would have thought that our simpleton son is indeed a fortunate charm? Originally, Yang Hao had no intention of concerning himself with his son's future. He envisioned himself dazzling on the competition stage, soaring to great heights, amassing wealth, and merely ensuring his son received a fair share. However, with the emergence of this fortunate charm, it implied that his son could also reap the benefits. Consequently, Yang Hao found it increasingly difficult to abandon his son without a second thought. Very well, I shall take him along, he decided. Naturally, Yang Hao did not insist on sharing the stage with his son. Whether Yangson can enter the NBA, and whether a father and son can play on the same team, ultimately rests in the hands of those NBA franchises. Just then, Bill Duffy's phone rang. Boss, we have a situation. It turned out that someone had discreetly uploaded a video of a game at Rockcourt Online. The sensational rookie, Irving, dominated while sharing the court with the father-son duo. As soon as this video was uploaded, it created an uproar. Everyone extolled Irving's extraordinary talent while disparaging the father and son. Yang Hao and young Senator Yang Sen's predictive ranking has plummeted out of the top 100. landing awkwardly at position 250. Bill Duffy is exceedingly anxious. Boss, what shall we do? Call Irving's agent and inquire whether they wish to collaborate or seek to undermine their prize star. Chapter 26. The video ignites national debate. Tens of thousands of fans converge at the Rock Arena. At the Rock Arena, the super rookie Irving dominates alongside his father. In the New Jersey training camp, Irving decisively overpowers the talented Dragon Kingdom prodigy. The press conference of the New York Knicks features the father and son duo. These three videos amalgamate into a colossal vortex of attention, stirring up a tempest. The entire basketball community is abuzz with excitement. Kyrie Irving, the most formidable newcomer this year. The Cleveland Cavaliers are indeed fortunate. The father-son appearance is nothing short of a joke. In the apartment, Uncle, those people are truly wicked. They are utterly ignorant. Uncle, won't you stand up to clarify? Is it unnecessary? Can't we just avoid it? All right, you remain as kind-hearted as ever. Rest assured. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Rachel chuckled as she ended her call with the dashing uncle. However, upon witnessing the avalanche of news online, her previously bright demeanor transformed into one of indignation. Seeing so many people disparaging the charming uncle left Rachel thoroughly exasperated. You lot are so indiscriminate, hurling accusations online. No. I must come to the aid of the charming uncle. Initially, Rachel engaged directly with the trolls online. Tap, tap, tap. She incessantly struck the keyboard, engaging in verbal battles. Liars, they are deceiving everyone. This video is entirely taken out of context. They have not released the full footage. The charming uncle was not bested by Irving. Instead, it was the charming uncle who thoroughly outperformed them. Fighting alone was futile. Thus, Rachel decided to rally support. As a social media personality with nearly 100,000 followers, she called upon her fans for assistance. You have not witnessed the true prowess of the charming uncle. You remain oblivious to the fact that he is a hidden master. How do I know? I was present at the scene. Do you not believe me? You seek evidence? She posted the video online. Today at the Rock Arena, Rachel was among the few who captured the entire match. She felt compelled to step forward and vindicate the uncle. Upon viewing the video, many netizens were left astounded. Oh my goodness! Is this young really human? Can an ordinary person achieve such a three-step layup from midair? The phenomenon of executing a double dunk in a practical setting. How could anyone possibly achieve such a feat? The three-point shots taken from such a distance. They must surely be a fluke. The synergy between father and son in their passing is remarkable. The son merely raises his hand and the ball finds its way in. How can this be? And that last-minute shot was simply explosive. Is this truly not a scene from a film? If Yang is indeed as exceptional as portrayed, why did he not showcase his talent sooner? Is this not the very same Yang, a man of advanced years? How could he possibly perform such challenging maneuvers? It is inconceivable, utterly implausible. This cannot be real. In the video, Yang Hao is indeed an omnipotent presence. His extraordinary performances have been meticulously documented, showcasing his unparalleled prowess in the realm of sports. Who would not be astonished upon witnessing such feats? Naturally, there are many who express their disbelief and derision, while an even greater number of critics continue to hurl insults and skepticism. Despite the unveiling of the truth, these individuals remain obstinate, leaving Rachel incensed. Lacking the inclination to resort to insults herself, she opts to engage them in reasoned discourse online. Who is Jan? Consider his 10 championships in 2022. By the way, are you aware of the significance of that achievement? Why does he not flaunt his abilities? The answer lies in his humility. He desires to interact with us as an ordinary person. Whether or not this embodies the essence of Dragon Kingdom martial arts, I cannot say. But I am certain that Yang is exceptionally formidable. Any team fortunate enough to have him is truly blessed. Some individuals firmly believe that video evidence equates to reality. However, the majority remain skeptical. Many fans of the team possess an inherent reluctance to witness the rise of Eastern athletes. The sight of a Dragon Kingdom player soaring across the court, evoking the divine and leaving top draft prospect Kyrie Irving bewildered, incites a subconscious prayer among many to deny the authenticity of such occurrences. The online criticism surged. Rachel and her supporters struggled to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, Rachel contemplated seeking her professor's assistance. As a student of communications at American University, her professor possesses valuable media connections. After sending the video, and upon confirming its authenticity, the professor made a decisive choice. I will provide the footage to Time magazine. You will cooperate with them. The following morning, early on, Sports Illustrated uploaded the video to their official website. Titled The Truth, it presented the complete basketball game from Rock Court that took place the previous day. Upon viewing the footage, a number of netizens expressed their intrigue and admiration for Yang Hao's astonishing performance. "Oh my goodness!" Gasps of astonishment echoed across the United States. Yet, it wasn't long before a wave of negative commentary resurfaced. The discussions intensified, disparaging the father-son duo and belittling Yang Hao. Frauds. The Yang father and son are nothing but deceivers. Who can't fabricate such things? Jumping from the three-point line to make a layup? It's all a hoax. How could anyone genuinely achieve such feats? I can see the wires behind the scenes. This is merely the Yang father and son's false promotion. At 10 o'clock. In Times Square, the most prominent screen showcased a live interview. Soon, Rachel, the beautiful journalist, appeared on camera. "Hello, viewers. I am intern reporter Rachel. I believe everyone has seen the astonishing game footage from the Rucker Park over the past couple of days. Today, I arrive here filled with curiosity and questions." As the camera adjusted and zoomed out, it revealed that Rachel was at the world-renowned Rucker Park, which was teeming with spectators. Although Rucker Park is famous across the United States, it has never witnessed such a bustling scene as today, with a crowd numbering in the tens of thousands. Rachel casually approached a passerby for an interview and heard, "The game yesterday was phenomenal. I wanted to experience it live. When I heard Yang was returning today, I had to come. Is Yang really that remarkable? I am here seeking answers." It turned out that these individuals were all drawn by the video. Coming in pursuit of the skilled Yang Hao, they arrived with inquiries about the authenticity of the footage, eager to trace Yang Hao's presence and uncover the truth behind the video. Subsequently, Rachel directed her camera toward the participants of yesterday's game. Indeed, it was the streetball emperor, Mr. Sauce, along with his teammates. Mr. Sauce, as you know, the entire nation is discussing yesterday's game, and many are questioning Yang's true prowess. As an eyewitness, could you share your thoughts on the match? Mr. Sauce took the microphone and exclaimed, "Wow, Wang Defo. That is the only way I can express my feelings about this game." Chapter 27, New York fans petition, sign Youngson. "We need a father-son duo." Mr. Sauce slowly closed his eyes, facing 45 degrees, with a faint smile, as if reminiscing about the most beautiful moments. After a reflective pause, he continued, "Yesterday's game was truly a roller coaster. At the start, we were utterly overwhelmed by Mr. Irving. Just a few minutes into the third quarter, we found ourselves trailing by 40 points, and I even sprained my ankle. Just when my teammates and I were contemplating surrender, that man appeared. 'Guys, add me in.' 'I'm not that good,' Yang said, his tone gentle and his appearance convincing. At a glance, I could tell he was extraordinary. However, after he took the court with his son, we were unable to close the gap. In fact, the score widened even further. With merely 15 minutes remaining, we found ourselves trailing by a staggering 46 points. Everyone believed that even divine intervention could not salvage this match. However, we were mistaken. We were utterly and profoundly wrong. Yang had been concealing his true prowess all along. In just a few fleeting moments, he assisted his son, Yangson, in executing a series of miraculous goals. In the final 10 minutes, Yang erupted like a celestial being, showcasing an extraordinary display of skill. Within 9 minutes, he effortlessly secured 5 double points. In the closing moments, he soared from the baseline, delivering an astonishing buzzer beater that left us all in awe. At that moment, standing on the court, I found my heart still tumultuously racing. In my mind, he was a deity, unparalleled in his magnificence. Being a teammate of Yang is the most illustrious honor of my life, a fact I shall cherish forever. Lajiao spoke passionately about playing alongside Yang Hao, his pride evident in every word. Indeed, this is a memory we shall treasure for eternity. Behind him, the members of the Lajiao team held their heads high, each brimming with pride. Even Lajiao's fourth brother, once known as Xiao Haizi, now commanded Yang Hao's respect. At that moment, journalist Rachel posed a question. Many online skeptics claimed this match was fabricated, akin to a cinematic production. What do you have to say about that? Absurd. Nonsense. They are merely ignorant fools, sour grapes for those who cannot appreciate the truth. They are nothing but a troupe of jesters. Lajia was visibly incensed. He expressed a torrent of thoughts, eager to convey his indignation. Those online are frauds. They do not know Yang, nor do they comprehend the reality. Yet they spew their nonsense. Yang's abilities are precisely as they appear. My brothers and I, along with the thousands of fans present, bear witness to this truth. Folks, do you agree? Laju called out, and indeed, over 1,000 voices responded in unison. Absolutely, I can attest that Yang is indeed a master. Yesterday's match was genuine. I was there. I took photographs. It was a real competition. Many who witnessed the game yesterday are here today, their phones filled with pictures from that event. As the camera panned, numerous photographs emerged on screen, presenting undeniable evidence. There is no longer room for doubt regarding the authenticity of the footage. Rachel then asked, many wonder, if Yang is truly so remarkable, why did he not showcase his talents before? He is humble. Yang is a modest individual, one who shuns ostentation. We all know that the people of Longhua are inherently low-key and introspective. They possess profound skills, yet never seek to intimidate others, only revealing their capabilities under the most pressing circumstances. As the discussion progressed, the tone shifted unexpectedly. Of course, there exists another possibility. In truth, Yang has always been formidable. It is merely our arrogance that has led us to wear tinted glasses, only perceiving what we wish to see. Thus, he has been compelled to maintain a low profile. This statement plunged many in attendance into silence and contemplation. Sensing the moment was ripe, Rachel inquired, what is your purpose for being here today? For the championship. For the glory of the Knicks, spoke the fiery enthusiast, gesturing to his Knicks jersey, his voice rising with fervor. As a devoted Knicks fan, I implore the organization to take this matter seriously. If we wish to see Yang truly unleash his potential, I recommend that the Knicks sign his son, Yang. Why such a suggestion? It is, undoubtedly, for the benefit of the Knicks. Yang is, at heart, a loving father. Many witnessed yesterday's game, where Yang demonstrated his profound dedication for his son. It was precisely because of his son that Yang exerted himself to the fullest. We are all aware of Yang's recent efforts to promote his son, showcasing their father-son collaboration. Therefore, only with Yang joining the Knicks can we witness Yang in his most formidable form. Here, I willingly advocate for Mr. Yang Hao and his son, urging the Knicks to sign Yang. We yearn to see them perform together. Upon this exclamation, the multitude at the Rock Arena echoed in unison, father and son on the same stage, father and son on the same stage, father and son on the same stage. Witnessing this fervent scene, the fiery enthusiast rallied. Brothers, I am heading to the Knicks headquarters. Who wishes to join me? Aye. Numerous fans present that day responded eagerly, forming the core of this movement. Many who had come merely to join in the excitement also followed suit, joining this petitioning team. Good sir, I hope this proves helpful to you. This throng set forth with great enthusiasm, and Rachel's live coverage drew to a close. On the grand screen in Times Square, one could see this group marching towards the Knicks headquarters, chanting their slogans. This spectacle left the onlookers of Times Square in awe. Many among them were Knicks fans, joining in the fervor as they made their way to the Knicks headquarters. New York, the affluent district. On the court of Yang Hao's villa, Yang Hao had been training all morning, yet at this moment, he remained insatiable. Bill Duffy, serving as the caddy, found his hands so weary that he could scarcely lift them. Boss, why not take a break? I've heard your phone ring numerous times. Well, you may rest. But I shall continue on my own. Yang Hao was certainly aware of the fact that this individual desired a respite, and he would not truly impose upon Bill Duffy. After all, he was his longtime caretaker, and it would be unwise to wear him out. Otherwise, such a valuable aid would be hard to come by. Bill Duffy, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly made his way to the shade of the umbrella. After gulping down several mouthfuls of chilled cola, he exclaimed, I have finally come back to life. After a brief moment of recovery, he promptly retrieved his phone from his bag. At last, he understood why he had received so many calls that morning. It turned out that significant events were unfolding outside. Boss, Miss Rachel and Spicy Sauce have spoken out on your behalf. Chapter 28, Jenny Bass. Yang, I miss you so much. Please tell me what is happening. I am all ears. Boss, it is like this. Bill Duffy quickly updated Yang Hao on the online news. Yang Hao exhibited little reaction, remaining focused on his shooting practice, determined to fill the 10-centimeter shooting hotspot in the three-point range as swiftly as possible. Is that Rachel? The girl is quite loyal, it seems. Observing the boss's nonchalant demeanor, Bill Duffy interjected, Boss, we have an agreement with the Irving team. If they discover this, it could constitute a breach of contract. Let them be. This is not our doing. Bill Duffy mistakenly believed that Yang Hao had orchestrated Rachel and the others' actions. However, Yang Hao's expression was utterly genuine. He was completely unaware of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Bill Duffy inquired, Boss, why are we collaborating with Irving and his team? They are preventing us from revealing the truth, which is quite unjust for you. Do you think that if the video truth were directly exposed, anyone would believe it? Bill Duffy wished to nod in agreement, but recalling Yang Hao's astonishing aerial skills from the previous day, he quickly shook his head. With our family's pride, that seems implausible. After all, most people only believe what they wish to believe. Bill, well said. Your understanding of human nature grows ever deeper. It is indeed a testament to the boss's excellent guidance. Having followed Yang Hao for 22 years, Bill Duffy had learned a great deal from him, often contemplating matters in a manner reminiscent of Dragon Country's mindset. Yet again, he posed a question. Fans are petitioning at the Knicks headquarters. This situation has escalated significantly. Many are skeptical of the video truth and will undoubtedly assume that Yang Hao hired actors. Boss, with the fans causing such a commotion, Dolan must be quite displeased with you, correct? Displeased? What can he do to me? Trade me? Cut me? Who cares? With a swift motion, he sank a three-point shot effortlessly. Then, with a smile, Yang Hao spread his hands, holding a $75 million three-year contract. The advantage lies with me. At that moment, Bill Duffy's phone rang again. It was a call from Irving's team's agent. Hello, Bill Duffy greeted, but the agent on the other end was seething with anger. Are you toying with us? Wasn't it agreed that if we paid, there would be no exposure? You are acting in bad faith. This is a breach of contract. We discussed this yesterday. $1 million. The Irving team is buying yesterday's game as promotional material. Consequently, Yang Hao cannot accept interviews, must refrain from making any statements, and is prohibited from revealing the video truth. Yang Hao naturally agreed. After all, it was money at no cost. However, a sudden turn of events ignited the ire of the Irving team. Yet, it is crucial to clarify that this was not the doing of Yang Hao's team. Bill Duffy felt quite aggrieved. I understand your frustration, but please hold your anger for a moment. This video was not leaked by us. Had we intended to expose it, we could have simply had Yang record a personal video, effortlessly proving our innocence. Furthermore, Yang could have convened a press conference, inviting numerous media representatives to witness the matter firsthand. With a stunning display of a slam dunk or a three-step layup from midcourt, we could have easily clarified the situation. However, we chose integrity instead. Therefore, you cannot unjustly accuse us. Irving's agent, undeterred by reason, sought to stir trouble. We purchased all the tapes, yet they still got leaked. This is clearly your doing. You have breached the contract. Bill Duffy interjected. Thousands were present. You claim to have bought them all? I find that hard to believe. And what a Time magazine. Time magazine? We are not acquainted with their representatives at all. What about Rachel, the journalist? And the streetball king, Hot Sauce? They petitioned at the Knicks headquarters, chanting father and son on stage. How do you explain that? As for Rachel and Hot Sauce, perhaps they were simply captivated by Yang's skills. That is their personal choice, unrelated to us. Bill Duffy, ever polite and good-natured, began to lose his composure. And Yang Hao could no longer contain himself. He seized the phone and exclaimed, Enough? We are all adults here. We must take responsibility for our actions. When issues arise, why not introspect? We adhere to the contract. If there was no exposure, then there was none. No one has the right to blame us. If you continue this incessant whining, I may have to take legal action. Without waiting for a response, Yang abruptly hung up the phone. Bill, in future encounters with such troublemakers, do not hesitate to be forthright. Understood, boss. Bill Duffy smiled. If only he could be as carefree as Yang Hao. He would no longer be the ever-pleasant Bill Duffy. Boss, would you prefer water or cola? No need. I have brewed tea. What is this vivid red substance? It hardly resembles tea leaves. That is goji berry tea, a health tonic. Observing Yang Hao's youthful visage, his full head of hair, and healthy hairline, in stark contrast to his own wrinkled face and balding pate, Bill Duffy realized he ought to learn a thing or two about wellness from his boss. Boss, may I have some? This is truly a man's fuel station, such a fine elixir. As he spoke, Yang Hao poured a generous handful of goji berries into the teacup for Bill Duffy. As men reach a certain age, it becomes imperative to treat themselves with greater care. While the two middle-aged gentlemen sipped their goji tea, Yang Hao's phone rang, revealing a message from an old friend, Jenny Bass, with whom he had not been in contact for over a year. Yang Hao and Jeannie Buss have known each other for quite some time. In the early days of Yang Hao's entry into the league, his handsome appearance attracted the admiration of numerous beauties, with Jeannie Buss, the daughter of the Lakers owner, being one of them. In fact, in 1996, Yang Hao even participated in a photo shoot for Jeannie Buss. Together, they created cherished memories in the Lakers championship display hall, which also sparked quite a bit of gossip at the time. Miss Buss, it has been a long time, Yang said. I have missed you dearly. Yang Hao politely greeted, only for the elderly Aunt Jenny Bass on the other end to respond with a surprisingly bashful remark. Yang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Please, Jenny, Refrain from this. Let us discuss your intentions directly. Yang, your lack of romantic insight persists, Jenny Buss remarked, ceasing her playful banter and swiftly addressing the matter at hand. You are aware that I have always aspired to contribute significantly to the Lakers. Jenny articulated her ambitions. She envisioned transforming the Lakers into the most formidable franchise in the entire league. Her aspiration was to become the general manager of the team, usurping her brother's position, and to demonstrate that women could indeed wield considerable influence in this domain. She sought Yang Hao's assistance. Yang, would you consider returning to the Lakers? Chapter 29. The major networks step in. That match was merely a publicity stunt. I would certainly relish the opportunity to return to Los Angeles. However, can you accommodate my substantial contract? It's a staggering $25 million. Last season, Yang Hao's $25 million salary had secured him the top position. For the upcoming season, Kobe had specifically requested an adjustment to his contract, elevating his salary to $24 million, successfully ousting Yang Hao and claiming the title of the highest paid player in the league. With Kobe's $24 million, he stood at the pinnacle, while Yang Hao's $25 million placed him second, totaling an astonishing $24 million. What was the salary cap for the 11 to 12 NBA season? $58.04 million. After deducting the exorbitant contracts of these two players, how much remained? A mere $7.8 million. With a roster of 15 players, excluding these two, that left $780,000 to be divided among 13 individuals, yielding an average of $60,000 per player. Was this a feasible reality? Absolutely not. A salary of $60,000 would even be deemed insufficient by rookies. This sum was barely adequate for an undrafted player. Assembling a reliable roster with such a budget was utterly impossible. If the Lakers aspired to construct a championship-caliber team, a payroll exceeding $100 million was indispensable. Consequently, this would significantly surpass the salary cap and incur substantial luxury taxes. The Lakers would inevitably face exorbitant luxury tax liabilities, with total expenditures reaching $150 million. While the Lakers are one of the league's most profitable teams, is it realistic to generate such revenue in a single year? It's debatable. Yang, in my view. For your sake, I would be willing to shoulder any luxury tax burden. Had this been the old Yang Hao, Jenny Buss would never have considered such an expense. However, after witnessing that match, Jenny Buss was genuinely prepared to invest everything. Her words were eloquent, yet they remained just that, mere words. Yang Hao has long surpassed the naive age of innocence. He would not be swayed by a single perspective. I am indeed willing to return to the Lakers and assist you, yet I have conditions. Your son, correct? Rest assured. A historical drama featuring both father and son can only be worthy of a grand city like Los Angeles. But that is not all. What else is there? Speak, and I shall grant you anything within my means. A deceitful woman indeed, who cannot weave grand illusions. Yang Hao was skeptical of such illusions. He focused solely on the most pragmatic matters. Between Kobe and myself, who would take the lead? This. Jenny Buss hesitated, saying, I certainly have faith in you. But my father and brother. Yang, I hope you can understand my position. I understand, he replied. It's all right. We have plenty of time ahead. The call was soon disconnected. What strategies does the Lakers possess? Yang Hao was uncertain. All he knew was that his current worth had reached a staggering $75 million. Could the Knicks truly be so foolish as to trade me? If such a trade were to occur, the Lakers would undoubtedly part with numerous valuable assets. The Buss family is notorious for their internal conflicts. Would Jim Buss really be willing to pay such a price for a 40-year-old veteran? Yang Hao remains entirely oblivious and harbors no desire to seek understanding. What lies ahead? Will he remain with the Knicks or venture to another team? Yang Hao harbors neither thoughts nor plans. He leaves this stroke of fortune to the owners of the NBA's 29 teams, excluding the Rockets. The future resembles a mystery box, intriguing yet challenging. It will surely be fun, won't it? In the afternoon, at 1 p.m., a throng of fans clad in Knicks jerseys gathered at the villa of team owner James Dolan. Waving flags and holding banners, they chanted, Sign Jansen. We need a father-son duo. The Knicks possessed the 17th pick in the first round of the draft, and the fans yearned to see this pick dedicated to Jansen. Only by fulfilling Yang's demands could Dolan hope to bring a championship to the Knicks. Sign Jansen. We want to see the father and son play together. Even Dolan, who had been napping, was roused by their clamor. His annoyance grew as he surveyed the scene outside. Damn you, Yang. Do you think a few actors can deceive me? I refuse to sign your son. Just then, a call from a manager interrupted him. Boss, you need to come quickly. Our arena is surrounded. Damn it. Dolan cursed. hastily exiting. Meanwhile, online, as Time magazine released extensive footage of the game at the Rock ballpark, the incident garnered increasing attention from the Mealy family, with thousands of fans congregating outside Madison Square Garden, chanting, "Sign Jansen, we want to see the father and son play together." The matter quickly escalated to a fever pitch. New York, being the information capital of the world, ensured that the events unfolding there would reach a global audience in mere minutes. Thus, the Knicks fans' petition for Young Hao and his son exploded across the internet, igniting discussions nationwide. Some believed in the veracity of the situation. Young is undoubtedly a master, and the evidence speaks for itself. "I believe this is true, and I will support the Knicks," proclaimed one. "The GOAT of basketball is none other than Young. From today onward, I am a devoted fan of Young." The Knicks appeared to have struck gold, surprising many with their owner's newfound discernment. Yet, skepticism lingered. This seems too contrived, even more so than Michael Jordan's Space Jam. Just because a few people protest in the streets, does that validate the video? You folks are utterly naive. The basketball GOAT is Asian? Don't be ridiculous. If Michael Jordan couldn't achieve it, how could anyone else? Both parties firmly maintain their positions, causing a tempest of discussions across the internet. Initially, many media professionals adopted a wait-and-see approach. However, upon witnessing the colossal surge in traffic, they could no longer restrain themselves. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, it has undeniably become a grand spectacle of engagement. Numerous basketball analysts have emerged to express their opinions online, asserting that the match was merely a publicity stunt. Subsequently, several major television networks, including New York TV, TNT, and CBS, launched sports talk shows dedicated to dissecting the recent fan petition incident. Among them, TNT introduced a new weekly interview program featuring prominent figures such as Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, and Kenny Smith. These three individuals, former NBA stars, possess an intimate understanding of the professional arena. O'Neal and Smith, having previously collaborated with Young Hao and won championships, are particularly familiar with him. Smith offered a candid assessment of the situation. "I know Young quite well. He was once my substitute. During our time as teammates on the Rockets, Young was exceedingly amicable, diligent, and hardworking. His three-point shooting has always been our most reliable asset. And that game winner against the Suns was invaluable. His shooting is merit, though his range is not terrifyingly extensive. Having seen the video, I must admit, it feels somewhat unrealistic." Barkley, who never played alongside Young, harbors bias, having been eliminated by Yang's three-pointer in a past playoff between the Suns and Rockets. "That guy is just a little fellow with mediocre talent. How could he possibly execute those difficult maneuvers? If I, Charles Barkley, cannot achieve it, how could he?" Barkley jestingly declared, "If that were true, I would gladly kiss Shaq's behind," eliciting laughter from the live audience, though O'Neal's expression darkened. "Enough," he exclaimed, clearly agitated. Initially reluctant to support Young, he now felt compelled to take a stand. "You all deem it impossible because you are unfamiliar with the extraordinary. Your inability to recognize Young, a person of gentle disposition, as a master stems from a lack of understanding of dragon culture, where patience is paramount. Regarding those impeccable three-pointers showcased in the video, I can vouch for Young. That is his true prowess. His three-point shooting is undoubtedly a product of relentless practice over many years." On the evening of January 2nd, 2001, feeling somewhat disheartened, I ventured to the Staples Center to shoot some hoops as a means of venting my frustrations. It was there that I spotted Young practicing his three-point shots alone. To my astonishment, he was shooting from the half-court line, leaving me utterly dumbfounded and tingling with disbelief. Now, should you perceive his extraordinary three-point prowess as mere illusion, you are gravely mistaken. It is indeed authentic. A testament to the relentless dedication Young has poured into honing his craft over the years. As for his other abilities, though I have yet to witness them firsthand, I am confident that this disciplined training enthusiast is capable of remarkable feats. Kenny's skepticism towards him stems from the fact that his former backup has surpassed him, securing the highest salary in the league at an astonishing $25 million, while Kenny himself has never even approached the $2 million mark. Naturally, he harbors jealousy towards Young. As for the hefty Charles, his doubts about Young arise from the memory of Yang's game-winning three-pointer that crushed the Suns, thwarting what could have been Charles's singular chance at a championship title. With a lifetime devoid of trophies while Young adorns his fingers with rings, can we blame Charles for his envy? It is only fitting. In summary, both of these characters are consumed by jealousy, their faces twisted by it. Shaquille pointed vehemently at the two. Barkley and Kenny Smith feigned outrage, slamming their hands on the table. "Shut up, you fat pig. If you continue, the whole world will know." Shaquille, If you can't refrain from speaking, then perhaps you should speak less. Do I not care for my reputation? Mention championships again, and I shall retaliate. Shaquille, brimming with confidence, replied, your anger only affirms the truth of my words, does it not? Hey, what are you doing? Put down your weapons. Don't come any closer. Smith and Barkley rose, intent on surrounding Shaquille. He stood, ready to flee, but alas, a stray wire tripped him. The sight of these three jesters engaging in their antics brought laughter to the production team in the live broadcast. The viewers at home joined in the merriment, contrasting sharply with the rigid nature of other television programs. Naturally, experts from various networks offered a plethora of opinions and speculations, drawing countless fans and the general public into the fray. Is the truth merely a product of hype? The topic has escalated dramatically at this critical juncture. One of the key figures involved in the incident at the Rucker Park game, the rising star Kyrie Irving, made an appearance on New York television news. During the interview, Irving candidly remarked, indeed, that game was purely for promotional purposes. I donned the attire of an elderly gentleman, transforming into a character known as Uncle Drew, to engage in some light-hearted competition. These were all scripted arrangements. We had a filming crew from New York television on site. Many viewers who watched the footage likely noticed the obvious wires in the background. Our intent was merely to create a promotional piece. Throughout his appearance, Irving refrained from mentioning Yang Hao. Nevertheless, many extracted the notion that it was all orchestrated. A promotional clip. Various phrases were distilled by media personnel, experts, and the public alike, leading everyone to uncover the truth. It was indeed a publicity stunt, and that game was nothing short of a spectacle. Irving's willingness to appear indicates his honesty, while Yang's absence suggests that his performance was entirely fabricated, merely a ploy for attention. Yang meticulously crafted this elaborate charade, ostensibly for the sake of his son, the so-called father-son on-stage moment. Online, many felt they had uncovered the truth, causing a frenzy across the internet. New York, NBA headquarters. In the president's office, President David Stern and Assistant Adam Silver are closely monitoring the situation. Over the years, basketball has remained the third most popular sport in America. This is a rare occasion where basketball's popularity has surpassed that of the other two major sports nationwide. Could the NBA management possibly ignore this? Let them continue to sensationalize the matter. It would benefit the NBA. However, Mr. President, it seems the topic has reached a consensus. Everyone believes this is Yang's maneuver for his son's publicity. Thus, promoting the father-son duo would indeed garner significant attention. David Stern decisively instructed, call Knicks owner James Dolan and ensure they acquire Yang's son. If they sign him, we will extend some favors to the Knicks. Understood, Mr. President. Adam Silver promptly reached out to Knicks owner James Dolan. However, upon stating his purpose, he was met with a barrage of disdain. Get lost. Who do you think you're talking to? Do we, the New York Knicks, lack funds? Do we need their market? In the Big Apple, we can easily secure the highest team valuations in the league. Don't come here and issue commands. What are the Knicks doing? We don't require your assistance. Be gone. NBA President Assistant Adam was mercilessly berated. Ultimately, he could only vent his frustration at the disconnected phone, cursing, Dolan, you fool. The Knicks are doomed in your hands. Outside Madison Square Garden, the Knicks owner Dolan wore a grim expression. It was not merely due to the effeminate assistant who spoke in riddles, but rather because a throng of people obstructed the road outside. Sign Jansen, we want to see father and son on the same stage. Such chants echoed loudly and harmoniously. Dolan squinted his eyes. Damn it, these people at the entrance must all be hired by Sue, right? Half an hour later, under the escort of security, the car finally made its way into the parking lot. Dolan had finally escaped from the frenzy of fans. Damn it, how dare Yang force my hand? This is an affront to me, James Dolan. Media experts all proclaimed that the match at Rock Arena was mere hype. No need to rely on experts. Dolan could see the truth for himself. It was blatantly a publicity stunt, just like the antics Yang had been engaged in for the past month and a half. All to promote his son, Jansen. Why on earth would I choose such a useless player? Our 17th pick was not a mere whim. Moreover, could Yang's ostentatious display be any more exaggerated? Do they think I am a fool? I have eyes, you know. Dolan hurried toward headquarters. Soon, the management team arrived. In the conference room, a meeting was convened for the Knicks management. Attendees included General Manager Glenn Glenwood and other executives, head coach D'Antoni and his coaching staff, as well as star players Anthony and Stoudemire, representing the players. As the meeting commenced, Dolan spoke first. The draft is the day after tomorrow. How shall we address this matter? Chapter 31. Spending $50 million for a buyout. Dolan, money can't buy my willingness. With the owner Dolan taking the lead, the top executive, General Manager Glenwood, quickly followed suit. This is just Yang's theatrics for his son's draft. We will not be deceived. Others chimed in with their opinions. Indeed, the online buzz is merely Yang's publicity stunt, a promotional short. Does he think we are blind? If he were that strong, he would have become the world's #1 superstar long ago. And what's this nonsense about the endurance of the Dragon Kingdom? Who would believe such drivel? He's already 40. If he endures any longer, he'll be retiring. Everyone looks down upon Yang Hao. However, Coach D'Antoni actually holds a fondness for Yang Hao. Yang Hao is fundamentally a system player. He does not excel in one-on-one scenarios, but rather thrives in a fast-paced, run-and-gun style of play. If the team could retain Yang Hao, acquire Steve Nash, and part ways with the disruptive presence of Carmelo Anthony, the Knicks would experience a remarkable renaissance. Mike D'Antoni is intent on transforming the current state of the Knicks, seeking to initiate this change through Yang Hao, and wishes to convey a few thoughts. In truth, Yang is not as flawed as many suggest. However, before D'Antoni could articulate his sentiments, he was interrupted by none other than Knicks star Carmelo Anthony. Before Yang Hao's arrival at the Knicks, Anthony had already established himself as the team's premier star. However, the relatively obscure Yang was now commanding the highest salary in the entire league. This naturally bred envy within the Knicks' leading star. Yang was nothing but a fraud. He lacked the requisite skill and was unworthy of such a monumental contract. In hindsight, signing him had been a grave mistake. Suddenly, Anthony voiced this sentiment during a meeting, plunging the room into an immediate silence. After all, it was none other than the owner, Dolan, who had made the fateful decision to bring Yang on board. Everyone discreetly scrutinized Dolan, hoping to discern any hint of displeasure on his face. Even Anthony tread carefully, wary of offending the owner. To their surprise, Dolan was not angered. Instead, he wholeheartedly concurred with Anthony's statement. Indeed, what Carmelo said was true. Yang was a charlatan, and his son was no better. The Knicks had no need for such dead weight. Did he think he could deceive us into acquiring his son? Not a chance. I not only refuse to take his son, but I shall also dispose of this old man. Upon hearing Dolan's remarks, the management felt a wave of relief and satisfaction. Anthony was particularly elated. Last summer, he had hoped that Yang Hao's presence would elevate him to the pinnacle of championship glory. Little did he know. He was merely a liability, incapable even of basic one-on-one play. His foremost desire now was to trade this underperformer for someone more formidable. Let us proceed with the trade. Indeed, we must move Yang. Yes, that's right. We must trade him. I concur. I too agree. The consensus was clear. And Dolan issued a command to the general manager, Glenn, go find a buyer. In no time, the general manager reached out to numerous teams. Yet, aside from a few clubs with exorbitant demands, not a single team showed interest in Yang Hao. After all, following the publicity stunt, who was unaware of Yang's mediocre capabilities? No one wished to be a fool like Dolan. Several hours passed. The transaction concerning Yang Hao is utterly unattainable. Dolan possesses a notoriously volatile temperament. He is utterly unwilling to become the subject of ridicule for being perceived as foolishly wealthy. His sole desire now is to expeditiously rid himself of this troublesome player. A buyout? Very well, let it be a buyout. Truly, Dolan exemplifies the archetype of a naive yet affluent individual. This is a monumental contract worth $75 million over 3 years. To suggest a buyout so casually is astonishing. The general manager, Glenn, was taken aback. Boss, that is indeed a colossal contract spanning 3 years. Although the final year is a team option requiring only $50 million over 2 years, such an amount is still exorbitant. Wealth cannot purchase my contentment. A mere $50 million is insignificant. Right now, immediately, I demand that he be released. I have no desire to see him on our roster any longer. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Dolan allowed the general manager to proceed with the task. Exiting the owner's office, Glenwood could only manage a resigned smile. I wonder if these decisions will be reflected in my year-end evaluation. If that were the case, it would be an egregious injustice. The following day, the eve of the NBA draft, Yang Hao was summoned to the Madison Square Garden arena by the general manager, Glenwood. Upon arriving at Glenn's office, he encountered the manager, an amiable elderly gentleman with spectacles. He epitomized the moderate type of executive, neither committing grave errors nor achieving significant accomplishments. However, he was notably kind in his dealings with others. Yang Hao genuinely enjoys interacting with him. Yang, please have a seat. Tea or coffee? Just plain water will suffice. You still pay such great attention to health. As one reaches middle age, it's essential to take care of oneself. With that, Yang Hao took out a packet of goji berries. Manager, this is a gift for your tea. Yang, I truly appreciate players like you. The general manager, Glenn, genuinely holds a fondness for Yang Hao as a person. Yang Hao possesses a remarkable ability to navigate social intricacies and engage with others, maintaining close ties during festive occasions, despite the absence of grand gifts. When it comes to basketball, Glenn recognizes Yang Hao as talents. He appreciates Yang Hao's selfless playing style, his unselfishness on the court, solid fundamentals, strong defense, and proficient three-point shooting make him an invaluable asset, a player ready for immediate impact and an exemplary role player. Initially, when owner Dolan expressed interest in acquiring Yang Hao, Glenn supported the decision. This was largely due to Yang Hao's compatibility with the fast-paced defensive strategy employed by Knicks head coach Mike D'Antoni. However, the team's dismal performance was unforeseen. While many attributed the struggles to Yang Hao, the coach and general manager understood that the real issue stemmed from a particular star player. The team's leading figure, Anthony, was ill-suited for the fast-break style, forcing the entire squad to adopt a more stagnant, triangle offense approach characterized by relentless isolation plays. In that particular system of play, Yang Hao holds minimal significance. It would indeed be surprising for the team to clinch a championship due to salary concerns. Anthony harbors an aversion toward Yang Hao. Presently, amidst the clamor of external opinions, even the owner, Dolan, has grown fond of Yang Hao. As Dolan's subordinate, the general manager relies on the owner for sustenance. Previous holders of this position have been dismissed for attempting to assert their expertise. Glenn, being a wise individual, recognizes the necessity of aligning with Dolan's wishes to maintain his position. Even if the owner intends to part ways with Anthony, he would unhesitatingly support the decision. Otherwise, his role as general manager would be rendered obsolete. During a casual conversation, as Glenn meandered through various topics, he noticed that Yang Hao displayed no signs of urgency. Rather, he seemed at ease discussing trivial matters and celebrity gossip. Was he unaware that he was currently the most talked about individual worldwide? Nonetheless, he is, after all, the illustrious owner of 10 championship rings. Such an unflappable demeanor is quite understandable. With no other recourse, Glenn felt compelled to broach the subject himself. Yang, among all the players I have encountered, you are the most diligent and dedicated, despite having secured 10 championships and the prospect of a leisurely retirement. You remain the most industrious and committed individual within the team. As the general manager of the club, I extend my gratitude for your contributions over the past year and for setting a commendable example for the younger generation. This decision is indeed challenging for me to articulate. Yet it is the owner's directive, and I must adhere to it. I hope you can comprehend my position. Chapter 32. Young brother Landry Field's general manager Glenn Ward delivered this lengthy discourse, and it was apparent to Yang Hao that something was amiss. Given that it was the NBA offseason, calling Yang Hao back to the club could only signify either a trade or a buyout. Would Dolan truly engage in a buyout? Surely, he wouldn't be that reckless. However, what unfolded next took Yang Hao by surprise. Yang, I regret to inform you that the owner has decided to buy you out. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the terms of the buyout compensation. A genuine buyout? That would indeed be profoundly disheartening. Yang Hao spoke of his sorrow, yet Glenn discerned no trace of sadness or disappointment upon his countenance. Instead, he beheld a glint of excitement in Yang Hao's eyes. After all, it was a windfall of several million. Who wouldn't be elated? Glenn chuckled and shook his head. Glenn, given our close relationship, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? The boss offered a buyout fee of $50 million. I've decided on $52 million. Glenn, you truly are a wonderful person. Yang Hao's contract still has 3 years remaining, valued at $75 million. The final year is a team option. Therefore, the maximum guaranteed salary for Yang Hao is $50 million. Glenn, demonstrating commendable loyalty, has ensured that not a single penny is deducted, even granting Yang Hao an additional $2 million as severance pay. Yang, I wish you and your son a splendid future. Thank you. Yang Hao was thus dismissed. However, reflecting on the New York Knicks, a team ensnared in a quagmire that may persist for decades, considering the controlling yet misguided owner James Dolan, and recalling the dismal performance of the Knicks under the leadership of Anthony, Yang Hao felt no sorrow upon departure. Instead, he was enveloped in a sense of ease and nonchalance. If this place does not hold me, there are surely other places that will. Farewell, Deep Pit. As he settled into the car, in Yang Hao's mind, a notification sounded. Ding. New mission. Participate in the NBA draft. Enter the green room. Reward. 10 3-point guarantee cards. Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback. You want me to participate in the NBA draft? While actually entering the draft may be impossible. Stepping into the green room is still feasible. But is the system truly that straightforward? The news of Yang Hao's dismissal has yet to be made public. Yet it has already spread throughout the Knicks' internal communication channels. Every member of the team is aware of the situation. And there is a palpable lack of regret regarding his departure. In fact, most seem to welcome it. Last season, Yang Hao monopolized the Knicks' attention and ball possession, commanding a staggering $25 million salary as the highest-paid player in the league, yet he contributed little of value. This left virtually the entire team looking down upon him. Particularly the star player, Anthony, who frequently mocked Yang at social gatherings. Could the other Knicks players maintain a cordial relationship with Yang Hao? Certainly not. Now, witnessing Yang Hao being ousted by Anthony, everyone recognizes that Anthony is the true pillar of the team. Upon receiving the news, the group chat erupted with even more boisterous discussions. The burden has finally departed. Indeed, Carmelo is formidable, dictating who stays and who goes. If he weren't from Longhua, he wouldn't even be allowed on our bench. He truly got off easy, pocketing $75 million for just 1 year of play. At 40, Old Deng should be home caring for his children rather than parading around here, engaging in deceit. The NBA is clearly not the right environment for him. I hear their league is called the CBA. That is where he should retire. Mike, haven't you always been a chauffeur? Don't you feel any sorrow now that he has gone? If it weren't for the vast market in Longhua, who would bother to pander to him? Now, I have only one big brother, and that is Carmelo. You truly are a disgrace. In the group chat, there was absolutely no respect for Yang Hao. Witnessing this, the only player who maintained a decent relationship with Yang, Landry Fields, could no longer contain himself. He took screenshots of everything and then erupted in the chat. You bunch of ingrates. When you were filming commercials with Yang, you all flattered him, and now you reveal your true colors. You are so ungrateful and shameless. It's appalling. At least Landry Fields has a bit of conscience. However, he was soon silenced and removed from the group by the chat's administrator, Anthony. Bah. You scoundrels. Fields was infuriated. If those rascals dared to continue their antics, he would not hesitate to make their conversations public. Taking a deep breath, he promptly dialed Yang Hao's number. Although he couldn't bid farewell in person, a phone call was certainly warranted. Especially since Yang had been the most supportive senior during his time with the Knicks. Brother, are you truly leaving? Yang Hao is quite attentive to this young lad, Fields. The boy possesses considerable talent and is undeniably agile. However, his foundational skills are not solid, leading to a certain squandering of his potential. Yang Hao, filled with enthusiasm upon witnessing the talent, naturally took great care in training him. Over the span of a year, the young man made some progress. However, it remains uncertain whether he will be able to persevere after Yang's departure. Young man, take good care of yourself in the future. Even in my absence, you must continue to train diligently, striving to become a starter and earn $1 million salary. Brother, I cannot succeed without you. Just a word of caution, play with a bit more caution. Above all, avoid injuries at all costs. As long as you remain unscathed, one of the starting positions on the Knicks, with their aging and ailing roster, will inevitably be yours. While Landry Fields absorbed the earlier advice, he found the final statement perplexing. So remaining injury-free guarantees a starting position? Yang Hao offered no further explanation. He could not disclose to Fields that the NBA would be embroiled in labor disputes, resulting in a months-long work stoppage the following season. When the new season commenced, it would be a truncated one, with an excessively compressed schedule. The Knicks, burdened with an aging and injury-prone roster, would struggle to endure the grueling back-to-back-to-back matchups. Injuries would be a commonplace occurrence. In the diminutive guard position, they faced a cascade of injuries. Ultimately, a young Asian player, Lin Shihao, would emerge, igniting a frenzy that would sweep through the league. At that moment, it would be Fields' opportunity to soar to great heights. Why the excessive chatter? Just follow through. Fine. I shall give it a try. Suddenly, Fields recalled something. Brother, you have no idea. Those guys in the team are not human. They are utterly ungrateful. Fields could not contain his frustration and forwarded the chat history. Yang Hao remained remarkably composed. Listen, my friend, let me remind you one last time. You're not a child anymore. Find a suitable woman and marry her soon. Don't waste your time fooling around in nightclubs with those unsavory characters. All right, brother. I hear you. However, the news soon leaked. Numerous journalists took to the internet to report. Fraudster Yang Hao has been dismissed. Deception will not be tolerated. The Knicks owner has angrily bought out his contract. A buyout fee of $52 million. All details are meticulously documented. This sparked a flurry of discussions among online spectators. It was at this moment that the Knicks made an official announcement regarding the much-debated father-son appearance, which had generated significant buzz. Following expert analysis, it was discovered that there were deliberate efforts to incite publicity. After a meeting among the club's management, it was unanimously agreed that player Yang Hao was unsuitable for the team's future development and did not align with the club's upcoming plans. Ultimately, team owner Mr. James Dolan decided to buy out Yang Hao's 3-year contract. To preempt any potential fan backlash, after announcing Yang Hao's dismissal, the Knicks also revealed their plans for this season's signings. The Knicks were set to spend substantial funds to pursue several star free agents, including championship center Tyson Chandler from the Mavericks, tough forward Nen Hilario, and veteran star guard Baron Davis. With Yang Hao's dismissal, the Knicks cleared substantial salary cap space. Should these signing plans come to fruition, the Knicks are poised for a resurgence next season. The dual announcements created a stark divide among New York fans, eliciting joy from some and outrage from others. Many fans believe the Knicks made the right decision, asserting that it was high time to rid themselves of the inactive burden that was Yang Hao. This is the wisest decision. We do not need a fraud. The deception of the fraudster had been exposed. While $52 million seemed excessive, Dolan's decisiveness was commendable. Yet, fans who had witnessed Yang Hao's true capabilities were filled with anger and sorrow. Those who had become Yang Hao's supporters never anticipated Dolan's misguided actions. At this moment, they were all profoundly disheartened. "What are you doing? Are you pushing the goat out?" they lamented. "This is the most foolish decision in NBA history." Previously, I doubted the claims that Dolan was foolish with money, but now I believe it. With such inept management, the Knicks will never aspire to a championship. It's a pity we won't see the father-son duo in New York anymore. Chapter 33. Thousands of Knicks fans angrily burn jerseys. A sensation across America. Is Dolan truly this foolish? After the official announcement from the Knicks, the street ball emperor, Hot Sauce, and his companions were absolutely enraged. Yang had been striving to showcase his true abilities for the sake of his son, yet, shockingly, Dolan, in his ignorance, decided to cut him from the team. This was a dynasty handed to them on a silver platter, and it was squandered. Hot Sauce, whose family had been Knicks fans for generations, was genuinely infuriated. Seeing that the situation was beyond repair, he felt compelled to vent his frustrations and curse Dolan for his foolishness. They had to seek justice for their senior, Yang Hao. Accompanied by a legion of devoted Yang Hao fans, Hot Sauce once again surrounded Dolan's villa. This time, the crowd was even larger, numbering in the thousands. "Foolish Dolan, you have ruined the Knicks. You have obliterated the greatest father-son performance. To dismiss a player of Yang's caliber, a true GOAT, is simply blind folly. The Knicks will regret this. They will undoubtedly regret it." These fans, all supporters of Yang Hao, uniformly donned his number 18 Knicks jersey. They gathered here to voice their grievances and release their pent-up anger. However, despite their prolonged outcry, Dolan remained unfazed. In his mind, he had already labeled Yang Hao as a fraud, a charlatan engaging in deceptive promotion and misguided familial theatrics. Dolan, convinced of his own cleverness, refused to be fooled again, believing he was not merely a fool with money. What astonished him was that despite having cut Yang Hao, so many were outside pleading for his return. "Huh? Are you also dedicated? Have you become addicted to this charade?" Dolan scoffed. "Back off. I see through your act, and I have dismissed Yang Hao. Just stop this performance. As for his son, Yang's son, I wouldn't even glance at him." Dolan publicly articulated these sentiments. No matter how many pleaded, he would not forgive Yang Hao. Yet, the fans showed no signs of retreating. Instead, their fervor intensified upon seeing Dolan. "Dolan, you still have a chance. Do not remain obstinate. Quickly beg Yang to return. He is the missing piece for the championship." Dolan frowned. These commoners expected him to plead with Yang Hao? Did they want him to humiliate himself before Yang? In an instant, Dolan was seething with rage. "How much did Yang Hao give you? I will double it. Now leave." To his surprise, the crowd only grew more vehement. "Foolish Dolan, you deserve to be the laughingstock of the entire league. The utter foolishness of some individuals renders them impervious to reason. They deserve to remain without a championship. As for the Knicks, let them pursue their misguided passions." Some even went so far as to strip the Knicks jerseys off and ignite them publicly. "With a scoundrel like you at the helm, the Knicks shall forever be deprived of a championship." Subsequently, more and more individuals joined in to set fire to jerseys. After half an hour, the vicinity of Dolan's residence finally fell silent. Yet, there lay thousands of charred Knicks jerseys, prompting a disdainful smirk from Dolan, followed by a derisive scoff. Such lowly individuals resort only to these petty tactics. Do you truly believe this will coerce me into signing that young talent? Dream on. Do you think that without your few insignificant voices, the Knicks would cease to thrive? How laughable. The Knicks have released Young, igniting a fervor among thousands of fans who burned their jerseys. This incident has surged in popularity online, causing a sensation across the nation. Numerous media personalities and the public have engaged in fervent discussions. The consensus among many is that this represents Young Howe's final endeavor for his son's draft aspirations. Knicks owner James Dolan, undeterred by the crisis, demonstrated resolute leadership, withstanding all pressures magnificently. By releasing Young, the Knicks have decisively rid themselves of a burden, heralding a promising future. The TNT Network sports program has also weighed in on this matter, following the successful collaboration of Shaquille O'Neal and others in their previous broadcast. TNT has reunited the trio to critique the jersey burning incident. Host Kenny Smith opined that the act of burning jerseys merely signifies Yang's fans' disappointment with the Knicks, rather than a directive from Young himself, who was not the type to act with such reckless urgency. Charles Barkley, however, countered that if one were not driven by immediate gratification, they would not publicize matters concerning their son. The jersey burning is plainly a vindictive reaction following the exposure of someone's false advertising. The decision to release Young will undoubtedly stand as one of the most significant in NBA history. I wish to extend a round of applause, or as they say, respect, for Mr. Dolan's unwavering conduct in the face of adversity. Shaquille O'Neal immediately retorted that those fans were genuine spectators of the games, voicing their grievances for Yang Ming. The Knicks' failure to secure Young represents their greatest loss. I wager that Dolan is undoubtedly the most foolish NBA owner in existence. Releasing Young Howe will surely be recorded as one of the gravest errors in NBA history. O'Neal was decidedly confrontational, prompting Barkley to respond immediately. Shaq, you fool. We all know the truth, yet here you are rambling on. Charles, you great oaf, you know nothing of the truth. You merely echo what others say. Shaq, you are utterly dim-witted. Those who are truly foolish are well aware of their condition. Thus, Barkley and O'Neal quickly found themselves in a heated exchange. Kenny Smith, positioned between the two, stoked the flames, suggesting, "It seems there will be no resolution. Why not just settle it with a fight? Let us do it. Who's afraid?" The two nearly engaged in a brawl live on air, reminiscent of their previous altercation, which had devolved into chaos. The director, ever considerate, provided boxing gloves, revealing a makeshift ring in the studio. The two hefty figures squared off, performing a boxing match before the rapt audience of thousands. As they pummeled each other, both left battered and sprawled on the ground, Kenny Smith, the peacemaker, interjected. "Alas, only you two fools are here, red-faced and battling it out, while Young is at home counting his money. After all, that's a cool 50 million, he added wistfully. I envy Young. I wouldn't mind being cut if it meant pocketing that easy 50 million. O'Neal suddenly sat up, casting a pleading glance toward the network president. "Could you please cut me? I don't need much. Just half my salary will suffice." The president replied with stern resolve, "You can be cut, but the penalty is 100 million. Thank you very much." O'Neal, resigned, fell back to the ground, frantically pounding the floor. Why can't I find a boss like Dolan? Barkley and the studio audience erupted in laughter. How ironic that the three of us are criticizing the burning of jerseys, only to end up envious of Young Howe's dismissal. After a prolonged bout of hilarity, the show reached its conclusion. Finally, Kenny Smith provided a summary. Fathers and sons sharing the stage, the authenticity of the Rock Arena incident, fan petitions, Knicks layoffs. Upon reflection, we realize that all this commotion has been orchestrated by the Young father-son duo, aimed squarely at the NBA draft. Tomorrow marks the day of the draft. What extraordinary maneuvers might Young unveil? What position will Young's son ultimately secure? Which team will witness the remarkable spectacle of a father-son duo on the same court? Tomorrow at 7 p.m., the New Jersey draft. Let's not miss it. Chapter 34. Old Young is laid off. Domestic critics surge, and my sister-in-law is alarmed. The father-son duo of Young Howe has recently garnered immense popularity across the United States. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Dragon Kingdom, thousands of basketball enthusiasts have been closely monitoring and discussing their rise. In recent days, domestic fans have debated the authenticity of Young Howe's prowess, with a prevailing sense of skepticism. Nevertheless, many loyal supporters continue to rally behind him. Today, just as many were awakening from their slumber, a startling announcement from the New York Knicks emerged. They have released the Dragon Kingdom player, Young Howe. Instantly, the basketball community in the Dragon Kingdom erupted in astonishment. This confirmed it. Young Howe is nothing but a fraud. A mere publicity seeker, engaging in deceitful antics. It is truly embarrassing. We, as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, have been humiliated by this father-son duo. What a disgrace. At the age of 40, the old has-been refuses to retire. How audacious to let go of our cherished mascot. Does the Knicks franchise no longer care for their reputation? And where are the rodents? Why do they not stand up to defend us? I have long harbored disdain for those domestic rodents. Yang Hao clearly lacks any real skill, yet you have elevated him to the heavens. Is this not now indisputable? Only a handful of devoted fans have spoken out for Yang Hao. 10 championships in 22 years, the first in history. Who among you can compare? Was not old Yang striving for his son, Yang's son? What is wrong with seeking a bit of publicity? With the departure of brother Hao, my youth has come to an end. Sister Lian returns to the CBA, Yao Ming has retired, and now even old Yang has been cut. Who would still watch the NBA? Isn't the CBA more enticing? These sentiments from the domestic audience have reached Yang Hao's ears. Yang Hao's domestic Weibo account is managed by his sister-in-law, Ajing. Recently, a significant number of fans have abruptly left the fan group, while the critics have surged dramatically. Ajing, 24 years old and the cousin of his late wife, just graduated from university this June. An avid basketball enthusiast. She has always admired her cousin's husband and wishes to assist him. Today, she was taken aback by the sudden influx of tens of thousands of negative comments on Weibo. Alarmed by this situation, she hurriedly reported the issue to Yang Hao. Brother-in-law, there has been an unexpected increase in critics lately. What should we do? No need to panic. I am here, he replied, responding to both the vitriol of some and the support from others. Yang Hao, in truth, does not harbor profound sentiments regarding this matter. After all, he is a seasoned veteran of the sport, having navigated its intricacies for over 2 decades. Faced with such circumstances, it is unlikely that he would experience any significant emotional upheaval. Nevertheless, he empathizes with the domestic fans. The deeper the love, the sharper the criticism. Presently, these fans tend to possess lofty expectations and high standards. They fail to appreciate the talents before them, though one cannot entirely fault them for this. In the future, when they witness the emergence of these fragile, new generation players, it is certain that these seasoned fans will be filled with regret. Yang Hao is acutely aware of the dire consequences that will ensue following the retirement of a significant number of veteran players from the Dayao team. The likes of Old Deng, the Polish behemoth, and Zhang Maobao, these young talents can only flaunt their prowess within the confines of the CBA. When they step onto the international stage, they dare not make a sound. Reflecting on the 2012 London Olympics and the 2016 Rio Olympics, where Lian Mei valiantly led the team yet ultimately secured no victories, one cannot help but ponder the struggles faced. The 2019 FIBA World Cup, hosted in Longhua, saw the national team fail to advance past the group stage on home soil. As we look ahead to the qualifiers for the 2020 and 2024 Olympics, the Dragon Kingdom's basketball team may even find themselves unable to qualify for the games. When Lian Mei, this venerable veteran, announced her retirement, how many fans were brought to tears? At that moment, the fans of Longhua displayed such kindness and deep regret for what might have been. Yet, they have forever missed the opportunity to witness the pinnacle of Longhua basketball. There is no turning back now. Observing the domestic fans in their critical remarks, Yang Hao had no desire to engage with them at all. Instead, it was those loyal fans who continued to support him, Ajun and the others, who mattered. However, the relationship with the fans must be carefully nurtured, for they are indeed our lifeblood. Thus, a selection of 1,000 individuals from the fan community will receive a basketball gift package, each valued at 1,000 yuan. Yang Hao had his sister-in-law deliver a grand basketball gift package, which included autographed sneakers, a signed basketball, and a signed jersey, among other delightful items. Naturally, these treasures were produced by the sports goods company in which Yang Hao has invested. Yang Hao Sports, neither too big nor too small. Its market value has surpassed 1 billion. This is a small enterprise intended for retirement, and Yang Hao felt it was still insufficient and proceeded to instruct further. He decided to select another 200 individuals, each receiving a random ticket for the matches of the team I will be playing for next season. Brother-in-law, if they find out about this, they will surely go wild. It's not that exaggerated. What about me? As for you, you will sit in the family section, as long as I am still playing. You can watch to your heart's content. Brother-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Love you lots, moi. Ajin's melodious voice resonated through the microphone, prompting a knowing smile from Yang Hao. In truth, Yang Hao was well aware of Ajin's feelings. He had simply believed himself too old in the past, and did not wish to burden this young girl. However, now that he felt rejuvenated, The stirrings of his heart became increasingly difficult to conceal. Youth is truly delightful. To love and to hate boldly. One can pursue anything. Yang Hao ended the call and began to organize the tasks he needed to accomplish in the coming days. In truth, it was quite straightforward. His responsibilities consisted of training diligently and maintaining a proper diet. Tomorrow, he would attend a draft conference, and thereafter, he would ascertain his next team. Where should he embark on his next adventure? Yang Hao did not take the initiative to seek anyone out. He was awaiting the unveiling of the blind box. Soon enough, a phone call arrived. The first caller was none other than the Los Angeles Lakers, as previously arranged. It was likely the Lakers, who had been stirring up excitement online. To his surprise, the call was from the arrogant assistant general manager, Jim Buss. Without a preamble, he got straight to the point and offered Yang Hao a contract, 2 years with an annual salary of $2 million. For someone at the age of 40. This contract was quite generous, wasn't it? Return to Los Angeles tomorrow and follow my lead. You will not be left wanting, Jim Buss declared, exuding an air of superiority as if he were bestowing a favor upon Yang Hao. His words carried an implicit threat, warning him not to get too close to his sister, Jeannie Buss. Unexpectedly, Yang Hao shed his typically genteel demeanor and retorted with a curt, "Get lost." He then abruptly ended the call, even going so far as to block the number. Shortly thereafter, Jeannie Buss attempted to call him. However, Yang Hao chose not to answer. A text message followed from Jeannie Buss. "Yang, I am truly sorry. That contract is simply outrageous. Jim and Dad have gone too far, but I am powerless. However, I can compensate you in other ways. Rest assured, the Lakers will secure Jansen with the highest draft pick. It is imperative that we share the court as father and son. Yang Hao, there's no need to force it. That lad's talent is merely average. Jenny Bass, you understand. My true aim is actually you. Yang Hao, then it is entirely up to you. The matter of whether Yang Hao will join the Lakers is of little consequence. He will gravitate towards whoever offers the most lucrative deal and presents the most appealing opportunity. With Jim Buss poised to take control, it is evident that Yang Hao would face considerable challenges should he decide to join the Lakers. Naturally, he will not make that choice. Furthermore, if his son Yongsan were to venture alone to the Lakers, it would also be unfeasible. While Yongsan possesses a degree of talent, his character bears a striking resemblance to that of Allen, which renders him somewhat out of place within the NBA. Should he find himself in a high-profile team like the Lakers, even the slightest misstep would be magnified, proving detrimental to Yongsan's development. Just as Yang Hao contemplated whether to bring Yongsan back to China to play in the CBA, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang Hao? This is Maury, the general manager of the Rockets. You should be familiar with me, correct?" "Not at all. Get lost." Chapter 35. Rockets offer 10 years for $30 million? Yang Hao, dream on. In Houston, at the headquarters of the Rockets, in the owner's office, a rotund man held his phone, utterly stunned. Beside him, an elderly gentleman inquired urgently, "Maury, what is with that expression? What did he say?" What was the response? "Not familiar. Get lost." Maury certainly would not divulge the details to the owner. After all, owner Alexander was fervently seeking the talents of Mr. Yang Hao. Yang Hao is a player from the Dragon Nation, and the Rockets are the NBA team with the most fans from the Dragon Nation. Now, with Yu Ming announcing his retirement from the Rockets, the team must urgently secure a player from the Dragon Nation to maintain its presence in this crucial market. Yang Hao is undoubtedly the epitome of an ideal target. Recently, he has generated a considerable stir, capturing the attention not only of basketball enthusiasts in the Dragon Kingdom but also fans across America and around the globe. Such a captivating player is precisely what the Houston Rockets require. The owner of the Houston Rockets, Leslie Alexander, is a frail elderly man. With small eyes and a wide mouth, he dons a pair of spectacles, and his hair appears disheveled, seemingly indifferent to his appearance. Clad merely in a shirt, he neglects to fasten his tie, leaving the top 2 buttons undone and allowing the hem of his shirt to hang untucked over his trousers, presenting an utterly disheveled image. He embodies the quintessential miser. In 1993, he acquired the Rockets for a staggering $85 million, leading them to consecutive championships in 1994 and 1995. At that time, he held little regard for Yang Hao. Ironically, it was he who orchestrated Yang Hao's trade, dispatching this seemingly inconsequential player to the Bulls. In the ensuing decade, Yang Hao joined the Chicago Bulls, assisting Michael Jordan in achieving another illustrious three-peat championship. Yang Hao, while with the Lakers, played a pivotal role in assisting the team's iconic 0K combination to achieve a remarkable 3 consecutive championships. Yang Hao, while with the Lakers, assisted Kobe in achieving back-to-back championships. When Yang Hao reached an unprecedented milestone of 10 championship rings, adorning all 10 fingers, Alexander could only lament, "Had I known he was a fortuitous lucky charm, I would have certainly made a higher offer back then." Alexander had long desired to reclaim Yang Hao, especially after Yu Ming joined the Rockets. He was eager to forge a formidable inside-outside duo for the Dragon Kingdom, aiming to dominate the entire market. However, the old man was rather stingy, constantly trying to cultivate a personal rapport with Yang Hao, avoiding discussions about money, which was quite absurd. Made a mistake? Then do it again, but this time be earnest and precise, he insisted. Alexander was resolute in his determination to secure Yang Hao. With Yao's retirement due to injury, if the Rockets aspired to capture a slice of the Dragon Kingdom market, they needed to sign Yang Hao. Alexander further instructed, "Mole, be sure to treat Yang with utmost respect. He is a former champion contributor to our Rockets. Approach him humbly and seek his favor. Do you understand? Rest assured, boss. Yang is my benefactor. I will certainly endeavor to appeal to him earnestly." The chubby Mole nodded, his face a mask of cunning. Yet internally he was filled with grievances. Damn it, if it weren't for the sake of my livelihood, would I be flattering an Asian ghost? Humph. He picked up his phone, meticulously verifying each digit before finally dialing. After confirming the number was correct, he made the call. It connected, but only for a brief moment before a female voice interrupted. "Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is busy now. Please redial later." Minutes later, he tried again. "Sorry." The same message repeated, again and again. It was evident that the number had been blocked. Yet, Mole did not perceive it as his fault. This shouldn't be happening. Yang shouldn't be so dismissive. I was clearly polite. It must not be my issue. Mole's mind raced, sensing something was amiss. "Boss, it seems someone might be intercepting our target. What should we do?" "What? Someone is competing with us? Then we will have to spend even more." Alexander's first instinct was to allocate a larger budget. Mole's lips twitched, but he patiently advised, "Boss, if we truly wish to secure Yang this time, we may need to invest a bit more." Reluctance to part with a child results in failure to ensnare the wolf. Alexander, with gritted teeth, made a resolute decision. "Then, I shall grant you 30 million over 3 years. Will that suffice?" "Boss, are you truly serious?" "I assure you I will accomplish the task." 30 million over 3 years. For a 40-year-old veteran? This seems rather a pittance for him, doesn't it? Since you value the Dragon Kingdom market so highly, why not pursue an outright acquisition? A glimmer of insight flickered in Mole's eyes as he devised a plan. Yang Hao's phone was unreachable. Mole directly contacted Yang Hao's agent, Bill Duffy. Surprisingly, the call went through. In Yang Hao's residence, Bill Duffy noticed an incoming call notification. "Boss, it's the general manager of the Houston Rockets, Maury. Should I take the call?" Upon hearing the name of the Houston Rockets and the mention of Maury, Yang Hao's brow furrowed deeply. The incident from 2019 vividly resurfaced in his mind. He had no desire to utter a single word about that conniving, unscrupulous individual. "You take it. I want to hear what they have in store this time." Indeed. Every off-season, Alexander would reach out to Yang Hao, offering deals far below market value, attempting to exploit him, but Yang Hao had never given him a chance. This time, however, it was the rotund Maury making the call. Bill Duffy might as well listen in and see if the Rockets would treat him with respect this time. "Hello, this is Bill Duffy." "Mr. Duffy, greetings. I am Maury, the general manager of the Rockets. What can I do for you?" "Well, I want to express that the entire Rockets organization holds Yang in high regard. He is among the most exceptional guards I have ever encountered. His playing experience is incredibly rich. It was in Houston where Yang began his journey into the league and secured his first 2 championships. Now, at the age of 40, as he approaches the twilight of his career, we wish to invite him to return to Houston, to come back home." The caller was appealing to emotions, suggesting that Yang Hao should return to the Rockets and settle down. It was indeed a commendable idea. Perhaps Bill Duffy, who had never witnessed Yang Hao's performances at the Toyota Center, might agree. However, the current Bill Duffy was well aware of Yang Hao's true capabilities. At this moment, Yang Hao is in his prime, truly in the prime of his life. Is he contemplating retirement? Such a notion is an affront to his abilities. No. What Yang desires most is to join a championship contending team. Currently, the Rockets are lacking the presence of Yao Ming, and with Tracy McGrady's numerous injuries, this lineup stands little chance of even making it to the playoffs, let alone contending for a championship. Yang will undoubtedly not join. Have you truly considered this thoroughly? We possess far greater sincerity than any other team. How about 30 million for 10 years? all the way until Yang's retirement. Is that not a contract of genuine goodwill? 30 million per year? Ahem, ahem. The sound of two coughs echoed on the other end of the line. Of course not. It's 30 million for 10 years. My apologies. No, 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 please do not refuse. We can negotiate further. How about 6 years for 20 million? This is genuinely our utmost sincerity. The boss said to get lost. Beep, beep, beep. Bill Duffy furiously hung up the phone, completely rejecting the Houston Rockets olive branch. Alexander is indeed true to his name. An annual salary of 3 million? A 10-year contract? Is he expected to sell his soul to the Rockets until he grows old? Ridiculous. In Houston, within the Rockets office, a crash resounded as a cup shattered on the floor. The boss, Alexander, was livid. Damn it, how could you? I clearly stated 30 million for 3 years, you fool. Why did you alter my orders? Do you wish to jeopardize your position? Boss, I only had the team's best interests at heart. I merely wanted to keep Young with the Rockets for a longer duration. After all, Yang's age presents certain risks. Moreover, is this not business? Bargaining is commonplace. Who knew they would refuse to negotiate so rudely? I was left with no alternatives. The portly man feigned pity, insisting it was for the boss's benefit. Suddenly, another possibility struck him. Boss, is there a chance that someone has already presented Young with an irresistible contract? It is indeed a plausible scenario. In previous years, whenever Alexander called Young, he would wait for a quote before ultimately declining. Yet this time, there was no inquiry about the offer. He simply refused outright. There was certainly something amiss. Alexander quickly grasped the situation. Then tell me, how can we bring Young back? Boss, we do not necessarily need to engage in such excessive bidding. It feels like a loss. If we wait a few years. No, I do not want to wait a few years. I want it now. Alexander had a plan. He envisioned the team earning more in the coming years. And if fortune favored them, securing a championship. In that case, he would sell the team at its peak value. Damn it, you are filled with schemes. I need you to find a way to bring Young back immediately. There are indeed ways. Very well, I will proceed. Upon success, I shall reward you with $1,000. Thank you, boss. Your generosity is appreciated. Mole, feigning innocence, rolled his eyes in secret when the boss was not looking. This miserly behavior is truly reminiscent of Mr. Scrooge. Subsequently, Mole initiated a stir. Chapter 36. Mole incites domestic fans to create chaos. Yongson secretly trails the thunder. Mole proves himself to be an astute individual, a veritable academic prodigy and data analyst. He possesses a sharp intellect. Unable to sway Yang Hao himself, he began to rally domestic Rockets fans to amplify the discord. With Yao Ming recently retiring, the Rockets still maintain the largest and most devoted fan base in the country, owing to Yang Hao's acquisition of 2 championships with the team. Yao Ming was the first overall pick from the Dragon Nation, cementing a profound bond between the fans and the Rockets. General Manager Mole decided to leverage this deep-seated affection to orchestrate his plans amidst the recent turmoil. He promptly released a video wherein he called Yang Hao's agent. Mole first offered words of comfort to Yang Hao, asserting that despite the external chaos, they remained steadfast in their support. He then made a heartfelt invitation. Yang, on behalf of the Rockets, I invite you to return to this haven. We shall safeguard you as family. Furthermore, he promised, as long as you desire, you can play for the Rockets until your retirement. And your son, Yongson, will also receive our utmost support in his development. However, such enticing terms were met with a firm rejection from Yang Hao, who brusquely dismissed the overture. The release of this video incited fury among numerous domestic Rockets fans, including many who had long harbored disdain for Yang Hao, all of whom were galvanized into action. A collective wave of criticism surged forth, directed at Yang Hao. How can you be so ungrateful? The Rockets are extending an olive branch. They are honoring our nation. Yet, you, an old fool, have the audacity to act indifferently. Do you truly believe a single slam dunk elevates your status? Yang Hao, at 40 years of age, it is time to face reality. You refuse to return to the Rockets when they plead for your presence? Who else would want a player of your caliber? Hurry back to the Rockets and do not be so unappreciative. Amidst this domestic upheaval, my sister-in-law, Ajin, provided further updates. Yang Hao disregarded the petty criticisms directed at him and instead inquired with genuine concern, "What time is your flight today? I will come to pick you up tomorrow." "Is my brother-in-law coming to fetch me? That would be wonderful," she exclaimed. "It's my first time flying abroad. You must be cautious." "I understand, brother-in-law. I am not a child anymore." After offering his advice, he turned his attention to his sister-in-law, Ajung. Yang Hao summoned Yang Sin to discuss the impending draft event. My boy, let us converse. Presently, your prospects for the draft appear rather bleak, as your ranking has vanished from the top 100. The likelihood of your selection seems dim. Will you return home to play in the CBA, or perhaps pursue opportunities in the NBA's minor leagues or in European leagues? The choice lies with you. Upon hearing these words, Yang Sin's expression darkened ominously. In recent days, his popularity had plummeted, all due to that fateful training camp and the incident that transpired at the Lock Stadium. Yang Sin then realized that he had truly stepped away from his father's shadow, and he was not regarded favorably by others in the slightest. Nevertheless, this fellow was quite obstinate. The draft event had yet to commence. How could one presume that I would not be chosen? Upon finishing his thought, as Yang Sun hefted a large bag and prepared to leave, he was asked, "Where are you going?" "None of your business," he replied curtly. "All right, it's splendid that it's none of my concern. Off you go," came Yang Hao's nonchalant response. Hearing Yang Hao's casual tone, Yang Sin stepped out of the villa, tears nearly betraying him. Does even Old Deng think I stand no chance? How infuriating. I must prove him wrong. Yang Sin wiped away a tear and then took a ride to the training camp in New Jersey. Tomorrow marks the day of the draft. There remains one final opportunity tomorrow morning. Yesterday, Yang Sun received a clandestine phone call. The team wished to conduct a covert tryout for Yang Sun in New Jersey. Yang Sun understood that this was his final opportunity. This time, I shall succeed. Within the villa, Yang Sun had just departed when a phone call came in. To my surprise, it was a call from within the country. The screen of my mobile phone displayed the name Xiao Yao. Others refer to De Yao, for he is indeed quite substantial. In Yang Hao's eyes, De Yao was merely a junior, thus he affectionately referred to him as Xiao Yao. Yao Ming had recently chosen to retire due to a severe injury and had not been away for long. He was currently recuperating in the country while simultaneously preparing to oversee the affairs of the CBA Shanghai Sharks. No longer required to play, he could now fully embrace his role as the major proprietor of the CBA team. Today, a call from Mo Lei stirred excitement among domestic fans, and Yao Ming's phone call at this moment was hardly subtle in its intentions. "Xiao Yao, it has been quite some time. Are you perhaps interested in my son?" "How go? Don't jest. With Arson's capabilities, playing in the CBA would be a waste of talent, wouldn't it? How has it been being a big boss lately? Does it feel exhilarating?" "It's just all right." Yang Haodong engaged in casual conversation, discussing various topics. Yao Ming had fallen into a predicament. "Well then, if that kid fails to make the cut, I will personally deliver you to the Great Sharks team." "Sounds good, absolutely no problem." The call ended there. Shortly after, a message arrived. "Brother Hao, I almost forgot the main matter. Have you truly no intention of returning to the Rockets? Honestly, their offer is quite generous. I find myself feeling a tinge of envy." In Yao Ming's eyes, Yang Hao was now too advanced in age, and the Rockets presenting a lifelong contract was undeniably a bargain. This perspective, however, stemmed from Yao Ming's ignorance of Yang Sin's remarkable transformation and strength. His thoughts were indeed not without merit. Yang Hao, matters of adults are not for children to concern themselves with. Yang Hao understood that his intentions were noble. However, Yao Ming remained oblivious to the future. With that repugnant individual, Mo Lei, lingering around, it was utterly impossible for Yang Hao to return to the Rockets. Yao Ming's bewildered expression. "Yang Hao, I forgot to ask, are you truly content to retire like this? Even with 10 championships under my belt, I still feel it is insufficient. You, on the other hand, have yet to claim a single title. Can you genuinely accept this?" "Yao Ming, what choice do I have if I am not satisfied? Will you take me under your wing?" Yang Hao, certainly. Domestically. Upon reading this message, Yao Ming chuckled softly, yet his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Yang Hao, at the age of 40, entered the league earlier than Yao Ming, who retired at the age of 31. This seasoned veteran continues to persevere, maintaining a commendable level of performance. If given the opportunity, he would certainly wish to carry on. Who would be content with having never won a championship? Yet, securing a title is far from easy, he mused. The following day, at a hotel in New Jersey, in an underground basketball court, Yang Sun pushed the door open and entered. Inside, there were already many people present. Numerous men in suits and a young man clad in a Thunder jersey had been waiting for quite some time. The suited men comprised the management and coaching staff of the Oklahoma City Thunder. The general manager, Sam Presti, and the head coach, Scott Brooks, were among them. The young player, resembling a character from an anime, was none other than the Thunder star guard, Russell Westbrook. "Welcome, Yang Sun," he greeted. "Hello, everyone." Yang Sun felt somewhat apprehensive under the gaze of so many. "Hey, Young's son, I'm Russell Westbrook, Westbrook said as he approached, playfully squeezing Young's shoulder. Buddy, relax. It's just a tryout. Chapter 37. What the Thunder lacks is not young talent, but experienced veterans. Rookie report. Rookie name, Youngson. Age, 20 years. Height, 198 centimeters. Wingspan, 218 centimeters. Position, swingman. Strengths, exceptional static talent, solid fundamentals. Weaknesses, poor explosiveness, lack of confidence. Strength, 80 kilograms bench press for 5 repetitions. Speed, 3/4 court dribble in 3.7 seconds. In a small conference room at a hotel in New Jersey, smoke lingered in the air. The Thunder's management was indulging in Dragon Country cigarettes, sipping on Dragon Country liquor, and savoring delectable Chinese cuisine. Meanwhile, an assistant coach was presenting the data from Young's tryout that had just concluded. Once all the data had been read, General Manager Sam Presti nodded and remarked, "The specific figures are quite promising. He shows considerable potential." Then, there was no further development. After all, young individuals with such physical gifts number no less than 100 or 200 each year. Young's son did not garner much attention from the crowd. Soon, his rookie report was set aside. The management and coaching staff continued to indulge in cigars, savoring fine wine and dining on steak. They were somewhat satisfied with Youngson. Yet he was not their primary target for reinforcing the Thunder. The previous season had seen the Thunder perform admirably, with a regular season record of 55 wins and 27 losses, securing 4th place in the Western Conference. In the playoffs, they fought valiantly, reaching the Western Conference Finals, only to be defeated 1-4 by the eventual champions, the Mavericks. Overall, this youthful squad had showcased commendable performance throughout the season. As the season concluded, the Thunder's management envisioned a championship within reach and sought to make strategic enhancements. Thus far, no adjustments had been made to the roster, which revolved around the trio of Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, complemented by blue-collar players such as Cephalosha, Ibaka, and Perkins. The Thunder aspired to contend for the championship, yet they were uncertain about the approach to take. The management and coaching staff each held differing opinions. Some suggested mining talent in the NBA draft to bolster immediate capabilities, taking a step-by-step approach to build a dynasty. Others proposed trading one of the trio to acquire a star player, intensifying their championship pursuit. Various ideas circulated, but these 2 recommendations received the most support. Today, in New Jersey, at the New Jersey Grand Hotel, they convened to deliberate this matter once more. Finally, after the cigars were smoked, the liquor consumed, and the Chinese meal finished, lunch came to an end. A waiter presented a cup of Longjing tea, signaling the time for post-meal discussions. "Everyone, feel free to share your thoughts. Let us speak openly today." General Manager Sam Presti initiated the conversation, yet no one was eager to speak. Sam then called upon head coach Scott Brooks. "Scott, what are your thoughts for the upcoming season? Please share." "Manager, I remain steadfast in my perspective. I have full confidence in our team's ability to select talent and in my players. Last season, we successfully reached the Western Conference Finals, with another year of maturity. My disciples will undoubtedly advance further. The championship will come in due time." Head coach Scott Brooks, a bespectacled gentleman of refined demeanor, exemplified the archetype of an academic coach. He was the first to advocate for steady progress. He believed in himself and the team's vision, convinced that, given time, they could cultivate a dynasty. Durant, Westbrook, Harden, the 3 stars of the Thunder, cultivated through their own draft choices, speak volumes. With methodical progression, a dynasty is undoubtedly achievable. As he listened, General Manager Sam nodded, though a frown creased his brow. "Indeed, these 3 young men, under your guidance, have shown remarkable potential. Their play is infused with vigor, igniting passion in all who watch. In the league, we fear no adversary, for we possess both the courage and capability to triumph over any team. Yet, there remains a caveat. Scott, the owner is growing impatient. He yearns to witness a championship victory. Is he truly that anxious? Good things take time. We all understand this, yet we are mere employees. We must strive to meet the owner's expectations. Failure to do so could result in our dismissal." Sam shrugged and turned his gaze to the others. "Do any of you have thoughts to share? Speak up." At Sam's prompting, Michael Jennings, the scouting director and advocate for trading a star player, spoke. "Manager, I believe we must instigate change. I propose we trade our player James Harden to acquire a superstar from elsewhere. We should already possess the talent for a Western Conference Finals run, and with the addition of a formidable star, we can surely contend for the championship." Upon hearing that his cherished prodigy James Harden might be traded, Coach Scott Brooks was the first to object. Trade for a superstar? Huh. While that may sound appealing. Who do you intend to acquire? LeBron James? Kobe Bryant? Derrick Rose? Even if we manage to secure any of them, can we guarantee a championship? I think not. Scott, I'm merely exploring options. Why are you so agitated? Anyone who dares to trade my Thunder Trio will face my wrath. If you disagree, feel free to fire me. Scott, your attitude is hardly collaborative. What would you have me do? Grovel before you? Dream on. As tensions escalated, General Manager Sam felt a sense of relief. After a few more moments of escalating voices, as both sides began to pound the table, Sam finally intervened. Enough, Scott. Michael, sit down. He then personally served them coffee. Here, enjoy this long Jing tea from the Dragon Country. It's beneficial for the lungs and liver. Let us all sit down and discuss calmly. Under Sam's mediation, the two ceased their bickering, and he began to evaluate and analyze their suggestions. In truth, both had valid points. Scott's insistence on self-sufficiency and steady growth is a prudent long-term strategy. It is precisely due to our unwavering commitment that we have forged the formidable strength of our current team. The present roster possesses an impressive offensive capability, instilling a sense of fearlessness within the league. We are capable of standing our ground against any adversary. However, the shortcomings of this lineup are glaringly apparent. While we excel in favorable circumstances, we falter when faced with adversity. Our vigor is abundant, yet our endurance is lacking. When confronted with challenges during a match, the players often resemble headless flies, aimlessly searching for direction. Head coach Scott Brooks nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sam's observation. The current Thunder team exhibits qualities reminiscent of Chung Yaojin's approach. They thrive on launching an initial offensive barrage. Should they fail to secure a swift victory, the subsequent strategy becomes a gradual grind. Whether they emerge victorious or succumb to exhaustion hinges on their form and rhythm. Nonetheless, it is evident that during critical moments, the youthful squad struggles to maintain composure. Where lies the crux of the issue regarding the team's insufficient endurance? General Manager Sam succinctly attributes it to two words: youth. Indeed, the most significant challenge facing our Thunder squad is their overwhelming youthfulness. In light of this predicament, I find Manager Michael's suggestion to be rather astute. Scout Department Manager Michael Jennings beamed with delight, his face flushed like a monkey's behind, while head coach Scott Brooks wore a pallid and grim expression. Conversely, General Manager Sam offered a faint smile before stating, "It is universally acknowledged that a mature team is a harmonious blend of new and seasoned players. Furthermore, a championship team undeniably requires the invaluable presence of veteran players. To contend for the championship with such a youthful team, we must bolster our veteran foundation and enhance our championship pedigree. Players like Westbrook, Durant, and Harden represent our youthful brilliance. We are not lacking in talent, but rather in seasoned experience, in locker room leadership, and in a veteran presence to stabilize the emotions of our younger players on the court. Thus, we must seek to trade for some experienced veterans." With that, General Manager Sam gestured, and his assistant distributed a stack of profiles of veteran star players. "Take a look at these carefully selected candidates," he urged. Chapter 38. We must exhaust every effort to acquire Jansen. General Manager Sam has curated a notable list of star veterans available in the free agent market: Tyson Chandler, Mike Bibby, Tracy McGrady, Chauncey Billups, Baron Davis, and Sean Battier. These individuals are all renowned star players who have made their mark in the NBA, albeit now as seasoned veterans. In the eyes of head coach Scott Brooks, each of them possesses the potential to significantly contribute to the team. Brooks holds a particular admiration for Chauncey Billups, the recipient of the Finals MVP award in 2004. The veteran's experience and championship pedigree are undoubtedly invaluable. As a commendable alternative, acquiring the defensive maestro Sean Marion would also be advantageous. He is a quintessential 3D player, renowned for his impeccable defensive skills and stellar character, ensuring a harmonious atmosphere within the locker room. Upon reviewing the profiles of these illustrious veterans, Coach Brooks's esteem for General Manager Sam has only grown. The GM's discerning eye for talent is commendable. If he could secure one or two of these players, the Thunder would undoubtedly have a promising future. However, when Brooks turned to the last page of the dossier, he was taken aback. Player profile: name, Yonghao nationality, Longwood age, 40 position, shooting guard, point guard, height, 194 centimeters, weight, 90 kilograms, wingspan, 210 centimeters. While the basic information is sparse, the subsequent 3 pages of accomplishments are quite substantial, indicating the GM's meticulous attention to detail regarding this player. With a furrowed brow, Brooks chose to delve deeper into the Arsum. Yang rose to prominence as a prodigious high school talent, ranking among the top 10 in Longwa basketball history. In 1989, at the tender age of 18, he entered the NBA draft, where he was selected by the Houston Rockets as the 13th pick in the third round. Upon joining the team, the once promising talent from Longwa faced challenges. His penchant for reckless three-point shooting ruffled the feathers of coach Don Chaney, leading to his relegation to the bench as a mere spectator. In 1992, with the arrival of new coach Rudy Tomjanovich, Yang underwent a transformation, gaining weight and transitioning from an offensive-minded guard to a blue-collar player. As the three-point line was adjusted to 6'7" meters, and the league embraced long-range shooting, Yang's proficiency from beyond the arc garnered Tomjanovich's trust. Initially a backup to Kenny Smith, he ultimately usurped Smith's position to become a starter. During the 1994-95 seasons, he played a pivotal role alongside Hakeem Olajuwon, capturing 2 championships. Notably, in 1995, his crucial three-point shot helped defeat the Suns led by Charles Barkley, culminating in their back-to-back titles that year. Yang has carved out a niche for himself in the NBA thanks to his solid 3D skills, three-point shooting, and defensive prowess. In 1995, he joined the Chicago Bulls, assisting Michael Jordan in clinching 3 consecutive championships. In 1999, he became a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, supporting the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo to secure the first three-peat of the new millennium. He returned to the Lakers in 2007, and during the summer of 2010, he played a pivotal role in helping Kobe achieve back-to-back championships. By 2022, he had amassed 10 championship titles, earning him the title of the current Ring King. From the 1990s to the early 2000s, he was a crucial component in every championship run. Some regard him as a piece of the dynasty puzzle, while others, influenced by racial biases, dismiss him as a mere bystander. Nevertheless, within the 30 teams of the NBA, there always exists a management team eager to explore this Eastern magic. Last summer, Yang caught the attention of the New York Knicks, leading to a monumental 4-year contract worth $100 million. The playing style of Yang and the Knicks is profoundly incompatible, leading to exceedingly low efficiency this season, attracting criticism from fans and experts alike. Just a few days ago, he was waived by the Knicks. After perusing several pages of his detailed resume, Coach Brooks could hardly be oblivious to the general manager's intentions. Manager, it's no wonder you secretly tried out Yang, it was all for Yang. What is Coach Brooks's evaluation of Yang Hao? To be candid, he finds himself at a loss for words. While one could argue that Yang Hao possesses considerable talent, he lacks any notable achievements to showcase. Conversely, if one were to dismiss his abilities, it would be hard to overlook the fact that he boasts 10 championships, earning him the title of the greatest ring bearer in history. Such veteran prowess and championship pedigree is unparalleled, isn't it? Nevertheless, many believe that Yang Hao's 10 championships were merely a stroke of luck. Recently, he has also been embroiled in rumors of deceit. With this in mind, would the general manager still consider selecting him? Brooks chose to remain silent on the matter, opting instead to observe the general manager's stance. He squinted, discreetly watching the general manager, a sentiment echoed by others in the room. Sam, of course, noticed the furtive glances directed at him and wasted no time in addressing the group. My target for recruitment is Yang. Who among you opposes this? Sam offered no room for debate, directly challenging anyone who disagreed. Unexpectedly, someone did indeed have the audacity to voice their dissent. Manager, is it any wonder you tried out his son? Are you genuinely planning for a father-son duo here in Oklahoma City? Are you sure about this? Don't be absurd. Both of them are known frauds, universally recognized as such. Several members of the management team stepped forward to express their opposition, just as their resistance peaked. General Manager Sam flashed a mysterious smile and produced a box of DVDs. Sam, what is this? Take a look. You'll understand shortly. Soon, a video was projected in the small conference room. The footage showcased the street challenge at Lock Arena, featuring none other than Yang Hao, who was performing extraordinary feats amid the raucous cheers of the crowd. Manager, isn't this merely a promotional clip? It's staged. What's so impressive about that? Indeed. This is just a trick of the deceiver. Do they think they can mislead us with a mere bystander's perspective? Not a chance. The audience had viewed this video before and had initially been awestruck. Yet, upon reflection and influenced by media experts, they discerned the facade of this promotional effort. Now, the general manager displays it again, attempting to pull the wool over their eyes. Surely, no one would be that gullible. No, I'm not compelling you to acknowledge it as genuine talent. Rather, I want you to focus on the other individuals in this video. Pay attention and look closely. As Sam spoke, he deftly manipulated the remote control to regulate the playback speed. Moments later, two middle-aged women adorned in Lakers caps and sunglasses appeared on the screen. Their conversation was captured with remarkable clarity. It's all Jim's fault. Had he not traded Young away, I must bring Young back to the Lakers. I need to return to Los Angeles immediately and dismiss those blind scouts. The priority now is to prevent any of this from getting exposed. As the game concluded and the crowd erupted in cheers for Yang Hao, these two women were fervently attempting to confiscate all the footage, even negotiating with Irving's team for a trade. Every detail of this unfolding drama was surreptitiously recorded. Upon witnessing it all, an unspoken understanding settled over the room. Manager, are you implying that all of this is authentic? Was the recent hype orchestrated by the Lakers? Did they incite it merely to obscure Yang's true prowess? My heavens! Is this truly the case? No wonder the media has been so frenzied. It appears there are unseen hands at play. I had suspected the truth all along. Yang, at 40, appears more youthful than many of our 20-year-olds. That is undoubtedly a mark of a master. The manager pondered, why not truly sign Yang? Many were eager to secure Yang Hao's talents. Amid the fervent excitement, Sam maintained a composed smile. I never claimed these events to be factual. The truth resides within each of you. My sole recommendation is to sign Yang, treating it as an experiment. Should he genuinely possess such exceptional talent, we stand to gain immensely. If not, then I can only hope and pray that Yang is indeed a fortuitous dragon from the kingdom of dragons, blessing our Thunder team to achieve a dynasty akin to the Rockets, Bulls, and Lakers. Sam's words flowed effortlessly. However, Coach Brooks had begun to connect the dots. Sam seemed unusually intrigued by the kingdom of dragons and its culture, tea, Chinese cuisine, and baijiu. Could it be that Sam is eyeing the lucrative market behind them? In that instant, Brooks had an epiphany. All that talk of championship pedigree and veteran experience was nothing but deception. Yang is a deceiver. That old man Sam is also a fraud. Why is the owner of the Thunder so eager to secure a championship? Is it not because the basketball market in Oklahoma City is too small, yielding little profit? Meanwhile, Sam, this old schemer, has sought a different path to uncover the lucrative opportunities within the Chinese market. He clearly intends to capitalize on the Rockets' loss of Yao Ming. While Li Jianlian has returned to the CBA, leaving Yang Hao as the sole representative of the NBA in China, Sam seems poised to seize the substantial market share the Rockets once held in China. Even if the team fails to clinch the championship, Sam is unlikely to face dismissal. Sam, you truly are a cunning fox, one might say. However, Sam is well aware of these dynamics, as are others. The Thunder faces formidable opponents, including the Lakers and the Rockets, who are openly recognized adversaries. Brooks feels compelled to remind the manager, Yang has proposed a father-son collaboration. If we fail to secure Yang's son during tonight's draft, then, Sam nods, affirming seriously, we must exert every effort to acquire Yang's son. Chapter 39, The Draft. TNT reveals, Yang's 10 championships were arranged by Stern. On June 24, 2011, at 6 p.m., with merely 1 hour remaining until the draft commences, the Prudential Center, home of the New Jersey Nets, is ablaze with lights and teeming with people. Today marks the draft day, akin to the college entrance examination for rookies. Thousands of aspiring basketball talents vie for a chance to be named in the draft. The entire basketball media across the globe is keenly observing this event. In the broadcast studio of TNT, the lively trio has begun to warm up for the occasion. Welcome to the live coverage of the 2011 NBA Draft on TNT. I am your host and commentator, Kenny Smith. I am the audience's favorite basketball analyst, Charles Barkley. I am the arch nemesis of the round mound of rebound, Shaquille O'Neal. These three lively characters, with their audacious spirit of expression and playfulness, have ignited a sensation within the commentary realm. For the significant undertaking of this draft event, the leadership at TNT has specifically appointed them as hosts. Following a self-introduction at the outset, the live broadcast is split into two halves, one showcasing the studio, while the other reveals the draft venue. Kenny Smith commences by introducing today's main arena. Dear viewers, we are currently observing East Rutherford, New Jersey. The venue before us is the home court of the New Jersey Nets, the Prudential Center. We can see that outside the arena, both staff and spectator entrances have begun to form long lines as attendees patiently await their entry. According to statistics, over 100 countries and regions will be broadcasting this draft event. The arena is equipped with 15,000 seats, and to accommodate even more fans, an additional standing area of over 20,000 has been established. This evening, 35,000 fans will witness the unfolding of this draft event firsthand. Meanwhile, we will share this moment with our viewers in the studio, celebrating the emergence of new talent. Kenny Smith, embodying a conventional host, plays a pivotal role in guiding the flow of the event. At this juncture, the two mischievous co-hosts begin to stir the pot. Indeed, it must be said, they are audacious in their remarks. Charles Barkley, after Smith's introduction of the venue, suddenly murmurs, "Goodness, has the NBA fallen on hard times? To hold such a prestigious draft event in the diminutive town of East Rutherford? What is Stern up to?" Shaquille O'Neal immediately retorts, "Ignorance is truly frightening, Charles. You ought to broaden your horizons. Oh, you should know that although this place is small and the arena modest, it is under the ownership of the affluent Russian businessman Mikhail Prokhorov. The Nets are the first NBA team owned by a foreigner. The NBA actively encourages foreign investment, which is why President David Stern has chosen to host this draft at the Nets' home court." Oh, so Stern is promoting foreign investment in the NBA, akin to how Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian have invigorated the vast Chinese market? Indeed, this was all orchestrated by that cunning old fox, David Stern. I have also heard that in pursuit of the Chinese market, Stern granted Yao 10 championships. What? Is that true? Did Stern really arrange for Yao to receive 10 championships? Please elaborate. This revelation stems from a distant relative of mine who works as an assistant in the NBA president's office. It was during a drunken moment that he confided in me that the NBA is essentially a game, manipulated by a powerful hand behind the scenes. What? Are you suggesting that every NBA game is orchestrated by David Stern? Two individuals exchanged playful banter, thoroughly engrossed in their conversation. Nearby, Kenny Smith coughed discreetly to signal and quietly inquired off-camera, "Director, can this air? Should we consider editing it?" The voice from beyond the screen retorted, "You imbecile. This is a live broadcast. How am I supposed to edit it?" Enraged, Kenny Smith directed his ire towards the two jesters, exclaiming, "You two rascals are going to be the death of me." Shaquille responded, "Damn, you should have mentioned it sooner if it couldn't be aired." Barkley chimed in, "If it can't be spoken of, why are you still so engrossed?" Kenny shrugged, shaking his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, the audience found great amusement in the spectacle, fully aware it was all in jest and not to be taken seriously. Ha ha ha, these three are genuinely entertaining. The old fogies next door are simply tiresome. In the realm of sports, basketball undoubtedly pales in comparison to the other two major sports, leaving Stern to hope for a global market. This is live. How can I edit it? Ha ha ha. One can only imagine the director's fury. Were they doing this on purpose? If this continues, the director might find himself ousted. I particularly enjoy Shaq and the Flying Pig. I hope they stage a WWE wrestling showdown in their next episode. Programs like TNT provide endless amusement. This is the entertainment we all cherish, far removed from the stale traditional formats. In the broadcast studio, after a smooth start, the trio found their rhythm, sharing gossip and anecdotes, making the audience reluctant to leave. Half an hour later, the live feed transitioned into the arena. Inside the venue, the green room awaited the arrival of the new generation of talent. With the director's cue, the three lively characters recognized it was time for the rookies and their families to make their entrance. Kenny Smith began his introduction. "All right, let us now turn our attention to New Jersey to see which 20 promising young rookies have been invited into the green room today." The screen revealed the first to grace the green room's red carpet, the highly anticipated rookie, Kemba Walker, standing at an impressive 6 feet 1 inch. The star guard from the University of Connecticut dazzles with his lightning speed and extraordinary scoring prowess. Next, making his entrance is the highly touted rookie Tristan Thompson from the University of Texas at Austin. Towering at 6 feet 10 inches, this power forward boasts exceptional rebounding skills, embodying the quintessential blue-collar big man. One after another, numerous top 20 projected draft picks gracefully traverse the red carpet, seamlessly entering the illustrious green room. Within this exclusive space, 20 elegantly arranged invitation tables await, now predominantly occupied. Yet, the two prime seats closest to the draft stage remain conspicuously vacant. All present understand these coveted spots are reserved for the most elite prospects. Undoubtedly, one belongs to Kyrie Irving, but the other? With nearly all top 20 prospects already seated, whose presence could possibly warrant this honor? The TNT trio, ever the entertainers, begin their playful speculation. Charles Barkley declares, "I know one's definitely Kyrie." Shaquille O'Neal retorts, "Obviously. Even a ghost knows that. We're guessing the other. Care to wager? Dinner's on the line." Barkley counters, "Deal. I say that seat stays empty." O'Neal grins. "I'll bet on Jansen." Barkley scoffs. Impossible. That fraud-S son is just another scam. What talent does he have? Only a blind franchise would draft him. O'Neal waves him off. Enough chatter. Kenny hasn't guessed yet. Kenny Smith, ever the diplomat, demurs. I'll pass. It's nearly 6:45, we'll know soon enough. Damn it, Kenny, you sly fox, Barkley groans. Shaq, let us teach him a lesson. With pleasure, O'Neal agrees. Now, gentlemen use words, not fists. Smith protests. As O'Neal and Barkley jokingly menace Smith, the draft arena erupts in renewed excitement. The penultimate elite prospect strides onto the red carpet. Chapter 40, the grand finale. A son-S draft night overshadowed by his father-S spotlight. Emerging onto the crimson path is none other than Kyrie Irving and his entourage. Kyrie, the top pick is yours. Kyrie, we adore you. Amid roaring cheers from Cavaliers fans and the relentless flash of cameras, Irving's group proceeds into the green room. Assuming his arrival would close the procession, he is taken aback to realize another follows. A faint frown creases his brow. Damn, we're early. That seat. It must be for him. The mere thought of that competition, along with the presence of that esteemed senior and his son seated beside him, left Irving feeling quite uneasy. After all, in recent days, his team had engaged in relentless disparagement of their opponents. It was precisely due to such denigration that Irving had secured a lucrative $50 million sneaker contract. Yet, a lingering sense of guilt nagged at him. Do not overthink it. Today is your moment to shine. Remember to manage your expressions, his agent whispered, guiding him towards a few tables of rookies nearby. Kyrie, as the number 1 pick. You must embody the grace befitting your status. I understand, he replied, as Irving exchanged pleasantries with the rookies. Only 2 minutes remained until the organization's latest arrival deadline of 6:45. Who occupies that seat? Why are they still absent? Who do they think they are? Acting so aloof. Besides Kyrie, are there any other notable figures in this draft class? There's one pretender, Isnt there? You mean that kid from the Dragon Country? He got demolished at the training camp. Does he even deserve this spot? Such a prime position given to a foreigner. Stern truly has an affinity for them. Many of the rookies were aware that the coveted seat was reserved for someone significant, and the mere thought of it left them feeling quite unsettled. In the ensuing 2 minutes, Irving was on edge, filled with apprehension about whether Young Hao and his son would appear or not. His emotions were in turmoil. Finally, as the clock approached 6:45, the rookies began to relax. Are they not coming? Perhaps it's for the best. They must be too afraid to show up. Having been exposed, they certainly wouldn't dare to attend. Just as the rookies were mocking Young's son, a sudden commotion erupted outside on the red carpet. Oh, the imposters have arrived. Young Hao. 2 groups of people animatedly filled the venue with their fervent cheers, their enthusiasm eclipsing that of Irving and all the other rookies combined. Is Youngson truly that popular? Inside the green room, Irving and the other favored rookies were visibly displeased. Yet, upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. Wait, isn't Young's son supposed to be participating in the draft? Why is everyone chanting for Young Hao? Isn't Young Hao Young's son's father? The rookies were bewildered and perplexed, while outside, on the red carpet, the fervor continued to build. The Youngson draft team made a grand entrance. Accompanying Youngson were Young Hao, Rachel, his Aunt Ajin, and Agent Bill Duffy. The fans present were exuberant, erupting into thunderous cheers. The reporters on site expressed their welcome through the lenses of their cameras. However, while traversing the red carpet, Young's son, made a startling discovery. The voices resonating from the sidelines, whether laced with vitriol or encouragement, all echoed the name of Young Hao. Furthermore, the journalists and media personnel had their cameras trained solely on Young Hao. To add to Youngson's dismay, Young Hao was flanked on his left by Rachel and on his right by his sister-in-law, Asian. Young Hao stood resplendent in a burgundy suit, the epitome of sartorial elegance and gentlemanly charm. By his side, the youthful beauties Rachel and Ajin graced the occasion in their exquisite evening gowns, radiating delicate charm. The striking vision of this handsome gentleman escorted by 2 lovely ladies created a scene of breathtaking beauty. Click, 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 the cameras captured the moment incessantly. Yet where was Young's son, the supposed protagonist of this event? The figure closest to him turned out to be his agent, Old Bill. The cameras scarcely deigned to glance his way. Youngson was thoroughly disheartened. It was undeniably my participation in the talent competition. I was meant to be the protagonist, the one surrounded by beauty, the one under the watchful gaze of the cameras. Yet, all the attention was usurped. If it had been a rival stealing the spotlight, Youngson could have found some justification to confront them. However, it was none other than his own elder brother. Where could he possibly seek solace for this vexation? If it weren't for the multitude of cameras present, Yang Sun, with a disgruntled expression, hastily departed. Now, he could only endure in silence, maintaining a rigid faade adorned with a professional smile. After much effort, their group finally reached the end of the red carpet, at the entrance of the small green room. Here, Yang Sun murmured discontentedly to Old Deng. Old Deng, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Yang Hao shrugged and spread his hands, exclaiming, who acted with intention. I am genuinely anxious, as it is my first time entering the little green room. What is wrong with feeling so nervous that I need to use the restroom? Is that any of your concern? Yang Sun rolled his eyes. Humph. Don't think I am unaware. You are deliberately trying to steal the spotlight. Moreover, what I mentioned is not a matter of tardiness. Yang Hao cast a glance at him, acknowledging that the lad was not entirely foolish. So, what do you wish to say? Today is my audition, not yours. Oh, I see. You really are quite stingy. After all, I am your father. This is my first time walking the red carpet and my inaugural visit to the green room. What harm is there in savoring the atmosphere? Yang Sun felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. At that moment, Yang Hao extended his large hand and gave his son a gentle push. Do not feel wronged. Why not step into this little greenhouse first? Yang Sun was not yet prepared when he was ushered into the small green room. Just in time, 6:45. He entered the small green room at the very last second before the entrance deadline. In that instant, dozens, if not hundreds, of eyes were fixated on Yang Sr. The silence within the small green room was almost terrifying. It was at this moment that Yang Sun felt a chilling sensation throughout his limbs. What should I do? Just half a second later, the once tranquil and frigid little green room was abruptly filled with exclamations. Wow, Yang looks so handsome. That burgundy suit suits him perfectly. Who are those two ladies? They are stunning, and their figures are remarkable. Goodness, could that be old Yang's new flame? Are both of them? Oh my, Yang Hao, this deceiver is truly fortunate. Are they attending a talent show? This feels more like a grand banquet. A myriad of words expressing admiration and envy filled the air. At this moment, a large hand has found its place upon Yang Sun's shoulder. It is a rough and substantial hand, exuding a sense of security. This very hand has been the source of comfort for Yang Sun throughout his life. Yang Sun's demeanor immediately relaxed. With Lao Deng by his side, he felt invincible. Fear? Not in the least. Moments later, Yang Hao stood before Yang Sun, his hands firmly gripping his son's shoulders. Gazing at his youthful offspring, Yang Hao solemnly inquired, Are you prepared to face the indifference of your peers? Are you ready to challenge your elders? Have you steeled yourself for a resurgence after experiencing the depths of despair? Yang Sun gazed at Old Deng, and for reasons unknown, tears welled up in his eyes. Struggling to contain his emotions, he earnestly nodded his head. I am ready. Excellent. Yang Hao smiled contentedly, giving his son a couple of encouraging pats on the shoulder. Welcome to the NBA. A spark was suddenly ignited within Yang Sun's heart. It burned, it blazed, it consumed. No matter how many adversaries stood before him or how daunting the challenges he faced, he would not waver. This time, there was no need for Yang Hao's encouragement. Yang Sun strode forward with resolute steps, undeterred by any whispers or harsh sunlight. With his head held high, he moved onward. Ding. A new mission. Participate in the NBA draft and step into the green room. Reward. 10 3-point guarantee cards. Observing his son's silhouette, Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Silly boy. Are you on the verge of tears? Fear not, regardless of how the draft unfolds or how your future performances may falter. Old Deng will always be here to support you. Soon, the Yang Sun Yang Hao team took their seats in another location at the very front row. Yang Hao had just taken his seat when a familiar voice approached from the side. Senior Yang, it's been a while. Chapter 41. The Triumvirate of the Fire Lake Cat appears. David Stern emerges from the green room. The newcomer was none other than Kyrie Irving. Yang Hao does not harbor animosity towards Irving. Their relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. Undoubtedly, Yang Hao holds a certain admiration for Irving, for he is a person who steadfastly adheres to his beliefs. In this 21st century, it is remarkable that there are individuals who persist in the notion that the earth is flat. Such a person is either foolish or simply naive. Irving, after many years of playing, continues to uphold his unadulterated thoughts, remaining impervious to external influences. This demonstrates a commendable quality. Ah, little Kyrie. It has only been a couple of days since we last met, hardly a considerable span of time. Senior, regarding past matters, what matters are you referring to? I am uncertain of what you speak. Haha. Yang Hao smiled as he nudged his son, Yang Sun, forward. Son, the rising star has come to pay a visit. You wouldn't want to be impolite, would you? Reluctantly, the hands of Owen and Yang clasped together. Under the silent flash of cameras, both wore expressions of professional feigned smiles. Hello, Kyrie Irving. Hello, young Senator, how have you been these past few days? Not bad, quite fulfilling actually. Shall I introduce you to a few of my friends? Sure, it would be nice to make their acquaintance. Though their interaction seemed insincere, Yang had a pleasure in witnessing such exchanges. Young people ought to engage with one another. What business does an old man like him have in their affairs? Regardless of whether the youth harbor fondness or disdain for one another, it is essential to cultivate their own attitudes and modes of interaction. If they like each other, they should uplift one another and strive for mutual growth. If they do not, they should compete vigorously, challenging one another at every opportunity. Observing his son interact with each of the promising rookies in the small green room, exchanging a few words with each, brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yang Hao felt a glimmer of hope for Yang's son, finding some solace in his thoughts. At that moment, a group of individuals approached the table. A bespectacled journalist with a buzz cut greeted him. Hello, Teacher Yang Hao. Yu Jiao, what brings you here? I am here representing the CCTV Sports Journalism Group. Do you mind if I join you? If you do mind, would you leave? Yu Jiao was taken aback by Yang Hao's abrupt remark. However, her sister's husband, Ajin, came to her aid. Teacher Yu Jiao, my brother-in-law is merely joking with you. Yang Hao burst into laughter. He had known Yu Jiao for many years and was surprised that this fellow remained so oblivious. Ha ha ha. Old Yu Jiao, you are as straightforward as ever. How dull. Teacher Yang, how confident are you about our Arsenal's draft position this time? Not very confident. I've even reached out to Xiao Yao, preparing to send him to the Shanghai Sharks. Why not consider the Rockets? Oh, old Yu, do you have some mission at hand? Yang Hao gazed at Yu Jiao, who, being a person not particularly skilled in deceit, candidly confessed. All right. Both Dayo and the Rockets have reached out to me, hoping I might persuade you. In due time, both of you will join the Rockets. Today, they are bound to offer Arsen a favorable position. There is simply no need for this. Truly, there is no necessity, Yang Hao responded with a dismissive wave. Meanwhile, in the stands of the arena, a group of several hundred fans clad in Rockets jerseys erupted in fervent chants. Yang Hao, return to the Rockets. Yang Hao, we need you in the Rockets. Please. Yang Hao, come back to the Rockets. Their calls were imbued with warmth, as the Rockets capitalized on emotional appeals. Yu Jiao, acting as a lobbyist for the Rockets, fanned the flames further. Teacher Yang, you began your journey in the league with the Rockets. Now, at the age of 40, as you approach the twilight of your career, returning to the Rockets is indeed timely. In our homeland, we cherish the concept of fallen leaves returning to their roots. Fallen leaves returning to their roots? Yang Hao is currently just 18. Who is talking about returning to one's roots? The Rockets team is contemplating terminating Yang Hao's professional career. How could Yang Hao possibly underprice them? Their choice regarding my son is of no concern to me. They may select whomever they wish. I truly do not wish to be in the same spotlight as my son. It is quite unnecessary to force a father-son duo on stage. Furthermore, I am undoubtedly worth much more than that young lad of mine, a sum far beyond what that miser from Houston could afford. Teacher Yang, they are indeed offering a substantial amount this time, a pension contract worth 40 million. Yu Jiao attempted to persuade further when another individual approached. Yang, may I sit here? Feel free. To his surprise, it was none other than the alluring scout from the Lakers, Bonnie Gil Laughlin. Naturally, she had come in the capacity of a friend to Yang Hao, there to cheer for young Senator. Little did Yang Hao know, this captivating scout director was undoubtedly vying for his favor. Yang, Jeannie sent me to convey a message. We will undoubtedly select Arsen today. However, could you assist us regarding the contract? Laughlin was indeed a vision of beauty. A woman in her 30s. She possessed a maturity that made one yearn to be near her. Yet, this charm might not suffice against a seasoned veteran like me, a man of 40. Oh, isn't that my elder brother? What brings him here? As he spoke, Yang Hao rose and waved toward the green room entrance. Laughlin thought he was merely jesting. However, upon turning around, the atmosphere became electric. Wow, Michael Jordan has arrived. Mother, that is the deity of basketball. My God, please accept my kneeling. A heavyweight had entered the green room. Michael Jordan, the superstar who retired many years ago, now the owner of the NBA's Bobcats, had graced the venue. The young hopefuls participating in the draft were ecstatic, eager to shake his hand. Yet, Jordan merely smiled and greeted them before making his way directly to Yang Hao's table. Midway, an NBA official intervened. Michael, you are a team owner. Engaging privately with rookies might not be appropriate. There is no private engagement. This is quite the public setting. Is it not? Besides, I am neither an NBA team owner at this moment nor merely a good friend of a rookie player's father. I am here to support my nephew. Thus, Jordan confidently approached, casually draping his arm around Yang Hao's shoulders. Yang, you truly are a fine brother from our Chicago Bulls. Strong and enduring. Oh, I suppose it's just average. I still intend to play for another 20 years. Yujia and Jordan were left speechless. Yet, three lovely ladies promptly expressed their support. The uncle can absolutely do it. My brother-in-law is capable. Yang can certainly play for another 20 years without any issue. Gazing upon the trio of stunning beauties at the table, Jordan shot Yang Hao a mischievous grin and a wink. Having come from the same era, who hadn't shared such wild escapades? Clearly, Jordan was envious of Yang Hao's legendary prowess, still competing in the NBA at 40, effortlessly holding his own against three. Yang, I have a business proposition spanning over 2 decades to discuss with you. Let's hear it. Equity. Join my team, and I'll grant you 0.1 annually. Michael, you old rogue, still trying to rope me into working for you? Not a chance. Then what do you propose? Such pettiness doesn't suit you. Here's my counter. If I lead the Bobcats to a championship, you give me 3 equity. How's that? This. Old man, you're hesitating. Who's hesitating? Who? I'm Michael Jordan. Since when do I hesitate? Though his face burned with indignation, the wily Jordan refused to fall for Yang Hao's ploy. Those 3 years together with the Bulls had taught him better. Yang was the one who'd cured him of his gambling habit. At this age, he wasn't about to be goaded into reckless bets. Something tells me you're setting me up. I won't take the bait. Just then, an even more weathered voice interjected. Michael, Yang isn't deceiving you. With him on the Bobcats, your fortunes would soar. As Yang Hao turned his head, he encountered the venerable David Stern. Old David. What brings you here as well? Chapter 42. The intricate struggle among 3 parties. The Thunder makes a surprising move to intercept Yangsen. I merely happened to pass by. David Stern replied with a benevolent smile towards Yang Hao. Regardless of the moment, this elderly gentleman always bore a kind and gentle visage. Observing the table filled with numerous individuals, including youthful beauties and prominent figures from the team, David Stern remarked with a hint of double entendre, Yang, your charm is indeed vast. Perhaps it's just average. Yang Hao responded modestly. From the moment you entered the league in '89, I knew you were exceptional. Judging by the recent game, it appears I was correct in my assessment. Haha, old David, your words are making me blush. You are simply too humble. Had I known of your remarkable prowess earlier, I would certainly have ensured you receive the recognition you deserve. Haha, what are you saying? I can hardly comprehend. Not to worry, as long as they understand, David Stern said, chuckling as he turned his gaze toward the 3 unexpected guests at the table. Michael, Laughlin, you. The draft is about to commence. Will you continue to accompany Yang here, or? Jordan replied, I need to use the restroom first. I've had too much to drink. Laughlin added, I must retouch my makeup. It's starting to smudge. Yujia stated, we have some matters to attend to with our team. I shall handle that. Yangsen had just returned when he encountered this crowd. He embraced David Stern and took a photo with him. He shared a hug and a snapshot with Jordan, then posed for a picture with Aunt Laughlin and Yujia. After hearing the encouraging words from each of them, Yangsen felt somewhat dazed. What kind of connections does my father have? Both Jordan and David are coming up to him? However, recalling Yang Hao's extraordinary performance at the Rock Arena earlier, Yangsen found everything to be quite normal. However, to others, it was undeniably peculiar. Why were so many people flocking to Yangsen's table? It seemed profoundly unfair. Kyrie Irving came over to greet the father-son duo of Yang Hao and Yang Sr. The Los Angeles Lakers approached them, as did the Houston Rockets. Even Michael Jordan stopped by to say hello. To top it off, David Stern made a special appearance to extend his greetings. It was evident to any discerning observer that the league was favoring the father-son duo from the Dragon Nation. Yang Hao and young Senator Kyrie and several prominent rookies began to feel a sense of unease. Could that guy possibly be trying to elbow me out? As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the bespectacled David Stern, dressed in a suit, ascended the draft stage. Much to his surprise, before he could utter a word, the audience greeted him with a chorus of boos. This had become a customary gesture from fans over the years. Stern, unfazed, merely glanced at the individuals in the green room and smiled warmly. He then began his announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New Jersey for the 2011 NBA Draft. I am David Stern, the commissioner of the NBA. The summer in New Jersey is quite pleasant, and we are gathered here today. What was initially expected to be a brief introduction turned into an elaborate display of sentimental rhetoric, surrounded by seasoned athletes. It was clear that such verbose expressions were met with impatience. The boos intensified, accompanied by whistles from the crowd. Nevertheless, Stern remained composed, meticulously articulating each word without omission, relishing the audience's growing restlessness. Following that, he addressed the Cleveland Cavaliers. "You have 5 minutes to deliberate on your selection. We shall unveil the answer in 5 minutes." Moments later, the Cavaliers submitted their envelope to David Stern. As he took the stage with the envelope in hand, he began to announce, in the 2011 NBA draft. First round, first pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers select. He glanced at Kyrie, then at Derek Williams and Brandon Knight, ultimately allowing his gaze to rest on Youngson, who was seated next to Kyrie. He smiled. Everyone witnessed his smile. In that instant, a sense of foreboding enveloped the crowd. Could it be? The Cavaliers had lost their minds? Selecting Youngson? Was this a jest? Wasn't Kyrie the number 1 pick? Instead, it appeared to be the one who had been overwhelmed. A conspiracy. If that were the case, it surely must be a conspiracy. What folly! 1 Yao is sufficient. There is no need for foreign prodigies. Even Kyrie Irving was left astounded, struggling to accept such an outcome. Just then, David Stern made an announcement. Kyrie Irving, a graduate of Duke University, with a definitive proclamation. The anxious hearts of the Cavaliers fans finally found solace. Hooray! Irving too breathed a sigh of relief. "What a scare you gave me," he muttered in frustration. He then rose to embrace his family in jubilant celebration. After the Cavaliers selected Irving, each time David Stern read from the list, he would glance over at Youngson. The fans were incensed. Whenever Stern took the stage, they erupted in boos and jeers. "Oh, you cunning old man. Stop looking. It's pointless anyway. It can't possibly be him. Damn it. If I trust you again, I must be a fool." Many NBA team executives were equally enraged. "You old coot, if you wish to promote Youngson, must you be so blatant? No one among us would select such a charlatan. Even if you offered us some underhanded assistance, we wouldn't accept. Who would waste so much money on such a duo? We are not imbeciles." Amidst the ire directed at Stern from the NBA higher-ups, several teams had begun to communicate, reaching various agreements. Not long after these agreements were established, renowned basketball media figure W0J began to leak information. A trade had occurred. The Lakers moved up, acquiring the Heat's second-round pick, the 31st overall. Following this news, W0J provided analysis, revealing that the Lakers' target at the 31st pick was the Chinese player Youngson. Securing Youngson would allow them to package the 40-year-old veteran Yang Hao. Next season, Los Angeles planned to orchestrate the historic first father-son duo in the NBA. W0J's report was compelling, convincing many. Soon, W0J reported again. A trade had been finalized. The Rockets and Spurs had reached a verbal agreement, trading the 23rd pick for the Spurs' 29th pick along with a sum of cash. W0J analyzed. The Chinese fan market has always been dominated by the Rockets. This draft, the Rockets intended to select Youngson with the 29th pick. Not long after this news broke, it was time for the 9th pick at the draft venue. In the Bobcats suite, Michael Jordan sat in the main seat. "Youngson is the player I must secure. However, Kemba Walker is also a tremendous prospect. What do you suggest I do now, boss? Didn't you already state your position? Our only rivals are the Rockets and the Lakers, both of whom intend to secure Youngson at the end of the first round and the start of the second. There is no need for us to rush. We hold the 9th and 19th picks in the first round, placing us in a position of advantage. So, who shall we select first? At present, it is crucial to sign Kemba Walker, the star guard from Connecticut. Rest assured, no one else will choose Youngson before the 20th pick. The Rockets possess the 14th pick. Therefore, let us arrange a trade with the Suns, who hold the 13th pick. Very well, proceed swiftly. With the 9th pick, the Bobcats select Kemba Walker, the guard from Connecticut. 5 minutes later, David Stern steps onto the stage once more. After glancing at the envelope, he scans the audience before finally resting his gaze on Youngson. Just as everyone anticipates another trick, the old gentleman swiftly declares, with the 10th pick, "The Bucks select Youngson from the Dragon Kingdom." What? The entire arena falls silent. Even the Bucks fans are bewildered. They had no such option. What a dismal management team. Hadn't we just let go of a useless player from the Dragon Kingdom? This is utterly unacceptable. They are far too timid, entirely unsuited for the NBA. Damn it. We have squandered yet another opportunity for a high draft pick. Yet, the most perplexed are the 3 teams that had meticulously planned their strategies. The Bobcats wonder, Wasn't it agreed that our opponents were the Lakers and the Rockets? What are the Bucks doing? The Rockets expressed frustration. I had already verbally agreed to a trade with the Warriors for the 11th pick, and you swooped in? The Lakers lament. After a week of strategizing, you Bucks have thrown everything into disarray? Of course, the most bewildered individual of all is Jensen himself. He had not even participated in a tryout with the Bucks. How could he have been selected by them? Why is he standing there in shock? He should be smiling, celebrating. He has just been chosen in a high draft position. Should he not be overjoyed? Yang Hao abruptly pulled Yang's son to his feet, embracing him tightly while exclaiming with fervor, "Yes, my son has been chosen. This is magnificent." Well, Rachel and Asian also joined in the joyous celebration for Yang Sr. Yangsen was infected by them, raising his arms in exuberant celebration. Hooray! However, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Many believed that this was a favor bestowed upon Yangsen by David Stern. Without the market in Dragon Country, it was inconceivable that Yang's son would have been selected at this position. Yang Hao patted his son's shoulder and imparted a few final secrets. Regardless of what others may think, you currently hold a distinguished position as the 10th pick. I understand. Remember, during the interview, never utter anything about loyalty to the team. Why? Just wait and see. Humph. I detest half-finished statements, much like. Amidst the envious gazes of the 10 rookie green room participants and the skeptical murmurs of thousands of fans in attendance, Yang-sun ascended the elevated platform, where he exchanged handshakes and posed for photographs with Stern. Throughout the event, Yang-sun was filled with fervor and enthusiasm. During an interview with the dapper reporter Craig Seeger, clad in a vibrant suit, Yang-sun candidly expressed his feelings, declaring that those who doubted him could perish. He would prove everything. Just as his words echoed, the host announced, a trade had just transpired between the Thunder and the Bucks. At the press area, staff members presented Yang-sun with a new cap, a Thunder baseball cap. It turned out that the Thunder had successfully acquired young Senator the Bobcats, Lakers, and Rockets were incensed, exclaiming, "Damn it, these wretched rats." Chapter 43, you have been overlooked. Please sign with the team. Reward, 3-point guarantee. With the 10th pick, Yang-sun was selected by the Oklahoma City Thunder. The prodigious talent of Yang-sun has found his home in Oklahoma City. The new generation of the Dragon Country national basketball team relies on him. The Rockets, Lakers, and Bobcats are all in a frenzy over him. Unexpectedly, the genius from Dragon Country was chosen at the 10th position. The news of Yang-sun being selected by the Thunder ignited a fervor across social media in Longwa. In the tranquil realm of Longwa basketball, it stirred up tumultuous waves. The fans of Longwa hold a spectrum of sentiments towards Yang-sun: anticipation, derision, and indifference. As an ardent supporter of the Thunder for over 80 years, I commend the management for their decision. While it is evident that Yang-sun is a financial asset, he undeniably represents the burgeoning generation of talent. Regrettably, had Lian not been injured, he might have already returned to the NBA by now. It has been 365 days since I last saw Yao Ming and Lian. Without them, my interest in the NBA has waned. Even if he joins, he would merely occupy the bench, lacking the requisite prowess. Were it not for the backing of our great Longwa, would anyone truly regard him as anything but a failure? Is it not solely his father's shameless promotion that has brought him this far? If he ventures forth, I hope he does not disgrace us. Thank you. In the beautiful land of Oklahoma City, the Thunder fans are deeply disheartened. Has the general manager lost his mind? What have they chosen? Is this not the same individual who was overwhelmed at the training camp? He is merely the son of a deceiver, a worthless player. Why not select Reggie Jackson instead? What compels them to choose this individual? This must surely be at the behest of Stern. We have become mere instruments on Stern's expansion map. Yet, perhaps it is not all bad. We have acquired a financial asset that allows us to penetrate the Longwa market. The only ones pleased are the Thunder's general manager. By securing Longwa's financial asset, they have effectively captured the market. With control over the Longwa market, his position as general manager is assured. At this moment, towards the end of the second round of the draft, General Manager Sam ceases to wait for the conclusion and directly approaches Yang-sun, inviting him to dinner. Outside the hotel, Yang-sun, where are your parents? They will arrive shortly. Just then, a vehicle pulls up, and Yang Hao and the others step out. As soon as he exits, Yang Hao hears a notification in his mind. Ding, you have gone undrafted in this NBA draft. However, do not be disheartened, for you remain hopeful for the future. Task, sign with a professional team. Reward, 10 3-point guarantee cards, time-limited cards, 3-point guarantee cards, informal or informal competitions. Within a 1-minute limit, all 3-point attempts will succeed. Sign with a team. It seems the Thunder may indeed be interested in him. Moreover, Yongsan is right there with the Thunder. It appears this could truly come to fruition if fate has brought us together. Then let it be the Thunder. Yang Hao smiled as he approached the enthusiastic general manager of the Thunder, Sam. Yang, I have long admired you and have always wished to meet you. Manager Sam, it is an honor to finally meet you today. Yang, you have raised a fine son. How about we enjoy a drink together later? It would be my utmost privilege. Yang Hao and manager Sam shook hands warmly and proceeded towards the hotel suite with congenial familiarity. Yongsan often felt somewhat superfluous. Hey, Old Deng. What are you up to? I am the prodigy favored by the Thunder team. You are merely basking in my glory. Thus, he quickened his pace and approached Sam's side. Moreover, he had already resolved to make a splendid impression during the forthcoming banquet culture. The next day, his head throbbed painfully, and he vowed never to drink again. Yongsan groggily rose from his nest of blankets, only to realize it was already noon. He had performed remarkably well the previous night. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol or the exhilarating spirit of the Thunder's 10th pick that inspired him. At the dining table, he had been quite exuberant, absorbing all the worldly wisdom shared by his elders. He had managed to delight Sam, the Thunder's general manager, who even assured, I will absolutely nurture Yongsan. Reflecting on his actions from the previous night, Yongsan felt somewhat dazed. Was that truly me? Yet, it seems that letting go was indeed rewarding, as I garnered the admiration of many. Yongsan secretly vowed to become a bold individual, resolving to no longer remain silent and reserved. When he descended the stairs for lunch, he discovered that both Old Deng and Old Bill were absent from the house. Ali, where are Old Deng and the others? He inquired. Young master, the master left quite early, she replied. Quite early, indeed. Humph. What does it matter? Yongsan hastily finished his meal, preparing to rest for a while before engaging in a rigorous training session in the afternoon. He aimed to bolster his muscles and enhance his resilience. The next time, he vowed to withstand Westbrook's formidable attacks. When the new season commences, I shall astound you all. Meanwhile, in New York, at a private medical examination center, Yang Hao brought Bill Duffy to meet the members of the Thunder team. The dinner yesterday was a delightful affair, with Yang Hao and the general manager of the Thunder enjoying each other's company. After the young man, Jensen, became intoxicated and fell asleep, Sam extended an invitation to Yang Hao, expressing, we need the essence of a champion. We hope to witness a father-son collaboration in Oklahoma City. Yang Hao accepted the invitation from the other party. Sam, you shall undoubtedly not regret this choice. Thus, today, Yang Hao arrived to participate in the Thunder team's tryout. Upon pushing open the doors to the gymnasium, he found only a handful of individuals present, Sam and a few men in suits. The head coach of the Thunder, Brooks, was notably absent. Sam, the general manager of the Thunder, promptly approached Yang Hao, his face beaming with a warm and welcoming smile. Yang, welcome to our team, he greeted. Hello, Sam, Yang replied, while the others also extended their enthusiastic greetings to him. Yang Hao courteously responded to their enthusiasm. After meeting everyone, Sam stated, Yang, the physical examination can be waived. Today we will merely conduct a simple physical assessment without any confrontational activities. Does that sound agreeable to you? Sam's arrangements were quite straightforward, focusing solely on testing physical metrics, without delving into anything beyond that. As for others, a blood test for the contract was not permissible. Each individual had to undergo their own examination. As for Nash, Sam overlooked that aspect entirely, even if Yang Hao did not meet the health standards. He was determined to secure his signing. Yang Hao is indeed the golden goose for Sam, ensuring his livelihood. Therefore, this time he only brought his trusted confidants with him, leaving others behind. In order to support Yang Hao, he must establish a unilateral decision-making process. There is absolutely no room for dissent. I will adhere completely to your arrangements. Soon, Yang Hao was escorted to the examination room by Sam's trusted aide. The usual procedure involves blood tests and various examinations. However, Sam bypassed these formalities altogether. He instructed the medical staff at the examination center to issue a health certificate immediately. Following this, the assessment of Yang Hao's dynamic and static athletic attributes commenced. Name: Yang Hao. Age: 40 years. Height: 195 centimeters. Weight: 90 kilograms. Wingspan: 212 centimeters. Hip circumference: 99 centimeters. Achilles tendon length: 25 centimeters. Hand width: 26 centimeters. These figures alone showcased his remarkable static attributes. The coach in charge of the assessment, Andy, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Impressive. This wingspan, this hip measurement, and these hands, Yang's static talents are truly exceptional. This is undeniably top-tier static ability. Andy was pleasantly surprised and felt a flicker of anticipation within him. Just days prior, he had witnessed the match at the Rock Arena. And since then, he had become an admirer of Yang Hao. He eagerly hoped that Yang Hao would prove to be a superstar. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he began evaluating Yang Hao's dynamic abilities. Chapter 44. The physical test brings a small surprise. Heightened and extended. Standing reach, 262 centimeters vertical jump, 92 centimeters running jump, 101 centimeters bench press, 91 kilograms for 10 repetitions 3/4 court sprint. 3. 65 seconds upon reviewing these dynamic attributes. Andy shook his head. To be honest, it's not bad, he mused. However, when compared to top-tier static abilities, it falls significantly short. It pales in comparison to the extraordinary performances of the recently retired legend. Could it be that the match a few days ago was misleading? Andy glanced at Yang Hao, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had genuinely believed in the authenticity of what he had witnessed and had even nurtured hopes of discovering a remarkable player in Yang Hao. Yet, this was the reality? Andy felt deceived, and the sensation was disheartening. Of course, as a physician, he did not hold Yang Hao in undue contempt. After all, it was the man's life. If he chose to engage in a bit of embellishment for the sake of his son, what harm was there in that? It was merely his strategy. Hadn't he seen? The man's son had already been selected as the 10th overall pick. This Thunder team is quite foolish and affluent, he mused. Soon, the assessment concluded. In the small room, Andy and Sam engaged in a private conversation. Old friend, is the data ready? Andy handed over the testing results to Sam, the general manager of the Thunder. They shared a deep friendship, and Andy spoke candidly. Sam, Yang's physical condition is satisfactory. Both his dynamic and static abilities are decent. However, he is 40 years old, and we must manage his playing time carefully. Within the limits of his tenure, he will undoubtedly shine as a star player for the Thunder. As a seasoned veteran, he will undoubtedly play his rightful role. Upon hearing Andy's words, Sam felt no surprise. Rather, he was not taken aback. He was merely experimenting, without any genuine desire for the extraordinary Yang. So, do you believe his addition could lead us to victory? Perhaps he might bring the Thunder a touch of Eastern fortune. I appreciate your kind words. Yang, the data from your physical examination has arrived, and your condition is remarkably well preserved. Your passion for the game has kept you engaged over the years. The health report presents no issues, which delighted Sam. His height exceeded the official measurement by a centimeter, and other dynamic metrics showed slight improvements. However, Sam did not delve deeper. In contrast, Yang Hao perceived these results with great joy, as they were the fruits of his training. Especially at the age of 40, to experience growth akin to that of an 18-year-old was nothing short of exhilarating. No wonder I felt an inexplicable heaviness in my pockets these past few days. It seems that my springtime has returned. Sam cheerfully patted Yang Hao on the shoulder. This is splendid. We need more persistent and disciplined predecessors like you. The Thunder sought to sign Yang Hao for his championship pedigree and veteran experience. Within the organization, there were no expectations for him to perform as he did during his Knicks days. Thus, there was no assessment of Yang's on-court performance. Leading general manager Sam to present a contract. Yang, would you consider signing with us, the Thunder? Of course, Yang replied. Sam offered the contract and setting aside other considerations. The terms were indeed generous. 4 years for $60 million, with an annual salary of $15 million, truly a max contract, 5 times that of the Rockets. The Thunder genuinely valued Yang Hao. With such sincerity, Yang couldn't help but nod in delight. Yang, on behalf of the Thunder, I welcome you to our team. Thank you. Sam, I will not disappoint your expectations. Yang Hao spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Sam remained indifferent to his words. The contract had been negotiated, albeit verbally. Now, all that remained was to await the commencement of the free agency market, eagerly anticipating the signing. As it stood, the free agency market had yet to officially open, and contracts could not be finalized. It would not be until the beginning of July, a week hence, that matters could take shape. Yet, this week of anticipation was poised for significant developments. In Los Angeles, within a grand estate, a loud thud resonated as Jim Buss slammed his phone onto the table. Damn it, that ungrateful fellow from the Dragon Country 1T answer my call. That old fool thinks too highly of himself. Does he truly believe the Lakers cannot thrive without him? After all, it's merely a few championships won alongside Kobe. He continued to vent his frustration, oblivious to the ever-present and slightly smiling Kupchak, sent by Old Buss as an assistant. Kupchak, what do you think? What is that scoundrel-esque game? Is he really looking to tie himself to Genie? Manager, I suspect he may have found another team. Which one? The Thunder. Those sons of guns. The filthy rats of the sewer. They snatched up that young player, Jansen, and now they wish to take the veteran as well? I shall not grant them that satisfaction. Manager, are you prepared to spend heavily? That would be unwise. Do not pry too much. You will know soon enough. The Lakers had long coveted Young Hao's proposal for a father-son duo. However, the Thunder had intercepted Jansen during the draft, causing a significant setback to their plans. Naturally, Jim Buss was determined to secure Young Hao, and even if he failed, he aimed to cause discomfort to the Thunder. If the Thunder desires a father-son partnership, they shall first inquire whether the Los Angeles Lakers agree. June quietly passed, giving way to July. On the inaugural day of the NBA free agency market, disputes between players and owners resurfaced. This year marked yet another contract year for NBA players and owners. Negotiations during contract years were seldom serene. However, unlike previous years, it was the owners who initiated the discord this time. Teams such as the Rockets, Lakers, and Bobcats were among those that first expressed their discontent to the NBA officials, claiming that a particular player, unworthy of his stature, had secured the highest salary in the league, severely disrupting the market. We shall not allow such occurrences to transpire again. The NBA must implement relevant regulations to impose restrictions, otherwise, the trend of colluding for high salaries will endanger the construction of teams. Heat, Knicks, LeBron, Young Hao. They have been prominently highlighted, becoming the focal point of discussions among teams across the league. The owners have expressed their discontent. How could the players remain indifferent? Labor disputes have arisen, with each party seeking to create difficulties for the other. Teams are dissatisfied with the players' exorbitant salaries, claiming they are unable to turn a profit. The NBA Players Association, swiftly led by Derek Fisher, responded to the owners. The salaries of certain players are indeed excessive, lacking merit, which has become a significant issue. We have petitioned the league to ensure that any increase in player salaries is conducted with fairness, transparency, and equity. Naturally, the players' primary concern centers on Young Hao, the 40-year-old veteran. Despite his minimal contribution to the Knicks, his fame has secured him a staggering annual salary of $25 million. Should not younger, more capable players deserve even greater compensation? Envy towards Young Hao bounds. The Players Association is certainly advocating for fairness. Meanwhile, the owners lament their financial losses, seeking to lower costs. The players demand equity and higher wages. Thus begins the conflict, an endless tug-of-war. A dispute spanning from summer to winter is set in motion. Chapter 45, the league reaches the Young Hao agreement. During this protracted holiday period, Young Hao and Yongsan returned to Dragon Country. Although there were no NBA games taking place, the father and son duo still needed to play basketball and earn a living to support their family. He took his son to participate in promotional events for dozens of basketball schools across the nation. Young Hao personally took the stage to guide each of the prodigies. Yongsan has competed in numerous matches against various skilled players in the country. With the retirement of Dayo and Alien's return to the CBA, Young Hao and his father Yongsan stand as the only prominent figures in the Dragon Kingdom's men's basketball team. They are fervently pursued by the media, particularly Young Hao, whose next destination remains uncertain. Both domestic and international journalists are eager to be the first to break the news. However, they have uncovered no leads. Instead, numerous beautiful and youthful women have appeared around Young Hao. This convergence of young beauties and Young Hao, a media sensation, consistently generates a plethora of sensational news. November 25th. Young Hao and his son participated in the Blueberry Channel's variety show Champion. Hello. They engaged in a competition against the host Old Deng and his team, ultimately winning a staggering $3 million. This event swiftly ignited excitement across the ocean. Now, as winter has descended, the proprietors observed the grass at the entrance of the stadium turning brown. Meanwhile, the players witnessed their children at home unable to access milk powder. At this moment, Young Hao and his son participated in a variety show in Longwa, garnering a remarkable sum of $3 million. Upon witnessing this duo's ability to earn money through basketball, the NBA's labor and management could no longer remain idle. Time is money. Time is life. To squander time is indeed disgraceful, driven by financial motives. They found themselves at a standstill. However, once again, it was monetary concerns that led them to engage in calm negotiations. On November 26th, under the mediation of NBA Commissioner David Stern, both parties reconvened. After an extensive meeting filled with 15 hours of coffee consumption, a resolution was finally reached. The NBA officially announced, through Commissioner David Stern, the cessation of the lockout. An agreement between labor and management has been established, bringing an end to a protracted dispute that lasted 149 days. The free agency market for the new NBA season will reopen on December 9th, and training camps for all teams will commence on the same day. The 2011 to 2012 NBA regular season will officially tip off on December 25th. With time constraints, the season will consist of 66 games, leading to a tightly packed schedule characterized by a flurry of back-to-back matches. Thus, teams must prioritize the health management of their players. Ultimately, in an unexpected turn of events, the NBA also unveiled a new clause, Clause 2011, to prevent teams from engaging in nefarious bidding wars for players. The labor agreement stipulates that a player's salary in their first year with a new team cannot exceed 21 of the salary cap, aimed particularly at those who previously held mid-level salaries, although not explicitly stated. The accompanying restrictions made it evident to many teams and NBA players that this clause was specifically targeted towards Yang Hao. Consequently, this provision has been informally dubbed the Yang Hao Clause. Following the announcement of this clause, Yang Hao's transfer salary is constrained within a specific limit. The salary cap for the upcoming season stands at $58.04 million. Thus, $58.04 million multiplied by 21 results in an annual figure of $12.1884 million, which is no longer the daunting top salary of over $25 million within the league. Consequently, several teams, eager to secure Yang Hao's talents, have begun to strategize. Just recently, following the announcement of the new terms, representatives from the Lakers, Rockets, and Bobcats have launched a flurry of fervent overtures towards Yang Hao, both overtly and covertly. They have extended their warm welcomes to him. Lakers general manager Jim Buss has even made a theatrical plea on television. Yang, come back. This is your home. In stark contrast, Knicks owner James Dolan has publicly ridiculed Jim Buss on multiple occasions, suggesting, "You are only fit to pick up what I do not want." This rivalry has escalated into several heated exchanges between Dolan and Buss, culminating in a near altercation at a recent banquet. As the free agency market is on the verge of opening, major television networks are fixated on the prominent free agents. The squabble between Dolan and Buss has made Yang Hao the center of attention. Numerous journalists and analysts are speculating on which team will ultimately claim the talented player from Longwood. Currently, the Lakers, Rockets, and Bobcats are leading the race. TNT's sports commentary program has once again ventured predictions regarding Yang Hao's next destination. Kenny Smith asserts, "It will undoubtedly be my former team, the Houston Rockets." Charles Barkley counters, "It is definitely the Lakers, whom Shaq despises." Shaquille O'Neal interjects, "It certainly will not be the Lakers. The old rogue Jordan's Bobcats might have a chance." Most experts echo Barkley's sentiments. Yang Hao is a venerable figure within the Lakers, having secured 5 championships during his tenure. Currently, his salary is capped at approximately $12 million, a sum the Lakers can afford. Within the constraints of the salary cap, the vast market of Los Angeles offers unparalleled allure to players. However, the Lakers fan base exhibits reluctance. "We, the Lakers, have no need for mediocrity. We have no interest in the market of the Dragon Kingdom. Kobe does not require assistance from someone like Yang. With $12 million at our disposal, why not invite Dwight Howard and Steve Nash instead?" On the other hand, the Oklahoma City Thunder are in a state of unease upon the emergence of this clause. Although they had previously negotiated a contract with Yang Hao, the current salary restrictions leave the Thunder without any significant advantages. The emotional appeal cannot compete with the Rockets, the market presence cannot rival that of the Lakers, and their shareholding lacks the heft of the Bobcats. The Thunder's general manager is in a state of despair. "Alas, I hope Yang is a man of his word and that he truly values his son," young senator with the possibility of rejection looming. Sam placed a call to Yang Hao for clarification. "Yang, is our agreement still valid? What? Are you reconsidering?" "Not at all. It's just that the salary. I have no issues. You may adjust as you see fit." With these reassurances from Yang Hao, Sam's anxiety finally subsided. The contract's annual salary will inevitably be reduced to meet the NBA's requirements, decreasing from $15 million to the current $12.1884 million, a loss for Yang Hao. However, General Manager Sam is benevolent. He intends to make amends with Yang. "Given Yang's loyalty, I cannot be stingy. The deficit will be compensated in a supplementary agreement. A bonus of $300,000 for completing 10 games in good health, $800,000 for 30 games, and $2 million for perfect attendance. The training staff, medical team, and logistical support are essential components. In addition to these performance and honor-based bonuses, I shall arrange for his final benefits, housing, a vehicle, and provisions. I have heard he owns a sports goods company. I will enlist the owner to assist in promoting it to the beautiful market. Sam had already formulated a plan. Once Yang Hao officially signed, he would undoubtedly ensure that Yang Hao felt the sincerity of the Thunder and experienced the warmth of home. Time swiftly passed to December 9th, the day the NBA free agency market opened for the new season. On this day, many were closely observing the prominent players available in the free agency market. Yet some astute media personnel noticed something intriguing. Yongson, the son, was seen at the airport in Oklahoma City, while Yang Hao, the father, was spotted at a villa in New York. Speculations ran rampant. To which team would Yang ultimately belong? Chapter 46. Yang Hao signs with the Thunder. A father-son duo in Oklahoma City. December 10th marked the second day of the free agency market. The signing and trading of free agents intensified. In this bustling arena, an increasing number of star players were being acquired. Among the notable names were Paul, the star guard of the Hornets, Howard, the center from the Magic, Tyson Chandler, the championship-winning center from the Mavericks, the sharpshooter Mike Bibby, the phenomenal Tracy McGrady, who scored 13 points in just 35 seconds, the veteran Chauncey Billups, the explosive Baron Davis, and the defensive maestro Shane Battier. These prominent figures were swiftly netted by various NBA teams. Amidst the flurry of activity in the NBA free agency market, the most explosive news emerged from the Los Angeles Lakers. Kobe Bryant was set to join forces with Chris Paul, forging a galactic powerhouse. This partnership was nothing short of sensational. Both Kobe and Paul were in their prime, elite-level players. Their collaboration could easily be hailed as the most formidable duo in history. The media began to draw comparisons to the Miami Heat's Big Three. The consensus among many was clear. This combination was overwhelmingly powerful, and such an alliance posed an unfair advantage to the balance of the league. Among the 30 teams in the NBA, a staggering 28 expressed their dissent. Only the individuals involved, along with the Lakers and the Hornets, exchanged glances, mutually intent on facilitating one another's aspirations, despite the palpable connection between Kobe and Paul. As if they longed to share the same bed daily, and even with David Stern wholeheartedly endorsing their union to rival the might of LeBron's triumvirate. The pivotal moment arrived when the NBA committee cast their votes against the deal. Consequently, the representatives of the various teams voted it down, leaving NBA President David Stern with no choice but to halt the transaction. The envisioned supremacy of the two coasts remained unrealized, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. He even publicly proclaimed, "You will come to regret this." Many were oblivious to the significance of Stern's words until later, when Yang Hao swept through the league. The prospect of a partnership between Kobe and Paul nearly sent shockwaves throughout the basketball community. Fortunately, it never materialized. Subsequently, teams began fortifying their rosters, signing newcomers and acquiring free agents as players were reeled in. Amidst this, Yang Hao, a player of considerable stature, remained a focal point, drawing interest from 3 specific teams. Before the media, the Lakers' Jim Buss continued his charade, asserting that Yang's return would undoubtedly bestow upon them a fortunate boon. Under Kobe's leadership, they were destined to forge a dynasty. The Rockets' portly figure played the emotional card, hoping to capitalize on the situation, proclaiming that Yang had belonged to the Houston Rockets since his entry into the league, insisting that this was his true home, always welcoming him back. Meanwhile, Bobcats owner Michael Jordan frequently expressed to the media, "I have great faith in Yang. He is my good brother. He will undoubtedly join the Bobcats. I am willing to pay any price." As time progressed to December 12th, an unexpected development unfolded in the media. Reports emerged that Dragon Country's Yang had sold his New York villa. Was Yang on the brink of retirement? Then, Yang was spotted at an airport in Oklahoma City. The identity of his next destination was about to be unveiled. The Oklahoma City Thunder? Shortly thereafter, media outlets, notably WOI, broke the news first. Dragon Country player Yang Hao had signed with the Oklahoma City Thunder for 4 years, totaling $48 million. Yang Hao has yet to sign a contract. Yet the media has already unveiled the financial details of his agreement. In an instant, the media and fans in Oklahoma City erupted with excitement. This marks the historic moment of the first father-son duo in NBA history. Regardless of other considerations, the father-son pairing has indeed materialized. Is general manager Sam foolish? Why sign a petty deceiver when there is promise for the future? What is the rationale behind signing an old trickster? If the father-son combination succeeds, I will have no words left to say. My goodness, what is this maneuver? How is it possible that someone like Yang, who seems to lack merit, is sought after? It leaves me speechless. The Knicks serve as a cautionary tale for the Thunder. Have we suddenly become the favored team of fans from the Dragon Kingdom? Is there a deliberate attempt to penetrate the Dragon Kingdom market? Meanwhile, fans across the ocean in the Dragon Kingdom are equally bewildered and incredulous. Some are filled with anticipation. Others cast aspersions, and some simply choose to disregard it. The father-son duo has truly come to fruition? What qualifications does Old Deng possess to have secured a staggering $48 million contract? He is 40 years old. He is 40 years old. He is 40 years old. Big Yao, while Old Deng continues to play, why did you retire? As a fan of the Thunder for 30 years, I can no longer conceal my dismay. With Big Yao and Alien absent from the NBA, are we to solely watch this duo of deceivers? This is no jest. The Thunder have lost their way. A few days later, Yang Hao made his appearance at the headquarters of the Thunder team, marking the occasion of a formal signing ceremony. In a display of sincerity, Sam invited hundreds of media representatives to witness the event, while the entire Thunder team observed from the audience, including the newly signed rookie, Jensen. Before everyone present, he delivered a heartfelt speech, expressing his admiration and respect for Yang Hao, the reigning champion. He even promised that upon Yang Hao's retirement, he would ensure a statue was erected in his honor. This moment represented the first time Yang Hao received such recognition within an NBA team. Although aware that the promise might be insincere, the mere willingness to do so brought Yang Hao immense joy. Welcome to our team. Thank you, Sam. The general manager of the Thunder presented him with a contract. For years, $48 million. The contract amount and duration matched exactly what the media outlet Woi had reported. At $12 million, it approximated around 21 of the salary cap, representing one of the largest contracts the Thunder could possibly offer. Naturally, the contract contained many clauses unknown to the media. Bonuses included $300,000 for playing 10 games, $800,000 for 30 games, and $2 million for perfect attendance. Individual achievement bonuses included $10,000 for Player of the Week, $100,000 for Player of the Month, $100,000 for leading in any statistical category, $200,000 for All-Star MVP, $500,000 for regular season MVP, and $1 million for Finals MVP. Team performance bonuses were also included, $50,000 for finishing first in the Western Conference, $200,000 for first in the entire league, $300,000 for winning the Western Championship, and $1 million for claiming the NBA championship. Essential professional staff, such as trainers, physiotherapists, and logistics personnel were mandatory. Benefits included a villa, a Ferrari supercar, a professional image designer, and a chef. Additionally, Yang Hao's sports equipment company would receive promotion in Oklahoma. These provisions were privately negotiated between both parties, reflecting the Thunder's genuine commitment. Yang Hao had no reason to decline their request. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Hao grasped the signature pen and, with a swift motion, elegantly inscribed his illustrious name. Suddenly, a chime sounded. Congratulations on successfully signing with a professional team. Your mission is accomplished. You have earned a reward. 10 guaranteed three-pointer cards, time limited. Guaranteed three-pointer card, during an official match. Any three-point attempt made within 1 minute will assuredly score. From this moment forth, Yang Hao has officially become a member of the Thunder team. Yang, welcome once again. We are now one family. In a family, we do not speak as strangers, so allow me to assist the team in securing a couple of championships for our enjoyment. Yang Hao spoke with great sincerity. However, General Manager Sam merely chuckled, not giving it much thought, as he harbored no such ambitions. He regarded Yang Hao merely as a talisman for job security and a source of income. Chapter 47, The First Day in the Team. 20,000 three-pointers. Three-point shooting ability rated at 92. Oklahoma City. In a 2,000 square meter villa, this would be the residence prepared for Yang Hao by the Thunder team. Yang's son has also been well taken care of, now possessing an apartment of his own. With Yang Sin's disturbances now a thing of the past, the elderly father, Yang Hao, enjoys a comfortable life with his sister-in-law, Asian. A restful night's sleep. Today, Yang Hao rose early in the morning. Gazing at his impressive 30 centimeters of morning hair, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the system. Ah, youth, how delightful it is. Recently, Yang Hao participated in an event domestically, surrounded by captivating beauties and rife with rumors. However, he truly has not compromised his innocence. He is determined to harness his youthful vigor, diligently exercising to enhance his abilities and uncover his potential. Behold, his current data panel. Name, Yang Hao. Nationality, Dragon Country. Ethnicity, Huaxia. Age, 18 years. Bone age, 18 years. Static talent, 92. Height, 196 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Hip circumference, 99 centimeters. Dynamic talent, 85, 92. Jumping ability, 82, 92. Strength, 87, 92. Agility, 86, 92. Speed, 87, 92. Flexibility, 85, 92. Overall ability, 86, 92. Offense, 85, 92. Three-point shooting, 91. Defense, 87, 92. Organization, 86, 92. In his backpack, 3-point success cards, 10 cards. Time-limited 3-point success cards, 10 cards. Energy drinks, 10 bottles. During the 149 days of the NBA suspension, Yang Hao has been consistently training. The foundational training for each project has already commenced. His youthful physique has not only grown to a height of 196 centimeters, but his various abilities have also steadily increased by 2 points. With an overall strength rating of 86, Yang Hao has attained the prowess of a star player, surpassing even his peak performance from earlier days. However, this still falls significantly short of the realms of superstars, megastars, and the basketball gods. Yang Hao still needs to exert more effort. However, there is also good news. Among his abilities, Yang Hao has made remarkable progress in his three-point shooting. 3-point shooting, 91. This is the highest among all his skill ratings. He is merely 1 point shy of his physical limit of 92. Glancing at his training tasks, he notes, training task, beginner 3-point shooting phase. Successful shots, 1, 992, 320, 000. Just 77 more to go? Let's get to work. Let's get to work. He strides to the backyard basketball court, and with a swift motion, he skillfully scoops the basketball off the ground. Yang Hao executed a flawless shooting motion as he commenced his practice of 3-point shots. Swish, swish, clang. 2 hours later, with a precise 3-pointer sailing effortlessly through the net, a drenched in sweat Yang Hao finally ceased his 3-point training. Exhausted, he sprawled out on the court in a starfish position. At last, it was accomplished. What a relief. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. 3-point shots made. 22,000 completed. The basic 3-point training task has been fulfilled. Congratulations on unlocking the basic 3-point shooting ability. The hostess 3-point shooting range has now reached half court. When unguarded, the 3-point shooting accuracy stands at 60, with a 45 accuracy from the circle. When guarded, the 3-point shooting accuracy is 40 and 25 from the circle. The next phase is the intermediate level, with the training task. Make 40,000 3-pointers. Whoosh. Yang Hao observed that in the data panel, his 3-point shooting ability had increased from 91 to 92. With a score of 92 in 3-point shooting, he boasted a minimum success rate of 40. Just how formidable would this foundational 3-point shooting be when applied in actual gameplay? Yang Hao rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to practice with someone. At that moment, he heard his sister-in-law, Asian, calling from a distance. Brother-in-law, breakfast is ready. We need to head to the team soon. Coming. In Oklahoma City, at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the home of the Thunder, the NBA's new season had commenced, and many teams were preparing diligently. By 10 a.m., the sounds of bouncing basketballs, missed shots, and squeaking sneakers filled the arena. After half an hour of free warm-up, a whistle pierced the air. Beep, beep, beep. Head coach Scott Brooks summoned everyone together for shooting practice. The Thunder players, under the guidance of Coach Brooks, began their focus on shooting drills. With nearly 150 days since their last game, many had become rusty and were struggling with their shooting touch. Coach Brooks aimed to help them regain their rhythm during this session. Moreover, it was imperative to note that Coach Scott Brooks placed immense value on fundamental skills. Since the dawn of the 21st century, the American basketball team had failed to secure gold medals in international competitions, prompting many in the basketball community to emphasize the importance of details. Whether they were NBA stars or coaches, there was a shift from a flashy style of play to a focus on practicality. Coach Brooks was one of those who began to prioritize the fundamentals during that time, with shooting being of utmost importance. Russell, pay attention to your shooting form. Your wrist must be relaxed, absolutely relaxed. If you shoot stiffly, the ball will hit the rim just as hard and one tee go in. At that moment, Coach Brooks patiently instructed the struggling shooter, Westbrook, even demonstrating the technique himself. Swish, a basketball smoothly found its target. The coach passed a ball to Westbrook. Now it's your turn. Do exactly as I just showed you. Coach, with such detailed instruction. If I can't make the shot, it would be a disservice to your teaching. Watch me. Westbrook declared confidently, believing he had comprehended the task entirely. Isn't it just a three-pointer? That should be effortless. However, while Westbrook's mind and words grasped the concept, his hands and body were not necessarily in sync. After dribbling a few times, he felt ready. He raised his hands and attempted to execute the shot as the coach had instructed. Go, basketball. Westbrook took a shot, and the basketball soared away. His lack of control resulted in an excessive force. The ball absurdly collided with the backboard, missing the hoop by several dozen centimeters. What an outrageous attempt at shooting. Despite claiming to honor his coach, Westbrook produced such a dismal throw? Immediately, Coach Brooks's expression soured. Russell, is this your way of not letting me down? Westbrook felt a deep sense of embarrassment. However, given his amicable relationship with the coach, he clung to Brooks's arm, exclaiming, Coach, it was just an accident, you know? Chapter 48. The shooting struggler Westbrook challenges rookie Jansen. Presently, Westbrook's shooting is somewhat acceptable. If Coach Brooks were to witness Westbrook 10 years hence, he might be driven to despair. Why has Westbrook's shooting deteriorated over the decade? It is because he has focused excessively on physical confrontations. While his physique has strengthened, his shooting touch has become overly robust, lacking the finesse required for scoring. This decline can also be attributed to the change of head coach to Donovan, who lacks the vigilant oversight of Brooks, leading Westbrook to become complacent. Did you spend the entire holiday playing? You didn't practice at all, did you? I did practice, I swear. I really intensified my shooting training. Coach, let me try again. This time, I will succeed. In an effort to alleviate his embarrassment, Westbrook immediately grabbed the ball and shot once more. Yet, this attempt was even more ludicrous, a wildly off-target three-pointer. It did not touch the backboard, the rim, or the net. A complete airball. Is this the result of your training? Are you truly trying to infuriate me? Coach Brooks exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He had high hopes for Westbrook. During the off-season, he emphasized the need for Westbrook to strengthen his weaknesses. However, the young man did not heed this advice. Youngsters often succumb to distractions, losing sight of their discipline. Coach Brooks has encountered numerous talented players who, after achieving fame, become accustomed to a lavish lifestyle and abandon the rigorous training that once defined their careers. His disappointment in Westbrook, the shooting struggler, is profound. Russell, look at others. Observe the exemplary Kevin Durant, who is currently the league's scoring champion and a superstar. Yet he remains dedicated to his training. Just watch his three-point shots, effortlessly sinking them one after another. How many consecutive makes has he achieved? At least 13? And you? You can't even manage to graze the rim. This is utterly outrageous. Coach Brooks used the team's star player, Durant, as an example, which made Westbrook feel quite aggrieved. He is the leader. Isn't it natural for him to be more formidable than I am? He exclaimed. You. Coach Brooks pointed at Westbrook, trembling with frustration. Even if you do not compare to Durant, what about with James Harden? Come on, they are both superstars. One is the leading scorer, and the other is the best sixth man. I am nothing in comparison. And what about comparing yourself to Cephalosha? He is a veteran, and his three-point shooting experience surpasses mine. Then perhaps you should measure yourself against Ibaka? But he is a towering figure at over 210 centimeters. Do not even bring that up. He has always had a reliable three-point shot. All right, if we are not comparing with the stars nor the veterans, and certainly not with the towering Ibaka, then who should you compare yourself to? Don't tell me you wish to compare yourself to Perkins and those big men who hardly shoot threes. Hey, coach, I'm not like that. Westbrook scratched his head, still unwilling to concede. Coach Brooks rolled his eyes, pondering what mischief this guy was contemplating, as if he didn't already know. So, who will it be? Under such pressure from the head coach, what could Westbrook do? Naturally, he sought an opponent. After much deliberation, he finally set his sights on the new number 10 rookie, Jansen from Longhua. Jansen has garnered considerable notoriety in Oklahoma City, although he is merely the 10th pick in the draft. His fervor rivals that of the first overall selection, Irving. However, this fame is of an unfavorable nature, following the Thunder's intentions to embark on an extravagant father-son marketing campaign. The discontent among Oklahoma City's fan base has reached a crescendo. Local sports journalists have expressed their dissatisfaction with the Thunder's choices and trades. Even within the team, players harbor reservations about this father-son duo, viewing them as untrustworthy. The television has labeled them as frauds. I will utilize this young man to enhance my own accomplishments, Westbrook declared upon making his decision. Well then, let us see how you measure up against the new 10th pick, Young senator, if you cannot surpass a rookie, you will be required to extend your shooting practice by an hour each day. No problem. I will heed the coach's directives, Westbrook assured with unwavering confidence as he thumped his chest. Subsequently, the two made their way towards Young senator in the southeastern corner of the training ground. Young-sun appears somewhat reserved, struggling to connect with his teammates. Fortunately, the coaching staff has arranged for a shooting coach to guide him. At this moment, he is diligently practicing his three-point shots. A distance away, Russell Westbrook is about to call out when Coach Brooks suddenly restrains him. Russell, perhaps it would be wise not to compare yourself to him, he suggests. Why not? Westbrook inquires, puzzled. The coach gestures towards Young-sun and continues. Just take a look for yourself. Our rookie, Young-sun, demonstrates an impressive shooting form. His fundamentals in three-point shooting are remarkably sound. The way he controls his wrist is nothing short of perfection. The arc of his shots is enchanting, resembling a vibrant orange rainbow. Each ball is imbued with delightful spin, significantly enhancing his accuracy. The synergy of his limbs, the precision in his release timing. Do rookies today place such emphasis on fundamentals? He surpasses you by 1,000-fold. Coach Brooks extols Young-sun's shooting technique with unabashed admiration. At this moment, Young-sun epitomizes the ideal child in the eyes of the coach. In contrast, our own player, Westbrook, is met with a shake of the head from Coach Brooks. Russell, perhaps it would be wiser not to make a fool of yourself. Coach, we haven't even compared yet. How can you belittle me like this? After all, I am a seasoned veteran with 5 years in the league. Am I truly to be bested by a mere rookie? You underestimate me far too much. Then, if you were so confident, let us see you prove it. Regardless, your hour of extra practice is non-negotiable. I refuse to believe it. It seems that Westbrook, while initially hesitant about Young-sun's shooting drills, is now spurred on by the coach's provocation. You think I can't do it? I shall demonstrate otherwise. With that, disregarding the head coach, Westbrook hastens toward Young-sun's training area. Hey, Young-sun. As Young-sun was greeted by Westbrook, his shooting motion suddenly froze. Thud. The basketball absurdly struck the backboard. It was strikingly similar to Westbrook's previous shot. Haha, you're the one, Westbrook declared, designating Young-sun as his target for the day. Whether he could escape from the coach's blacklist now depended on Young-senator. Hello, is there something you need? Westbrook approached, noticing Young-sun's evident nervousness. The more anxious he appeared, the more advantageous it was for Westbrook. He intentionally stepped closer and patted Young-sun on the shoulder. Brother, your three-point shot is quite impressive. How about we engage in a friendly contest? A contest? Indeed, a three-point shooting contest. Do not be afraid. It's merely a small friendly competition to strengthen our camaraderie. Sure. Young-sun is reticent with his words, a characteristic that is evidently perceived as nervousness by Westbrook. If not to bully such a rookie now, then when? He muses with a smirk, feeling increasingly confident. Do not fret. I shall show leniency soon enough. Chapter 49, The Coach's Appraisal of Young-sun, a Tiger's Offspring. Swish. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, finding the net with pinpoint accuracy. Beep, beep, beep. Coach Brooks blows the whistle, declaring, the shooting contest has concluded. The score stands at 15-10. The victor of this three-point shooting competition is none other than Young-sun. Just moments ago, Westbrook was brimming with bravado, boasting and exuding confidence, contemplating how to assert his dominance over the newcomer. He even reassured the young player, advising him not to be anxious, promising to go easy on him. Yet, now, the tables have turned. Westbrook can no longer muster a smile or hold his head high. Instead, his teammates, whom he had previously summoned, have now shifted the atmosphere into one of playful chaos. Ahahaha, Russell, today is your day of reckoning. With such skills, you dare invite us to watch the game? You can't even outperform a rookie, Russell. You must have been slacking off during your break. Westbrook's shooting has never been a disappointment, yet the arena is filled with laughter and mockery. Get out of here, you gleeful mischief makers. He feigns fury, seizing Harden in a playful chokehold. The camaraderie in the training arena is vibrant and relaxed, a stark contrast to the tension of competition. Last year, they reached the Western Conference Finals, instilling a profound sense of hope and anticipation for the future within the entire team. Everyone is eager for a promising tomorrow. Young-sun did not partake in the jovial antics of his companions, remaining entirely unassimilated into their team culture. However, Coach Brooks held a newfound respect for Young Sr. Though he was not particularly loquacious, he exhibited a demeanor of composure, calmness, and obedience. He resembled an inner talent akin to Yi Jianlian, shy yet endowed with commendable skill and potential. He epitomized the quintessential characteristics of a player from the Dragon Nation. It would be splendid if he could embody the vivacity of Yao Ming and seamlessly integrate into the team atmosphere. Nevertheless, Brooks believed he still had ample time to nurture Yang Sin's development. "Your shooting form is impeccable and your accuracy is commendable," he remarked. "Who did you learn from?" Yang Sin epitomizes the quintessential good student. Brooks suddenly conjured the image of that man in his 40s. No, not quite. Perhaps a dashing elder, rather, a youthful old man. The visage that belied his age of 40 truly incited envy in Brooks and many staff members of the Thunder. Why do Asians appear to grow younger with age, while we seem to age prematurely? Reflecting on Yang Sin's handsome countenance, even the seasoned Brooks contemplated seeking some wisdom from Yang Hao. It all makes sense now. A tiger begets no dog, indeed. This expression aptly captures the essence of their relationship. Since Yang Sun joined the Thunder, he was the first to acknowledge the remarkable bond between father and son. Yang Sun felt somewhat taken aback. Why is that? This marked the first occasion that Yang Sun articulated a sentence comprising more than 3 words. The ability to express himself with additional words suggests that there is still hope. When the conversation turned to Yang Hao, Yang Sun, in his role as a son, appeared quite excited. Perhaps he could utter a few more commendatory words about his father. Brooks, with a smile, remarked to Yang Sun, "In truth, your father ought to be recognized as a distinguished shooter." According to NBA statistics, his career three-point shooting percentage stands at an impressive 45. I recall numerous pivotal moments during the finals involving the Rockets, Bulls, and Lakers, where his three-point shots played a crucial role. He undoubtedly deserves to be celebrated as a key contributor to the championship victories. However, due to certain biases within the broader public perception, his brilliance has been obscured. Last season, as he aged and the Knicks' style of play became evident, his shooting percentage unfortunately declined by nearly 20 percentage points. When others claim Yang is inept or merely a slacker, it is a gross mischaracterization. The accolades from his 10 championships in 2022 are truly a testament to his extraordinary legacy, unprecedented and unlikely to be replicated. During this break, Brooks took the time to delve into Yang Hao's career and, upon reflection, realized that his previous understanding of Yang Hao was fundamentally flawed. Yang Hao is not merely a mediocre individual. Rather, he is a commendable marksman. Unfortunately, it is a pity that this realization has come too late. Now, at the age of 40, Yang Hao can no longer be of service to Brooks. "Thank you for your kind words about my father." After both Yang Hao and his father Yang Sun signed with the Thunder, an overwhelming wave of negative news and derisive commentary emerged, not only in Oklahoma City, but also across the United States, and even in Longwa. Many individuals, who evidently lack any understanding of Old Deng's prowess, resorted to baseless insults and slander. Even among his teammates in the Thunder, Yang Sun discerned a facade of politeness that concealed a significant amount of disdain. In stark contrast, Coach Brooks stood out as the first individual to offer an objective evaluation of Yang Hao. Yang Sun also graciously accepted this goodwill. Yang Sun flashed a smile at Coach Brooks, albeit a somewhat cold and stiff one. "No need. I am merely stating the truth." In his heart, Brooks evaluated Yang Sun as a pure-hearted, kind, and obedient employee. A smile from Yang Sun and a few words sufficed to soothe him. If only Russell were as well-behaved and compliant. Observing that Westbrook had ceased practicing and had instead joined in the raucous merriment, Brooks felt a pang of dissatisfaction. "Yang Sun, you play as a point guard, don't you? Your dribbling, passing, and shooting are all exceptional. These are precisely what the team requires, especially your remarkable three-point shooting. With diligent practice, the position of starting point guard is within your grasp." Coach Brooks offered guidance and encouragement to Yang Sun, seemingly intent on granting him a starting position. The speaker's intentions were sincere, and a third party took notice. Suddenly, Westbrook bounded over, wrapping his arms around the coach's shoulders. "Coach, come on now. I'm your prized pupil. The starting point guard role belongs to me. This new season, we shall become the shooting brigade. If you don't wish to practice shooting, who can be blamed? Practice, practice, practice. I'm heading to practice right now," Westbrook declared as he made his way to the court, snatching up a basketball from the ground to commence his training. The coach had praised Yang Sun's shooting form. Westbrook mimicked Yang Sun's recent shooting posture and shouted, "Watch this." He launched a three-pointer, yet his initial form felt awkward. He exerted too much force, causing the ball to veer wildly off course, soaring over the backboard and out of bounds. "Oh, you truly are a headache. Practice on your own." The head coach shook his head and turned to leave. Westbrook, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, soon noticed the basketball landing in someone else's hands and immediately exclaimed, "Coach, I was just teasing you. That shot was a pass intended for our new teammate." Coach Brooks suspected Westbrook was pulling his leg. To his surprise, Westbrook waved excitedly in that direction, calling out, "Young, welcome. It's great to see you." Chapter 50. Before you stands the true Lord of the Rings. "Young, welcome." Westbrook was indeed a sociable young man. His greeting drew the attention of the coaching staff and dozens of players present. "Hello, Russell." Young Hao greeted Westbrook with a faint smile. However, the others who turned to look responded with indifference. The bearded Harden, still able to see his mouth, had yet to gain any weight. He waved at Young Hao from a distance before returning to his training. The future Grim Reaper, Durant, was currently engrossed in his workout, completely ignoring everything else. Similarly, Yang Sin, even with his father present, did not spare a glance. The others were even less inclined to acknowledge him. Their apathetic reactions were merely curious glances at a stranger, devoid of any desire for interaction. In the face of such treatment, Yang Hao remained remarkably composed. He had encountered this kind of coldness far too often. In the realm of competitive sports, one's lack of skill is a cardinal sin. To earn the respect of others, one must decisively trample them beneath one's feet. In contrast, Westbrook left a decidedly positive first impression. "Aside from Westbrook, remember this. You other lads," he declared. As Yang Hao diligently jotted down notes in his mind, he greeted everyone with a warm smile. The children, lacking in manners, did not reciprocate. Yet he, an elder, could not mirror their rudeness. "Hello, everyone," he exclaimed. "Hello, Young," responded a few nearby coaches, while the others remained indifferent and aloof. Sam and Brooks observed Yang Hao closely, noting that there was not a trace of displeasure on his face. Elegant and refined, like a gentle spring breeze. "Yang truly embodies the essence of a cultured player," remarked General Manager Sam, a sentiment echoed by head coach Scott Brooks. Sam's perspective, however, was somewhat tinted by bias. Yang Hao is his talisman, his money tree. With these glasses on, Yang Hao is exceptional wherever he goes. Coach Brooks, however, holds a deep admiration for Yang Hao. His own refined demeanor resonates with Yang Hao's charm, as they both share a certain gravitas. Moreover, through his research, Coach Brooks perceives Yang Hao as an underappreciated talent. He admires Yang Hao while simultaneously feeling a sense of regret for him. Coach Brooks approaches Yang Hao and extends a handshake. "Yang, welcome," he greets. "Hello, Coach," Yang responds. After their cordial exchange, Coach Brooks inquires, "Sam, wasn't he mentioned that Yang was adjusting to the time difference?" General Manager Sam, smiling, spreads his hands in a gesture of sincerity. "I did advise Yang not to rush, but his dedication compelled him to come. Unfortunately, I didn't even have time to prepare a welcome ceremony." Yang Hao believes Sam's words, as the general manager has been by his side since he stepped out of the car in the parking lot. Sam has accompanied Yang Hao throughout the introduction to the team's history, the owner, the arena, and even the security personnel. General Manager Sam's attentiveness is remarkable, almost surpassing that of his 20-something sister-in-law, Ashin. "It's perfectly fine, Sam. I, an old-timer, can hardly keep up with the ways of the youth," Young reassures him. No, others may forego it, but you must have it," Sam insists. With no time to prepare anything else, they decide to save the formalities for the official game. However, Sam is determined to make a brief acknowledgement today. He turns to the head coach and says, "Scott, gather everyone together." With a sharp whistle, Coach Brooks calls out, "Gather round, everyone." Quickly, the players halt their training and swiftly converge. The discipline within the Thunder team is commendable. While it may not rival the ironclad Jazz under Jerry Sloan, it surpasses that of most lackadaisical teams. Within a minute, everyone is assembled. General Manager Sam and Coach Brooks stand on either side of Yang Hao, facing the 10 or so coaches on the left and 25 players on the right. In this moment, General Manager Sam personally introduces Yang Hao to the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you recognize the figure before you?" Before any of them can react, Sam elevates the anticipation. He is the holder of 10 championship rings, an unprecedented champion in NBA history, the true ring king of the NBA. Indeed, he is our formidable new recruit, Yang Hao. Everyone, let us give a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Sam took the lead in applauding, his gaze sweeping across the players before him. These players were not newcomers to the league. They had endured their share of challenges and understood the unspoken implications. Under the manager's pressure, they reluctantly joined in the applause. The clapping was surprisingly fervent. If it weren't for Yang Hao noticing the dissatisfaction reflected in a few of their eyes, one might have genuinely believed that they were welcoming him wholeheartedly. "Thank you," Thank you all for your warm applause. In truth, a championship does not signify much. It merely indicates that I was fortunate. You are all prodigies, each endowed with exceptional talent. In the future, some of you will undoubtedly surpass me and earn even more championship rings. I have grown old. The future belongs to you. Yang Hao's words were gentle and soft, akin to a cup of tea that nourished the hearts of everyone present. In that moment, all could perceive a refined and courteous veteran. He did not allow his 10 championships to breed arrogance. Rather, he embodied humility and politeness, brimming with hope for the younger generation. Particularly poignant was his final remark, "I have grown old. The future belongs to you." This sentiment encapsulated the bittersweet reality and helplessness of an elder statesman. The audience was deeply moved. This old fellow is quite commendable. He's already 40. There's no need to harbor any dislike. I shall not hold it against him. After all, we are colleagues. Let us not ridicule him. With that, Sam was the first to applaud, followed by the others, their applause more vigorous than before. Just a few words transformed the perception of Yang Hao among the crowd, diminishing their prejudices. Sam and Coach Brooks exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. We have found a leader for the locker room. Subsequently, Sam introduced Yang Hao to each Thunder player and coach present. This is our scoring champion, Kevin Durant. This is our starting point guard, Russell Westbrook. This is our best sixth man, James Harden. This is... Yang Hao was quite familiar with the Thunder players. The long-standing starting lineup included Russell Westbrook, Thabo Sefolosha, Kevin Durant, Serge Ibaka, and Kendrick Perkins. The second unit comprised James Harden, Eric Maynor, Dequan Cook, Nazar Muhammad, and Nick Collison, along with bench players Yen Sun, Cole Aldrich, Royal Ivey, and Ryan Reed. There were also some players whom the Thunder had temporarily recruited, lacking contracts, and striving for guaranteed deals. Sam did not elaborate on them. As for the coaching staff, the head coach was Brooks, while the others were less familiar to him. Yang Hao is acquainted with only one individual, Coach Kennard. After Yang Hao signed with the Thunder, Sam, in order to provide compensation for him, specifically assembled a dedicated team. This team includes a coach, a chef, a physiotherapist, and several others. Kennard is one of the coaches, specially invited to serve Yang Hao. From today onwards, he officially belongs to Yang Hao. Yang Hao had resolutely decided to extract every ounce of potential from Coach Kennard. Of course, Sam did not bring in Kennard to enhance Yang Hao's skills. Rather, it was to ensure his well-being. The Thunder required a financial boon, and General Manager Sam needed a talisman. After introducing everyone, it was noted that Yang excelled in defense and three-point shooting. Should anyone have queries, they were encouraged to consult the seasoned Yang Hao. Sam merely mentioned this casually, yet, to his surprise, someone took up the challenge. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Yang, may I challenge you to a three-point shootout?" Ding. On your first day with the team, you have been targeted by the starting point guard. Task: accept the challenge and deliver a slight shock. Reward: Achilles tendon 2 centimeters to enhance jumping ability. Chapter 51. Westbrook. At 23, I will never lose to a washed-up veteran. Russell Westbrook, a man who has aspired to claim an NBA championship since childhood. Now, the reigning NBA champion stands before him, igniting a fervor within Westbrook. While others struggle to secure a single championship, how has he amassed 10? Is it merely luck? I must test this. The general manager stated that Yang Hao was particularly skilled in defense and three-point shooting, while Westbrook had a notable weakness in the latter. Thus, a thought crossed his mind. If he truly excels in three-point shooting, why not take him as my mentor? If he turns out to be a flop, then I shall show no mercy. And so Westbrook stepped forward, boldly proclaiming his challenge. Meanwhile, Yang Hao had yet to respond, prompting General Manager Sam to grow anxious. The prowess of Yang Hao remains a mystery to Sam, yet it is evident that he does not possess high-level skills. Sam invited Yang Hao to the team to embody the essence of championship experience and veteran presence. However, if he were to be overwhelmed by the youthful players on his very first day, the entire plan would be at risk of collapse. Just as Sam was about to intervene with Westbrook, Coach Brooks's voice thundered ahead. What nonsense! You cannot even surpass Yang's son. By what right do you compare yourself to Yang? The urgency of both the coach and the general manager was palpable, yet Westbrook seemed undeterred. Last season, Yang's three-point shooting percentage was barely above a few percent. I, at least, have a success rate exceeding 30%. Do not underestimate me. Westbrook harbored no animosity or prejudice against Yang Hao. His only concern stemmed from the disparaging remarks he had overheard, terms like fraud, slacker, and washed up. Nevertheless, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. How could such a fraud possess so many championship rings? Was it merely luck, Or did he genuinely have the ability? Today, Westbrook was resolute in his desire to put it to the test. Coach, manager, allow me to challenge Yang. I truly wish to seek wisdom from the ring king regarding three-point shooting. Absolutely not. What if you lose? Will you forfeit your starting position? Coach Brooks shot a series of pointed glances at Westbrook, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. If fate has placed me in the presence of the ring king, then a competition is inevitable. Yang is a shooting guard, whereas I am a point guard. Our roles do not conflict. Westbrook, hands on his hips, declared with fervor, besides, I, the great Westbrook, am only 23 years old. I shall not lose to a 40-year-old washed-up player. Coach Brooks was exasperated. Westbrook, usually astute and perceptive, seemed unusually obstinate today. At that moment, General Manager Sam interjected, there is no need for a competition. Yang has just arrived in the beautiful city and has yet to adjust to the time zone. However, Russell, as a younger player, it is permissible for you to seek advice from Yang. Seek advice? Westbrook hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. While it may be termed as seeking advice, there is certainly room for maneuvering. He mused, later, we shall discreetly engage in a competition with the senior Yang. Who will care for the coach and manager then? I, the great Westbrook, shall undoubtedly triumph over the counterfeit ring king today. Concerned, Coach Brooks turned to Yang Hao. Yang, do you consent? Yang replied, indeed, I am also eager to find my rhythm. I shall accompany Russell in his endeavors. Then I appreciate your cooperation. At that moment, Coach Brooks felt a wave of relief wash over him. Assisting Westbrook with his three-point shooting practice was indeed a daunting task. Explaining the mechanics was exhausting. Retrieving the balls was tiring, and it weighed heavily on his mind. He had long wished to distance himself from Westbrook, to escape his sight and alleviate his concerns. Now, someone has taken up this burden. How could Coach Brooks not feel at ease? Russell, remember, this is not a competition, but a learning opportunity. A chance to seek guidance. Understood, understood. I shall earnestly seek advice from my seniors, Westbrook replied enthusiastically. Of course, Coach Brooks was well aware of Westbrook's intentions. That guy is undoubtedly going to challenge Yang to a three-point contest. Perfect. I shall also gauge Yang's capabilities, and if he still possesses them, we could gain an additional three-point threat for the upcoming season. Indeed, Coach Brooks is truly frugal and resourceful. Yang Hao, after all, is a player signed with a salary of $12 million. It would be a tremendous pity if he proves to be of little use. Brooks intends to incorporate Yang Hao into the rotation. Westbrook's scrutiny serves merely as a modest test. Well then, there is nothing else to discuss. You may disperse. Why do you stand there in a daze? Each of you should attend to your own training. It appears that Manager Sam and Coach Brooks are keen to prevent others from lingering to observe. Yet, the more they attempt to dismiss everyone, the more the focus shifts to Yang Hao. This old rascal, renowned for his defense and three-point shooting? How was I unaware of this? The coach and manager are clearly apprehensive about us witnessing the old rascal's shortcomings. Their reluctance to let us watch speaks volumes of their hidden intentions. Aside from Durant, who aloofly departed without a glance, the others harbored their own curiosities, stealing glances even as they returned to their training. Meanwhile, Harden gravitated toward the same court as young Senator Youngson was utterly indifferent, focusing solely on perfecting his free throws. Hey, Youngson, you seem unconcerned about your father at all? Russell is destined to lose. That may be true. Russell's three-point shooting is abysmal. He can only compete with the likes of Perkins, who seldom attempts a three. Harden remains oblivious to Yang Hao's true abilities, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yang's son smiled faintly. Old Deng is going to play the pig to eat the tiger again. Westbrook is in for quite a loss this time. With a swift whoosh, Yang Hao proactively passed the ball back to Westbrook and approached him, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder like good brothers. Russell, let us have some fun together. Now that they were closer, Westbrook could share a whispered secret. Senior, I am your devoted fan. And I have admired you for a long time. I have always wanted to challenge you to a three-point contest, if that would be possible. Westbrook's words were clearly a ruse, merely an excuse to challenge Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao did not decline. In fact, he was eager to discover just how formidable his enhanced self could be. No problem at all, but I must confess, I haven't played in quite some time. So my skills may be a bit rusty. You'll have to bear with this old man. That's perfectly fine. A bit of rustiness can be refreshing. Rest assured. I shall exercise restraint, replied Westbrook, though his hands were already fidgeting with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Let us engage in a 1-minute three-point shooting contest. Whoever scores the most will emerge victorious. That sounds splendid. However, it lacks an enticing incentive. What shall we add? Well, since this is my first visit and I haven't brought any gifts, how about the loser treats everyone here to a Chinese feast? Absolutely. I've longed for a Chinese banquet for ages. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. Westbrook beamed with delight, confident in his impending victory. Yang Hao generously remarked, "If you wish to indulge, then by all means, partake abundantly." Meanwhile, the others nearby perked up their ears, deeply invested in the unfolding contest. Manager Sam exclaimed, "Russell is truly being reckless. If Yang were to lose, it would be a blow to my reputation. I must devise a strategy in advance." "Ah, yes." Yang is still adjusting to the time difference. Coach Brooks observed, "Indeed, it is Russell, cunning as ever. Rapid-fire three-pointers in a minute will certainly favor him." The Thunder players expressed their envy that old rogue is quite affluent. He shall be bled dry shortly. Harden remarked, "Our second brother is exceptionally astute. Choosing this challenge guarantees his victory." Youngson, in 1 minute, will Old Deng score 30? Durant. Chapter 52, 15 consecutive baskets in 15 seconds. Such shooting accuracy and speed, could it be mere luck? Bang, bang, swish. He maintained a rhythm of 3 shots made out of every 10 attempts. Westbrook executed his 1-minute three-point shooting session excellently. The final tally read, 13 baskets in 1 minute. Out of 36 attempts, he made 13. This equated to a shooting percentage of 36, which surpassed Westbrook's three-point shooting percentage from the previous season by 5 percentage points. Nearby, his teammate Ibaka exclaimed, "Great shot, Russell. You're performing beyond expectations." Coach Brooks immediately reprimanded, "Stop the cheering. Focus on your own practice." Others who were eager to cheer up also subdued themselves. Meanwhile, Westbrook felt reasonably satisfied with his performance. At least it was far more impressive than his earlier outlandish attempts, owing much to his warm-up routine. He approached Yang Hao, passing the ball into his hands. "Senior Yang, it's your turn." "All right." Yang Hao patted the ball and made his way towards the three-point line, still clad in his athletic jacket. However, he showed no intention of shedding it. Is he planning to compete like this? Wouldn't that provide him an excuse for losing? At the halfway point of his stride, Westbrook spoke up. "Senior, perhaps you should warm up first?" "No need. But won't keeping your jacket on affect your shot?" "I'm an old man at 40. I feel the cold." "Very well." The gym, although air-conditioned, still lacked warmth. Observing Yang Hao's hunched figure nestled within his jacket, Westbrook suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance to take advantage of this elder. "Senior Yang, why not? Let's not compete." "I am ready." The two uttered their responses almost in unison. Yang Hao did not hear Westbrook's hesitant words. Instead, he continued to shout, "Start the timer." Observing Yang Hao's determination, Westbrook chose not to comment further. At most, he would simply eat a little less during their next meal together. 1, 2, 3, go. With Westbrook's command, Yang Hao unleashed his prop card, the three-point guarantee, time-limited card. Simultaneously, he sprang into action. He caught the ball, lifted his hand, bent his knees, leaped, and released. With a jump height of merely 5 centimeters, his awkward, unrefined shot resembled a clumsy toss. The NBA is the pinnacle of basketball. Who wouldn't aspire to execute a shot as graceful as a painting? Yet, this Lord of the Rings opted for such a lackluster throw? The execution bore a resemblance to that of a schoolchild or an elderly gentleman in the park. Russell Westbrook stifled a laugh as he offered his assessment. However, just as his words left his lips, the ball swished through the net. It was a clean, effortless shot. Yang's performance was commendable. Westbrook called out Yang's surname, a hint of condescension lacing his tone. After all, he believed Yang's success was mere luck. Having just arrived at the gym without warming up and still clad in a long-sleeved jacket, it was clear that his shooting would be hindered by his attire. If this first shot went in, it had to be by chance. Westbrook was skeptical that someone with such an awkward shooting style could be a sharpshooter. A sharpshooter, in his eyes, should possess a textbook shooting form like Ray Allen. "Yang, let us see another." Swish. Another flawless shot. The ball again sailed through the net with pristine precision. Westbrook was momentarily taken aback. It must still be luck, right? "Yang, let us keep it going." Yang Hao's hand swiftly descended with the knife. Whoosh. Another shot. A hollow three-pointer. Is it in again? The 3 consecutive hits still made Westbrook wipe the sweat from his forehead. This is where it ends, surely. His good fortune has reached its limit. Westbrook firmly believed that Yang Hao could not maintain this level of accuracy. Moreover, Yang Hao's shooting speed resembled that of an elderly person, taking 1 or 2 seconds for each attempt. Eventually, his shooting percentage would decline. Yang Hao's goal tally is undeniably unlikely to surpass his own. At that moment, Westbrook was about to call out for Yang once more, urging for another, when he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment upon witnessing the scene on the court. "Hey, what are you doing, my friend?" Yang Hao felt as though he were engaged in a game of basketball, with his shooting touch in full bloom. As his confidence soared, every shot seemed destined to find the net. Consequently, his movements grew increasingly rapid, while one basketball soared through the air towards the hoop. Another was already in flight behind it, and yet another was poised for release. The basketballs cascaded towards the hoop like a relentless barrage. With such a multitude of basketballs, it seemed impossible to sustain this rhythm. If one were to get blocked, the subsequent shots would surely falter. My friend, no matter how swift your hands may be, it would be futile. Witnessing this extraordinary display, Westbrook's address for Yang shifted from Yang to my friend. However, Westbrook's apprehensions proved unfounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The basketballs obediently lined up, swiftly finding their way into the hoop. A series of gratifying swishes echoed through the air. Westbrook was left utterly speechless. The expression on his face transformed from skepticism to sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, onlookers nearby wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? Regardless of the reactions surrounding him, Yang Hao remained unfazed, embodying the calm demeanor of a true master. As Yang Hao achieved an astounding 10 consecutive three-pointers, Westbrook began to realize that he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Oh my goodness. Senior, Yang, your three-point shooting is astonishingly precise. Perhaps we should call off our competition? His exclamation drew the attention of many, who gathered to watch the spectacle unfold. Russell, I have you firmly in my grasp. Russell, you still have a chance. It's only 10 so far. Russell, it's too late for regrets now. Yang, keep it up. Yang Hao was not interrupted. Instead, he continued to score. Whoosh, 11. Yangson suddenly shouted a number. This marked the commencement of counting for the venerable veteran. Whoosh, 12. More voices joined in, as everyone collectively counted for this esteemed elder and new teammate. Whoosh, 13. This equaled Westbrook's record for points in a minute. Old Yang, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed an odd spectator. Wow, in less than half a minute, he has surpassed Russell. A sharpshooter, we now possess a sharpshooter in our ranks. The excitement among the crowd intensified. Even Durant, who typically maintained his composure, could no longer remain aloof. He leaned in to witness the spectacle, joining in the enthusiastic shouts. Moments ago, he was the cool, distant idol, but now he transformed into an exuberant supporter. Coach Brooks, who had been quietly observing, was filled with delight. The prowess of this 40-year veteran is indeed formidable. Amidst the collective attention, Yang Hao remained unperturbed, as calm as ever. His shooting motion was almost identical each time, akin to a robot in mass production. Every release was strikingly similar, although his jump shot was not aesthetically pleasing. The frequency was astonishingly rapid. Most importantly, his shooting accuracy was impeccable, 100%. From beginning to end, he missed not a single shot. Whoosh, 18 in total. As the crowd chanted this number, suddenly the basketball in midair vanished. Yet, Yang Hao stood still, surprisingly refraining from shooting any further. What? Why has he stopped? There is still time, plenty of time. Senior, do not let Russell down. Keep going. The onlookers urged Yang Hao to continue, but he merely spread his hands in resignation. No more balls. It turned out that Westbrook had underestimated Yang Hao, bringing only 18 balls to the court. By this time, Yang Hao had already finished shooting them all. No worries, I will pass you the ball, Harden offered to assist. However, Yang Hao waved his hand, shaking his head. No, let the competition end here. I am a bit weary. That's fine. Let it be so, Westbrook quickly concurred. 18-13. The loss wasn't too humiliating. The others burst into laughter. Russell, you were quite cunning. A loss by one is still a loss, isn't it? But it's all right. I shall certainly partake in Russell's grand feast. Westbrook feigned disappointment, putting on a tearful expression. Boo-hoo, you all are going to leave me bankrupt. At that moment, Durant chimed in, concerned about the statistics, inquiring, Russell, what time is it? What time? Kevin, are you also thinking about that meal of mine? I meant the time it took Yang to make 18 consecutive shots. I forgot to start the timer. It turned out that Westbrook was also astounded by Yang Hao's rapid-fire performance, forgetting to time it. However, it was of no consequence, as the head coach Brooks had kept track. 15 seconds. Yang completed it in just 15 seconds. When Coach Brooks announced this, everyone present was left dumbfounded. What? I initially thought it would take half a minute, or even longer. Instead, it took merely 15 seconds, 18 three-pointers in that span, and all were successful. Had he not taken a bit longer on the initial shots, Old Deng might have even managed to attempt 25 shots within those 15 seconds. Such accuracy, such speed. Could he truly be a slacker? Could he genuinely be a failure? Could he truly be the 40-year-old veteran? In that moment, everyone's gaze towards Yang Hao transformed. A subtle admiration blossoming within their hearts. Those capable of seizing a championship are remarkable, but those who can attain 10 championships are truly extraordinary. At that instant, someone shouted from beneath the basket. That's not all. His three-point shots can be even farther and more precise. Chapter 53. Training accuracy pales in comparison. True precision lies in competition. The voice from below the basket belonged to Yang Xin. The impressive three-pointers made by Yang Hao were indeed astonishing. However, Yang Xin felt that it was still insufficient. The full extent of Old Deng's prowess had yet to be realized. What you have witnessed is merely a fraction of his true capabilities. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with curiosity. What does this mean? What is Xiaoyang implying? Can Yang reach even greater heights with more precision? Is Yang truly formidable? I wish to see. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to observe. Yang Xin passed the ball, locating Yang Hao. Yang Hao initially had no desire to show off. However, his son insisted on him demonstrating his skills. Thus, he had no choice but to perform a few more times. After all, there were still 30 seconds left on the timer. So he decided to showcase his talent. As Yang Hao's voice faded, the crowd observed him, who had been standing near the three-point line, suddenly take a significant step back. Without delay, he planted his feet, leaped into the air, and released the ball. It was a shot executed with such precision that it could rival any textbook example. The basketball, reluctantly parting from his ring finger, soared through the air with a pronounced spin, heading straight for the hoop. Whoosh! The ball swished through the net. Before the spectators could even express their astonishment, another pass came flying towards Yang. Senator Yang Hao once again seized the ball, taking a significant step back. Once more, he executed a shot as picturesque as a painting. Whoosh! It went in. Everyone noticed. After each release, Yang Hao steps back significantly to the position behind the court logo. This is quite impressive. I wholeheartedly acknowledge his three-point shooting abilities. Old Yang is truly an underrated sharpshooter. As the appreciation for Yang Hao deepens among the Thunder team, at this moment, Yang Hao had already stepped onto the arc of the mid-court logo. In this position, he executed a jump shot that was nothing short of picturesque. With a swift motion, he released an extraordinary three-pointer from an immense distance, and it swished through the net. The crowd fell silent, left in a state of astonishment. Is that distance even possible? Can that really go in? This is truly unbelievable. Could this possibly be a fluke? As the spectators were engulfed in shock, Yang Hao had already reached the very center of the court. Just when everyone anticipated that he would take a shot, he unexpectedly turned his back while holding the ball with one hand. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he launched the basketball high into the air, sending it soaring toward the hoop. Could it be? Most of the spectators had witnessed that remarkable basketball moment at lock court. Yang Hao's final shot was indeed executed with remarkable finesse. All eyes were fixated on the basketball. After a mere 2 seconds, a resounding thud echoed as the ball struck the backboard, rebounding perfectly into the net. The ball found its mark. Witnessing this extraordinary event, a collective gasp filled the air. In that moment, everyone erupted with joy, rushing towards Yang Hao in a frenzy. They collided in exuberant chest bumps, exchanged high fives, and embraced one another. A chorus of ecstatic shouts reverberated around them as they poured every ounce of energy into celebrating this exhilarating moment. Oh my goodness! How is this possible? Unbelievable! This shot is indeed real. Old Yang, you are the deity of three-pointers. Senior Yang, your shooting prowess surpasses that of Reggie Miller by 1,000-fold. Everyone rejoiced in celebration of Yang Hao's remarkable achievement. However, one individual remained frozen in disbelief, Cephalosha. Cephalosha, the starting shooting guard for the Thunder, stood there in shock. Yang Hao's arrival poses the most significant threat to Cephalosha's starting position. His teammate Ibaka playfully teased Cephalosha, saying, Cephalosha, your starting spot is in jeopardy. At that moment, Cephalosha felt a bit awkward. He wanted to celebrate Yang Hao's impressive goal, yet he was acutely aware that this was his competitor. He was reluctant to concede that the 40-year-old veteran, Old Deng, was superior to him. This old fellow, at 40 years of age, is still trying to snatch my spot as a young player? How unreasonable. Unable to admit his opponent's prowess, Cephalosha stubbornly retorted, training doesn't matter. What counts is performance in the game. In practice, there's no defense. If I get hot, I can achieve that. ISNT at just about 100% shooting accuracy? Who has done that before? Do you really think I believe you? Whether you believe it or not, The starting position will definitely be mine. At that moment, Westbrook approached, holding a bottle of Gatorade. "Excuse me, let me through," he said, squeezing between Ibaka and Sefolosha. To everyone's surprise, he respectfully presented the drink to Yang Hao. "Senior Yang, Brother Yang, how good? This is my tribute to you. After drinking this Gatorade, I will be your apprentice. Please teach me how to shoot." Yang Hao, feeling quite parched, accepted the offer and drank. Westbrook, with his quick wit, suggested teaching him how to shoot, which was merely a casual remark. Nevertheless, Yang Hao understood that Westbrook was mostly jesting, aiming to enliven the team's atmosphere. Yet, he sincerely agreed to the proposition. If Westbrook were to genuinely seek his guidance in the future, he would certainly share his knowledge, for after all, this was a Ninja Turtle fond of wearing tank suits. In his previous life, Yang Hao held a fairly positive perception of him. However, it is somewhat regrettable that Westbrook's shooting deteriorated over time. Now that they are teammates, it would be prudent to offer some assistance. Yang Hao gently patted the young Russell Westbrook on the shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured, if you learn from me, your three-point shooting will become as precise as mine." Westbrook's face lit up with joy at the compliment. However, to his surprise, James Harden approached the duo. "Yang, is it truly possible for me to develop a shooting prowess as distant and accurate as yours? Might I also become your disciple?" "Absolutely not. That is out of the question." Westbrook interjected protectively, positioning himself firmly in front of Yang Hao and even pushing Harden aside. Others soon joined in the banter, vying for Yang Hao's attention. "Russell, that is quite unfair. Yang does not belong solely to you. He should be shared among all of us." "Yang, Westbrook lacks the necessary talent. I am the one truly suited to be the sharpshooter. Will you take me under your wing?" Westbrook remained steadfast in his defense, swatting away many hands that reached for Yang. "You all can leave. Yang belongs solely to me." The atmosphere buzzed with playful chaos. Yang Hao effortlessly integrated into the Thunder team's close-knit family. Even Yangsen, who was typically reticent, found himself more readily accepted by the group. At the very least, on the surface, everyone treated both Yang Hao and his son with courtesy, and it was no longer evident that anyone harbored grievances against them. In the realm of competitive sports, skill is the original sin. However, Yang Hao silenced all doubts with his exceptional prowess, thereby earning a measure of recognition. On the very first day of joining the team, you found yourself under the scrutiny of the starting shooting guard, who sought to challenge you. Accepting his challenge, you engaged in a match and decisively triumphed, leaving a profound impact on his psyche. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on receiving a reward, Achilles tendon 2 centimeters, which enhances your jumping ability. Please find a tranquil and secluded spot, where a small sword will provide you with a soothing experience. Following this, your Achilles tendon will be fortified. Small sword? Yang Hao initially intended to utilize his break to request manager Sam to arrange a lounge for him. However, before he could make his escape, head coach Brooks, with fervent determination, blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. He gathered everyone, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Hao, and declared, "Practice is of no consequence. It is the competition that truly matters. Thus, our shooting drills conclude here. We shall now engage in a scrimmage." Chapter 54. The Scrimmage. Young Yang faces neglect. Old Yang is under scrutiny. Scrimmage. Starting lineup versus bench squad. Starting lineup: Westbrook, Sefolosha, Durant, Ibaka, Perkins, Harden, Nazar Muhammad, Nick Collison. This comprises 5 starting players along with 3 pivotal rotation players. Bench squad: Yang Hao, Yangsen, Eric Maynor, Royal Ivy, Ryan Reed, Daquan Cook, Cole Aldrich, among others. This essentially comprises the second and third string players of the Thunder, along with several unsigned players participating in the team's training camp. Beep. The whistle sounds. The players take the court. Starting lineup: Westbrook, Sefolosha, Durant, Ibaka, Perkins. Bench lineup: Eric Maynor, Royal Ivy, Ryan Reed, Daquan Cook, Cole Aldrich. The disparity in skill is evident. The starters appear relaxed, treating this scrimmage with nonchalance. To them, the bench players are merely minor league talents. Conversely, the bench players exhibit serious expressions, a mix of tension, excitement, and determination. A player who does not aspire to be a starter is not a worthy competitor. The bench players yearn for advancement, while the unsigned players aim to make a remarkable impression. They are all holding their breath, eager to prove their worth. Beep. The whistle blows, and the game commences. Due to a lack of synergy from prolonged disuse, the starters struggle with coordination and commit several errors. However, relying on the individual prowess of stars Durant and Westbrook, they manage to score effectively, swiftly overcoming their scoring issues. Meanwhile, the bench players maintain a notably serious demeanor. They attack vigorously and defend tenaciously. On the court, they surprisingly match the starters in a spirited exchange. Off the court, Young Hao sits comfortably in a chair, sipping the Gatorade gifted by Westbrook, enjoying the game played by the younger talents. It is a delightful moment. Yet, beside him, Youngson appears discontent. As the team's 10th overall pick, he ought to be a prized asset, deserving of the coach's trust and a guaranteed spot in the starting bench lineup. However, the coach has not arranged it thus, leaving Youngson feeling quite frustrated. What is the coach really thinking? Youngson gazed upon the court, observing the substitute players, silently yearning for the coach to call upon him. After several rounds of play, the starters remained engaged in their antics, attempting to find their rhythm. In contrast, the substitutes approached every offensive and defensive maneuver with utmost seriousness, adhering strictly to the coach's directives. The score reflected their diligence, with the substitutes holding a slight lead of 4 points. The coach expressed dissatisfaction with the starters' attitude and performance, urging them to adopt a more serious demeanor and to abandon their frivolity. The starters, despite their intentions, struggled to focus. Their physical condition was not yet attuned to the game. After all, their opponents were merely the lesser-known Karamis, which stifled their motivation. It was at this juncture that the coach began to adjust the lineup. You, get in. You there, step up. That fair-skinned fellow, you too. Coach Brooks made several substitutions, swapping out both substitutes and starters alike. If the starters continued in their lackadaisical manner, humiliation awaited them, especially if it came at the hands of non-contracted players. Listen closely. If you can bring down the starters, then their positions will be yours. For those without contracts, if you can achieve this, a contract will be within your grasp. Give it your all. The coach's words ignited a fierce determination in the substitutes. Yes, coach. They responded, their eyes aflame with resolve. Yet, the starters remained unable to muster the seriousness required. The disparity in talent allowed them to effortlessly dominate their opponents. Westbrook and his fellow starters dismissed the non-contracted players, their focus primarily on the figure seated off the court, watching intently. When will that guy take the court? I yearn to challenge the ringmaster. Old Deng is avoiding confrontation. He must be afraid. This sentiment was particularly fervent from Cephalosha, who had just witnessed Young Hao's stunning three-pointer that captivated the entire arena. Whispers circulated that Young Hao was poised to usurp his position. Cephalosha was seething with anticipation. Old Deng, hurry up and get in. I am eager to decisively defeat you in front of everyone. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, amidst the bench, Yongson's gaze remained icy and composed. One by one, the undrafted players were granted their opportunities on the court. Only the veteran Young Hao and himself remained benched, awaiting their turn. Young Hao, a seasoned veteran, exhibits no desire for attention whatsoever. Just moments ago, he declined to start the match, citing fatigue as his reason. And what of Youngson, the legitimate 10th overall pick? Youngson, as yet to be mentioned by the coach even once. He yearns for the opportunity to take the court, yet finds himself bereft of chances. How infuriating. I might as well be Old Deng. I am, after all, worse off than those uncontracted amateurs. Youngson cast a cold gaze upon the court, his clenched fist revealing pale knuckles. The more he contemplated, the more his heart simmered with frustration. The deeper his vexation, the more he withdrew from others. The more he withdrew, the fewer opportunities he encountered. Youngson found himself perplexed by these matters, while Old Deng Young Hao, on the other hand, perceived the situation with clarity. Aha! Young Hao had long observed his son's impatience. Why does the coach refuse to let Youngson play? Isn't that quite evident? This lad is far too reticent, not making a single sound. How can such a player find his place within the team? Coach Brooks is undoubtedly putting Youngson to the test. Youngson should take the initiative and be more proactive. He ought to communicate more with his teammates and offer encouragement, even if it is just a simple high five or providing water. Most importantly, shouldn't Youngson take the initiative if he wishes to step onto the court? Coach Brooks is awaiting Youngson to approach him. The foolish lad. Does he truly desire to play? He shot a glance at Lao Deng Young Hao, offering no reply. Others, who are not even draft players, have taken the floor. Can he devise a strategy? It is unnecessary. After all, I have no desire to play. Young Hao also rolled his eyes at his arrogant son. It was previously agreed that once Mason signed a contract, he would be left to his own devices. Yet after all, blood runs thicker than water. Over the years, Young Hao couldn't help but feel remorseful for not having raised him better. Perhaps a few words of guidance wouldn't hurt. If the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. Fortune favors the prepared mind. In response, Mason merely snorted with defiance. Truth be told, he had always harbored a sense of inadequacy. From childhood to adulthood, his growth and experiences had been largely dictated by Yang Hao's arrangements, leaving him with little initiative of his own. Especially after that one time he took the initiative to attend the draft combine training camp, only to be targeted and ridiculed when the entire nation scorned him as a worthless nepotistic legacy. The relentless criticism made him even more withdrawn, afraid to make decisions lest he invite further unwarranted censure. Yang Hao's words resonated with Yang San, who understood that he needed to take a more proactive approach. However, Yang San lacked the requisite courage, pondering, "Can I truly succeed?" Chapter 55. Winning the championship requires 99 skill and 1 luck, and I am that one. Beep, beep, beep. Pause. Substitute. The starting lineup has undergone a transformation. Westbrook, Harden, Cephalosha, Durant, and Ibaka. This represents the strongest configuration the team has assembled thus far, and it showcases the decisive lineup from last season's critical moments in the fourth quarter. This arrangement is formidable. Each player complements the others perfectly, especially Durant, the most exceptional among them. The reserves, including Aldridge and Evie, stand no chance against Durant. It is inevitable. Durant is a monstrous talent, standing nearly 211 centimeters tall. With long limbs, he possesses the speed akin to that of a guard. On the court, he is akin to a glitch in the game. The opponents are either too short to reach him or too slow to keep up. Regardless of who Durant faces, he enjoys an absolute mismatch and a significant advantage. In addition to Durant, the other stars are equally gifted. Westbrook's explosive energy, Harden's agility, Ibaka's defensive prowess in the paint, and Cephalosha's perimeter defense create a collection of extraordinary talents that can effortlessly overpower the substitutes. Moreover, these athletes have established a remarkable synergy in their gameplay. When they collaborate, even the strongest teams in the league would find themselves overwhelmed, let alone these relatively unknown reserves. The substitutes face insurmountable challenges, unable to score and incapable of defending. They are being systematically dismantled. Previously, they were reluctant to accept their roles as substitutes and discontented with their lack of contracts. However, after being thoroughly dominated by these prodigious talents, they quickly became more compliant. Their fiery spirits extinguished. On the sidelines, as the starters demonstrated their prowess, Coach Brooks finally took a seat beside Yang Hao, abandoning his post of directing from the sidelines. Together, they watched this one-sided contest unfold. Excellent play. This phrase echoed frequently from the coach, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the youthful ensemble on the court. Last season, the Thunder advanced to the Western Conference Finals thanks to these promising players, and Coach Brooks held them in high regard. Yang Hao, what do you think of their prospects? Do they have a chance at the championship? Capable in offense and defense, this lineup is remarkably perfect. This season, they will undoubtedly reach the finals. But is merely reaching the finals enough? Currently, the Thunder still lack certain elements needed to secure the championship. Yang Hao is acutely aware of the Thunder's future. In the upcoming season, the Thunder indeed advanced to the finals, only to be defeated by the seasoned trio of the Heat with a score of 1-4. What was lacking? Luck. Luck? The Thunder possesses the strength to contend for the championship. However, securing the title requires not only 99 skill, but also 1 fortune. As a 10-time champion, my presence is destined to bring that sliver of good fortune to the Thunder. Senior Yang Hao, you speak so eloquently. With Yang Hao's endorsement and the blessing of this auspicious champion, head coach Brooks felt an immense surge of confidence. On the court, the game was spiraling out of control. The score had widened to a 20-point gap. At that moment, beep, 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 Coach Brooks blew his whistle, calling for a timeout. The substitutes, descending from the court, were expressions of despondency, particularly Ryan Reed, who was matched up against Durant. In stark contrast, the starters were brimming with self-satisfaction. Coach, we mentioned it before, didn't we? We are the starters. As long as we stay focused, they will only be left trailing in our wake. It's rather dull. These youngsters are still too inexperienced. Coach, perhaps we should let Old Deng play. His presence might just inspire us to take this more seriously. This suggestion came from Sifo Rasha. As soon as he spoke, many turned their gaze toward Yang Hao. Ding. Task. Play a game and earn the coach's recognition. Reward. Tactical comprehension 5. Coach Brooks furrowed his brow. Unlike manager Sam, who viewed Yang Hao differently, Coach Brooks saw him simply as a seasoned veteran, someone there to help cultivate a championship culture within the team. To him, Yang Hao was merely a support figure, and he held no expectations of him as a player. Senior Yang Hao is still adjusting to the time difference. You youngsters should not stir up trouble. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yang Hao stepped forward. Coach, it's no problem. I'll just have some fun with everyone. They are all good young folks who respect their elders. They certainly won't take it easy on me, an old-timer. The Thunder players quickly chimed in. Yes. Senior Yang is right. We will definitely go a bit lighter on him. Coach, you can rest assured. Since Yang Hao himself had agreed, what could Coach Brooks do? All he could offer were cautious reminders. Senior Yang Hao. Your task is quite simple once you step onto the court. In terms of defense, just keep up with Sifo Russia. Offensively, simply take position beyond the arc and wait for an open shot. Dear Senior Yang Hao, do you comprehend my meaning? Yang Hao smiled confidently. All right, no problem. I can handle him, rest assured. Coach Brooks' arrangement is truly thoughtful. It shows consideration for Yang Hao. Should Yang Hao embarrass himself in the exhibition match, it would undoubtedly put many in an awkward position. General Manager Sam would certainly be the first to express his discontent. To ensure a measure of caution, Coach Brooks gathered the key players, including Westbrook and Durant, and earnestly advised them. Take it easy on Yang, especially you, Sabonis. He is a veteran at 40. Show him the respect he deserves. The coach specifically mentioned Cephalosha, entrusting him with the responsibility of looking after the esteemed elder, Yang Hao. Cephalosha nodded with a smile. Yet he hardly regarded the 40-something Yang as a formidable opponent. I will definitely handle him with ease later. Just using half my strength should suffice. No need to bully the old man. Beep. The game resumed. On the court, the substitutes were being rotated to facilitate Yang Hao's performance. Coach Brooks took the initiative to bench all the no-name players on non-guaranteed contracts, sending Yang Hao onto the court alongside 4 Thunder substitutes. Eric Maynor, Yang Hao, Royal Ivy, Ryan Reed, and Cole Aldrich. Maynor, positioned as the point guard, took control of the ball. Yang Hao plays the shooting guard position at number 2. Standing at a height of 196 centimeters, he is considered fairly average among shooting guards. Renowned scorers like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan typically stand around 198 centimeters tall. Opposing Yang Hao is Thabo Cephalosha, who towers over him at 201 centimeters. This slight height difference has bestowed upon Cephalosha a sense of superiority. Hello, Old Yang. It's great to finally compete against you. He enthusiastically greets, even draping an arm over Yang Hao's shoulder as if they were old friends. However, leveraging his height advantage, Cephalosha imposes his dominance, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze completely dismissive of Yang Hao, instead directing his nostrils towards him, a clear display of intimidation. In his 22-year professional career, Yang Hao has undoubtedly encountered various situations. He is certainly not one to be trifled with. If you wish to converse with me, do not look down your nose at others. Yang Hao deftly evaded Cephalosha's arm restraint, swiftly raising his hand to encircle Cephalosha's neck. With a slight exertion of force, he pressed downwards. Cephalosha, caught off guard by the strength, had no choice but to crouch down, finding himself shorter than Yang Hao. Meanwhile, Yang Hao adopted a benevolent demeanor. Smiling as he inquired, Sabo, why are your legs trembling? There's no need to be nervous. I'm merely a middle-aged man. Chapter 56. The starting shooting guard position. Bring it on. Despite being 5 centimeters shorter than Cephalosha, Yang Hao's arm strength surpassed that of his junior. With a bench press capacity of 91 kilograms, he could effortlessly complete 10 repetitions. Coupled with Yang Hao's element of surprise, he easily had the upper hand over the younger Cephalosha. In this moment, facing the smiling elder, Cephalosha felt a deep-seated resentment, but could not reveal his true feelings. He maintained a facade of bravado, retorting, I am not nervous. Just make sure you don't get anxious, senior. I promise to go easy on you. Sabo, you are truly a good person. Cephalosha was eager to offer Yang Hao the starting shooting guard position. After all, isn't that what good people do? Initially, Yang Hao has yet to ascertain whether he will assume the role of point guard or shooting guard with the Thunder. Curry, on the other hand, is firmly established as a point guard. Yang Hao was still contemplating following in Curry's footsteps. However, in the Thunder, Westbrook, the star guard, was performing exceptionally well. He treated this seasoned veteran with utmost respect, even addressing him as teacher. And what about Cephalosha? That young man seemed to be stirring up unnecessary trouble. Competition should be fair and straightforward. Why resort to such petty tactics? It was rather irksome. In contrast, the clear target was undoubtedly you. Cephalosha, the starting shooting guard position was ripe for the taking. As Yang Hao and Cephalosha engaged in their discreet rivalry, Cephalosha's expression grew increasingly somber. Westbrook approached them with a friendly greeting. Yang, you seem to have a rather good rapport with Sabo. Durant and the others also glanced over, acknowledging Yang Hao's amiable nature. They perceived him as a genuinely pleasant individual, devoid of any veteran's arrogance, immediately bonding with the younger Cephalosha in a friendly manner. His temperament was indeed commendable. Yang Hao and Cephalosha both forced smiles, putting on a facade of camaraderie. Haha, I feel an instant connection with Sabo. Indeed, indeed. It is my honor to stand alongside Senior Yang. With a gentle exertion of strength, Yang Hao finally elicited a pleasing remark from Cephalosha. Yang Hao whispered in his ear, "The starting position is mine." With a sudden clap, Yang Hao, with a warm and friendly demeanor, playfully patted Cephalosha's backside, finally letting him go. As soon as he relaxed, Cephalosha shot Yang Hao a fierce glare. Not a chance. Earlier, during the shooting session, Cephalosha and the Thunder team had been taken aback by Yang Hao's prowess. However, this was now a match, a contest with defensive confrontations. He harbored no belief that Yang Hao could maintain such a remarkable shooting touch amidst the game. As the starting shooting guard for the Thunder, Cephalosha was the team's most formidable perimeter defender. It was precisely due to his defensive skills that Westbrook and Durant could conserve their energy on that end of the court. With me here, none shall pass. Cephalosha was resolute in his conviction that Yang Hao was his adversary. The workplace is a battlefield devoid of smoke. A merciless arena where one can be devoured without a trace. Here, the stakes are life and death. To ascend, one must trample upon another. Yang Hao keenly sensed the animosity emanating from Cephalosha. However, it mattered not. Yang Hao is confident in his ability to defeat Cephalosha. Both individuals are 3D players, where the 3 signifies exceptional three-point shooting skills and the D denotes defensive prowess. Yang Hao, with a score of 87, stands shoulder to shoulder with Cephalosha, who also boasts an identical score of 87. However, Yang Hao possesses a remarkable advantage over Cephalosha, 22 years of seasoned experience. His prowess in three-point shooting further distinguishes him. Yang Hao, 92 points, Cephalosha, 86 points. Cephalosha boasts a seasonal average shooting percentage of 45. However, the sample size is rather limited, and his shooting percentages exhibit considerable fluctuations from game to game. As for Yang Hao, with his nascent three-point shooting abilities, he achieves a shooting percentage of 40 under defensive pressure and an impressive 60 when left unguarded. This shooting percentage represents his lowest recorded efficiency. Furthermore, Yang Hao also requires the enhancement of super muscle memory, supplemented by various auxiliary tools. Yang Hao's three-point shooting far exceeds 92 points. Cephalosha pales in comparison to Yang Hao. As the starting shooting guard, there is no one but me. Today, I shall pierce through your defenses. Humph, not a chance. The two exchanged friendly glances before parting ways, each returning to their respective camps. On this side, Yang Hao gathered with the other players from the substitute team. At that moment, Maino, the ball handler for the substitutes, spoke up. Senior Yang, later on, please position yourself at the left corner. I will pass the ball to you. If you have the opportunity, take the shot. Maino was quite polite, as this was a directive from the head coach, and he had to comply. After all, Yang Hao is 40 years old, soon approaching 41. It would be rather inauspicious for such a veteran, the oldest in the league, to be treated in a casual manner on his very first day with the team. Furthermore, it was rumored that he was the team's financial asset. The owner and manager surely did not wish for their prized asset to be injured upon arrival. Caution is imperative. Maino and his 3 teammates shared this sentiment. They did not genuinely hope that Yang Hao would replicate his astonishing three-pointers from practice. They merely wished for him to complete this training match smoothly and healthily. Senior Yang, is that all right? The left corner? No problem. The young players were pleasantly surprised by Yang Hao's amiable demeanor. He did not act like a prima donna. Instead, he confidently patted his chest and assured them, "Just pass the ball to me, and I'll make it happen." "All right, Senior Yang, just wait and see." Maino and the others had initially thought that such a star player would have a difficult temperament and be prone to bossiness. To their astonishment, Yang Hao was remarkably easygoing, which took them by surprise. If the opportunity arises, let us truly pass him the ball, they mused, though they harbored no substantial hopes for Yang Hao. Considering they were up against the league's most formidable offensive team, the Thunder, it remains uncertain whether Senior Yang can keep pace with the rhythm of the opposing team. The referee has blown the whistle. The match is about to commence as both teams take to the field. Yang Hao directly approached the left corner. Cephalosha followed closely behind, arriving at the same spot. Training is merely training. Don't take it too seriously, old man. You'll find out by giving it a try. Yang Hao supported himself on his knees, his eyes gleaming with mirth. The system task requires me to compete in a match and earn the coach's approval. So I shall decisively outshine the starting shooting guard favored by head coach Brooks. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. The game resumed, with Mino controlling the ball from the high post. On the sidelines, head coach Brooks orchestrated the movements of several players. They executed a horn play, where two towering figures set high screens for the point guard, determining whether to attack the paint or distribute the ball to the corners. The outcome hinged on the point guard's performance in that moment. This time, Westbrook was blocked, allowing Mino to surge toward the paint. Following the coach's instructions, the defender, Sefolosha, granted Young Hao a significant two-step advantage. As the opponent charged in, Sefolosha retreated to the edge of the paint, preparing to assist against Mino. Consequently, Young Hao found himself with a completely open opportunity in the corner. Mino called out, delivering the ball with precision. The basketball landed securely in Young Hao's grasp. In that instant, the other 9 players on the court stood still, their eyes fixed on Young Hao as he prepared to shoot. Sefolosha, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "I'll let you have this one." Young Hao accepted the grand gift with a smile. With a swift motion, he effortlessly sank a three-pointer. "Thank you," he exclaimed, delivering a playful smack to Sefolosha's rear before turning to his teammates. Chapter 57. Young's son. "Coach, I wish to take the court." "Yes, splendid shot. Senior Yang. Your three-pointer is remarkably steady. Since Yang's arrival at our gym, he has yet to miss a single shot." Observing Young Hao being celebrated by his teammates, Sefolosha grimaced in pain and muttered resentfully, "Is it merely a stroke of luck? Just wait. I refuse to believe you can continue this streak." However, what followed was a relentless barrage of three-pointers from Young Hao. Swish. 2 consecutive three-pointers. With a grin, Young Hao playfully tapped Sefolosha once more. "Thank you." Sefolosha rolled his eyes. "No worries. I'll let you have another one. I am a good young man who respects the elderly and cherishes the young." Swish. Young Hao scores 3 consecutive three-pointers. Clap. Young Hao once again dealt a playful blow to Sefolosha. "Thank you," he remarked. Sefolosha's expression darkened, becoming increasingly unpleasant. "Is it just a trifecta? One cannot succeed thrice. Surely, you shall falter next time." Though he uttered such words, deep within, he was gritting his teeth, already formulating his resolve. "If it weren't for the coach's restraint against allowing me to go all out, I would have truly defended myself against you. You old rascal. Ceaselessly targeting me. It's utterly painful. No more. I can't hold back any longer. Just wait. I shall make you pay. Next time." As Young Hao received the ball, Sefolosha immediately lunged forward, staunchly defending and blocking Young Hao's three-point attempt. However, despite Sefolosha extending his arm, Young Hao still managed to score over him. Swish. Young Hao executes a stunning succession of 4 three-point shots. Snap. Young Hao offered a playful grin to Sefolosha once again, expressing his gratitude with a light-hearted thank you. Sefolosha endured the throbbing pain in his rear, clenching his teeth, yet remained silent. However, the other members of the main team could no longer tolerate it. "Sabo, focus, stop slacking off. If we lose, the coach will be furious with you." "I know. I will take it seriously." Sefolosha cast a fierce glare at Young Hao, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. He was genuinely prepared to defend. "I am the foremost defender on the Thunder's perimeter. Old Deng, you're in for a challenge." Young Hao's three-point shots instilled immense confidence in the bench players. With the external firepower exerting pressure, the rest of the bench team played with newfound ease, their performance noticeably improving. No one anticipated that the bench squad would engage in an equally matched contest against the formidable starting lineup of the Thunder, exchanging blows with remarkable vigor. On the sidelines, the players seated on the bench cheered and applauded for Young Hao and the bench team. Coach Brooks nodded in approval repeatedly. Meanwhile, Young's son, lost in thought, felt overlooked and somewhat superfluous. At 40, Old Deng remains exceptionally formidable, effortlessly altering the game's dynamics with a few three-pointers. And what about me? I am still relegated to the cold bench. Some media commentators are correct. It seems I have indeed ridden on the coattails of others to join the Thunder. But must I, a 10th overall pick, perpetually rely on the legacy of others? I am unwilling to accept this fate. Youngson was filled with a sense of discontent. At that moment, a pause was called in the game, and the imposing figure of Coach Young Hao strode off the court. He then addressed Youngson, stating, "Those who are not participating in the match, come quickly and bring me some water and a towel, and then give me a massage." Not participating? Young's son was on the brink of exploding with frustration. Nevertheless, adhering to his father's wishes, he complied. However, he clenched his teeth, producing a grating sound. When Young Hao took the field once more, a substitute was introduced in place of an uncontracted player. All other substitutes had already had their chance to play. leaving Yongsan as the sole individual without an opportunity. At that moment, the bitterness and rage within him reached a boiling point. How infuriating. Why am I still not on the field? I am Yongsan. I must be true to myself and will not rely on my father's success. I refuse to be merely known as Yonghao's son. Yongsan finally mustered the courage to approach Coach Brooks. Coach, I would like to play, he said. Coach Brooks glanced at him with a smile and replied, All right, understood. Please take a seat for now. He then turned his attention back to the game. Yongsan, the coach has not assigned anything. What does this mean? Should I just wait? Yongsan took a seat, observing the match as if time were frozen at the year's end. On the field, the substitute team, hindered by their inexperienced players, began to exhibit disparities in skill across various positions. The main teams seized the opportunity, mercilessly exploiting the weaknesses of their opponents. Amidst the chaos of the substitute team, Yonghao stepped up once more, effortlessly sinking yet another three-pointer. The players on the bench buzzed with excitement. This marked Yonghao's sixth three-pointer. With an impressive 6 out of 8, his efficiency was extraordinary. Without Yang, the bench would have crumbled long ago. Coach Brooks chuckled softly, jotting down a few notes in his little notebook. Yang, three-pointer. He deserves a spot in the rotation. On the court, several starters gathered around Seiferosha, expressing their discontent. Durant glared sternly at Seiferosha. Sabo, can you please take this seriously? Don't hold back. Veteran Yang is not someone to underestimate. However, Seiferosha raised his hands in exasperation. I swear, I'm not holding back. Seeing Seiferosha's pitiful expression, Durant shot him a skeptical glare. Meanwhile, Westbrook took on the role of the peacemaker. Honestly, I saw Sabo defend him seriously several times. Yet, Yang's shot still went in. What does that tell us? It indicates that we have underestimated him. A 22-year veteran. His three-point shooting is indeed formidable. Indeed, Seiferosha nodded. His release is so quick that I was right in his face, yet I still couldn't touch the ball. Westbrook addressed everyone. We can no longer allow veteran Yang this freedom. If he hits 10 three-pointers, what will become of our pride? I have a plan, Harden interjected. The most astute of the group, adept at exploiting loopholes in the rules. He had a clear perspective on the situation. Sabo's leniency towards veteran Yang was at the coach's behest, which we can understand. However, we can cut off his passing options. Harden did not criticize Seiferosha's defense, and the latter felt grateful. James is truly a good person, he thought. Westbrook added, this approach doesn't contradict the coach's strategy. Let us proceed, as James suggested. Durant and Ibaka nodded in agreement. All right, I'll follow suit, Seiferosha replied. The game continued. The starters adjusted their strategy, opting not to heavily guard Yonghao but instead began to double-team the point guard, Mino. Mino was merely the third-string point guard, a player typically seen in garbage time. Yet, he found himself double-teamed by both Westbrook and Seiferosha, treatment reserved for superstars. Naturally, he faltered under the pressure. Consequently, the bench struggled to pass the ball. Even when they managed to get it out, the Thunder team was well prepared, leading to a series of steals and fast breaks. The bench point guard Mino was thoroughly overwhelmed, and the substitutes faced relentless setbacks, leaving veteran Deng unable to receive the ball on the court. Yongsan bravely approached the coach once more. Coach, let me play. I am certain I can perform better than Mino. Chapter 58. Father and son on the same stage. Son, feel free to pass. I'll take care of the rest. Understood? Let us have another look. Coach Brooks realized the truth within himself. So this young man was indeed anxious because of his father? Perhaps it was better to let him simmer for a while, to provoke him further. With this thought, Coach Brooks stood up and beckoned Durant to the sidelines, whispering a few words to him. Subsequently, Durant began to engage in one-on-one play against Yonghao. Despite Yonghao's remarkable defensive prowess, rated at 87, and his 22 years of experience, it proved to be of little consequence against the towering and agile Durant. Yonghao could only resort to subtle disruptions from beneath. At this moment, Durant was not yet the terrifyingly stable Reaper he would become a decade later. Yet, his inexplicable and divine shots were lethal. Even when the defense was perfectly positioned, he could still strike with devastating precision. Am I really going to be humiliated by the younger generation? No, that cannot be. The seasoned veteran Yonghao would not simply resign himself to inaction. Faced with the monstrous Durant, he knew that a direct confrontation was out of the question. Instead, he opted for a cunning maneuver. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Foul. Mine. Yonghao raised his hand high, signaling the foul. This is a testament to Yonghao's experience. Currently, Durant is executing an array of divine shots, demonstrating exceptional skill and precision. What Yang Hao must do is disrupt Durant's scoring rhythm. Committing fouls serves as an effective strategy. If the opponent is a player of Durant's caliber, Yang Hao might even resort to more aggressive tactics, potentially leaving a mark on his adversary's hand. This is the quintessence of defense passed down from the 1980s and 1990s. Should Durant attempt to score again, Yang Hao would refrain from further fouling and instead allow Durant to take a shot, albeit under duress. If he still manages to score effortlessly, it would indicate that Durant remains in fine form. In such a case, Yang Hao would not hesitate to gift him another foul. If, after 2 fouls, Durant's shooting percentage still does not diminish and he continues to score, then so be it. Let him shoot. The focus shall be on offensive prowess. To see who prevails first. Beep. The main team, 2 free throws. The referee gestures, and Durant steps up to the line, not forgetting to voice his grievances. Old Yang. You've left my hand bruised. He laments with a chuckle. Well, who told you to pick on the elder? Yang Hao replies with a grin, affectionately ruffling Durant's hair. A few more rubs, and perhaps Durant will become bald yet powerful. On the sidelines, witnessing Yang Hao's reluctant fouls, Youngson cannot bear to watch. That is his 40-year-old father. After all, how could the coach allow Durant, the league's scoring leader, to bully him? If Old Deng loses his temper and unleashes his full strength, what place will I have? He muses. If that happens, I'll truly become a dependent second generation. No, I refuse to be a freeloader. I want to play. I wish to step onto the court right now. Yang Sun clenched his fist and approached the coach once more. Coach, allow me to take the field. I possess the ability to control the ball, orchestrate plays, and defend against Kevin. Observing Yang Hao's third earnest request for battle, Brooks felt a flicker of delight in his eyes. This lad is not beyond redemption after all. Had Youngson never demonstrated initiative, Coach Brooks would indeed have dismissed him. Communication is a matter of personality and vocal prowess. However, if a player lacks the desire to seek engagement in the game, it raises concerns about their professional attitude. Youngson's fervent eagerness for battle has elicited a modicum of satisfaction from Coach Brooks. Naturally, Coach Brooks also finds himself somewhat taken aback. Youngson unexpectedly took the initiative to guard the most challenging player, Durant. This is indeed a sign of urgency. Is it out of concern for his father? Yang. There is no need to rush. I will ensure your opportunity to play, but not at this moment. Brooks reassured Youngson and allowed him to sit beside him as they both observed the game. Excellent. That is the phrase Youngson heard most frequently from Brooks. The starting team was indeed performing exceptionally well. After severing Yang Hao's receiving routes, they completely overwhelmed the bench players. They commanded the court with effortless grace. As they watched Old Deng sprint back and forth across the court, Youngson truly yearned to take the court, to make a meaningful contribution. However, his previous 2 requests had been disregarded. This time, he found it difficult to muster the courage to ask again. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Coach Brooks unexpectedly posed a question to him. What do you think of the strength of the starting 5? Very formidable. And the strength of the bench? Quite weak. If you were to play, what would you do? I could assist Minnow in ball control, alleviate the pressure, organize passes, and orchestrate the offense. I could also help defend against Kevin Durant. Upon hearing Youngson's elaborate response, Brooks shook his head with a light chuckle, saying, You are overthinking it. Once you are on the court, you won't be able to accomplish all that. Then, what should I do? Defense is certainly not your forte. Your task is to liberate the bench's offensive capabilities. Offense? The bench's offense? As Youngson contemplated how to organize the bench players, Coach Brooks suddenly patted him on the back, saying, Youngson, it's time to take the court. Huh? Youngson paused momentarily, then rose to his feet, suddenly standing at attention. Yes, Coach. Observing the lad's decorum and politeness, Coach Brooks found him quite appealing. However, overly compliant players often struggle on the court and may become targets for bullying, much like the former star of the Bucks, Ejinlia. Coach Brooks hoped Youngson would not follow the same path. Go on, utilize your abilities to tackle the challenges ahead. What are Youngson's abilities? He is capable of executing low post back to the basket plays and orchestrating passes from the high post. Many regard Youngson as a fusion of Jordan and Pippen. Coach Brooks does not demand much. He is content with merely a third of the prowess exhibited by Jordan and Pippen. Rest assured, Coach, I will fulfill the task at hand. The game was halted by Coach Brooks, who promptly made a substitution, sending off the uncontracted player. Youngson takes the stage. The applause resonates throughout the arena. Under the guidance of Coach Brooks, the audience erupts in enthusiastic cheers. Young has finally entered the fray. This marks the inaugural appearance of the father-son duo, and anticipation hangs in the air. Our number 10 draft pick has arrived. Whether the cheers stem from genuine admiration or not, the fervent applause is undeniable. Yang-sen felt quite content. However, why was his dear old Deng lost in thought? Ding. Detected Bond character Young Senator, would you like to activate the competition bond? Yes. When Yang-sen passes the ball to the host, his passing ability increases by 10, enhancing the success rate of the pass, while the host's shooting accuracy also improves by 10. Yang Hao is filled with astonishment. This bond not only enhances training effectiveness, but also provides a boost during competitions. What a wonderful son I have. Furthermore, this competitive bond comes with a limitation. He can only amplify his strength when he passes the ball to me? Does that not make him my little cheat? Originally a free-range calf, he has now become a beloved and cherished son. Yang Sun has suddenly gained greater significance in Yang Hao's heart. Just look at the data panel. Yang Hao's proficiency in three-point shooting has unexpectedly surged to an impressive score of 92. Do not underestimate the significance of the plus sign. This indicates that the current talent ceiling is capped at 92, leaving him with no choice but to remain at this threshold. However, it is evident that his actual capabilities far exceed this limit. Just how formidable is this 92 three-point shooting ability? One cannot help but anticipate the unfolding of this potential. Yang Hao regained his composure and, seeing his son step onto the stage, warmly enveloped him in a hearty embrace. My son, you have finally arrived. Welcome to the arena. Turning to Old Deng, he added, you will heed my commands shortly, won't you? Are you capable? If not, just pass it to me. I will be stationed at the left corner. Feel free to pass, and I shall secure it. Chapter 59. I, Yang Sun, shall never depend on my parents. Feel free to pass? Secure it? Wouldn't that overshadow your moment? Yang Sun's presence on the court is partly for the sake of his father, but more significantly, it is to showcase his own prowess. He has already moved out of Old Deng's home, seeking independence and the ability to govern his own life. Today presents a splendid opportunity for him to make a name for himself within the team. He certainly does not wish for Old Deng to overshadow his brilliance. Passing the ball to Old Deng is out of the question, absolutely out of the question. No more chatter. I am in control now. You must adhere to my commands. Son. The opponent is not Kyrie Irving. They are formidable adversaries. It would be wise for you to pass the ball to me. Yang Hao spoke words of concern. Yet his face was alight with smiles. Yang Sun was easily provoked. It was better not to mention Owen, but once he did, Yang Sun's anger ignited. During the 150 days of the off-season, Yang Sun dedicated himself to rigorous training every day, all in pursuit of defeating Owen. I am no longer the person I was 5 months ago. Very well, do as you wish. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders can lead to immediate consequences. His son, heedless of advice, received a disdainful glance from Old Deng Yang Hao before he turned and walked away. The glance conveyed a message. Let the foolish son discover the truth for himself. Watching Old Deng's retreating figure, Yang Sun gritted his teeth, fully aware that Old Deng was attempting to provoke him for his own benefit. If he were to pass the ball to Old Deng, his assist statistics would undoubtedly be impressive. However, such deceit was not what Yang Sun desired. He needed to rise to the occasion to prove himself through his own efforts. I, Yang Sun, shall never rely on others. Beep. The game had commenced. As Yang Sun sat on the sidelines observing, he often felt that it appeared quite effortless. A sense of confidence would wash over him, as if he too could easily succeed. However, once he stepped onto the field and experienced the match firsthand, he realized, this is no simple task. These opponents are remarkably formidable. Yang Sun began to sweat on his forehead merely from dribbling past half-court. Yang Sun, a prodigy likened by his father to a fusion of Jordan and Pippen, excels in low-post isolation plays and high-post orchestrations. Yet, he finds himself challenged by Durant, a long-limbed behemoth whose very presence creates mismatches for any opponent. In just a fleeting encounter, Yang Sun relinquished the notion of attacking from low-post positions. Being rational, he dared not provoke the long-armed behemoth, Durant. Instead, he opted to position himself at the high post, orchestrating his teammates' movements from the arc's apex, facilitating their offensive plays and delivering passes. The coach's directive for him was to liberate the offensive capabilities of the substitutes. What Yang Sun must do is create opportunities for his teammates. Come on, let's run. Everyone, let's get moving. Yang Sun directed the substitutes to get moving. Coach Brooks observed this and nodded in approval. At least this young man is willing to speak on the court. He is not a mute. The substitutes complied reluctantly. Were it not for Coach Brooks' presence on the sidelines, the Thunder's bench players would hardly show any regard. Come on, said a screen. Yang Sun called upon Aldridge. and the two executed a pick-and-roll maneuver at the top of the key. A screen, followed by a roll. Youngson utilized Aldridge's screen to advance forward, while Aldridge drifted to the left. As Jansen drove his opponent down to just below the free throw line, he abruptly halted, pivoted, and delivered the ball into Aldridge's hands. From a step beyond the three-point arc, Aldridge launched a long two-pointer. Clang! The shot ricocheted off the rim. It didn't fall. No matter, opportunities will arise again. Youngson consoled himself in this manner, offering similar solace to his teammates. However, following this, the recent play became a microcosm of the substitute's performance in the subsequent stages. The strategy employed by Youngson to execute a breakthrough pass was commendable. He penetrated the defense and successfully distributed the ball. However, the substitutes receiving the passes were unable to find the net, either clanging the ball against the rim, committing unsteady errors, or being thwarted by formidable blocks. Astonishingly, they failed to score a single basket. In response, the coach from the sidelines urged Youngson to play more judiciously and liberate the offensive potential of his teammates. Youngson frowned. He had indeed just done that. However, these substitutes were utterly lacking in prowess. They possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Clearly, they offered not a shred of assistance. Youngson could not help but grumble within himself. Damn it. The coach wants me to liberate the substitute's offense. How am I supposed to do that? Aside from Old Deng, no one else seemed to believe in him. At that moment, Youngson came to a realization. Perhaps all along, the coach had been referring to Old Deng, Yang Hao. The coach had likely intended for him to collaborate with the most precise substitute, Yang Hao. However, to be honest, Youngson truly resists collaborating with Old Deng. A father-son duo on stage, this is the marketing creation orchestrated by Yang Hao. Youngson was utterly weary of the incessant publicity. He despised being solely recognized as the son of Yang Hao. He loathed the accusations of being a freeloader. What he yearned for was to establish his own identity. I, Youngson, shall never be a dependent. In a fit of defiance, Youngson embarked on a personal endeavor, attempting to score against Durant from a low post position. The outcome, as one might anticipate, was rather dismal. With a resounding thud, Durant delivered an emphatic rejection to Young. Senator, welcome to the NBA, Asen, he proclaimed. Kevin, your gift was indeed thunderous. Young. Remember that entering the NBA comes at a cost. Durant and several of the starters warmly welcomed Young. Senator, just you wait, he retorted. Youngson was quite displeased, harboring a sense of frustration within. At this moment, he was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, if he wished to shine, he could no longer rely on the other substitutes. Only Yang Hao, the seasoned veteran, could assist him in breaking through. I do not wish to depend on my elders. I truly do not wish to depend on my elders. As Youngson wrestled with his inner turmoil, the main team's offense surged forward once more. Durant executed a graceful maneuver that left Youngson completely outmaneuvered. The basketball effortlessly soared through the air and nestled into the hoop. Amidst the jubilant cheers of his teammates, Durant casually remarked, "Getting past you is easier than crossing a road at dawn." Youngson was infuriated, reminiscent of that day at the training camp. He yearned intensely to deliver a resounding counterattack to his opponents. However, he found himself unable to execute the back-to-basket plays in which he excelled. The players on the court struggled to find anyone capable of scoring. What should I do? Just then, before Youngson, the elderly Deng Yang Hao strolled leisurely past. While everyone else was earnestly competing, this old man stood at the left corner, hands on his hips, exuding an aura of tranquility. He even seemed to be engaged in conversation with someone off the field. Damn it, he's done it to me again, Youngson thought. Feeling a surge of frustration at the sight, this only fueled his desire to prove himself before the elder and to showcase his capabilities in front of everyone. However, the more Youngson endeavored to prove himself, the more he faltered. Subsequently, the situation grew increasingly dire. The defense crumbled, and the offense failed to penetrate. Those who observed noted that after Youngson's arrival, the substitute team played with even greater disarray. Youngson, the 10th pick, is under considerable scrutiny. At this moment, the coach shouted from the sidelines, "Young, you need to organize effectively. If not, I will substitute you." "No, I want to stay on the court. I refuse to leave." Youngson found himself in a predicament, unable to muster the resilience he once possessed. Despite his deep-seated reluctance, the coach had issued an ultimatum, leaving Youngson with no recourse. Now, he was compelled to lead the team to score. To achieve this, he had to rely on Yang Hao, the strongest asset on the team. Reluctant to be seen as dependent, Youngson sought solace in his thoughts, reassuring himself, "This is not dependence. I am merely seeking out a player in prime form. Indeed, this individual is simply a tactical player. There is absolutely no way I could be seen as reliant. That is out of the question. With his mind thus convinced, he prepared for the next defensive play. Yongson finally approached the elder Yang Hao, whispering his strategy. Old man, don't just camp at the left baseline later. They're marking tight. Shift towards the 45-degree angle on the left. Chapter 60. A turn for the better. Yongson's sudden surge in passing prowess. He calls him old man when pleased, exhales through flared nostrils when displeased. Clearly, the young man was desperate to prove himself. This was a plea directed at Yang Hao. The dynamic of supplicant and supplicated had shifted. And now the elder Yang Hao lifted his chin with a haughty air. Oh ho, giving me orders now, are we? Yongson endeavored to cultivate a collegial rapport with Old Deng, striving to suppress his inner discontent and adopting a more measured tone. The left side at a 45-degree angle had once been the most accurate position for Yang Hao. Yet, that was in the past. Presently, Yang Hao's precision transcended any single point. How well do you really know me? He thought defiantly, observing Old Deng's mischievous grin. Yongson nearly huffed in frustration and turned to leave, indifferent to the game. However, this was a match within a professional team. And if he aspired to ascend and gain the coach's favor, he had to temper his temperament. Dad, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. To witness his proud and obstinate son relent was immensely gratifying. All right. For the sake of my beloved son's debut, I shall grant you some grace. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The match resumed. The substitute team initiated the play from the backcourt, passing the ball to the organizer, Yang Senator. As they crossed into the halfway line, Durant awaited with eager anticipation. Little Yang, how will you play this time? Just wait and see. Yongson confronts Durant with a staunch man-to-man defense at a high position. Bang, bang, bang. Yongson's hands moved with remarkable speed, executing a series of dazzling cross-under dribbles. This particular maneuver serves as a display of skill ornate and mesmerizing. It often carries an element of provocation. Indeed, Durant was stirred by this taunting dribble. With keen precision, he seized the moment and launched into a high-stakes attempt to steal the ball. A golden opportunity. Yongson was filled with joy. In that moment, the hunter and the prey reversed roles. With a resounding thud, he executed 2 consecutive dribbles, accelerating with fervor. Yongson accelerated forward from the right flank. Durant's gamble for a steal proved futile, as the primary defense of the main team was breached, prompting the interior defenders to purposefully retreat and consolidate. As Yongson approached the free throw line, the main team's towering presence, Ibaka, positioned himself beneath the basket, while others swiftly infiltrated the paint. Yongson was not intimidated by the overwhelming numbers of his opponents. Instead, he surged forward with unwavering courage. He charged towards the basket defended by the main team's stalwart. The formidable Ibaka. Yongson surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Xiaoyang, do you dare to challenge me? Not a chance. In the depths of the paint, Ibaka, a towering figure standing over 210 centimeters, loomed like a small mountain. He effortlessly occupied all the space for Yongson's layups. However, as Yongson approached, he displayed no intention of attempting a layup. Instead, he executed a feint, momentarily deceiving Ibaka. As Ibaka's body momentarily faltered, Yongson accelerated and maneuvered behind Ibaka. Watford exclaimed, I have been deceived. Ibaka, filled with indignation, reacted with fury. At that moment, the main team's defensive support arrived. I shall assist you, declared Cephalosha. Once again, he left Yang Hao unguarded, advancing directly into the paint to double-team Yongson alongside Ibaka. In that instant, they trapped Yongson at the intersection of the paint area as sideline and baseline, forming a T-shaped corner. Behind Yongson, Durant is in pursuit. One side is the baseline, while the other 3 sides are crowded with people. Yongson is confronted with an immense crisis. I must pass the ball. But where is Old Deng? Ibaka and Cephalosha, towering figures, obstruct Yongson's line of sight. At this moment, Yongson could not discern Yang Hao's position at a 45-degree angle. Forget it. I'll take a gamble. Yongson leapt impulsively, momentarily propelling himself towards the boundary beyond the baseline, suspended in midair. Yongson gained a broader perspective, however, in the direction of the 45-degree angle. There was no Yang Hao, but rather Westbrook standing guard. In the corner, it was the substitute Mano, not Yang Hao. Where is Old Deng? At the moment when Yongson leaped high and began his descent, in this critical juncture, just as he was about to choose to slam the ball onto Ibaka to force it out of bounds, in the corner of Yongson's vision, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Old Deng, positioned at the top of the 3-point arc. At last, I have found you. Yongson's movements were extraordinarily swift as he executed a ground pass. The basketball zipped through Ibaka's legs with a resounding thud, rebounding fiercely to soar directly towards the apex of the three-point arc. There. Yang Hao had been waiting for quite some time. With a swift motion, the basketball landed securely in his hands, a pass neither too forceful nor too gentle. Executed with impeccable precision. An excellent pass indeed. Yang Hao offered his approval and then, without hesitation, took action. He raised his hand, bent his knees, leaped into the air, flicked his wrist, and the basketball reluctantly departed from his fingertips. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. Swish. The basketball cleanly sank into the hoop for a three-pointer. The score was updated to 35-65. The substitute team found themselves trailing by a full 30 points once more. Hooray! What a splendid shot! Yang's three-pointer had reappeared. The seventh three-pointer. Old Yang was truly on target. His teammates from the substitute team approached him with smiles, celebrating with high fives. After a prolonged period of gloom, the substitute team finally wore smiles again. Meanwhile, Yang Sin stood at the baseline, lost in thought. He gazed incredulously at his hands. Why did I notice Old Deng's movement? How was I able to deliver such a penetrating pass? Why did that last shot feel so good to release? At that moment, a voice shouted into Yang Sin's ears. Yang Sin, what are you daydreaming about? The game isn't over yet. Upon being shouted at, Yang Sin immediately regained his composure. Ah, here they come. The main team did not take advantage of Yang Sin's momentary distraction to mount an attack. Instead, they allowed him to return to the halfway line before gradually approaching. With this interval, Yang Sin also approached Old Deng and quietly uttered a few words. Old Deng. Does this fellow Yang Sin, despite having the support of powerful allies, still harbor discontent? Yang Hao furrowed his brows and emitted a nasal sound, questioning, Why does it sound like a motorcycle starting up from my nose? Is it merely because I called out to Old Deng? How many years has it been since I first called him? Yang Sin strives to suppress his rebellious nature, for he is in great need of Lao Deng. Lao Deng dislikes being called by that name, so a change is in order. Dad, my passing accuracy and vision have significantly improved. Later. Please cooperate with me and move around more. I assure you, I will be where the ball is. Yang Sin's sudden surge in form is undoubtedly attributed to his father. Yang Hao. Yang Hao examined Yang Sin's data panel. Organization, 86. Vision, 89. Passing, 89. Previously, Yang Sin's passing ability was around 80. But it has suddenly surged by approximately 10 points. It is nearing the impressive score of 90. Can Yang Sin's passing touch possibly be lacking? It matters not. Simply pass the ball to me and I shall ensure its success. I can effortlessly elevate you to the status of assist king. Guaranteed success in every pass? To become the assist king? Very well. Whatever you say shall suffice. At this moment, Yang Sin had ceased to engage in verbal sparring with Old Deng. As long as he could showcase his abilities and deliver precise passes, he would harbor no jealousy, even if Old Deng scored numerous goals. After all, I, Yang Sin, am certainly not reliant on others. My passing skills are a testament to my own undeniable prowess. He silently affirmed to himself. Yang Sin once again immersed himself in the game. Chapter 61. The Old Fox. Cephalosha's feet serve as Yang Hao's springboard. Defend. The substitute team actively retreated. While the main team ambled across half-court, they did not catch the substitutes off guard. On one hand, they were reluctant to overpower the weak, and on the other, some of the main players were dissatisfied with the previous defensive effort. Durant, as the team's leader, expressed his discontent regarding Cephalosha's defense against Yang Hao just moments ago. In fact, he has consistently harbored grievances about Cephalosha's defense against Yang Hao. Cephalosha, feeling aggrieved, noted that Durant seemed to be deflecting blame. It was clearly Durant who had been outmaneuvered at the high post, leading to Yang Sin's drive into the paint, forcing Cephalosha to collapse back for support. Nevertheless, when the leader reprimands, the subordinate must acquiesce. Cephalosha thumped his chest, proclaiming, Mine. Primarily because he is 40 years old. If I truly ramp up the intensity, the coach will scold me. After all, that is your defensive assignment. I hope you refrain from meddling. The responsibility for double-teaming the ball handler lies with the rest of us. Understood, Cephalosha replied, acknowledging Durant's criticism. Durant, noticing Cephalosha's sincere contrition, decided not to press the matter further and walked away. Westbrook approached next. While Durant exudes an air of aloofness, Westbrook embodies a more approachable demeanor. He comfortingly patted Cephalosha on the shoulder, admitting, Actually, I also made a mistake just now. I should have rotated over. My reaction was slow. With a chuckle, Cephalosha playfully smacked Westbrook's backside. Though he had felt somewhat vexed earlier, he now found solace in the camaraderie. However, His frustration had not entirely dissipated. He was resolved to channel it towards the seasoned Yang Hao. Old Yang, your moment of glory will not last long. Previously, the coach forbade me from guarding you. In the meantime, we aim to intercept passes. Now that my leader Durant has spoken, I must, regrettably, take action against you. Old Yang must not be too targeted, lest the 40-year-old veteran play the victim. The main team opted to attack the youthful young Senator Yang. Here I come. Bring it on. Westbrook executed a sudden stop jump shot after driving to the basket. Youngson extended his hand slightly, seemingly interfering with Westbrook. Bang. The shot missed. Aldridge, the backup center, secured the rebound. Go, Yang. The ball was passed to Youngson. Go, go, go. With a swift motion of his hand, Youngson led his teammates to swiftly advance towards the front line. An opportunity for the substitutes to narrow the score had arrived. Youngson advanced with the ball down the middle, noticing that the opposing team's main players were slow to retreat. He had the opportunity to launch a fast break solo. Yet he opted for caution. Well, in front of him stood Durant. He had no choice but to play it safe. His offensive prowess had already been established. He was not the top player on his team. Therefore, he needed to demonstrate his worth in other aspects. By the time his teammates arrived in the front court, the opponents had also positioned themselves. Thus, it became yet another opportunity for a half-court offensive strategy. Youngson waved his hand. Gentlemen, step aside. All eyes were on Youngson and his defender, Westbrook. Everyone anticipated that this time, Youngson would engage in a one-on-one showdown with Westbrook. Come on, come on. Russell, the little man has come for you. You better take this seriously. Get lost. The starters and bench players alike moved aside, eager to witness this captivating duel between the seasoned and the emerging talents. While the crowd's attention was fixated on Youngson and Westbrook, Yang Hao once again found himself at the familiar left corner, his hands resting on his knees, poised to relish the breakthrough performance delivered by his foolish son. Were it not for the match, he might have indulged in a leisurely squat, perhaps savoring some sunflower seeds. It seemed he had become one of the spectators. At that moment, Seyfried approached. Unlike his previous disdain, there was now a hint of resentment in Seyfried's eyes. Clearly, he had just been schooled face-to-face by the boss, Durant. Hadn't he? Was he intending to transfer that frustration onto us? Yang Hao chuckled softly. Sabo, there seems to be something in your eye. What is it? Of course. It's mucus. Did you think it was something charming? Seyfried's eyes reddened as he gazed at Yang Hao. Yang, I did not intend to embarrass you before. It was out of respect. Since you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Sabo, if you cannot even guard against my son, do not expect to defend yourself against me. This time, I shall advance. Humph. Previously I was careless and did not make a move. This time, Cursed be you, you sly old fox. Just as Seyfried began to speak, Yang Hao unexpectedly stepped on Seyfried's shoe, using it as a springboard to launch himself forward. He took off, maneuvering around his opponent and the team. Youngson swiftly distanced himself from Seyfried. As he called for backup, the situation on this side unfolded. Youngson executed a remarkable one-on-one maneuver, astonishingly eluding Westbrook. As Durant rushed in for support and Westbrook approached from behind, Yang posed a significant threat. While all eyes were fixated on Youngson's offensive prowess, Youngson unexpectedly pulled the ball back, leaving you all deceived. In that moment of bewilderment for Durant and Westbrook, Youngson delivered a no-look pass from behind, the ball deftly maneuvering through Westbrook's legs, heading towards the back. To whom was it passed? Of course, it was to the ever-advancing Yang Hao. Truly, the timing was impeccable. Both the player and the ball arrived in perfect unison. Yang Hao need not make any adjustments. He merely raised his hand and leapt into action. At that moment, Seyfried also arrived. You shall not pass, he shouted from a considerable distance, exerting every ounce of strength to launch himself forward. This was a preparatory roar intended to intimidate. Typically, such a shout would send shivers down the spine of any young competitor. However, Yang Hao's movements were utterly unaffected, as steady as an old dog. With a flick of the wrist, he executed a seamless series of actions. The basketball soared through the air, a beautiful orange arc heading straight for the hoop. As Yang Hao landed, the defender Seyfried stood right before him. Young man, where have you been? Seyfried panted, his gaze fixed not on Yang Hao, but on the direction of the hoop, silently repeating to himself, miss, miss, miss. At that moment, with a swift whoosh, a three-pointer sailed through the net once more. Yang Hao achieved an impressive 12 out of 8, securing the highest score of the match with 24 points, surpassing Durant's 22 points. The score difference remains a daunting 27 points at 38-65. How did that go in? Murmured Sephiroth just as he spoke. His rear end was once again met with a painful blow. Yang Hao elegantly turned and walked away, leaving Sephiroth seething with frustration. Suddenly, Durant's icy glare pierced through the air, sending a chill down Sephiroth's spine as he cursed inwardly. Damn that old Deng. Cunning as a fox, utterly detestable. If I let you score even once, will I not end up battered? No, I absolutely cannot allow you to strike me again. From now on, you won't make a single three-pointer. If you do, I shall take your surname. Sephiroth grimaced as he touched his bruised body, vowing fiercely. In Chapter 62, Yang Hao transformed into an indefatigable long-distance runner. Pass me the ball. Ultimately, Durant stepped forward. Despite his aloof demeanor, he felt a pang of discontent as he watched the collaboration between Yang Hao and his father, Yang Sin, culminating in a basket. After all, Durant was the true leader of the team and deserved the spotlight. Therefore, he demanded the ball. Westbrook dribbled past half-court and immediately passed the ball to Durant. Kevin, it's in your hands now. Without the ball, Durant felt utterly ineffective, but once he had it, he emanated an aura of with the ball in my hands. The world is mine. This presence completely overpowered the young Yang Sin, who was merely a rookie in the league. I'm taking it now. Do as you wish. With that, Durant launched his offensive against young Senator after a simple shoulder fake. Durant rose up and released the shot. Swish. He effortlessly scored over Yang Sr. Just as the finest ingredients require the simplest cooking methods to shine, a master of basketball can effortlessly score with the most basic moves. Welcome to the Thunder, little Yang. Durant chuckled, extending a warm welcome to young Senator at that moment. Yang Sin, disadvantaged in height and wingspan, could only watch in awe. This is truly insane. Who can defend against such an anomaly? Durant's offensive maneuver undoubtedly shook Yang Sin's confidence, but also allowed him to confront the reality of his own abilities. He realized just how far behind he was compared to Durant. What I must do now is to facilitate and help my teammates score more points. In the subsequent match, Durant assumed full control of the offensive plays for the main team, whose scoring remained formidable. However, their defense continued to falter, particularly due to the shortcomings of Sephiroth. Despite his earnest efforts, Sephiroth was utterly unprepared for the relentless pace of the 40-year-old Yang Hao, who outpaced even the younger players. Much like Hamilton from the former team, Yang Hao had transformed into an indefatigable long-distance runner. With each possession, Sephiroth found himself relentlessly challenged by Yang Hao, who relied more on sheer stamina than technique. Ironically, it was Sephiroth, a sprightly player in his 20s, who could not keep pace with Yang Hao's tireless strides. Yang Hao consistently found open spaces, while his son Yang Sin delivered a series of exquisite passes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Hao consecutively sank 4 three-point shots, igniting an offensive surge of 18-7. The score shifted to 50-72, narrowing the gap from 33 points to 22. The deficit was gradually closing, as the bench players astonishingly reclaimed points from the Thunder's superstar lineup, filling the substitutes with exhilaration. As they instinctively called for a collective retreat to defend against the main team's next offensive thrust, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a timeout. This was a request for a break called by the primary team's point guard, Westbrook, evidently prompted by the deluge of three-pointers unleashed by Yang Hao. As the main players exited the court, their eyes frequently darted towards Yang Hao, betraying their astonishment. Yang Hao paid them little heed. He reached out his arm and pulled his son close by the neck, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy." As he spoke, his other hand affectionately ruffled his son's hair, instantly transforming it into a nest-like disarray. The image-conscious Yang Sin visited the barber daily to maintain his hairstyle, and he carried styling gel in his sports bag without fail. Such a vain individual he was. Now, however, he found himself publicly subjected to the whims of Old Deng, and Yang Sin was in a state of distress. Old Deng, what are you doing? My hairstyle. Yang Sin had just freed himself from Yang Hao's restraint when several substitute players lunged towards him. They all extended their mischievous hands. Xiaoyang, you performed splendidly. Xiaoyang, your passing is truly impressive. Xiaoyang, I underestimated you. His head was patted numerous times by the crowd. Yang Sun pondered whether he too was destined to become the Jin Billy of the Spurs, as the thought of his gradually forming Mediterranean hairstyle crossed his mind. Yang Sun was utterly astonished, a shiver coursing through him. He couldn't help but cast a glare at Old Deng. What are you still doing? Come here and take a seat quickly. Xiaoyang, hurry up. This is your spot. Observing that others were also beginning to treat him with courtesy, Yang Sun finally felt a sense of relief within himself. What Lao Deng just did was surely intended to assist me in integrating into the group, right? Well, I shall forgive him this time. Yang Sin, Yang Hao, and the others were huddled together. The match had just been paused, and the atmosphere among the substitutes was remarkably relaxed. Eric Maynor, Young Hao, Royer Evie, Youngson, and Cole Aldrich were all beaming with joy. Particularly, Ryan Reed, who had often been tormented by Durant, was now feeling completely at ease after the previous frustrations. The other non-guaranteed contract players also felt a sense of comfort. To be able to compete against the starters in such a manner brought them immense satisfaction. They truly felt it was worth it today. Undoubtedly. Everyone recognized that this was all thanks to the efforts of Yang Hao and his son. Yang Sen's passing has provided the substitutes with an additional point of organization, alleviating the pressure on Mino, who no longer faces double-teaming alone. However, the more pivotal factor is Yang Hao's three-point shooting. Old Yang, you are truly remarkable. Scoring 12 three-pointers in a single game places you in the illustrious company of Kobe and Marshall. Old Yang, you are indeed the deity of three-pointers. Should anyone dare to label Old Yang as a slacker, I would certainly take umbrage. At the age of 40, his prowess remains unparalleled. I am left in awe. This exemplifies the true worth of a 10-time champion. Respect. Within just 3 minutes of Yang Sen's entrance onto the court, Yang Hao made 6 consecutive three-pointers, adding to the 6 he had previously scored, bringing his total to 12. This achievement ties him with Kobe Bryant and Marshall for the NBA's single-game record for three-pointers. Although he missed 6 attempts in between, this was largely overlooked. Throughout the game, Yang Hao exuded the confidence that every shot he took would be successful. With such adulation from the crowd, he felt at ease. Nevertheless, he did not forget to acknowledge the contributions of his talented son. After all, his son indeed played a significant role. It was primarily due to the comfortable passes from my son that made it easy for me to shoot. Once I received the ball, there was no need for adjustment. I merely had to lift my hand and effortlessly sink the shot. Whatever he passes, I convert. The attention then shifted to Yang Senator indeed. Little Yang's passes are incredibly intuitive. I was astonished by the behind-the-back pass to Ibaka. I could hardly fathom how he executed that. Several times, I was caught off guard by his passes. In truth, Little Yang has delivered numerous excellent passes. It was merely our lack of skill that prevented us from capitalizing on them. Old Yang is the ringmaster, and Young Yang certainly does not fall short. This exemplifies the saying, a tiger father does not breed a dog son. Ha ha ha. Yang Hao and his son were exalted to such heights that they felt as if they were floating in the heavens. Yang Hao promptly declared, "Oh, you youngsters are quite the eloquent speakers. Once the training concludes, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." The crowd unanimously agreed, praising Old Yang for his generosity. Yang Hao, with a beaming smile, secretly mused, "Ah, I shall treat everyone, and in due course, Westbrook will settle the bill. After all, it is Westbrook who has incurred the losses in gambling." As for Yang's son, this fellow was excessively rigid. While everyone was showering him with praise, he merely expressed his gratitude through a series of questions and answers, failing to engage actively in the camaraderie, which truly exasperated those around him. What further compounded their frustration was that just as everyone was expressing gratitude for Yang Hao's generous invitation, Yang's son abruptly disrupted the lively atmosphere. "Gentlemen, the match is not yet concluded. Discussions about dining can wait until after the game. At this moment, our primary focus should be on strategizing for the next phase of play." Chapter 63. At this moment, Yongsen appeared invigorated. Truly deserving of being hailed as my esteemed son. Yongsen's words doused the enthusiasm, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Yang Hao cast a sidelong glance at his son. Young Senator, this meticulous individual resembled the model student from their school days, the class monitor and academic representative, truly unappealing. Such exemplary students are often favored by employers, epitomizing diligence and servitude. However, colleagues, friends, and family seldom share the same admiration. It is indeed a formidable challenge to alter this boy's disposition. Nevertheless, witnessing Yang Sen's earnestness on the basketball court, Yang Hao refrained from dampening his son's enthusiasm. Perhaps this is his unique approach to integrating into the team? Thus, Yang Hao inquired playfully, "Yang Sen, pray tell, what shall we do next?" All eyes turned towards him. Yang Sen is so earnest, and his father, Yang Hao, also appears quite engaged. The others can't help but take the matter seriously as well. At this moment, Yang Sen rose from the bench and took a few steps forward before turning around and squatting down in front of everyone. Like a commanding officer in the military, he began to assign tasks to the group. Subsequently, it was still up to me and Senior Mino to orchestrate the passing from the perimeter, while the others coordinated with us. With both Mino and myself present, they would undoubtedly cease to double-team the ball handler. However, They would certainly maintain a vigilant defense against all other positions. Yang Hao certainly knew who would be targeted. It was none other than himself, the one who had successfully landed 12 three-pointers. Yet, in order to allow this young fellow to shine even more, Yang Hao feigned ignorance and inquired, "Which point?" Yang Sin confidently stated, "Indeed, it is precisely you, Old Yang. They will undoubtedly be on high alert against you. You have already made 12 three-pointers today." Perhaps the opponents were showing respect for their elders and care for the young earlier. However, from now on, Old Yang, you may not have such favorable opportunities to shoot. Yang Hao inquired in response to his words, "Oh, if that is the case, what do you believe I should do?" Yang Sin cast a glance at Yang Hao with a smile, then beckoned everyone to come closer. "Everyone, gather around," he said. "I have something to share with you." The crowd drew nearer. Yang Sin then remarked, "Next, they will undoubtedly target Old Yang. Thus, we shall turn their strategy against them. They are the starters, the stars. They cannot afford to lose, and they will surely become anxious. All we need to do is proceed methodically, patiently seeking opportunities, focusing on our success rate. In that case, a reversal of the score and triumphing over those illustrious stars is not beyond our reach." Observing Yang Sin speak so eloquently, and witnessing the surrounding crowd nodding in agreement with his words, Yang Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the first time he had seen his son display such confidence. It is often said that a serious man is the most handsome at this moment. Yang Sin radiated brilliance, even more dazzling than the self-assured Durant after making a play. "Truly, he is my wonderful son." Meanwhile, Coach Brooks could hardly contain his excitement. Initially, he held little expectation for Yang Hao and Yang Sin, but Yang Hao's previous three-point shots astonished Brooks. Now, the father-son duo of Yang Hao and Yang Sin delivered a remarkable performance together on stage, bringing yet another surprise to Brooks. Within the 3 minutes of their shared act, Yang Hao successfully made 6 three-pointers, affirming that his shooting prowess remains undiminished. Such is the nature of a sharpshooter. Once they find their rhythm, they become unstoppable. Coach Brooks has drawn significant attention to Yang Hao, highlighting him as a crucial asset for the team's perimeter scoring. Even more surprising for Coach Brooks has been the performance of the 10th overall pick, Young Senator initially, with only Minnow, a point guard, on the court. The second unit struggled to maintain offensive flow. However, after Yang Sin's entrance, the challenges faced by the bench players were swiftly resolved. Yang Sin's breakthrough pass was truly eye-catching. At this rate, within just 3 minutes, he recorded 6 assists. If we were to extrapolate this to a formal game duration of 30 minutes, that would equate to an astounding 60 assists. Coach Brooks chuckled at this calculation. That's quite exaggerated, indeed. However, this father-son duo possesses remarkable talent. In his mind, Coach Brooks had already formulated a plan. He intended to utilize Yang Hao and his father as secret weapons during the team's rotation, with an additional combination in his arsenal. Coach Brooks felt an even greater confidence for the season ahead. In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the bench squad, the starting team's mood was considerably heavier. They had assumed that a casual effort would suffice to overpower the reserves and the seasoned veteran, Old Deng. Yet, Old Deng, with great effort, managed to sink several three-pointers, interrupting their game. They were all strapping young men in their 20s. If they were truly defeated by a 40-year-old like Old Deng, what would become of their pride? The tension was palpable, and silence enveloped the group. The only sound was the heavy breathing of Cephalosha, who leaned on his knees, panting from exhaustion. But why? Despite his fatigue, did he allow the 40-year-old Old Deng to score 12 three-pointers? Nearby, the team leader, Durant, shot a cold glare at Cephalosha, leaving him feeling on the verge of tears. He felt genuinely wronged. I truly did my best, but that Old Deng plays dirty, Cephalosha thought to himself. Lowering his head in silence, too intimidated to voice his grievances. Ultimately, it was Ibaka, with his signature long bait, who broke the silence. Cephalosha, you are merely 27. While he is nearing retirement at 40. If you cannot keep up with him, how can you still call yourself the best perimeter defender on the team? Cephalosha felt a surge of indignation at Ibaka's sudden accusation. What gives you the right to criticize me? You're not one of the big three. He then openly expressed his frustration. I admit I couldn't contain him, but it's truly not my fault. That Old Deng plays without honor. He stepped on my shoe, and my toes still ache. Durant interjected, Cephalosha, this is not the time for excuses. It's time to identify the problem. What can we do to guard against Old Deng? Cephalosha analyzed. Old Deng may not be particularly fast, but he employs numerous sly maneuvers and enjoys playing tricks. He constantly drags me around, and I suspect he must have trained in long-distance running in his youth. Crossing his arms, Durant retorted. If you can't keep up with a man in his 40s, your conditioning is truly lacking. You need to train harder from now on. Seferocia found himself in a predicament, but Westbrook stepped in to alleviate the situation. I believe we cannot place the blame on Sabonis in basketball. Defense is not merely the responsibility of a single individual, but rather a collective endeavor involving all 5 players on the court. Moreover, Old Deng was on fire today, his outside shooting appearing almost supernatural, as if guided by a divine hand. Sabonis truly had no recourse. Anyone in his position would have fared the same. With Westbrook advocating on his behalf, the others merely nodded in agreement. Seferocia felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. At that moment, the usually reticent James Harden offered a suggestion. Since Old Deng was proving to be quite the challenge, let us resort to a united defensive effort from the entire team to contain him. Seferocia wholeheartedly concurred and promptly inquired, "What shall we do specifically?" Harden gathered everyone closer, saying, "Come here, I have a strategy for us." Chapter 64. The starting team poses a challenge for Yang Hao. A predominantly area-based defense. On the sidelines, the substitutes huddled together, engaged in discussion, while the starters convened in their own cluster, deliberating intensely. The atmosphere of this training match had taken on a noticeably more urgent tone. Meanwhile, Coach Brooks comfortably observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. He was curious. These guys seem rather serious. I wonder what plans they will concoct? On the starters' side, Harden concluded his defensive strategy, and everyone nodded in approval, convinced that this plan would effectively limit Yang Hao's impact. However, Westbrook expressed a note of concern. "But Old Deng just joined us. Is it truly wise to implement such targeted defense?" Seferocia was the first to respond. "Isn't it a good thing that he just arrived? Consider it our welcoming gesture." The others chimed in with playful grins. "A welcoming gesture? Sabonis, your wording seems a bit excessive, yet I find it quite agreeable. After all, he is a 10-time champion. Teaching him the nuances of basketball is indeed an honor." Laughter erupted among them. "If anyone is at a disadvantage, it is you all." Among the group, Seferocia laughed the heartiest. "Old Deng, I wonder how you'll maintain your pride now." At that moment, Seferocia could already envision Yang Hao's despair in the near future. He clenched his fists. "The position of starting shooting guard is mine." Beep, beep, beep. As the referee blew the whistle, the match resumed. The starting lineup consisted of Westbrook, Harden, Seferocia, Durant, and Ibaka. The substitutes were Eric Maynor, Yang Hao, Royal Levy, Jansen, and Cole Aldrich. Beep. The whistle blew, signaling the resumption of the match. Shortly after the game recommenced, Durant of the main team executed a powerful jump shot, successfully scoring a basket right in front of Yang Hao. After the basket, Durant turned to Yang Hao and quipped, "Hey, Old Deng, welcome to Oklahoma. This is my gift to you." To which Yang Hao replied, "Thank you for the warm welcome. I truly appreciate it." Yang Hao smiled, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, his fierce expression startling Durant nearby, who instinctively recoiled. Observing the effectiveness of this display, Yang Hao promptly donned a more amiable demeanor. "Kevin, consider this my token of appreciation. Do you like it?" "Old Deng, don't celebrate too soon. The welcoming gift we've prepared for you is merely the beginning. Then I shall await it with great anticipation." From the onset, Seferocia regarded Yang Hao with a mischievous grin, and Durant sought him out for a one-on-one in the very first play. Yang Hao sensed that the individuals opposite him were undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Furthermore, from Durant's words, Yang Hao became increasingly aware that there was certainly a scheme directed against him. What could it possibly be? Yang Hao is unaware. All he can do now is to focus on himself and strive to earn more points. Yang Hao continues to adhere to his previous strategy, which involves leading the defender Seferocia in circles. Once he creates an opening, it is the moment to strike decisively. Bang, bang, bang. His son, Yongsen, dribbles past the halfway line. Yang Hao has already positioned himself at the corner beyond the three-point line. Enough, enough, enough. Yang Sun initially could only understand the positioning of everyone during the run, as Yang Hao was about to commence his leisurely stroll with the goji berries. Seferocia immediately burst into laughter. Another long run, is it? This time, it will be futile. Whether it is useful or not can only be determined through trial. As he began to jog alongside Seferocia, Yang Hao discerned the changes in the main team's defensive strategy. The positioning of the main team's defense became apparent. Seferocia trailed Yang Hao along the perimeter, while the other 4 players established their positions at the 4 corners of the rectangular paint area. Is it a 1-2-2 zone defense? Yang Hao has come to a realization. These individuals are employing a 1-2-2 zone defense. The 1 signifies a single player assigned to shadow the target, while the remaining players form a 2-to-2 defensive arrangement. The 4 of them are positioned almost at the 4 corners of the rectangular paint area. Do they truly believe that 1 Seferlosha can effectively contain me? Yang Hao has commenced his leisurely stroll. As soon as he begins to run, Yang Hao quickly noticed the opponent's defensive adjustments. Ibaka, intercept. As Yang Hao made his way into the paint, the towering Ibaka stepped in to impede his progress. Yang Hao's speed diminished abruptly. Seferosa effortlessly caught up. Oh, so this is how you choose to defend? Yang Hao realized after a brief observation that the main team was not employing a 1-2-2 zone defense, but rather a form of area defense. This area defense essentially implies that one individual effectively operates as 1.5, with an additional hand or half a person potentially emerging from a designated zone at any moment. I remain unconvinced by this phenomenon. Yang Hao currently boasts an impressive score of 86, or is he a 3-point virtuoso with a score of 92 or above? He believes that his prowess is commendable. He aspires to challenge the zone defense employed by his opponents. Subsequently, Yang Hao made another run, only to be delayed by Durant once again. Seferlosha closed in on him. The 5 starters diligently executed their defensive strategy, displaying a remarkable level of synergy in their defense. Time and again, they thwarted Yang Hao's off-ball movements. The targeted defense from the opposing team genuinely caused concern for the substitutes regarding Yang Hao. Is this a zone defense? Such tactics lack sportsmanship. This is a level of defensive scrutiny rarely encountered, even by the likes of Kobe. This is the treatment reserved for superstars. At 40 years old, Yang, you are facing unfair odds. Many substitutes were hopeful that Yang Hao could once again lead them to success. However, the current situation was dire, and anxiety permeated the team. Meanwhile, the starters on the other side were in high spirits, especially Seferlosha. Old man, do you now understand our prowess? Seferlosha boasted, holding on to Yang Hao's teammate, exuding triumph akin to a police officer apprehending a thief. It was a display of "you can't escape now." In the face of Seferlosha's smugness, Yang Hao remained composed, as did the other 4 substitutes. After all, they had discussed their strategy during the timeout. They had long prepared a countermeasure, devised by Yang's son, to turn the tables. Soon, they would exploit the attention on Yang Hao and assist him with off-ball screens. Old Yang, you can surely accomplish this, right? Upon recalling the countenance of that young team leader, Yang Hao could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. He truly knows how to boss people around. Nevertheless, Yang Hao conceded that his son was indeed correct. It was high time to collaborate with his teammates, without any extraordinary advantages. 2 fists could ultimately be no match for 4 hands. Do you have allies? So do I. While Seferosa wore a cheerful grin, Yang Hao once again sprang into action. Refraining from employing his ultimate technique, Yang Hao relied on his exceptional endurance and experience to embark on a renewed sprint on the court alongside Seferosa. Russell, intercept. Seferosa called out, urging his teammate to assist in delaying Yang Hao. Yang Hao also called upon his teammate Mino to assist in delaying the progress of Florasha. Mino, impede the one behind. On the field, a chase ensued as Russell Westbrook approached to hinder Yang Hao. Yang Hao's teammate, Mino, also caused a delay for Seferosa. A delay versus a delay. It amounts to no delay at all. A splendid opportunity. Yang Hao swiftly sprinted to the apex of the 3-point arc at the forefront. Yangsen swiftly delivered the ball. Receiving it, he turned with a touch of grace and took the shot without hesitation, pleading for it to go in. Yang Hao's ball swiftly left his hand, while Seferosha's raised hand arrived a moment too late. Whoosh! The ball swished through the net, marking the 13th three-pointer. Beep, beep, beep. Another timeout was called. The main team took a pause again, halted by yet another three-pointer from Yang Hao. Chapter 65, The Skills and Experience Accumulated Over 22 Years. The seasoned veteran toys with the youngsters. As the game paused once more, Coach Brooks refrained from offering guidance to either side, instead reflecting on the recent performances of both teams. Yang's movement was commendable, and the younger Yang displayed admirable organizational skills, while the substitutes executed an impressive offensive series around the veteran Yang. The starters exhibited a hint of cleverness, employing a 1-2-2 zone defense. However, it was evident that even the seasoned veterans and the substitutes struggled to contain the offense, indicating that the starters were not diligent in their training. Thus, in the ensuing period, I shall arrange for more defensive drills. In that recent sequence, Yang Hao, in collaboration with his teammates, cleverly dismantled the starters' 1-2-2 zone defense through a technique reminiscent of a long-distance run without the ball. The 1-2-2 zone defense proved rather cumbersome. Teammates aided Sephirothia in stalling Yang Hao's advance. However, Yang Hao's teammate came to delay Sephirothia. As one side gains, the other side loses. As one side loses, the other side gains. Both parties' delays effectively returned them to the same starting line. The focus now lay on the personal prowess comparison between Sephirothia and Yang Hao. Clearly, Yang Hao held the upper hand in this regard. The long-distance runner, Yang Hao, once again surged forward. The passive pursuit of Sephirothia left him perpetually exhausted. At times, his teammates even transformed into Yang Hao's allies, providing him with cover. With the assistance of Yang Hao's teammates, Sephirothia felt as though he were contending against an army of 9. As he left the court, his head hung low, resembling a timid bride, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Damn it! Are they going to blame me again? I truly did my best. To his surprise, however, his teammates refrained from uttering a single word this time, particularly Durant. The team's star player did not glare at Sephirothia as he had before. It was evident to all that this defensive failure was not Sephirothia's fault. That old man truly had some skill. Durant couldn't help but marvel at the elegance of that high-speed catch-and-shoot. How did he manage it? The main team members exchanged curious glances at Durant. It was Westbrook who dared to speak up. Kevin, now is not the time to admire the opponent. We need to devise a strategy to deal with that old man first. Westbrook proposed. I believe defending against old Yang should be our collective responsibility. Everyone must actively pursue him. Harden added, I suggest increasing our rotation. Whoever's turn it is should rush out. Durant concurred. Our lineup is too cumbersome. Let us substitute Ibaka for a more agile 5-small lineup. This will facilitate our pursuit of old Yang. No one seemed to notice that Durant had affectionately referred to the old man as old Yang. Agreed. They chorused in unison. Seeing everyone in agreement, Durant solemnly, albeit with a hint of youthful exuberance, declared, Operation Codename, Capture Old Yang. 3, 2, 1. Action begins. The crowd cheered. Yay. The match commenced anew. However, the main team, led by Harden, executed an offensive play. Harden broke through from the perimeter, disrupting the substitute's defense, while Sephirothia found an opportunity for an open shot. He launched a three-pointer. Clang. It missed. Retreat. The main team showed no intention of contesting the front-court rebound and simply fell back. Now it was the substitute's turn to attack. Observing the main team's 5-small lineup with Durant as the center, Yang Hao knew that the opponent would undoubtedly accelerate. Their actions would certainly become more extreme. Would it still be the 1-2-2 zone defense, or something else? Well, let me test the strength of your defense. Go, go, go. Yang Sen. While commanding his teammates' movements from a high position with the ball, Yang Hao initiated the run once more, accompanied by Sephirothia, entering into a dog-walking mode. This time, Sephirothia remained composed. Even if he couldn't keep up, it mattered not. Russell, switch. The main team communicated through vocal cues to facilitate their defensive rotations. The player tasked with guarding Yang Hao became Westbrook. At this juncture, Yang Hao discerned the alterations in the main team's defense. Once again, they employed a 1-2-2 zone defense. But this time it was not merely a delay. Instead, they executed immediate switches. The main team adeptly utilized rotation positioning in their defense. This rotation defense, derived from the 1-2-2 zone, was executed with remarkable diligence by all 5 players. Furthermore, the synergy during these rotations was impressively high. Without any enhancements, Yang Hao relied solely on his stamina and experience, yet evading such a defense proved to be quite arduous. A rotating strategy? Such a lack of sportsmanship. This was the treatment reserved for a superstar's defense. They truly held my esteemed self in high regard. Alas, what could one do when the legendary Yang was so formidable? Westbrook, ever the conversationalist, engaged in banter, and Yang Hao appreciated the young man's verbosity. The adjustments in the main team's defense rendered Yang Hao's movements more challenging. Yet he was still eager to attempt a breakthrough. I am now a player with a commendable rating of 86, and a sharpshooter boasting a 92 three-point proficiency. With such prowess, can I possibly breach the defenses of these formidable opponents? Yang Hao initiated once more. Throughout this journey, he found no open space. Instead, the defender beside him transformed into Harden. It seems that long-distance running cannot resolve the issue, he mused, for now. He was pursued not by a single opponent but by a relentless team. It had become a long-distance race between one individual and 5. Although Yang Hao possesses commendable physical abilities, he is unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of 5 adversaries. Then let me draw upon the skills and experience I have accumulated over 22 years. Yang Hao began to employ his already adept repertoire of off-ball movement techniques. He utilized L-shaped runs, V-shaped runs, and S-shaped runs, along with an array of serpentine maneuvers. His rhythm oscillated with finesse, alternating between rapid bursts and languid strides, executing sudden accelerations and abrupt halts, leaving his defenders bewildered and struggling to keep pace. Yang Hao suddenly dashed towards the space between Saferosha and Durant, shouting, "Block him." In a moment of confusion, both Durant and Saferosha, unable to discern who was closer, charged directly at Yang Hao. The sound of their sneakers grinding against the floor was sharp and piercing. Yang Hao suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Oh dear. Saferosha and Durant nearly collided with one another. Given that they both had converged, neither of them moved away and instead focused intently on Yang Hao. To their surprise, Yang Hao suddenly called out behind the two, "What a great opportunity, let's go." "What?" both Durant and Saferosha exclaimed as they turned to look behind them. However, they found nothing there. "Oh no, we've been tricked," they reacted in unison. As they simultaneously turned to give chase, they unexpectedly collided with each other. "Ouch!" Two cries of surprise echoed, followed by gasps and cheers from the crowd. "Wow, Old Yang, you are so cunning. What a sly old fox," exclaimed others. "Sabo, Kevin, are you two dating?" They laughed. Coach Brooks nodded. Veterans are indeed clever. At that moment, taking advantage of the two who were rubbing their bellies, Yang Hao effortlessly moved to the 45-degree angle at the three-point line. Yangsen passed the ball over. Upon receiving it, a sharp sound echoed. Yang Hao's fingertips grazed against the blue flag as he skillfully secured the basketball. "The passes from the big boy are becoming increasingly pleasant," he mused. Meanwhile, the main team grew tense. Despite their unwavering defense, Yang Hao managed to receive the ball. "Stop him. Do not allow him to take the shot." The urgency escalated as one held the ball while 5 others remained on high alert. Many on the main team muttered about the old man, yet deep down, they harbored a profound apprehension towards Yang Hao's three-point prowess. Chapter 66, Denying the Elderly a Chance to Play? Then I shall overturn the table. As Yang Hao lifted his hand to shoot, only Durant and Saferosha remained in close proximity. "Hurry up." Suddenly, Saferosha, who had just risen, was forcefully shoved by Durant. Already fatigued, Saferosha stumbled towards Yang Hao's direction. However, it had no impact whatsoever. In a moment of unimpeded focus, Yang Hao elevated his hand, leaped, flicked his wrist, and released the ball, his ring finger bidding a silent farewell to the basketball. The sphere, imbued with a graceful spin, soared towards the hoop. An elegant arc of orange emerged across the Chesapeake Energy Arena. All eyes were fixated upon the ball. The bench players chanted, "In, in, in." Meanwhile, the starters countered, "Not in, not in, not in." In a heartbeat, the moment unfolded. Swish. It was a perfect shot. The blue flag signaled a flawless entry through the net. Another three-pointer. This marked Yang Hao's 14th three-pointer of the game. The deficit dwindled to a mere 16 points. "Oh, my goodness. Old Yang, you are simply magnificent." 14. "You have just made your 14th three-pointer." The starters' defense is lackluster at best. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many spectators clutching their heads in disbelief. On the court, Yang Sin and his 3 teammates from the bench rushed over to celebrate with Yang Hao. However, he raised his hand to signal them to hold back. Yang Sin and his teammates, will they refuse to celebrate? At this moment, everyone witnessed that Yang Hao's demeanor exuded the grace of a seasoned minnow. He swiftly assisted Saferosha, who had fallen to the ground, pulling him up with a gentle hand. Saferosha felt warmth flush over him. Here was his rival extending a helping hand, while his own teammate, Durant, had pushed him. Gratitude welled within him. The spectators were equally impressed, recognizing Yang Hao as a truly benevolent figure. Yet, to the astonishment of Saferosha and the onlookers, Yang Hao suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. Slap. Yang Hao playfully patted Saferosha on the rear. Smack. He swiftly followed suit with Durant, exclaiming, "Hey, lads, you nearly thwarted me." With that, he turned with an air of nonchalance, joining his son Yang Sun and the substitute minnow, as they jubilantly retreated to the backcourt. Left behind were Saferosha and Durant, bewildered in Yang Hao's lingering presence. Saferosha clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. That infuriating old man. How much can one endure? "Kevin, we must exact revenge." Yet, to Saferosha's astonishment, Durant, having received a playful smack, bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, he remarked, "Wow, the senior is quite dapper." Saferosha stood agape, questioning his own hearing. At that moment, Westbrook beckoned his teammates over, opting not to call a timeout, but to convene a brief meeting right on the court. "Fellows, we have underestimated him," he stated gravely. The veteran of 22 years can easily outmaneuver us with his experience. Henceforth, we must approach this adversary with utmost seriousness. Westbrook's solemnity was met with nods of agreement from Harden and the others. He has already sunk 14 three-pointers against us. We cannot allow him to succeed again. Durant remained silent, his eyes narrowing, revealing a glimmer of excitement at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent. Safalosha wholeheartedly endorsed the group's sentiments. Yet he expressed a hint of despair, stating, "But we have already employed positional switching in our defense. What more can we do? Indeed, how shall we defend? He is a cunning old fox, as slippery as an eel. His movements are enough to make one dizzy. I am at a loss," they confessed, suddenly realizing their lack of strategies against Yang Hao. Just then, a key player from the main team, Collison, appeared from the bench, quietly approaching. He whispered, "The coach has said, since you cannot contain him with your rotations, why not allow others to score? Focus solely on Yang, 5 players on 1. Surely, that should work?" Upon hearing Collison relay the coach's directive, the others were taken aback. Is this truly acceptable? It seems rather shameless. After all, Yang is a seasoned veteran. Collison shrugged. Well, unless you prefer to be thoroughly defeated by him. The group quickly shook their heads. No, we must implement this strategy. We cannot let the seasoned veteran belittle us. We must secure victory in this game. At this moment, the substitute team was filled with discontent. The match was still underway, yet they were incessantly convening meetings. The substitute team's point guard, Minnow, approached with urgency. Are you going to continue playing? Or should I fetch you a small bench so you can hold your meeting in comfort? He remarked. Here we go. What's the rush? Beep. The game resumes. Durant seized the opportunity against Minnow, effortlessly executing a mismatch to score over his forehead. The score now stood at 56-74, an 18-point deficit. Subsequently, the substitute team launched another offensive. The anticipated pressure on Minnow seemed non-existent. The orchestrator, Jansen, faced no hindrance whatsoever. What was happening? Had the starting team relinquished their targeted defense? However, their expressions were so earnest, it hardly appeared so. Yongsan was aware that there were issues on the opposing side. Yet he could not discern their nature. Regardless, they decided to proceed with their own strategy. With Old Deng's audacious spirit, even in the face of any potential schemes, he would remain unfazed. At this juncture, despite Yang Hao's valiant efforts, Yang Sun, as a son, found himself at a loss. His only recourse was to diligently focus on making precise passes. Onward, Yongsan directed his teammates' movements. However, the moment Yang Hao began to sprint, Yongsan sensed something amiss. What? Am I mistaken? 5 individuals? Indeed, it is 5. The main team is utterly deranged. Their collective focus is entirely fixated on Yang Hao's movements. At the apex of the three-point arc, Westbrook, positioned before Yongsan, is not even glancing in his direction, but rather concentrating solely on Yang Hao's positioning. As Yang Hao maneuvers, the 2 closest players unrelentingly shadow him, while the remaining 3 stand poised to encircle and overwhelm. This utterly deprives one of the experience of the game. Yang Hao, unperturbed, continued to lead his opponent in laps. So many individuals are conspiring against me? Is this a bespoke package reserved for cosmic superstars? I shall endeavor to discover a way to overcome you all. Yang Hao took great pleasure in engaging with his opponent. However, the other members of the substitute team were less than pleased. They recognized that they were subjected to a significant degree of disdain. Yongsan was infuriated, exclaiming, "How dare you treat me as if I am insignificant?" The sentiment was shared among the other substitutes. It appeared that they were entirely dismissive of the rest of the team, particularly regarding the treatment of Old Yang. Yet, this was the reality. The starting lineup permitted only Yang Hao and the other 4 players to roam freely, provided they steered clear of the paint. They were allowed to shoot at will. Such a defensive strategy left those 4 individuals with no opportunity to compete, resulting in their inability to score. Bang! Yongsan's three-point shot fails to find its mark. Aldridge secures the rebound. A delicate hook shot from the paint. Clang! The rebound is snatched by Minnow. A mid-range attempt. Clang! The rebound once again finds its way into the hands of a substitute. Yongsan passed the ball to Ryan Reed. Clang! Yet Ryan still could not score. In a single round, the main team granted them 4 offensive opportunities, but they astonishingly failed to convert any. The substitutes, despite their increasing struggles, only served to bolster the main team's confidence, allowing them to execute an extreme and relentless 5-on-1 defense against Yang Hao. Yang Hao initially intended to engage with everyone in the spirit of a humble gamer. He wished to test his capabilities by relying solely on his genuine skills, aiming to breach the defenses of his opponents without resorting to cheating. However, he overestimated his own prowess and underestimated the fierce determination of his adversaries. Indeed, it felt as though 5 individuals were relentlessly ganging up on him. An old man. Very well. If you scoundrels are unwilling to uphold the principles of fair play and deprive an elder of a proper gaming experience, then do not blame me for flipping the table. Yang Hao offered a faint smile, and then, deep within his mind, a golden card suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. Chapter 67. 1 Minute of Darkness. The old fox schemes against the youngster. The shattered card was, in fact, the guaranteed 3-point card, time-limited card, a top-secret weapon that the system refreshes for each match, lasting for 1 minute. During the previous 3-point shooting contest, one had been refreshed and subsequently used. Now, in this training match, another card had emerged. Previously, Yang Hao had refrained from utilizing it, wishing to compete as a mere mortal amongst his peers. However, given that those fellows were denying him the gaming experience, it was time for him to turn the tables. The guaranteed 3-point card, time-limited card, ensures that any 3-point shot he attempts within 1 minute will inevitably succeed. This, in a sense, bestowed upon him a semblance of invincibility. The current score stood at 56-74, with the substitute team trailing by 18 points. As long as Yang Hao managed to attempt enough 3-point shots, the substitute team would undoubtedly have a chance to close the gap. Beep. Out of bounds. While vying for the rebound, Durant inadvertently knocked the ball out of play. This granted possession to the substitute team. Everyone, come here. Yang Hao greeted everyone. This time, the substitute team gathered for a brief meeting at the baseline. Listen closely to my instructions. When I receive the ball, pass it to me. Once I score, we will immediately reclaim possession. Maintain relentless pressure throughout the field. No one is to become complacent. With a commanding voice, Yang Hao issued his order, and everyone nodded in unison, responding, yes. At this moment, Yang's son harbored no ulterior motives and willingly cooperated with his father. If victory was the objective, then placing faith in his father was the only option. Beep. The match commenced once more. Yang's son prepared to execute a baseline throw-in. The other 4 players dispersed. With Yang Hao positioning himself at the apex of the 3-point arc strangely, none of the substitutes made any movement. Spectators on the sidelines were left puzzled. Were they to execute a tactical play? Why was there no movement? Old Yang stood resolutely at the arc, raising his hand to request the ball. Was he intending to initiate a solo play? That would be absurd. Old Yang had already demonstrated his inability to perform one-on-one plays during his time with the Knicks. On the sidelines, murmurs of confusion arose, and head coach Brooks shared their bewilderment. What did this signify? Had they abandoned their tactical approach? With Yang standing alone at the high post, what kind of strategy was being deployed? Just moments ago, Yang had been orchestrating the tactics. What surprise could this lead to now? Could he unravel my ultimate defense of all for one, 5 defenders against 1? Although it was clear that such a defense was virtually impenetrable after all, even a player of Kobe's caliber would have to opt for a pass. Brooks felt an unexpected flicker of anticipation as he gazed at Yang Hao's raised hands. Anticipation? Am I truly expecting something from a seasoned veteran? Am I losing my mind? This is a tactic even superstars like Kobe and Jordan have struggled against. On the court, the spectators watched with bated breath. Yang's son served the ball, lofting it gracefully over Seferlosha's head and landing it behind Yang Hao. Yang Hao steadily grasped the basketball. Thud. 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 Yang Hao skillfully dribbled the ball from a high position. This marked the first instance of him dribbling since participating in the training match. Prior to this, he had solely focused on receiving the ball and shooting. If someone were to keep track of his ball handling time, then Yang Hao's ball control time certainly does not exceed 2 minutes. He is a shooter who occupies no possession. Forcing someone who is not adept at handling the ball to do so represents a desperate and futile strategy in the eyes of the main team members. Let us be realistic. You simply lack the capability to execute ball handling and isolation plays. Surely, you must be considering passing the ball. Seferlosha holds a rather dismissive view of Yang Hao's attempts at isolation plays. However, before he could finish his statement, Yang Hao suddenly stepped back, positioning himself 1 meter away from the 3-point line, and unleashed a shot. What? Seferlosha, in a state of panic, rushed forward, but it was too late. Yang Hao's execution was remarkably swift this time. With a mere flick of his wrist, he released the ball, which soared through the air just as Seferlosha's hand reached out in vain. Swish, a 3-pointer found its mark. Those who had just been debating Yang Hao's inability to drive the ball forward were suddenly rendered speechless. Yang Hao's 3-point shot resonated through the arena like a silenced gun. transforming the Chesapeake Energy Arena momentarily into a library. Yet, in the next instant, it was Yang Hao himself who shattered the tranquil atmosphere. He shouted, "Tighten up!" At his command, the bench players adhered closely to their opponents, their expressions grave and silent, each face reflecting an unwavering seriousness. The starting team was taken aback by the sudden intensity of the substitutes. What were these fellows up to? Were they out for blood? Harden attempted to pass to Westbrook several times, yet the ball remained elusive. "Give it to me," Durant called out. Positioning himself against Young, Senator Harden finally delivered the pass. Durant anticipated an effortless reception of the overhead pass. However, caution was advised. "Watch out," came the alert from Cephalosha. Suddenly, a dark figure surged from behind. With a resounding thud, Durant watched as the basketball was intercepted by the veteran Yang Hao. Frustration bubbled within him. He wanted to chastise Cephalosha for failing to provide a timely warning. Yet, at that moment, Coach Brooks on the sidelines could no longer contain himself. "He's going for it." "What?" Durant exclaimed, turning to make a desperate attempt to block. But it was too late. The ball had already soared from Yang Hao's hands with breathtaking speed. Durant couldn't even catch a whiff of the basketball's wake. Swish. The ball swished through the net. 62-74. Just 10 seconds elapsed. Yang Hao has successfully made 2 3-pointers. The point difference has now reached 12. "Young men, with such performance, do you truly believe you deserve the championship?" Upon Yang Hao's utterance, the primary team felt a palpable sense of disdain. Each member harbored a silent indignation within. At that moment, Yang Hao once again commanded the substitutes to shout, "Apply pressure. Continue to press." The substitutes quickened their pace, and suddenly the atmosphere grew tense. In response to this heightened tension, the primary team instinctively accelerated. This time, however, the substitutes failed to secure a steal. Westbrook surged forward with unbridled speed, but to everyone's astonishment, his emphatic jump dunk was executed with such force that it ricocheted off the rim. As his teammates secured the rebound, Yang Hao swiftly pivoted and launched into a fast break. Here, the audience watched intently. Yangson executed a formidable rugby-style pass from the backfield. Yang Hao received the ball in the front court, with an unobstructed path ahead and no defenders beneath the basket. However, in a fast break, Yang Hao opted not to take the easy 2 points. Instead, he boldly chose to attempt a 3-pointer. Could it be? In astonishment, the main players looked on in disbelief. Yang Hao's 3-pointer soared through the air with lightning speed. Swish. It found its mark once again. 65-74. Yang Hao raised his hands in exasperation and shrugged. "Young man, you simply cannot compete." Frustrated, he declared, "We will retaliate." Durant swiftly retrieved the ball and executed a quick pass. In the ensuing 43 seconds, both teams engaged in a frenetic pace. The court was filled with a chaotic exchange of offensive assaults. The previously agreed-upon strategy of positional warfare, which centered on Yang Hao's plan of a 5-man defense against one, had completely vanished amidst the offensive skirmishes. Yang Hao thrives in his element. Yang Hao, possessing the ball in his own half, launched a 3-pointer as he crossed the halfway line. Swish, 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 coupled with the previous 3. He astonishingly sank 6 3-pointers within a mere minute. Meanwhile, the main team, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration of pace, found themselves overly anxious, managing only a single basket while suffering 3 turnovers, with other offensive attempts falling flat. The score stood at 74-76. In the span of a minute, the deficit had dwindled to a mere 2 points. The youthful squad, centered around their younger players, often faltered under pressure during critical moments. Today, Yang Hao imparted a valuable lesson to them. On the sidelines, Coach Brooks stared in disbelief at the timer in his hand. 6 3-pointers in just 1 minute. This was a moment of sheer darkness. All the effort from the prior minutes had seemingly been in vain. Observing the court, he noted the main player's restless expressions contrasted with the composure of the substitutes, prompting him to shake his head while nodding in acknowledgement. The Thunder's young trio still has much to learn. Yet, Yang, the seasoned veteran, has indeed outmaneuvered them with his cunning. Chapter 68, the most unpretentious of marathons. On the court, it was now the main team's turn to attack. "Hurry, pass me the ball," Westbrook urged Harden, eager to push for a fast break and reclaim their footing. However, at that moment, Coach Brooks called out, "Slow down, Russell, slow down. Don't fall for Yang's trick." Trick? Upon hearing this, Westbrook suddenly had an epiphany. It dawned on him that they had indeed been ensnared. Just a moment prior, Yang Hao's taunt, "Young lads, do you really think you deserve the championship?" had ignited a fire within him and his youthful companions. This led to the chaotic minute of reckless exchanges. Now, in the wake of their frantic actions, it was clear they had been outmaneuvered by that elder. Old Yang, I foolishly called you teacher. How could you treat me this way? Yang Hao chuckled and remarked, this is the lesson I imparted to you. Observe closely and learn diligently. Humph, you wily old fox. Westbrook disregarded Yang Hao's provocation. Everyone, let us decelerate, engage in positional warfare, and seek opportunities to strike again. There is no need for haste. The main young players gradually slowed their pace. Yang Hao was visibly displeased. He turned to the coach, Brooks, and voiced his grievances. Scott, this is unacceptable. First, you had them employ the bizarre tactic of 5 defending against 1 to stifle me, and now, at this crucial moment when we are finally on the verge of a comeback, you step in to instruct them again. This is sheer favoritism. Coach Brooks, however, was taken aback that his ploy involving Coruscant had been unveiled. Yet, he showed no signs of embarrassment from being exposed. Instead, Coach Brooks responded with a grin. Oh, Yang. My esteemed senior, who could resist your prowess as a 10-time champion? Why not let the younger ones have their moment? At worst, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast after training. You have my word. Upon hearing this exchange, the others present began to grasp the situation. What? The 5-on-1 was a strategy aimed at old Yang? They realized. So that recent offensive was actually a trap set by him? No wonder I felt so lost just now. I was outsmarted tenfold. Never engage in a battle of wits with someone from Dragon Country. You will surely be outmaneuvered. Was my earlier confusion entirely orchestrated by old Yang? Truly, he is a cunning old fox, even outsmarting the coach. Yangsen couldn't help but admire this aspect. In such circumstances, Yang Hao unexpectedly conceived a strategy to disrupt the rhythm of the game. Old Deng is indeed formidable, he mused. On the court, the match continued as Westbrook leisurely dribbled past half-court. Just moments ago, he had been in a frantic rush. Now, he was completely composed. With this newfound tranquility, the Thunder's 5 warriors possessed an undeniable advantage. In fact, apart from Su Hao's matchup against Forlosa, they held a significant edge in all 4 other positions. Their offensive maneuvering was quite straightforward. As long as they maintained their composure and executed steadily, scoring would not be as challenging as it had been previously. Brothers, spread out. Spread out. Let us pass the ball to Kevin. Westbrook made the wisest choice, delivering the ball to Durant. Yang Hao began to furrow his brows. If this continues, these young fellows will prove to be quite troublesome. However, at this juncture, Yang Hao's brief moment of invincibility has elapsed. Now, it's all about relying on oneself, on the collective willpower of the entire team. Comrades, stand firm and protect your own. Yang Hao advised the entire team. Then turned to young Senator Yangsen. Do not jump up easily. It's all right. Hold your ground. I am on my way. We will double-team him. Upon hearing that Yang Hao was approaching, Durant cast a fleeting glance to the side. TCH, what a trick. Durant seized Yang's son and launched a fierce attack. This time, Yangsen indeed did not falter. However, at a time when Durant was still soaring high from the sidelines, Yang Hao suddenly appeared. Kevin, just a single call. And Durant's shooting form changed ever so slightly above Jansen's head. Subsequently, the basketball clanged off the rim clumsily several times before ultimately bouncing awkwardly outside. Bang! The young Aldridge seized the rebound. Old Yang. Fast break. As Yang Hao seized the ball, before he could even pivot or dribble, he uttered a command that startled the main team, prompting them to hastily retreat. Fall back. Quick, defend. They urged, desperate to prevent their opponents from narrowing the score. However, as the 5 players from the main team finally established their positions in the backcourt, they were taken aback to observe the opposing 5 leisurely crossing the midline. Gentlemen, they mused, so it turns out you are this intimidated? Fear not, I shall go easy on you. Yang Hao smirked mischievously at the crowd. The main team members felt a surge of discontent, and someone shouted, do not let him easily cross the halfway line, surround him. Westbrook and Cephalosha immediately charged towards Yang Hao. However, just as he crossed the halfway line, Yang Guang indeed collected the ball and raised his hand. No. Westbrook and Cephalosha suddenly accelerated, leaping towards him. Yang Hao swiftly passed the ball. You have all been deceived. Yang Hao evaded the lunges of both individuals and swiftly took off in a sprint. Eyes were fixed upon him, unwavering in their scrutiny. The cunning old fox was up to his mischief once more. On the sidelines, Coach Brooks was even more anxious than the players on the court. Gesturing emphatically towards Yang Hao, Harden, a key player on the main team, abandoned his defensive assignment to pursue Yang Hao directly. Once again, the match had transformed into a prolonged race across the half-court. Yang Hao consumed his energy drink with remarkable speed, instantly replenishing his stamina. Since you all enjoy the pursuit, let us engage in a long-distance race between the youth and the elderly. Addressing his unseen opponents, Yang Hao issued a challenge for the race. Subsequently, he embarked on the most straightforward strategy of running. Substitutions were made to intercept Old Yang. Old Yang, this is futile, they urged. Yield, Old Yang, and cease your stubbornness. The opponents continuously rotated their ranks, attempting to corner Yang Hao while also persuading him to surrender. Yang Hao, however, paid no heed whatsoever. He continued to run, persistently. During this time, Yang Hao received the ball several times. Each time he caught it, he rendered the main team exceedingly anxious. Don't shoot, don't shoot. Yet, each instance upon receiving the ball, Yang Hao swiftly passes it to his teammates before continuing his relentless run. His ample stamina allows him to effortlessly navigate past 5 opposing players. Meanwhile, on the other side, the defender tasked with marking Yang Hao is in a state of distress. He has begun to struggle for breath after several laps of relentless pursuit. Yang Hao always receives the ball and passes it. When the main team believes that Yang Hao fears their defense and stops taking shots, Yang Hao suddenly emerged, taking swift action. Sabo. This time, I truly intend to make my move, so be cautious. Do not attempt to deceive me. I will not be swayed by your words. Luoxia's steps felt heavy, and his speech faltered. Nonetheless, he resolutely chose to follow closely behind Yang Hao. He reached out, tugging at Yang Hao's jersey. In fact, he even imparted a lesson to his senior, a lesson on how to assert oneself with a hand placed firmly on the waist. Had it been the delicate hand of a young and beautiful maiden, Yang Hao would undoubtedly have welcomed it. However, this was a burly man. Yang Hao could no longer endure it. Sabo, I apologize. What? At a loss for words, Luoxia watched as the basketball shoes screeched loudly against the floor. Chapter 69. Luoxia was utterly bewildered. The entire audience was left astonished. Yang Hao suddenly came to a halt. As Luoxia was unable to break in time, a collision ensued. Yang Hao stealthily positioned himself, nudging Luoxia with his elbow, utilizing the force to strike at Luoxia's abdomen. In a swift motion, he propelled himself off Luoxia's foot and dashed forward. Oh, my stomach, my foot. Luoxia gasped, doubling over in pain. His toes throbbing intensely as he struggled to catch his breath. Yet, just half a second later, as he lifted his head, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no. Stop him quickly." Yang Hao dashed out from the corner, sprinting towards the center circle, his hand raised to signal for the ball. The moment arrived. Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, the formidable trio of the Thunder, relinquished their defensive assignments, converging on Yang Hao from 3 different directions. You shall not succeed. We will not allow you to score again. Absolutely not. The bench players united in determination, exerting every effort to create a final opportunity for Yang Hao's shot. You shall not catch up. This shot is destined for success. All eyes in the arena were drawn to the arc of the center circle. Yang Hao has arrived. The ball was also passed to Yang Senator under the cover of 3 substitutes. Amidst the towering reach of the Thunder's trio of stars, Yang Hao soared into the air, executing a breathtaking long-distance 3-point shot. The basketball glided past the fingertips of both the bench and the starting players, heading towards the hoop. Whoosh! The 3-pointer swished through the net. 77-76. A stunning turnaround. Yang Hao led the substitute team to achieve their first comeback in the game. Hooray! Yang Hao celebrated vigorously, raising his arm in triumph. In an instant, all the substitute team members surged towards him, exclaiming, "Yes, we turned it around. I knew that Old Yang could achieve this. Old Yang, please accept my admiration." Among the crowd, Yang Hao raised his hands high, his smile radiant. His son, Yang Sen, was the first to embrace him, followed closely by the other substitutes, all tightly encircling Yang Hao. Everyone was exuberantly celebrating the remarkable comeback, regardless of what the future holds. Today, they had genuinely outperformed the Thunder's trio alongside Yang Hao. What a thrill. This moment was a testament to the collective effort of the entire substitute team. This reversal belonged to all of them, and they would forever cherish this moment and this play in their hearts. Behind them, the expressions of the Thunder's trio were considerably glum. Westbrook exclaimed, "5 of us can't defend against him? Yang is truly extraordinary." Harden admitted, "I underestimated Old Yang. My apologies." Durant, however, still seemed invested in the game. "Old Yang is indeed formidable, but the match is not over yet. We still have time. There are 20 minutes left in both halves." Indeed, there was still ample time. Yet, at that moment, a faint voice emerged, "No, I can't go on." Behind the Thunder's trio, Luoxia was bent over, hands on his knees, motionless and pale. "Sabo, why do you look so unwell? Are you all right?" Westbrook inquired. But Luoxia remained unresponsive, standing there without a reaction. "Coach, call for a timeout." Beep, beep. Head coach Brooks quickly halted the game. Everyone gathered around Cephalosha, expressing their concern. "Sabo, what is wrong?" Still, there was no reply, not even a movement. Westbrook approached, gently lifting Cephalosha under his arms, attempting to help him stand. However, this only escalated the situation dramatically. Cephalosha could no longer hold back and vomited. The crowd gasped in horror. "Oh no, Sabo has been overwhelmed by Old Yang." The spectators were in shock at Yang's incredible stamina. Could this truly be a man in his 40s? Cephalosha looked more like a veteran than an old man. The stench was unbearable, causing onlookers to scatter, fearful of being splattered. Truly, today was a disastrous day for Cephalosha. Who would have thought a simple basketball game could lead to such a predicament? This was still the first encounter for many. Surrounded by so many onlookers, Cephalosha felt utterly humiliated. How could a mere youth in his 20s possibly lose to a man in his 40s? Where could he possibly seek justification? Cephalosha found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, even if he wished to defend himself, he lacked the strength to do so. At that moment, his body was severely exhausted, leaving him in considerable discomfort, devoid of the energy to engage in further discourse. "Sabah, let me assist you to the infirmary. Take it slow," urged Cook, a player from the Thunder team, as he helped Cephalosha along. "Sabah, once you reach the infirmary, be sure to heed the doctor's advice and take a few days to recuperate. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your swift return. Thank you for your concern, everyone. Do you truly look forward to my return?" As he exited the arena, Cephalosha couldn't resist glancing back one last time. To his dismay, not a single soul remained to bid him farewell. Instead, everyone was gathered around Yang Hao, the new darling of the crowd. In that fleeting moment, Cephalosha's heart sank into a chilling void. No, the melancholic strains of a cut plum echoed in the arena. The other members of the team exhibited no concern for Cephalosha's plight. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed on Yang Hao. Their expressions transformed into one of profound respect. "Old Yang, your stamina is simply extraordinary. At your age, to maintain such an astonishing level of athleticism is truly unfathomable. Surely, you must possess some secret. Old Yang, your three-point shooting is unbelievable. Did you really score 21 three-pointers in a single game?" When this statistic was revealed, every individual present was left astounded. 21 three-pointers? Oh my goodness. 63 points. Old Yang single-handedly bested the trio of giants. Who would dare to call Old Yang a slacker now? I'm ready to argue. Old Yang, are you holding a training camp? I want to enroll and learn your three-point shooting. While the crowd remained in a state of shock and admiration, Westbrook was the first to rush forward. Embracing Yang Hao's leg. "Old Yang, teach me. I want to learn your three-point shooting. It's really nothing. I merely had a slight hot streak today." Yang Hao replied modestly. "Old Yang, I am your disciple. Your three-point shooting is remarkable. Why not share your secret with me? Honestly, I possess no great secret. If you truly wish to learn, I can only offer you a single piece of advice." All eyes turned toward Yang Hao, who, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, exuded an air of wisdom. Then, as the audience leaned in to listen intently, he earnestly imparted his wisdom. "Shoot 1,000 three-pointers every day for 30 years. Anyone can achieve it. 1,000 three-point shots each day, committing to 30 years of relentless training? That seems utterly exhausting." The crowd is left in profound astonishment. During the game, as they watch Yang Hao effortlessly sink three-pointers, it appears remarkably simple. Who could have imagined that a mere minute on stage is the result of a decade of hard work off stage? Yang's unwavering perseverance over 3 decades is truly remarkable. One cannot help but introspect and realize that such a feat seems utterly unattainable, an enduring commitment that few could sustain. The admiration in the eyes of the onlookers for Yang Hao deepens profoundly. In Chapter 70, Thunder's 3 young masters declare, "We surrender." Among the crowd, the seasoned veterans of the Thunder team are most deeply moved, Collison and Muhammad. These 2 veterans in their 30s possess a profound understanding and appreciation for Yang Hao's steadfastness. Their gazes towards him are filled with boundless admiration. As fellow veterans, they comprehend the challenges Yang Hao has faced over these 30 years. They have come to recognize why he has thrived in the NBA for 22 years, still a coveted player at the age of 40, securing a lucrative contract. This is the fruit of Yang's relentless efforts and perseverance. Those outside, quick to judge, have entirely misconstrued Yang's journey. "Yang, you are truly exceptional," Captain Collison exclaimed, raising his thumb in salute, reflecting inwardly, "If only I had persisted like Yang back in my day." Muhammad approached and embraced Yang Hao, feeling a twinge of inadequacy and regret at his own physique, murmuring, "If only I had met Yang earlier." Both veterans expressed their profound respect for Yang Hao. And what of the younger generation? Yang Sin is truly exceptional. He has turned the tide. Old Deng is deceiving again. If he possesses such mediocre talent, then others must be utterly feeble-minded, he mused. His current conviction is that if someone as immensely talented as Old Deng can persist with discipline, then to surpass him, he must embody even greater perseverance and self-discipline. The others remain unaware of Yang's true capabilities. While these young individuals hold great respect for Old Yang, they are decidedly disinclined to emulate Yang Hao. At this moment, Westbrook released his grip on Yang Hao's leg, astonished. What? 30 years? Is it really that long? There's no choice. My talent is lacking, so I must practice even more. Haha. Yang Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking, however, given the talent of you and everyone present, if you persist, your achievements in three-point shooting will undoubtedly surpass mine. Practice three-point shooting for 30 years like that. Westbrook shook his head vigorously, entirely relinquishing his grip on Yang Hao's leg. Oh no, no, no. If it takes that long, I'd rather just learn a smattering of your three-point skills. 30 years is far too long. I don't believe I'll still be in the same shape as you at 40. Westbrook, prefer to seize the day. He sighed. It seems I am destined not to be a sharpshooter. I shall content myself with being an all-around king. Harden, standing nearby, scoffed at the notion of training diligently for 30 years. If it were 30 years of nightly escapades at the club, the folks at the Harden household wouldn't shy away from any challenge. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Durant, the star player of the Thunder, displayed a newfound understanding in his gaze. So, that's how he honed his three-point shooting? No wonder. Looking again at Yang Hao, Durant's expression shifted from surprise to one devoid of rivalry. Instead, a flicker of sympathy and pity emerged in his eyes. Why? This was the empathy of a genius towards an ordinary individual like Yang Hao. While it took decades of rigorous training for many to master a formidable three-point shot, someone with Durant's innate talent could achieve the same proficiency with only a few years of practice, elevating him to the status of a basketball superstar. With a swift motion, Durant elegantly dribbled the basketball on the court, the rhythmic sound shattering the stillness of the scene. Coach Brooks returned to his senses. Yet he remained awestruck by Yang Hao's statistics, 21 out of 30 from beyond the arc, amassing an impressive 63 points. This was no mere amateur, this was a master. Casting a glance at the dribbling Durant and then at Yang Hao, who was amiably engaging with everyone, Coach Brooks felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. The prowess of 30 years of three-point shooting is indeed formidable. Though the senior excels solely in three-point accuracy, we are not the Knicks. I will certainly devise the finest three-point strategies for him, maximizing his combat potential. If he were to replace Sabonis in the starting lineup, wouldn't that render our Thunder even more formidable? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Coach Brooks found himself increasingly captivated. The training session was still ongoing, and the duration had yet to be fulfilled. Thus, he blew his whistle, redirecting everyone's attention to himself, and inquired, "The game isn't over yet. Do you wish to continue playing?" Westbrook was the first to speak up. "Coach, I'm done. We surrender. I have no desire to be adversaries with Yang anymore." Coach Brooks then turned to the rest of the team. "What about you?" Harden replied, "I also surrender." Durant added, "So do I." A sense of disinterest enveloped the room, as no one seemed keen to continue playing. Coach Brooks, feeling somewhat disheartened, made another attempt. "What if veteran Yang were to join the starting lineup? Would you all be interested in a joint practice?" Unbeknownst to him, this question stirred a wave of enthusiasm. Westbrook, like an eager student, eagerly raised his hand. Yes, yes, yes. I want to play. I've longed to be teammates with veteran Yang. Any pass he makes will find its mark, and soon enough, I'll be crowned the assist king thanks to him. Harden chimed in, raising his hand as well. I too want to be veteran Yang's teammate. I aspire to be the assist king. Durant, with arms crossed, remarked, I'm fine with it. My passing isn't too shabby either. The starting team was filled with joy, while the bench players wore gloomy expressions, lamenting, No, please, coach. Don't take veteran Yang away from us, we beg you. The pleas of the bench players fell on deaf ears, and to their dismay, they ended up losing the 10th pick, Yang Sin, in the process. Yang Hao and Yang Sin have both joined the ranks of the key players. The main lineup has transformed into Westbrook, Harden, Yang Hao, Yang Sin, and Durant. The trio from the Thunder warmly welcomed the addition of Yang Hao and Yang Sr. Westbrook remarked, Senior Yang, I shall certainly pass the ball to you shortly. Harden added, Senior Yang, I implore you to guide me. I aspire to become the king of assists. Durant interjected, Ahem, my passing skills are, In fact, quite commendable. Yongsan inwardly scoffed. How can you be so sycophantic? Moreover, there is still a living person here. Yang Hao shook his head and sighed, saying, Alas, I am no longer capable. My aged limbs can hardly move. I shall have to rely on the vigor of your youth. Yang's son rolled his eyes, muttering, Old Deng is at it again, pretending to be superior. He may claim otherwise, but his body surely betrays him. The bench lineup had transformed into Eric Maynor, Royal Ivy, Ryan Reed, Moody, a college student without a contract, and Cole Aldrich. With the two strongest players missing, they were left with a few uncontracted college students. How could they possibly compete? There seemed to be no way out. The substitutes trembled in trepidation. Chapter 71. The Reverent Worship in the Bathroom. Yang Hao was victorious both on and off the court, while the players gathered to strategize. The coaching staff convened at the sidelines. Throughout this scrimmage, head coach Brooks had been observing intently. Initially, their focus was on the Thunder-S trio, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden. However, upon Yang Sen's entry, their attention shifted to the father-son duo of Yang Hao and Yang Senator with Cephalosha unexpectedly sidelined due to injury. The coaching staff had no intention of concluding their observations. They aimed to further assess the performances of Yang Hao and Yang Sen, particularly Yang Hao. Thus, the coaching staff arranged for them to be included in the starting lineup. Head coach Brooks inquired of his fellow coaches, What are your thoughts on Elder Yang's recent performance? Dwight Dabb, the Athlete-S director, responded, He remarkably resembles the Pistons' leading shooting guard from 2004 to 2005. The peak of Richard Hamilton. Others chimed in, affirming, Indeed, it's the masked man, Richard Hamilton. He snatched the championship from the Lakers' formidable F4 with that very shooting style. I believe Yang is rather extraordinary, at 40 years old. Old Deng managed to score 63 points in under 30 minutes of this scrimmage. It's simply unfathomable. I've watched his previous games, and he never displayed such prowess. Could this be a shooter-esque explosive performance? When a shooter finds their rhythm, it can indeed lead to an extraordinary game. Everyone felt that today was merely a glimpse of Yang Hao's fiery form. Perhaps tomorrow or the next day, it would be different. Coach, what do you imply? The others turned to Brooks. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Yang Hao in the starting lineup, and smiled gently. While old Yang's three-point shooting may have benefited from a hot streak, his presence has transformed our young players. Perhaps he truly is the missing piece to our championship puzzle. Oh, the missing piece to the championship? Everyone was taken aback by Coach Brooks' high praise for Yang Hao. At that moment, the whistle sounded, drawing everyone's attention back to the basketball court. Soon, the practice match resumed once more. Upon the arrival of Yang Sen and Yang Hao to the starting lineup, the dynamics of the team transformed dramatically. The entire squad began to revolve around Yang Hao, with each player orchestrating their efforts to support him. Every teammate engaged in setting screens for Yang Hao, while also coordinating to execute perimeter three-point strategies in his favor. Meanwhile, the bench players attempted to utilize the previous defensive strategy of 5-on-1 against Yang Hao. However, their coordination proved to be lacking, ultimately hindering their effectiveness. Yang Hao flourished on the court, moving with the grace of a fish in water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Despite the relentless pursuit of the substitute players, he managed to seize numerous opportunities for effortless shots, maintaining an impressive three-point shooting percentage exceeding 60%. He elicited several rounds of applause from head coach Brooks. Fantastic. Fantastic. We have truly struck gold. We now possess a sharpshooter. A consistent three-point marksman is precisely what the Thunder desperately needed. The team already boasted formidable players like Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, and a reliable outside shooter could significantly create space for them. Old Yang is our very own Ray Allen of the Thunder. Just as the coach finished praising Yang Hao on the court, Yang Hao was effortlessly caught up by the substitute player, Mino, due to his sluggish pace. Furthermore, during the defensive play, Yang Hao was repeatedly scored upon by several young substitutes. From this, head coach Brooks swiftly identified the issues plaguing Yang Hao. After all, Yang Hao is now a seasoned veteran at the age of 40, and he exhibits some shortcomings in speed and agility. Additionally, his ball-handling skills leave much to be desired. Yang Hao unexpectedly executed a sudden three-point shot, a rarity given his usual reluctance to dribble and attack. It is evident that he struggles with more advanced offensive maneuvers. His offensive repertoire appears rather limited. Old Yang is merely a pure three-point shooter. This is the assessment provided by Coach Brooks. Initially, Yang Hao was acknowledged by numerous teams for his 3D, three-point shooting and defense capabilities. However, Coach Brooks now perceives Yang's defensive skills as merely average. Yang Hao's lateral movement is regrettably sluggish, making it all too easy for younger defenders to outpace him. Brooks expressed his lamentations, stating, "If only Yang were 20 years younger. With swifter speed, superior defense, and enhanced stamina, he would be flawless." Yet, is such a possibility feasible? Alas, it is not. Time cannot be reversed, and one cannot regress in age. Observe Yang Hao on the court now. He ambles along at a leisurely pace, rather than sprinting as he once did. This is a clear indication of physical exhaustion. A body at 40 simply cannot endure the full 48 minutes of play. At most, 20 minutes is the upper limit of playing time that Coach Brooks allows Yang Hao. However, for a primary player, 20 minutes is undeniably insufficient. Brooks shook his head in resignation. What a pity. The day's training session concluded with the sound of a whistle. Evening had already fallen. Dismissed. Oh, the exuberance of the young players was palpable as they heard the call for dismissal. Their joy was uncontainable. They rushed eagerly into the showers. A throng of men crowded together, frequently exclaiming in astonishment, "What's?" After Ibaka entered the shower area, many of the newly arrived Thunder players were left in wide-eyed disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. They then turned away, muttering in self-deprecation as they moved a few meters back. Damn, if I can't compete on the basketball court. And now I find myself lacking in talent on the go. How am I supposed to carry on? Just then, Yang's son and his son Yang Hao entered the scene. Hey, old Yang, come over here. There is still space, Ibaka warmly invited Yang Hao. The former Thunder players, in particular, looked on with mischievous expressions. Old Yang, don't. A college student attempted to interject a warning, but was silenced by the veteran Thunder players. Old Yang had reprimanded the main team players on the court, and it seemed they were deliberately seeking to witness his embarrassment. Confused, Yang Hao jokingly scolded the group of boys crowded together. There is space over there. Why are you all huddled here? How foolish. Seeing Yang Hao swiftly discard his clothing and head towards Ibaka, the crowd's eyebrows raised, their gazes laced with mockery. Old Yang, don't hold it against us. Heh. Moments later, a loud commotion arose. To everyone's astonishment, it was Ibaka, grumbling and walking out with his head bowed in embarrassment. The crowd hurried to the bathroom to see what had happened. Oh my goodness! How is this possible? This is a colossal figure. The creator must be rather biased, they thought. Excitement mingled with feelings of inferiority, jealousy, and admiration filled the air. No wonder, Senior Yang, at 40 years of age, with such a prominent stature, surrounded by several young beauties. Westbrook was genuinely in awe of Yang Hao, unable to contain himself as he fell to his knees in reverence, offering profound respect. Old Yang, forever a deity, please accept my knee. Westbrook led the others from the Thunder team in a collective bow to Yang Hao. On this day, Yang Hao has triumphed both on and off the court. In high spirits, he waved his hand grandly and declared, "Let us go. I shall treat everyone to a sumptuous Chinese feast." Oh, how magnificent is old Yang. Yang Hao promised to treat everyone to a sumptuous Chinese feast. However, the occasion turned out to be sponsored by Westbrook. After all, it was Westbrook who had lost the three-point shooting contest. While enjoying the meal that evening, Yang Hao's phone rang. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems someone is looking for me, so I must take my leave." Yang Hao discreetly slipped away, prompting others to exchange knowing glances. "Yang, do hurry, lest your sister-in-law grows anxious," they urged. His son, Yangsen, speculated. Old Deng must have sneaked off to practice further. "No, I cannot fall behind. I must go as well." After Yang Hao and his son departed in succession, Westbrook suddenly clutched his stomach and turned to James Harden, saying, "James, I am feeling unwell. Could you watch over things for me while I make a quick visit to the hospital?" Chapter 72, Yang Hao to Kennard. See you on the court, coach. In the Thunder's conference room, management and coaching staff convened. They had yet to dine when General Manager Sam summoned them for a meeting. The focal point of this gathering was, of course, the father-son duo of Yang Hao and Yang Sin, with particular emphasis on Yang Hao. Once everyone was seated, GM Sam rose from his position with a beaming smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all observed today's scrimmage. To be candid, I hold a profound appreciation for the performance of the Yang father-son pair. Yang Sin's passing was exquisite, while Yang Hao's shooting was a sight to behold. Their synergy was nothing short of seamless, truly a remarkable rapport. Should their performance grace an official match, it would undoubtedly captivate all fans. The novelty of a father-son collaboration could significantly enhance our team's revenue. I believe my decision has proven to be exceptionally astute. What do you all think? Please, feel free to share your thoughts." With Sam having already established the tone regarding the Yang duo's performance, how could anyone express dissent? To voice criticism would be tantamount to opposing General Manager Sam, which might lead to repercussions from the season leader. The room was filled with hesitant smiles as colleagues exchanged glances, none daring to speak up for half a minute. Finally, Sam called upon Kennard. Kennard, do share your thoughts. Kennard, the conditioning coach specifically assigned to Yang Hao, was undoubtedly aligned with Sam's vision. I wholeheartedly endorsed the boss's decision. A father-son pairing is an excellent choice, especially Yang Hao, who has left a profound impression on me during the scrimmage. Our Thunder team is brimming with talent, having been strong contenders for the Western Championship last year, and this year we aim for the ultimate title. Achieving this requires both championship pedigree and veteran experience. Yang Hao embodies our championship essence and veteran presence. With him, we are destined to soar. Kennard spoke with unwavering conviction, pledging his loyalty. General Manager Sam nodded with a smile. Then he called upon Scott, saying, "Your turn." Head coach Scott Brooks was well aware of Sam's intentions. He essentially regarded the young father and son as both a talisman and a lucrative asset. Initially, Brooks harbored doubts and hesitations about utilizing them, particularly before witnessing their performance. However, after observing Yang Hao and Yang Sin during their training scrimmage, he found himself harboring greater expectations for the duo. Yang Sin is a promising rookie, brimming with potential. As for the veteran Yang Hao, I hold him in high regard. Today's practice session hadn't been planned with the elder Yang's arrival in mind. He required time to adjust to the time zone and needed rest. Yet, unexpectedly, he demonstrated remarkable dedication. Coach Brooks candidly expressed his thoughts and laid bare everything Yang Hao accomplished today before everyone present. At the outset, Yang Hao's three-point shooting matched that of Westbrook, achieving an astonishing 18 successful shots out of 18 attempts in just 15 seconds. Brooks remarked, "An incredible display of shooting, with such accuracy and speed." Yang is certainly not the underwhelming player some have labeled him. While his remarkable feel for the game plays a significant role, Yang's shooting technique is undoubtedly a worthy lesson for our youth. Following this, he scored 6 additional three-pointers in the practice match. Yang Hao, accompanied by substitutes, exchanged plays with the main team. Coach Brooks remarked, although the starters were not entirely earnest, veteran Yang's performance was remarkably steady. Once he stepped onto the court, the substitutes felt a sense of reassurance. This exemplifies the calming influence of a seasoned player. When his son, Yang Sun, entered the game, within 3 minutes, Yang Hao made 6 consecutive three-pointers, compelling the main lineup to showcase their full potential. The synergy between father and son was strikingly harmonious, even inspiring the assistants to play with greater seriousness. Their joint performance was indeed a spectacle to behold. However, I still harbored the belief that if our starters exerted their utmost effort, Yang would undoubtedly struggle. Little did I know, Yang Hao surprised me once again. The starters unleashed a defensive strategy typically reserved for superstars, yet to my astonishment, Yang Hao continued to score, netting his 13th and 14th three-pointers. Yang Hao and the substitutes shattered the relentless targeting by the main players. Unable to bear witness to this, the coach intervened, orchestrating an ultimate defensive 5-against-1. This was a defensive strategy designed to stifle any semblance of gameplay, an extraordinarily oppressive form of defense, truly emblematic of a defensive approach. Little did anyone know, Yang Hao astonishingly unleashed a barrage of three-pointers during a dark 1-minute span. In the final moments, under the pressure of the Thunder's formidable trio, Yang Hao, in a fit of anger, sank a crucial three-pointer to seal the comeback. Is this truly the so-called underachiever spoken of by the media? Is this merely a stroke of good fortune, as many claim? No, it is not so. We have all been deceived by those insufferable journalists. I believe the missing piece for our Thunder is none other than him. He is the championship puzzle we so desperately need. Brooks is eager to utilize Yang Hao extensively, especially after witnessing Yang Hao lead the bench players to a turnaround against the starters during training. Brooks recognized the potential of this seasoned veteran from the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, he will manage his play time judiciously, limiting him to a maximum of 20 minutes per game, while also designing specialized three-point strategies to ensure Yang Hao's efficiency. Brooks is well aware of General Manager Sam's sentiments. Thus, he skillfully amplifies Yang Hao's merits. Just look at how pleased General Manager Sam is now. Excellent, excellent. Scott has articulated it well. Sam repeatedly exclaims good, before turning to inquire about the opinions of others. What about you? What do the rest of you think? Naturally, the other coaches have their own perspectives. Many of them remain skeptical about heavily relying on Yang Hao and his son. Yet, no one dares to take the lead in voicing their dissent. They can only grumble inwardly. That was merely an isolated outburst from the elder Yang, just a happenstance? Why did the elder Yang fail to shine in his previous teams? Are those individuals truly blind? I find that implausible. It must be that the elder Yang lacked the requisite talent, which is why he was not retained. Unless the elder Yang can sustain such explosive performances in the upcoming preseason, I shall remain unconvinced. Since Sabo has exhausted himself today, we can give the elder Yang a chance in the subsequent preseason games. The results will reveal everything. If this father-son duo proves inadequate, I shall have grounds to report to owner Bennett. It may be time for a change in the general manager position. Several members of the management, while outwardly smiling, harbor ulterior motives. Dissent is not limited to them, as even Yang Hao's personal coach, Kennard, remains skeptical. A man in his 40s can hardly be considered a prime asset. His son, however, possesses some potential. From his position, General Manager Sam surveyed the room. Noticing a lack of objections, he publicly declared, "Well, since there are no further comments, it is settled. In the new season, the father-son duo will officially become one of the promotional projects for the Thunder." The meeting concluded. "Ah, I am famished. At last, it has come to an end." With a cacophony, the crowd dispersed. At that moment, fitness coach Kennard's phone vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Old Young. Coach, see you on the court." Damn. Does this old man not allow anyone to enjoy leaving work? Kennard felt quite disgruntled about being assigned as Yang Hao's personal coach. Although Yang Hao's performance today had captivated many, he remained convinced it was merely a stroke of luck. Kennard glanced at the departing members of the Thunder management. He chose not to disclose the message from Yang Hao. Alone, he made his way to the training facility. "I hope you're not toying with me, old man. Otherwise, even if I get fired, I will leave you." Chapter 73, Veterans Extra Defensive Practice. 100 hours of fundamental slide training. Chesapeake Energy Arena. In the training facility, Deng. As the team's new recruit, your performance on the training ground astonished your teammates and coaches, earning you initial recognition. However, it was insufficient. The coach believed you lacked the strength to assume a significant role. Please, continue to strive in your training. 18-year-old youth, persist in your diligent practice. Your efforts shall yield substantial rewards. What? This is still not enough. I have yet to gain the coach's full endorsement. Does Coach Brooks harbor any lingering doubts? Sigh, had I known, I wouldn't have slacked off at the end, continuing with just a bottle of energy drink. Nevertheless, if recognition is yet to be granted, so be it. Yang Hao must continue his training for his own empowerment, not for the opinions of others. Delving into his mind, he activated training mode. Training mode initiated. Please select training projects. Yang Hao's objective for the current season is to become a Super 3D player. During the extended holiday months, Yang Hao diligently practiced his shooting skills, having elevated his three-point shot to a basic level. Further improvement would require an excessive amount of training. Henceforth, he must approach his three-point practice gradually. At this juncture, he needed to begin selecting other training programs. I opted for individual defensive training. Ding. Coach Xiao AI is preparing your training plan. Ding. The training plan has been designed. Would you like to review it? No need. Let us commence directly. Yang Hao's confidence in the training program for system design is unwavering. He is so eager to begin that he doesn't even intend to glance at it. Now, we shall commence with Coach Xiao AI's teaching methodology. The sound of Xiao AI's voice soon resonates throughout the room. In this session, our focus is on lateral movement. Lateral movement is the most fundamental action in defense. To master this skill with finesse and fluidity, we must discuss a particular technique, the slide step. Half an hour later, Coach Xiao AI concluded the theoretical and practical lessons on the slide step. At this moment, a sound notification resonated in Yang Hao's mind. Ding. Task. Accumulate 100 hours of slide training before the commencement of the regular season. Completing the task will upgrade your basic defense. Reward. Lateral speed increased to 92. Basic individual defensive capability reaches 92. Shortly thereafter, a new task indicator appeared in the taskbar. Basic defense, 100 hours. 100 hours of slide training? Such a daunting commitment. With only 10 days remaining until the opening of the 11 to 12 regular season. It translates to an average of at least 10 hours of training per day for Yang Hao. Ding. The host has accumulated 9 hours of training today. Fatigue is evident in the body. It is advisable to commence practical training tomorrow. The system's suggestion was undoubtedly for Yang Hao's benefit. However, he was not in agreement. Tomorrow? No, I cannot wait until then. I must begin training right now. I cannot afford to lose a single second in my pursuit of strength. Every fiber of my being is restless. At that moment, the ground was strewn with basketballs left behind from Yang Hao's recent shots. Where is Coach Kennard? Sigh. I suppose I shall manage on my own. Yang Hao swiftly picked up the basketballs scattered on the ground, tossing them one by one into the large hoop. Once he finished, the training ground soon became desolate. Subsequently, he activated the training mode. The practical session commenced. Please, host. Yang Hao commenced his practice of sliding steps according to the training regimen provided by Coach Xiao AI. I initially practiced sliding back and forth for half an hour. The once tranquil basketball court resonated with the sound of sneakers scraping against the wooden floor. Meanwhile, in the head coach's office, Coach Brooks donned a pair of black-framed glasses. He had yet to dine and was engrossed in reviewing the video footage of the team's training match that day. Upon magnifying the video, he easily discerned numerous details from the game. For instance, Yin-sun, usually stern-faced, displayed unwavering confidence while directing his teammates. Likewise, Yang Hao effortlessly integrated into both the substitute and main lineups, with camaraderie evident among the players. Yet, it was perplexing how Yang Hao, who had exhibited remarkable stamina just moments before, suddenly faltered. Moreover, despite being a liability, Yang Hao's teammates managed to keep pace with his defensive lapses at that moment. It seemed he uttered something significant. Many such details remained known only to those directly involved. Coach Brooks held a favorable opinion of Yang Hao and was curious about the players' perceptions of him. Thus, he picked up the phone to reach out to a team member. He called Harden, whom Brooks considered the most well-behaved player on the roster. Boss, I truly did not go to the nightclub. I swear. Kevin and Russell were there. We were just dining together, nothing reckless. Is the whole team present? Old Yang left early. Russell went to the restroom, but everyone else is here. That's fine if Old Yang isn't around. I happen to have a question for you. Go ahead, boss. What is your opinion of Old Yang? Harden certainly had a profound impression of Yang Hao, particularly due to his extraordinary physical prowess. Harden was almost in awe, nearly begging to be mentored, but Old Yang declined. Of course, Harden understood that the coach's inquiry pertained to basketball. Coach, I believe everyone holds a biased view of Old Yang. After playing alongside him once, I found him to be quite exceptional. How should I put it? As soon as we step onto the court together, teammates readily place their trust in him, feeling an irresistible urge to support him. At times, we may act impulsively, yet with a simple gesture or a few words from him, he can effortlessly temper our enthusiasm. Following his rhythm during the game is incredibly comfortable and reassuring. Harden's assessment of Yang Hao was surprisingly high, which caught the coach off guard. So, he was directing during the latter half of today's training match. While he didn't truly command like Russell, we instinctively follow his cues. He truly lives up to the title of the Ring King with 10 championships in 2022. His experience is undeniably vast and certainly eclipses that of our entire team. Were it not for his physical limitations, slightly lacking ball handling skills, and somewhat feeble defense, I believe Russell should rightfully relinquish his starting position. Nevertheless, overall, the arrival of Coach Yang has indeed instilled immense hope within the team, and we are all elated to have such a venerable figure among us. Upon concluding the conversation, just as I was about to hang up, Coach Brooks added, by the way, make sure to return home early after dinner. Do not indulge in nocturnal revelries at the nightclubs. If you are not in optimal form during tomorrow's training, be wary of my benching you. Upon ending the call, Brooks was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. The ringmaster of the 2022 championship, indeed, should not be underestimated. Young, if only you were 20, no, 10 years younger. How splendid that would be. Alas, what a pity. Despite his size, Coach Brooks ultimately acknowledged the merit of this acquisition. Having such a seasoned veteran join the ranks is indeed a blessing for the Thunder. His stomach began to grumble, signaling its discontent. Reluctantly, Coach Brooks decided it was time to conclude his day. With a soft click, he closed the office door and made his way out. Originally intending to return home after the evening training, the events of the day, Yang Hao's situation, an extended practice, a meeting, and reviewing game footage had delayed him considerably. The sky had darkened significantly, and it was almost 9 o'clock. Is it so late already? Oh dear, my beloved will surely complain, he thought, quickening his pace. However, as he passed through the corridor outside the training facility, he clearly heard sounds emanating from within. The unmistakable squeak of basketball shoes against the floor caught his attention. Didn't everyone go out for dinner? Who could still be here? Chapter 74, The Perfect Slide. Each step measured with precision at 53 centimeters. Coach Brooks, initially hurrying home, slowed his pace and turned towards the entrance of the training hall. Approaching quietly, he peered inside and was greeted by the sight of Yang Hao alone on the court, practicing his slide and shuttle runs. Witnessing this scene stirred a multitude of emotions within Brooks. Has he taken my critique of his defense to heart and decided to train harder? Or is this merely his habitual diligence? Suddenly, Coach Brooks recalled Yang Hao's words during practice. If you shoot 1,000 three-pointers every day for 30 years, you can surpass my accuracy. Thus, what he said was indeed true. He is committed to this training regimen for 30 years, and it extends beyond just three-pointers. How many individuals can truly maintain such dedication for 3 decades? Nonetheless, Coach Brooks had never encountered such a disciplined individual. Consistency between words and actions. Unity of knowledge and practice. Indeed, Senior Yang is not merely a person of empty words. Observing Yang Hao's relentless effort on the court, Coach Brooks realized that this seasoned veteran, at the age of 40, still aspired to achieve greatness with the Thunder. Therefore, Brooks smiled and assured, Senior Yang, rest assured. As long as you maintain your form, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in my lineup. Ding. Mission accomplished. You have earned the recognition of Coach Brooks through your diligent efforts. Reward. Tactical Comprehension Ability 5. 92 points. As Yang Hao diligently practiced, a delightful surprise occurred. A fleeting glance caught sight of head coach Brooks' passing figure outside the gymnasium. It appears that the extra training has indeed borne fruit, he mused. Now possessing a tactical understanding rated at an impressive 92 points, akin to that of a superstar. This enhancement would undoubtedly facilitate his integration into the Thunder team. This certainly saves a considerable amount of adjustment time, quite commendable. The system is remarkably considerate, just as Yang Hao reveled in his newfound capabilities. The system's notifications sound chimed once more. Ding. As a newcomer, your inaugural performance has left the entire team in awe, with teammates venerating you and expressing profound admiration. Due to your outstanding display, an additional reward has been triggered. Congratulations on receiving 10 guaranteed three-point shot cards. Was this reward a result of his teammates' adulation? Thus, could it be attributed to the influence of the formidable presence? Yang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Despite scoring 63 points from 21 three-pointers, he had still been overshadowed by that imposing figure. Another set of guaranteed three-point cards? Such a treasure. Previously, Yang Hao had already equipped himself with 10 of these cards in his backpack. In his view, the one-time use of a guaranteed three-point card per game, along with this new addition, constituted essential weapons for clinching victory. The one-time cards refreshed with each match, making their use feel less wasteful, while the guaranteed cards were finite and precious. Hence, he had hesitated to expend them. Now, he had amassed a total of 20. Yang Hao would no longer be frugal with his efforts. Indeed, fine steel is meant to be forged into blades. This opportunity must be seized. It will surely bring a delightful surprise to everyone. Having received the reward, Yang Hao's spirits soared, brimming with motivation. Training, 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 continue to strive diligently. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on rigorous practice. Meanwhile, Coach Xiao AI introduced more refined training requirements. The host had just begun to grasp the fundamentals of sliding steps. Henceforth, precise and detailed training on these movements would commence. The sliding technique should ideally accommodate a distance suited to the athlete's physique. After systematic analysis, the host's sliding step length was determined to be 53 centimeters. The host is advised to mark this distance on the court with a pen and ruler to facilitate the effective execution of sliding drills. Sliding steps, each stride measuring 53 centimeters. Yang Hao was naturally filled with curiosity. By what standard was the stride measured? In his earlier days, the naive Yang Hao had only scratched the surface of knowledge, lacking a profound understanding. However, the current Yang Hao was seasoned, intent on delving deeper into his studies. He mused that if he could grasp the intricate knowledge and theories of the system, it would be splendid. In the future, after retirement, he could rely on these profound training techniques to become an exceptional coach. The system swiftly provided an answer. Scientific research indicated that the distance for sliding steps, when approximately shoulder-width apart, was the most comfortable, allowing for both speed and slowness. The standard shoulder width was roughly 1/4 of a person's height. For a host with a height of 196 centimeters, this should correspond to 49 centimeters. However, as a basketball player, the host possessed a more robust physique, with broader shoulders measuring 52 centimeters, in addition to longer legs. Thus, the system designed a step width of approximately 53 centimeters for him. With such a detailed explanation from the system, Yang Hao gained a bit more knowledge. Nevertheless, he did not wholly trust the system from the outset. He still harbored some doubts. Is 53 centimeters really that precise? Moreover, must each sliding step adhere to this distance? Is this practice genuinely effective? He took out his phone to investigate. To his surprise, he discovered that these practices were not exclusive to the system. Coaches in reality also employed similar methods. The renowned coach Larry Brown's training approach was equally rigid. In Larry Brown's system, the team functioned like a machine, with each player as a cog, required to execute his assigned tasks with precision. For example, in defense, Larry Brown had strict regulations for every defensive step. Those who failed to comply would find themselves benched by the seasoned coach. Larry Brown was indeed an old-school figure. However, the players within his team possessed exceptionally solid fundamentals. Why did Spurs players soar immediately after leaving the team? The answer lay in the excellent training they received during their time at the Spurs, where Popovich was a true disciple of Larry Brown. Armed with this knowledge, Young Howe resolved to solidify his foundation, casting aside his doubts. 53 centimeters, is it? Very well. I shall practice diligently. Just as Young Howe was preparing to draw standard lines for his 53-centimeter sliding steps, someone arrived outside the gymnasium. Young Howe's personal trainer, Kennard, arrived fashionably late. "Young, I'm here," he announced, a trace of ketchup lingering at the corner of his mouth. He had been enjoying dinner for nearly an hour. However, training alone proved to be rather dull, and having an additional partner delighted Young Howe. "Kennard, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to intensify my defensive drills. You're already 40 cough. I mean, your skills are sufficient. Is it really necessary to practice defense?" Kennard was taken aback. On one hand, he was astonished that Young Howe, at his age, still desired to enhance his training. On the other hand, whoever focused on defensive practice, everyone else concentrated on improving their offensive skills. Kennard was skeptical of Young Howe's commitment, yet Young Howe was unfazed by his doubts. "Is it no longer fashionable to train defense at 40? If I don't keep at it, I fear I might truly be outpaced by the younger generation. Since you insist, let us commence. What areas do you wish to reinforce? I can assist you in strategizing. Coach, please enlighten me about the Thunder's defensive tactics. I worry I may struggle to keep pace with the younger players. Could you provide me with an introduction, perhaps a little extra guidance?" Of course. Kennard was surprised by Young Howe's request. Did this seasoned veteran genuinely wish to improve, or was he merely feigning interest? He remained skeptical, intending to uncover Young Howe's true intentions. Give it a few days. This guy will undoubtedly reveal his true colors. No one can persist in extra training, and certainly not in defensive drills. I, Kennard, refuse to believe it. Chapter 75. The new number one helper has arrived. Young Howe transforms into a training maniac. The Thunder's defense? I am exceedingly well acquainted with it. Kennard began to elucidate the Thunder's defensive system and tactical nuances to Young Howe. Our perimeter defense is primarily anchored by Cephalosha, while the interior relies on Ibaka. Overall, we emphasize a rotational switch defense. Specifically, it operates as follows. The new number one helper is on the scene. Young Howe is quite pleased with Kennard. In comparison to the amateur Bill Duffy, Kennard demonstrates a distinct professionalism, making him far more suitable as a training partner for Young Howe. It is evident that Coach Kennard is actively involved in the Thunder's daily training sessions and possesses a thorough understanding of the team's defensive strategies and system. Young Howe listened attentively, nodding in agreement. With the enhancement of his tactical comprehension, Young Howe's comprehension of the Thunder's defensive strategies is remarkably swift. Almost as soon as Kennard finishes speaking, Young Howe is able to comprehend the concepts quite well. Occasionally, he would express his own opinions. Should our team prioritize offense or defense? Who is the overall defensive strategist we should heed? If I were to join the starting lineup, would it be permissible for me to do so? Half an hour later, Kennard found himself parched. "Young, do you understand?" "Yes, I comprehend," Young replied. Kennard chuckled, realizing he had merely scratched the surface of the discussion, leaving numerous intricate details unaddressed. How could the seasoned veteran grasp it all? Moreover, even if he did understand, it would be of little consequence. To truly integrate into a new Team-S system, practical training and interpersonal synergy are essential. Such matters are not easily resolved overnight, especially for someone of your age, a man in his 40s. Older individuals typically exhibit a lesser capacity for absorption compared to the youth. Yet, Kennard refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead smiling warmly and offering praise. "Old Young, you are truly astute. No wonder you are a 10-time champion. Your comprehension is indeed remarkable." "It's merely average. I still have much to learn from you, Kennard." "Well said. In the future, let us learn and progress together. There is no time like the present. Shall we begin our learning today? Right now?" "What?" Kennard had assumed that Young Howe sought merely to grasp the tactical knowledge of the Thunder, but to his surprise, after understanding their defense, Young intended to practice further. Was it truly necessary to do so at such a late hour? Yang Hao did not pause. Instead, he retrieved a pen and a measuring tape from his bag. The system's training is so methodical that many aspects require precise figures. Yang Hao's backpack contains an array of small props. According to the system's description, there will soon be a focus on scientific dieting. At that time, Yang Hao will also need to prepare a balance scale, a small scale that measures in grams. Today is an opportune moment to practice sliding steps, and fortuitously, there is a large tool at hand. Drawing the lines for the sliding step distance is an exceedingly tedious task. Why not utilize multiple tools? Kennard, come here and lend a hand. Yang, what on earth are you planning? Kennard approached, utterly astonished. Yang Hao tossed the measuring tape and pen into Kennard's hands. Help me divide the cord into segments of 53 centimeters. 53 centimeters? Segments? What is this for? To practice sliding steps. Do we really need to be so meticulous for sliding practice? Just as Kennard posed the question, he recalled the words of the renowned coach Larry Brown, who had employed a similar method. Those trained under Larry Brown possessed remarkably refined fundamentals, akin to products meticulously crafted in a workshop. Is old Yang trying to learn from Larry Brown? Does this really work? Kennard refrained from voicing his thoughts, believing that Yang Hao was merely seeking attention. If diligence truly compensates for lack of talent, then even you, Old Deng, wouldn't still be a washed-up player in your 40s. After spending half an hour, Yang Hao and Kennard divided the basketball court into quadrants with intersecting sliding paths. All right, time to commence my defensive slide drills. Coach Kennard, your guidance would be much appreciated. Very well. The Chesapeake Energy Arena once again resonated with the sharp squeaks of sneakers against hardwood. Observing Yang Hao's fluid defensive slides, his arms outstretched with perfect form. Each precisely measured 53-centimeter step executed with mechanical precision, Kennard suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Such textbook defensive slides, Kennard mused. Veteran Yang truly demonstrates why he's a seasoned professional with 22 years of career experience. Yang Hao's remarkably precise sliding defensive movements garner the admiration of Coach Kennard, who was pleasantly surprised. During today's meeting, someone remarked on Lao Yang's defensive shortcomings. However, judging by his foundational footwork, Lao Yang is undeniably solid. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, Kennard found himself shaking his head. Perhaps he was commendable in the past, with a strong foundation, but after all, Lao Yang is 40 years old. Observing Yang Hao's increasingly labored steps, the earlier spark of surprise in Kennard's demeanor had faded. Lao Yang, perhaps it's time to take a break? Shall we call it a day? No, I still have 20 minutes left. Please wait a moment, it will be over soon. 20 minutes later, Yang Hao walked unsteadily, with Kennard supporting him as he left the field. Old Yang, you have finally finished. Not yet. I still have another set to complete later. Yang Hao is currently engaged in a rigorous training regimen, dedicating 10 hours daily to his sliding footwork practice. Today, every additional moment of practice counts. Otherwise, the strides he just executed would be in vain. Yet, it is already past 10 in the evening. Kennard stands in stunned silence, unable to fathom that this old master is still at it so late. If he continues to indulge this elderly practitioner, will he ever be able to leave work? Old Yang, is this really necessary? At 40, you should prioritize your health. If you keep this up, it's fine. I am well aware of my own body. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yang Hao's mind. Ding. The character tied to him, Yang's son, has appeared. Would you like to activate the training bond mode? What? That rascal Yang's son has come here as well? Is he once again attempting to learn from me? Yang Hao glanced towards a corner near the entrance, noticing that Coach Brooks had already departed. Instead, Yang Sin's figure emerged, accompanied by an additional individual. Oh, who is this other person? Has Westbrook arrived as well? Observing the eager expressions on their faces, he recalled Westbrook's abysmal three-point shooting during the training session today, as well as Yang Sin's awkward and uncoordinated attempts that failed to hit the mark during the game. Yang Hao decided to lend a hand to these two youngsters. Then allow me to impart a few shooting techniques to you. When Yang's son takes a jump shot, he bears a striking resemblance to McGrady, as his arc is rather flat, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage. Westbrook's wrist appears quite stiff, often leading him to struggle with controlling his strength. His success seems to depend entirely on fate. Thus, let us impart a few methods for training their wrist strength and shooting techniques. Chapter 76. Paid Viewing. It is time for you to make a payment. Indeed, it is right here. I had a feeling it would be. Yang's son stealthily departed from the gathering place of their dinner. He returned to the Chesapeake Energy Arena, where Uncle Tom, the doorman, was nowhere to be seen. However, a corner of the training facility within the arena still glimmered with light. Yang stealthily approached the entrance and peered inside, where he spotted his old friend Deng, accompanied by a black coach named Kennard. I had a feeling that after indulging in a chicken breast fitness meal, Deng would rush over for extra training. To my surprise, he has a coach by his side. It seems rather unjust. Someone as formidable as Deng shouldn't require a coach at all. This coach ought to be assigned to me instead. At the training ground, Yang Hao and Kennard engaged in a lengthy discussion. Suddenly, Yang Hao began to take up his pen and measuring tape. Here he goes again, embarking on yet another project? Previously, during his time in New York, he had transformed the three-point shooting area of his home basketball court into an array of intricate shapes. Yang felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Such meticulous training could only be accomplished by someone like Old Deng. At that time, Yang held a certain disdain for it. However, after arriving in Oklahoma City and separating from Yang Hao, Yang discreetly sketched numerous lines on the court himself. Regardless of their accuracy, he figured that since the formidable Lao Deng practiced in such a manner, he would emulate him and follow suit. Remarkably, since that time, Yang shooting technique and three-point shooting percentage have indeed improved. The only discomfort he experienced was during matches, when attempting jump shots. He encountered a minor issue that led to a lower success rate. He could never quite ascertain the reason behind it. Although he longed to consult Lao Deng, he lacked the courage to approach him. Today, he returned once more to glean knowledge from his esteemed mentor. What is Lao Deng up to this time? Just as Yang was engrossed in the game, a hand unexpectedly clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, what are you up to? Yang was taken aback, his heart racing to his throat. Russell, you nearly frightened me to death. Xiaoyang, what are you so nervously peeking at? Is there a live performance of the Foolish Palace happening inside? Westbrook, chuckling, leaned forward, only to find Yang Hao and Kennard practicing their sliding movements. Oh, is Old Yang training? It's nearly 10 o'clock. Is he still at it? Old Yang is so driven. He truly leaves no room for us young ones to breathe. No, I must intervene. As Westbrook was about to push the door open, Yang hurriedly grabbed him, making a shushing gesture, terrified that Old Deng inside might catch them spying. Don't interfere. Old Deng's training is perfectly normal. He goes through this routine every day. Just stay here and observe quietly. It will benefit you. Ah, so you are secretly learning from him? Yang rolled his eyes in tacit agreement, while Westbrook became intrigued. Subsequently, the two of them gathered at the entrance, peering through the crack of the door to observe Yang Hao within. What were they doing with their pens and measuring tapes? They were delineating lines, segment by segment. What purpose did this serve? It was to measure the distance of each sliding step. Is this how one trains for sliding? How was I unaware of this? From this day forth, you shall be enlightened. Yang Hao's new training regimen has commenced, focusing on the art of lateral defensive movements. For a duration of 30 minutes, an entire half hour, he diligently practices the monotonous and tedious sliding techniques. Yang silently committed everything to memory, while Westbrook stood there, utterly astonished. Each step marked a precise distance. Was Old Yang truly so meticulous even in his defensive maneuvers? Such has always been the case with Old Deng. Previously, it was about three-point shots. Now, it concerns defensive slides. Surely, there must be many more intricate exercises like this. Indeed, there are plenty. Oh, how I wish I had encountered a mentor like Old Yang earlier. Perhaps I wouldn't be the woefully inadequate shooter I am today. However, it is not too late. Just as the two were quietly conversing, bang, a basketball hurtled toward the door. Oh no, what the heck? Watch out. Old Yang, are you trying to kill us? The two young men immediately sprang into action. Yang Hao smiled warmly as he extended his hand towards the two. For viewing, it is time for you to pay up. Westbrook pulled Yang closer, attempting to forge a connection. Senior Yang, we did not intend to intrude. It was merely a coincidence that we happened to pass by. Besides, this is your precious son. Isn't it inappropriate to charge? Ah yes, he is indeed my son, so I shall waive the fee. However, what about you? Yang Hao smirked, playfully raising his eyebrows. Westbrook promptly grasped Yang Hao's arm. Master, I am your most beloved disciple. If we speak of money, it would surely tarnish our bond. As long as the sentiment remains intact, the finances are of little consequence, Yang Hao replied. Speaking of money, Westbrook suddenly recalled that it was indeed Yang Hao who had proposed treating everyone today, yet it seemed they were all left in that predicament. Master, will you be treating us tonight, or shall I cover the expenses? Yang Hao immediately laughed as he wrapped his arms around Westbrook's neck, exclaiming, Oh, come on. Why are you taking it so seriously? I was merely teasing you. After finishing a game of basketball, Yang Hao wiped his grimy hands across Westbrook's head, neck, and clothing, rendering them spotless. He then expressed concern for the younger generation, inquiring, "By the way, what brings you both here? Shouldn't young people be heading to nightclubs after a meal?" "Master, what could be more enjoyable than a basketball court at a nightclub? Yongsan and I are here solely to accompany you for training." "I would be more than happy to serve as a ball boy," came the enthusiastic reply from Westbrook, whose eloquence was undeniable, even if it was a mere pretense. Yang Hao took pleasure in the words. In stark contrast, his son, Yang San, maintained an aloof demeanor, stating, "I was just passing by and got dragged in by Russell." This prompted Westbrook to tease, "Oh, come on. You were clearly the first to arrive. I merely followed you." Observing Yang San covering Westbrook's mouth, Yang Hao quickly grasped the reality of the situation. "Being stubborn is only causing trouble for you, my boy." Yang Hao, not revealing his thoughts, chuckled and said, "So you genuinely wish to keep this old man company? Very well. I happen to need to practice a set of shots. Do kindly retrieve the balls for me later." Westbrook replied, "Absolutely. It would be my pleasure to assist you." Yongsan, Kinnard, wasn't it agreed that we would practice our skating steps? Why has it changed? Ignoring Kinnard's subtle wink, Yang Hao has commenced his shooting practice. With 2 consecutive attempts, clang, clang, both resulted in misses. Kinnard scoffed, remarking, "Is that all?" As expected, today's training was indeed lackluster. However, Yangsan and Westbrook's eyes sparkled with fervor, for Yang Hao's recent shots bore a striking resemblance to their own. Westbrook inquired, "Master, how can you adjust that shot for improvement?" Yangsan, "Indeed, I wish to inquire about this as well." The 2 individuals exhibit a modicum of perceptiveness, recognizing their role in guiding others. Their efforts are not in vain. After 5 months of systematic training and shooting, Yang Hao has gained profound insights into the art of basketball shooting. You all witnessed my recent attempts featuring a turnaround jump shot and a sudden stop jump shot, both of which unfortunately clanged off the rim. If one were to analyze the footage in slow motion, the underlying issues would likely become evident. It is the shooting hand. Indeed, a significant factor contributing to these missed shots is the condition of the shooting hand. Chapter 77, Training for Wrist Flexibility. Yang Hao imparts the Duncan-style shooting technique. During the preceding 5 months, Yongsan followed Yang Hao domestically. He secretly imitated and practiced in the same manner as his father, Yang Hao, trained him. However, Yongsan realized this himself. When he practiced secretly on the sidelines, the results were undeniably commendable. However, upon stepping onto the competition arena and facing genuine opponents, for reasons unbeknownst to him, each shot he took met with failure. Is it due to insufficient proficiency? Yongsan has been diligently practicing his shooting skills. However, once the game begins, he finds himself missing the mark once again. Yongsan was deeply curious to understand the reason. Now, with Westbrook's assistance in broaching the subject, and the veteran appearing quite willing to impart his knowledge, Yongsan reluctantly decided to listen. Since he sincerely wishes to instruct me, I shall reluctantly lend him my ear for now. As for Westbrook, ever since his entry into the league through the draft, his shooting had been a point of criticism among professional basketball analysts. In truth, he was an exceptionally well-rounded guard, possessing blistering speed, formidable driving ability, explosive athleticism, superb ball handling and playmaking skills, and outstanding passing vision. The sole flaw? His shooting. On good days, he was deadly accurate. On bad days, his bricks were more infamous than Kobe's notorious ironclad performances. In the most recent season, which happened to be Westbrook's most efficient shooting year, his overall field goal percentage stood at a modest 44, while his three-point shooting never surpassed 33. His free throw percentage did peak at 84 in one season. Yet compared to the legendary 50-40-90 club member Steve Nash, he still had a considerable gap to bridge. To cement his legacy among the greats, Westbrook needed his combined shooting percentages to reach the coveted 180 benchmark. Before the off-season, Westbrook had imposed additional training regimens upon himself. Yet, as the break prolonged, his discipline waned, and by the time training camp commenced, the coaches had to whip him back into rigorous shape. Westbrook himself felt a pang of shame. His desire for improvement burned within him. Now, encountering a shooting virtuoso, Westbrook clung to this opportunity like a lifeline. Shooting hand. Master. What next? What must I do regarding my shooting hand? Westbrook's impatience was palpable, his face alight with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Youngson also cast a glance over, equally eager to discern the appropriate course of action. Yang Hao eloquently expounds on a concept that is widely acknowledged, the significance of stretching exercises and ankle-wrist joint movements. Mastering these foundational skills can greatly enhance your shooting flexibility, which is of paramount importance in basketball. Westbrook, in his relentless pursuit of strength training, has inadvertently rendered his wrists overly rigid. He must cultivate greater mobility in his wrist joints. Conversely, Young's son, upon entering the court, experiences excessive tension and fails to relax his body, resulting in a stiffness in his shooting technique. This reflects a psychological issue rooted in a lack of confidence. Young How will assist them in enhancing their skills through his intimate classroom. Beside him, Coach Kennard nods in agreement. Although it is not his responsibility to coach Westbrook's shooting, he is acutely aware of the inflexibility that plagues Westbrook's shot. The suppleness of the wrist is of paramount importance. Young certainly possesses some capability, he muses. At that moment, the basketball suddenly hurtles towards the hoop. Bang, bang, bang. A trifecta of clangs, 3 missed shots. It appears that Westbrook casually twisted his wrist, harboring the unrealistic hope of achieving instant success. 3 consecutive attempts, all off the mark. Old Young, your method seems to be lacking efficacy. Westbrook is indeed a bit too ambitious. Haha. Young How chuckled, continuing his earnest admonition, young man, haste makes waste. Westbrook, perplexed, inquired, what does that mean? What is your father trying to convey, Xiao Yang? Youngson, you are too impatient. Oh, Westbrook has begun to seek explanations from Young How again, turning into a sycophant. Master, I wish to swiftly enhance my shooting percentage. What should I do? Do you have any effective methods? Perfecting one's shooting is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Well, a little longer is acceptable. I am eager to learn, and I am willing to learn. Young How no longer kept them in suspense. It was already quite late. The sooner he finished the lesson, the sooner he could return home. In addition to the usual stretching and ankle exercises, I have 3 shooting techniques that can assist you. These are shooting drills imparted to Young How by the system, refined and elaborated into 3 distinct practices. The first shooting drill is known as the backspin practice. Skilled shooters always impart a rotation to the ball, and this rotation is invariably a backspin. This backspin is not merely a visual delight. It reduces air resistance, facilitates a smoother shooting motion, and enhances the accuracy of the shot. Young How began demonstrating the breakdown movements of basketball backspin drills to the group. Observe carefully. When preparing to shoot, your elbow should be positioned beneath the basketball, with visible creases in your wrist. Propel the ball upward into the air upon release. Fully extend your elbow while forcefully flicking your wrist. The arc and height of the ball's trajectory should mirror that of a proper shot, and it must land no more than 1 meter away from you. If the backspin is executed correctly, the ball will rebound directly back into your hands. For those seeking greater challenge, intensify the backspin so the ball bounces high enough to clear your head upon return. Repeat this drill in 3 sets of 15 repetitions each. Having concluded the backspin training demonstration, both Westbrook and Jansen replicated the motions with remarkable precision. As professional athletes, their comprehension was naturally astute. Though their execution varied between flawless and flawed, they grasped the technique effortlessly, requiring only further practice to refine their mastery. Afterward, Young How introduced the second method, the straight-line shooting practice. This exercise is quite simple, much like the first one. Young How briefly touched upon the subject. And now we arrive at the focal point of Su Hao's instruction today. Very well, we will conclude our lessons on backspin and straight shots here. Lastly, I shall impart to you the shooting technique of Tim Duncan. Master, are you referring to the renowned big fundamental, Tim Duncan, whom I know? Duncan's shooting technique? The one known to Westbrook is merely a 45-degree bank shot. Is that truly impressive? How does it compare to the shooting prowess of Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, or Reggie Miller? Westbrook appeared somewhat perplexed. Is it the one from the Spurs? Young's son felt a sense of bewilderment. Why would someone as formidable as Old Deng choose to teach others his shooting technique? He found himself unable to comprehend this. Perhaps he was mistaken. Young How nodded slightly, disregarding the unspoken calculations of the two in their hearts. Young How promptly began his explanation. Look here. A person holds a basketball and lies down on the court. Firstly, your shooting elbow should be positioned directly beneath the ball, tightly folded to the side. To maintain control over the ball, rest it on your fingers and fingertips, ensuring it does not touch the palm of your hand, with your fingers spread apart. Propel the basketball upward into the air during the shot. Your hand should be fully extended, applying considerable force to the ball. After releasing the ball, maintain your follow-through until it returns to your hands. If you possess excellent control over the ball, it will descend directly back into your hands. Otherwise, it will land elsewhere. Repeat this exercise 25 times to achieve perfect mastery over the ball. Young How had just finished speaking. Ao Wu, my little brother. Westbrook curled his body and rolled on the ground, while the basketball rolled away to a distance. It was evident that this student had a significant deficiency in his ball handling skills, which led to his physical injury. Meanwhile, beside him, Yang Sen's fundamental skills remain remarkably solid. He exhibits composure off the court, yet struggles to perform effectively during games. This reflects a psychological challenge, a matter of self-confidence. Presently, with Westbrook serving as a pertinent example in this regard, it could indeed be a valuable means to bolster Yang Sen's confidence. Just observe. Yang Sen trembled slightly, clearly stifling a laugh. He chuckled softly. Yang Hao smiled and, disregarding them, turned to leave. Time to clock out. Kennard, eager to finish his workday as well, hurriedly followed suit. Hesitating behind Yang Hao, Kennard finally mustered the courage to speak. Yang, well, buddy, feel free to say anything. We're all on the same team. Yang, why are you teaching Russell these things? I'm getting old. The future belongs to them. Observing Yang Hao's retreating figure, Kennard suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for him. Regardless of anything, Yang is indeed a remarkable senior. Chapter 78. Father-son starting duo in preseason. Fans and media boisterously boo and boycott. The days of the training camp swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the preseason for the new NBA season commenced. Prior to the games, each NBA team gradually unveiled their rosters. This roster was not the final 15-player list, but rather an extensive list comprising 20 to 30 players. Throughout the ensuing preseason, the coaching staff would scrutinize the players during the games. By the conclusion of the preseason, this extensive roster would be trimmed down to the final 15-player list, marking the ultimate victors of this training camp. In Oklahoma City, the Thunder officially announced their roster on their website. To everyone's surprise, Yang Hao and Yang Sen, father and son, prominently appeared in the starting lineup of the Thunder team. Yang Hao occupies the position of starting shooting guard. Yang Sen has secured the position of starting small forward. Before the doubts of fans and experts could escalate, the Thunder organization promptly provided an explanation. The original starting shooting guard, Sabo Seferloza, suffered an injury during a training match and will be sidelined for the first 2 preseason games. Veteran player Yang Hao will temporarily step in as the starting shooting guard for the Thunder, due to discomfort in his toe. The season Perkins will miss the first preseason game, resulting in Ibaka shifting from the power forward position to center. In the rearrangement, Yang Sen will assume the small forward role, while Durant will transition to power forward, and Westbrook remains at the point guard position. This marks a novel lineup experiment for the team, and all support and constructive feedback are welcomed. The Thunder have issued a gentle announcement regarding this change. However, the fans in Oklahoma City are still quite youthful. The Thunder have only been in Oklahoma City for 3 years, having transitioned from the Seattle Supersonics in September 2008. The Thunder are young, and so are their fans. Everyone relishes victory and detests defeat. This new lineup of the Thunder, the appearance of Yang Hao and Yang Sen, one seasoned and one youthful, has utterly shattered the lineup of last season's second-seeded Thunder team. This has dismantled the cherished roster that resonated deeply with the hearts of Thunder fans. Can the younger fans accept this? Certainly not. Shortly after the official announcement from the Thunder, a chorus of boos echoed throughout Oklahoma City. The discontent among fans regarding this lineup is palpable. An elderly man is a starter? Is the Thunder rummaging through scraps? We are picking up what even Doran discarded and treating it as treasure? This is merely capitalizing on the favorable market of Dragon Country. David Stern has influenced the Thunder's management. The promised reinforcements have instead led to the arrival of a deceitful father and son duo. What nonsense is this about them sharing the court? Who wishes to witness that? Sam, step down. Sam, step down. We do not require a blindfolded general manager. If even a fraudulent father and son can start, the Thunder is doomed. Fans in Oklahoma City are vocally condemning the young duo and denouncing general manager Sam. Simultaneously, fans from the Far East and Dragon Country also express skepticism toward the Yangs. Is it April Fool's Day already? Why do I see 2 individuals from Dragon Country starting together? The deceitful pair dares to take the court, unafraid of the backlash. Cephalosha is undoubtedly feigning injury. Perhaps the Thunder's owner is orchestrating this father-son performance for us? Cephalosha lacks stamina. Perkins has a toe injury. These excuses are utterly ludicrous. Yang Hao and Yang Sen, I implore you, please refrain from embarrassing yourselves abroad. I can hardly bear to watch the NBA anymore. Cephalosha, if you feel threatened, just blink. Why must you malign the hard-working young father and son duo? However, surprisingly, the more fans criticize, the more the media thrives, garnering increasing attention. Upon witnessing this, Journalists flocked to cover the father-son pairing extensively. In no time, the entire nation was reporting on this duo, vocally denouncing them, and fixating on their presence on the court. December 16th. The NBA preseason has officially commenced. After a hiatus of 5 months, the league has once again captured the attention of its passionate fans, who have welcomed its return with fervor. Anticipation fills the air as everyone eagerly awaits the commencement of the games. On this day, the NBA has arranged a total of 7 thrilling matchups for its audience. Among them, the highly anticipated game featuring the Oklahoma City Thunder is set to take place. The Thunder will host their rivals, the Portland Trail Blazers, at their home arena in Oklahoma City. Prior to the game, Thunder general manager Sam Presti attended a press conference alongside the father-son duo of Young Hao and Yang Sin, who are known for their lucky charms and money trees. When the Yangs made their appearance at the press conference, they were met with a chorus of boos from certain fans and media representatives present at the venue. As soon as Mr. Young Hao and his son took their seats, a swarm of reporters converged upon them. Mr. Young Hao, after 22 years in the NBA, your three-point shooting percentage last season was merely 19. How did you manage to secure a starting position with the Thunder? Another reporter pressed. As a man in his 40s occupying a starting role, is this fair to the younger talents on the Thunder? The inquiries intensified, Mr. Young Hao. There are rumors that Thabo Sefolosha was not injured by accident, but rather was subjected to your martial prowess. Is this true? Mr. Young Sin. It is well known that you struggled during training camp. How is it that you were selected as the 10th pick by the Thunder? Another voice chimed in. Many claim you were merely riding on your father's coattails to enter the Thunder. What is your response to that? The questions continued, Mr. Young Sin. Do you believe you truly deserve a starting position on the Thunder? The atmosphere was cacophonous, more chaotic than a bustling marketplace. Fortunately, General Manager Sam had arranged for security. Otherwise, the agitated fans and journalists might have caused quite a stir. After enduring a barrage of questions from the reporters, Sam stepped forward to shield the young father and son from further inquiries. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate, Thabo Sefolosha's injury was due to an unfortunate incident during training, not the baseless rumors you have been circulating. Should any of you continue to propagate these unfounded claims, we will not hesitate to pursue legal action. As for why Mr. Yang Hao and Yang Sun have secured starting positions, it is a decision made by our coaching staff. Both father and son have garnered unanimous approval from the coaching team during training, which led to this decision. Regarding the skepticism surrounding Mr. Yang Hao's performance data from last season, I can only assert that some individuals fail to grasp the significance of context. They do not understand how to utilize Young effectively. And as for the Knicks last season, what significance do they hold? They placed Young in a role ill-suited for his capabilities. Yang Haoming is merely a pitcher. Of course, General Manager Sam's focus on usage is not on this matter. The Young family should be a source of prosperity. As a team, we merely need to reap the benefits. Why compel him to engage in tasks ill-suited to his abilities? With a beaming smile, General Manager Sam harbored numerous thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, the murmurs of reporters and fans intensified. Chapter 79. I have traversed through 22 seasons. These challenges are trivial. Mr. Yongson, do you believe that you secured your position as the 10th overall pick through sheer talent? Mr. Young Hao, do you feel deserving of the starting position on the Thunder? Mr. Young Hao, Mr. Yongson, as the only 2 NBA players from Longhua, do you not feel immensely honored? Mr. Young Hao, does General Manager Sam imply that you have concealed your true capabilities? Sam, are you referring to the Knicks with your mention of certain individuals? General Manager Sam continued to shield them, addressing the crowd. However, this is a press conference, attended by hundreds of journalists. These individuals are resolute and will not relent until they achieve their objectives. Sam's efforts to protect them would not endure for long. At this moment, Young Hao stepped forward. Manager, you've worked hard. Allow me to handle this. If I do not speak, they may not let us leave. Young, can you manage it? Of course. Upon seeing Young Hao's earnest nod, General Manager Sam pushed the microphone toward him. Sam had always recognized that the true stars of this press conference were Young Hao and Yongson. Now that his prized asset and talisman, Young Hao, had taken the stage, why not embrace the opportunity? Young, it's in your hands. With the microphone in hand, Young Hao suddenly rose from his seat, standing at a height of 196 centimeters. He towered above the reporters on the elevated platform, allowing him to easily survey the gathered journalists below. From this lofty vantage point, he experienced a sense of overlooking the multitude, akin to surveying the vast landscape from a mountain peak, as he faced the myriad of camera lenses directed at him. Young Hao Shui, with a charming and refined smile, soon spoke into the microphone with his gentle voice, "Thank you. Thank you to all the fans and reporters for your support and concern for me and my son, Young Sr. Your encouragement has allowed us to feel the warmth of Oklahoma City. Over the past few days, we have consistently topped the national trending charts, and numerous endorsement offers have come our way, all thanks to you. As the new NBA season commences, Young Hao and Young Sin have garnered considerable attention on social media and in the news, attracting numerous endorsements thanks to the fervent discussions among fans and the media, which have consequently brought wealth to this father-son duo. In principle, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the media and fans are the very source of livelihood for Young Hao and his son. However, behind the scenes, the majority of these fans and journalists are, in fact, detractors. They harbor no gratitude towards Young Hao. What a peculiar perspective they hold. Is there any merit in being notorious? How lamentable it is. Without the backdrop of the Dragon Country market, you are nothing at all. The atmosphere was filled with boos and jeers. Young Sin is somewhat sensitive, yet Young Hao smiled and raised his hand to gesture for calm. All right. I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. Thank you for your support. My son and I will certainly strive to do our best. What a thick skin. Who's supporting you too? Don't joke around. The audience had gained a comprehensive understanding of Su Hao. He's quite the seasoned veteran. Enough with the small talk. Let us get straight to our questions. Back to the main topic on stage. Young Hao spoke calmly. Do you wish for answers to your questions? In truth, there is no need for a response. Today's match will reveal the answers you seek. Whether good or bad, whether to praise or criticize, we shall unveil the truth through our performance. There are no sharp words, nor is there any overwhelming bravado. Young Hao is a gentleman of gentle grace, exuding an aura as warm as jade. His words are measured and respectful, devoid of arrogance or submission, and his smile radiates kindness. After uttering these few sentences, he paid no heed to the persistent inquiries from the reporters. Instead, he took his son Young Sin by the hand and departed from the press conference. General Manager Sam followed with a smile, nodding in approval of Young Hao, appreciating his seasoned poise and stability. Truly, a veteran of the field. Young Hao's remark, "The competition reveals the truth," has sparked a tinge of concern in Manager Sam. Can a father and son truly perform as excellently as they did in practice matches? I can only pray to the Almighty for our well-being. As the flashbulbs of cameras incessantly flickered, media reporters captured the moment when the father-son duo, Young Hao and Young Sin, fled in haste. They were unable to respond to the journalists' inquiries, prompting their abrupt exit. Numerous journalists had already begun composing their news articles on site, with sensational headlines such as shocking. The 22-year NBA veteran is, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. Incredible! At 40, he has become the Thunder's secret weapon. Fraud or slacker? The nation is captivated by the father-son spectacle. In the 23rd season of the NBA, this unparalleled master can no longer contain his explosive talent. Unbelievable! The entire nation is a fan of this father-son duo. As they retreated to the backstage staff corridor, General Manager Sam remained observant of the emotional state of the young father and son. This press conference, orchestrated by Sam, was indeed a performance in itself. Many of the critics in the audience had been deliberately invited by him to intensify the drama surrounding their joint appearance. For Sam, this was also a test of the duo's ability to withstand pressure. As it stands, Young Hao remained composed, exhibiting not a trace of anxiety. In contrast, Young Sin appeared somewhat uneasy. However, considering he was a novice, this was understandable. Sam was quite pleased with the young father and son, particularly Young Hao. Young Hao is a remarkably seasoned and astute player. As a lucrative asset, Young Hao's media presence is exceptionally commendable. If Young performs in the upcoming match with the same brilliance as in the training sessions, it would be nothing short of perfection. Of course, Sam is merely hopeful and does not intend to exert excessive pressure on Young Hao and his son. Young, there is no need to concern yourself with their opinions. Simply maintain the form you have exhibited during these past few days of training. Rest assured, Manager, Young Hao possesses an admirable mindset, exhibiting composure and tranquility. Having traversed through 22 seasons, he regards these challenges as inconsequential. 22. General Manager Sam suddenly felt a stir of emotion. It is indeed worthy of respect for anyone to persist in a single endeavor for 22 years. Over 2 decades is no small feat. Sam no longer harbored any expectations for Young Hao. He did not impose any performance requirements on him. He simply hoped that Young Hao could take to the field and continue his journey into the 23rd season. Young, keep striving. I believe in you. Sam patted Young Hao on the shoulder, offering a word of encouragement to Young's son as well. Before he took his leave, he had matters to report to the owner. Meanwhile, Young Hao and his son proceeded along the backstage corridor towards the team's locker room. Along the way, they encountered numerous team staff members, all extending their heartfelt congratulations to the duo. Well done. You two are certainly capable. Keep it up. We are here to support you. Young Hao greeted everyone warmly, engaging in cheerful conversations and fostering a pleasant atmosphere. Beside him, Yang Sen smiled professionally, mirroring Young Hao's every action. At last, they reached the far end of the changing room. Yang Sen's complexion had turned somewhat pale. The recent press conference, attended by over 100 people, had evidently left him feeling anxious. He appeared as though he had lost his very spirit. Young Hao gave Yang Sen a sharp slap on the back. Is this all you've got, young man? You still have a long way to go. Yang Sen immediately exclaimed, Humph. Indeed, it's all the fault of that old man. With a swift slap, he helped Yang Sen regain his spirit, disregarding the way that young man grimaced in pain. Yang Hao chuckled softly as he pushed open the door to the changing room and stepped inside. Deng, making his debut with the new team, the Thunder. As an 18-year-old rookie who was not selected in the draft, he found himself the subject of skepticism from both fans and media alike. The mission, to secure victory in this match and dazzle everyone with stunning statistics. The reward, basic flexibility. Chapter 80, the court practice of shuttle runs, earning millions annually. I can do it too. Chesapeake Energy Arena. The entrance ceremony has concluded. The game is about to commence. Ah, fraud, fraud, fraud. Old trickster, you are not welcome here. The jeers and taunts from the crowd reverberated incessantly. Upon hearing these, Yang Hao even had the leisure to greet everyone, as if these individuals were his admirers. Yang Sen's complexion was a ghastly shade, his mind clearly elsewhere. Even before the match had commenced, he appeared to have already conceded defeat in spirit. Old Yang. Let us all collaborate with you later. You need only focus on scoring. When Westbrook refrains from practice, he seldom calls him master, yet his loyalty remains unwavering. He desires to rally the team members to assist Yang Hao in accumulating points and enhancing his presence on the court. As long as we score abundantly, those detractors will undoubtedly fall silent. No, there is no need for that. Simply adhere to the strategies laid out by the coach and play your game. Yang Hao shook his head, expressing his disinterest in such preferential treatment. Nevertheless, Westbrook felt compelled to advocate on his behalf. Yet, it mattered little to them. Their shouts bore no impact on him. Remember, today is merely a preseason game, a time for honing skills and refining team dynamics. Russell, adhere to the coach's directives. Durant, believing himself to be the true leader of the team, was intent on preserving his position of authority. Indeed, Young, who did not desire such attention, should not be pressed further. Since being startled in the bathroom, Ibaka had harbored minor grievances towards Yang Hao. Such sentiments were echoed by others, leaving Westbrook with no recourse. Very well then, they would proceed as the coach had instructed. In a hushed tone, Westbrook reassured Yang Hao, rest assured, as long as you create open opportunities, this talented point guard will undoubtedly deliver the pass. Yang Hao winked at him, saying, All right, given your evident filial piety, this sharpshooter shall grant you an opportunity to become the king of assists. Humph, you are still as full of yourself as ever, Westbrook retorted, rolling his eyes. It was no easy feat to gain an advantage over the seasoned Yang Hao. Suddenly, the referee's long whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the game. The starting players for both the Thunder and the Trail Blazers finally took to the court. The Trail Blazers lineup featured Raymond Felton, Wesley Matthews, Gerald Wallace, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Marcus Camby. The Thunder starters included Russell Westbrook, Young Hao, Yang Sen, Kevin Durant, and Serge Ibaka. Historically, the two teams had faced each other 12 times over the past 3 years, with a record of 7 wins and 5 losses for the Thunder. They held no absolute advantage over the Trail Blazers, having ended the previous season's regular matches at a 2-2 tie. The Thunder placed 4th in the Western Conference last season and advanced to the Western Conference Finals. Although the Trail Blazers did not make it to the playoffs, they remained a formidable force in the West, not to be underestimated. This season, the Trail Blazers retained their roster, with players aged between 24 and 30, all in their prime. They were poised to remain a competitive team. Conversely, the Thunder made 2 adjustments to their starting lineup, incorporating both seasoned and younger players, ranging from ages 20 to 40. This blend of experience and youth required time to gel, and fluctuations in performance were to be expected. As the game commenced, it quickly became apparent that the home team struggled to find their rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. Durant and Westbrook repeatedly missed their shots, leaving the Thunder's home crowd disheartened. In contrast, the visiting Trail Blazers showcased their prowess, with every player firing on all cylinders from the outset. Their offensive onslaught was relentless. Utilizing pick-and-roll plays with the open Felton, the Trail Blazers' power forward Aldridge scored for consecutive mid-range jumpers, leaving Durant and Westbrook, his defenders, in utter disbelief. They could only stand with their hands on their hips or raise their arms in exasperation, silently expressing, "I don't want this either. I feel just as helpless." Within the first 2.5 minutes, the Trail Blazers seized the moment while the Thunder remained disoriented, launching an 8-0 scoring run. Defense. Why can't you defend properly for once? The Thunder's home fans shouted in frustration. On the court, the Trail Blazers were poised to attack once more. In the midst of a fierce battle, the Thunder found themselves entangled in a strategic stalemate. Once more, it was Felton and Aldridge executing their high pick and roll. Aldridge seized an opportunity for a large two-point jumper, but Durant was determined to thwart it. He maneuvered past Felton, leaping with all his might, only to discover that Aldridge had feigned the shot. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Frustration enveloped Durant as he was charged with a defensive foul. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Aldridge approached the free throw line with a beaming smile, effortlessly sinking both shots. The score surged to 10-0. The gap had suddenly widened to double digits. And after nearly 3 minutes of play, the Thunder had yet to score a single point. In the stands, a modest contingent of fans clad in Blazers jerseys erupted in cheers. "Oh, what a splendid display. Is this truly the second seed from last season? Hardly impressive. The Blazers are destined for victory." In stark contrast, the Thunder supporters sat in despondent silence. Chesapeake Energy Arena, home to nearly 20,000 Thunder fans, found their collective voices swallowed by the mere dozens of Blazers supporters. Alas, rather than cheers of encouragement, the atmosphere was thick with sighs of disappointment. It is essential to remember that the new season had ignited immense hope among the Thunder's fan base. After all, the team had reached the Western Conference Finals last season, achieving a significant milestone, and now only a step away from the finals. Countless Thunder fans harbored dreams of the NBA championship, envisioning their team's triumph. Yet, who could have anticipated such a lackluster and feeble performance in their season opener? How could this happen? As the Thunder initiated another offensive play, the arena's large screen unexpectedly focused on the father-son duo of Young Hao. Youngson gazed intently at the hoop, his expression somewhat distracted. And what of Young Hao? This fellow seemed to be engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with his opponents. Indeed, Young Hao strolled across the court, accompanied by the defender Matthews, engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, with a clang, Ibaka missed his shot. Once again, the Thunder's offensive efforts faltered. Witnessing this, many Thunder fans were infuriated. They believed that the lack of offensive prowess was attributable to this father-son duo, especially the 40-year-old man who was aimlessly running about the court. Their disdain for this pair had already been established, and now their presence seemed to precipitate a catastrophic decline in the team's performance. The fans' frustration reached a boiling point, and they directed their ire towards the newly arrived Young Hao and his father. Trash. This duo is nothing but a pair of losers and frauds. What kind of absurd new addition is this? Do they even deserve to start? I could earn millions just by doing shuttle runs in practice. I could do it too. Substitute them. If they don't get replaced, I can't bear to watch any longer. Refund. I didn't come here to witness their back-and-forth antics. The uproar from the home crowd echoed throughout the venue, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Chapter 81. The Thunder's poor start is due to the incompetence of the young duo. The jeers directed at Young Hao and his father were incessant. Meanwhile, the journalists and media personnel on the sidelines reveled in their amusement. The much-anticipated father-son duo had yet to make any significant impact, having not even touched the ball once. Their lackluster performance aligned perfectly with the journalists' expectations. Is this it? Is this all there is? Is this what they call proving oneself in a match? All I see are two inept players. If it weren't for the director cutting to them, I wouldn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. This is effectively a 3-on-5 game. They are mere phantoms on the court. The reporters were acutely aware of the situation. Young Hao and his son Youngson are perpetually shrouded in invisibility. Although Young Hao exhibited remarkable liveliness, continuously traversing the field, he failed to create a single opportunity for an off-the-ball attack. Such exertion was, in essence, a futile endeavor. As many have remarked, Young Hao is widely recognized for his relentless practice of shuttle runs on the field. The label of slacker has become synonymous with his name. Slacker. Get out of here. We do not need you. As the voices grew louder, a fan with a frizzy hairstyle incessantly berated from the sidelines. Noticing that both Young Hao and his father remained unresponsive, this individual became even more brazen, standing up as if to invade the field. He directed a tirade towards Yang's son, unabashedly shouting, "Yellow-skinned monkey, Chinese scum, go back to your country. You are not welcome here." "What did you say?" Yang's son is indeed impetuous and easily provoked. In a sudden flare of anger, he was ready to turn and confront someone. Fortunately, Yang Hao, who was nearby, swiftly intervened, saying, "Foolish child, do not resort to violence. Leave it to me." The provocateur with the wild hair continued to taunt, "Hey, if you're incapable, will you call your parents? Why are you staring at me? Are you angry? If you are, then come at me." Adorned with a conspicuous gold chain, he seemed eager for everyone to recognize him as a nouveau riche. Confront him? Yang Hao should not be so impulsive. Yang Hao harbored no such brutish thoughts of resorting to violence, fearing the tarnishing of his own hands. "Referee, please pause for a moment." Yang Hao called for a timeout, halting the match on the field. Subsequently, he gestured towards the sidelines, summoning General Manager Sam and the security personnel. Pointing at the individual with the flamboyant hairstyle, he exclaimed, "He is exhibiting racial discrimination. What is this?" General Manager Sam's hair stood on end in shock. Yang Hao and his son are indeed his protective talisman. How could this wild-haired individual jeopardize his fortunes? Sam would not allow it. Throw him out and impose a lifetime ban from attending. The wild-haired man was subdued and escorted out with his mouth covered by the security team. Shortly thereafter, Agent Bill Duffy also arrived. Yang Hao instructed, "The evidence is ready. Keep a close watch on that curly-haired fellow. I intend to bring him down to ruin." "Yes, boss," he replied. "Also, there are numerous people on site criticizing us. I want you to note down and capture everything." "Huh, is that not feasible?" Upon seeing Yang Hao's smiling face, Bill Duffy felt a chill run down his spine. "No problem, boss. You can trust me to handle this." At the scene, the match had halted due to the recent incident. Westbrook then stepped forward, shouting at the dissatisfied fans, "Silence. They are my teammates, and I will not allow you to speak of them that way." Durant and the other teammates rallied in support of Yang Hao and his son. Senior Yang is far more remarkable than you can imagine. Do not insult them. Both Old Yang and Young Yang are exceptional. Everyone expressed their stance, and the boos from the crowd subsided somewhat. Let us give the Thunder a bit of respect. If they perform poorly, I will continue to voice my criticisms later. To earnestly promote the father and son duo, I expect something substantial in return. If the team fails to score, it is solely due to the inadequacy of the father and son. They have done nothing wrong. Do not target them in such a manner. Most fans remained reasonable. Thus far in the match, Yang Hao and his son have yet to make any glaring mistakes. The team's offensive struggles can solely be attributed to the poor shooting performance of the other three players. After 3 minutes into the game, only Ibaka, Durant, and Westbrook had attempted a few shots. Their inability to score does not warrant criticism towards Yang Hao and his son. Nevertheless, the public scrutiny of them is intensifying, with many eagerly anticipating a blunder. It seems that any minor slip will be met with harsh condemnation. I refuse to believe this father and son duo won't make a mistake. It is not only the critics from the beautiful game who are looking forward to the Yang's missteps. Numerous domestic fans are also on the lookout for their downfall. Across the ocean, in Longhua, the Xinlong live streaming room is buzzing with excitement for the preseason matchup between the Thunder and the Trailblazers. At the beginning of the game, domestic fans had not yet filled the streaming room, with only around 8,000 to 9,000 viewers present. Initially, the director of Xinlong Sports was quite disheartened by the lack of engagement. However, to everyone's surprise, once Yang Hao and his son appeared on screen, the viewer count began to surge dramatically. The comments section was ablaze with fans' remarks, predominantly directed at criticizing the Yangs. It was indeed a humiliating spectacle for them. The audacity of this father-son duo is astounding. How can they be starters in the NBA? Clearly, the audience is fixated on Yang Hao and Yang Sr. As they witnessed the duo's lackluster performance, the criticism intensified. The more vehement the insults, the greater the influx of viewers. By the 6-minute mark of the game, the audience had swelled to 1 million. It is worth noting that this is merely a preseason game. Achieving a viewership of 100,000 would have been considered a triumph for Xinlong. Who could have anticipated such an overwhelming turnout? This delighted the director immensely. Consequently, he discreetly instructed the host and guests to enhance the commentary with their own insights. Following this directive, the host Kufan and guest Yang Yi became quite animated. Kufan was the first to steer the conversation, inquiring, "Teacher Yang Yi, with the Thunder yet to score after 3 minutes. What do you think is the reason behind this?" Yang Yi is often referred to by domestic basketball fans as face-slapping Yi, as he frequently contradicts himself. At this point, His skills may not be fully developed, yet his talent for nonsensical rambling is already considerable. When the director prompts him to speak ill of Yang Hao, Yang Yi readily embraces the role of the villain. Yang Yi is unafraid of offending others. Furthermore, there is currently much discourse surrounding the disparagement of Yang Hao. Yang Yi believes that he is aligning with the will of the people. I think this is significantly related to the changes in the Thunder's roster. Last season, the Thunder were a formidable force, securing the second position in the Western Conference. This season, the arrival of Yang Hao and his son Yang Sun has altered the team's strength. In this match, the Thunder failed to score in the first 3 minutes, which can be attributed to the shortcomings of the Yang duo. Chapter 82. Positioning? No, this is an old veteran's management of stamina. Just observe. Yang Sun appears distracted, often lagging behind in his movements. Then there's Yang Hao, who at 40 has truly aged. Although he is making an effort to run, he is merely expending energy aimlessly while being led around by his opponents. Frankly speaking, to run back and forth on the court and earn over $12 million for such fruitless effort is something I genuinely envy. Yang Yi smirked mischievously. However, Kofan chuckled and remarked, I too am envious. I yearn to shuttle back and forth with the Thunder team. Yet, the Thunder are not blind. They would undoubtedly not accept me. Yang Yi chuckled softly, and suddenly, his gaze shifted to the match screen. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, Oh, something's happening. There's a new development in the game. The focus on the court shifted from the ball handler, Westbrook, to the intense confrontation between Yang Hao and the opposing Trailblazers player, Matthews. However, Yang Yi was elated. Yang Hao's collaboration with Matthews lacks any intriguing elements. Alas, I was led to believe that the spotlight on Yang Hao signified the onset of his offensive prowess, only to be met with disappointment. Is this truly all there is? Before Yang Yi spoke, there was an air of disdain. Nevertheless, commentary must persist. We observed Yang Hao leisurely strolling as the second half commenced, with Matthews accompanying him. Akin to a dutiful and obedient child. Were the two merely engaging in conversation while meandering across the court? Ah, how I truly envy such a lifestyle. How I wish I had pursued basketball in my youth. Within Yang Yi's discourse, there exists an unmistakable air of disrespect and skepticism towards Yang Hao. Casual strolls and conversations are intertwined with veiled mockery, disguised as admiration. Kofan, in a semblance of camaraderie, joined in the analysis. Esteemed teacher Yang Yi, what is your perspective on senior Yang Hao's running patterns? Do they yield any effectiveness? Yang Yi chuckled with an air of self-importance, saying, Positioning? Ha, Kofan. You are still too young. This is not merely about positioning. In truth, it is a form of physical management employed by seasoned players on the court. Kofan, being youthful and relatively new to basketball commentary, had not encountered the concept of physical management before. He failed to grasp the underlying implications in Yang Yi's words. With humility, he inquired, Physical management? What does that entail? Yang Yi smirked and raised his eyebrows, realizing that the young lad Kofan was completely oblivious to his jest. The only response he could muster was an awkward adjustment of his glasses, followed by a serious explanation. Little fan, you know what an old hand is, right? As an experienced player on the court, Yang Hao possesses myriad strategies for managing his stamina. This approach not only creates an illusion of activity, but also partially distracts the defense of the Trailblazers. It is a perfect win-win tactic. My admiration for Yang Hao is profound, stemming from the very depths of my being. Yet, Kofan seemed oblivious to the underlying implications of Yang Yi's words. Or perhaps he was aware but chose to play along for the sake of entertainment. The Navi youth then blurted out. So it seems that teacher Yang Hao's positioning truly requires some technical prowess. With a chuckle, Yang Yi thought to himself, technical prowess? There is hardly any skill involved in that positioning. Given the opportunity, I could do it too. Just as Yang Yi's words faded, Kofan suddenly sensed something amiss. He eagerly seized the microphone and began to commentate excitedly. Oh, here comes Yang. This time, no pretenses. A sudden stop. He has momentarily shaken off the pursuer Matthews. And now he is off again. My goodness, how swift. He has lost him. In the blink of an eye, Yang has evaded Matthews. At the top of the arc, Yang has found himself in a clear position. This is an opportunity, a splendid opportunity, an absolute open chance. If Westbrook passes the ball, Yang can. Kofan was filled with exhilaration. However, the ball did not come his way. Instead, Yang Yi's voice, now tinged with excitement, rang out, The ball has been intercepted. Westbrook passed to Yang Hao, but Trailblazers guard Felton swatted the basketball away. The ball soared towards the midcourt. Yang Hao and Matthews found themselves in pursuit at the arc's apex, perilously close to the basketball. An excellent opportunity. Matthews sees it. This was a prime chance for a fast break. Although Yang Hao was in his 40s and undoubtedly at a disadvantage against the youthful Matthews, the situation was not without its complexities. Despite Yang Yi's vocal admonitions, Matthews did not pursue. Instead, the seasoned Yang Hao ambled across the court, effortlessly retrieving the basketball. Where is he? Where is Matthews? Has he lost his way? Ku Fan inquired with a chuckle. At that moment, the camera panned, revealing the missing Matthews, who was surprisingly positioned at the three-point line, doubled over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. A multitude of question marks filled the minds of the observers. What was happening? How could this be? Yang Hao hadn't even touched the ball yet, let alone taken a shot. How could Matthews, the defender, be so utterly exhausted? However, before the spectators could fully grasp the situation, their confusion was shattered. On the court, the Thunder continued their offensive. Kevin, what a shot! Durant received Yang Hao's pass and launched a shot from beyond the arc. With a resounding clang, he missed again. This marked Durant's third consecutive miss since the game's inception. Alas, another missed opportunity? A collective sigh resonated through the arena, creating a sea of disappointment. It is worth noting that this newly relocated Thunder team has cultivated a small tradition. The fans remain standing in support until the team scores their first basket. Yet, as the clock edged toward the fourth minute, the Thunder had yet to score. Trailing by 12 points was a minor concern. But the inability to sit and enjoy the game was a significant issue for the fans, having only moved to Oklahoma City 4 years prior. The local fans were still relatively inexperienced, with merely 3 years of support under their belts. Their understanding of the team was indeed limited. Furthermore, with an abundance of overweight fans, many struggled even to perform a proper squat. Asking them to remain standing was a severe test for their legs. As the team continued to struggle to score and the seats remained unoccupied, the fans' legs trembled with anxiety. Their frustration was palpable. Previously, many had criticized Yang Hao and his son, but now the chorus of discontent had intensified. Naturally, the entire team was subjected to scrutiny. What a ridiculous situation. Are we not allowed to enjoy the game? The coach is inept, the general manager is incompetent, the owner is unfit, and the players cannot perform. They should all step aside. All they do is pander to the whims of the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of players are you selecting? Bring back Sabo. Sam is the Thunder's most reliable perimeter player. Kevin merely hasn't found his rhythm yet. Everyone should exercise a little patience. A few minutes should not matter. Do not be anxious, everyone. Our home team will undoubtedly have someone step up soon. Just as the fans were beginning to feel the heat, a crisp sound pierced the air. On the scoreboard, Thunder 3. The Thunder have finally scored. And it's a three-pointer. Hooray. They have scored. We have waited so long for this moment. Look, I told you we would score. This three-pointer is crucial. Had we failed to make it, not only would we have been in dire straits, but the momentum of the game would have been lost. Such a pivotal basket must have been made by our team leader, Kevin Durant, right? Wait, what? How is it him who scored? Chapter 83. When angry, one should never act impulsively. As the game approached the 4-minute mark, the Thunder's home fans could finally settle into their seats. However, no one expected that it would be Yang Hao who secured the points for the Thunder fans. Yang Hao. It is Yang Hao who has scored. As it turns out, Yang Hao suddenly executed a swift counterattack, reminiscent of a turning back to gaze at the moon, intercepting the careless pass of the Trail Blazers with remarkable agility. With no defenders in sight and the opponent yet to react, he seized the opportunity in the front court. Yang Hao opted for a three-point shot. He raised his hand, leaped, flicked his wrist, and released the ball, his ring finger bidding a final farewell to the basketball. The ball, spinning gracefully, soared towards the hoop. A splendid arc of orange emerged in the Chesapeake Energy Arena. Whoosh, a three-pointer, perfectly executed. The first basket of the new season for the Thunder was made by Yang Hao. As the crowd gazed at the man displayed on the large screen, some fans, who had previously been exhilarated, now felt a twinge of discomfort, akin to tasting a foul ingredient. They were reluctant to accept that this hero, who had seemingly saved the day, was none other than Yang Hao. Was this a steal? Merely a stroke of luck. It was just one basket. No big deal. Was it a fluke? A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Nevertheless, the majority of the fans offered a cheer. Oh dear, my worries have finally been alleviated. In light of that fellow's rescue, I shall refrain from criticizing him for now. After all, he is an international friend hailing from the Dragon Nation. Perhaps we should extend some kindness. The fans did not perceive Yang Hao's recent score as a testament to his skill. They believed that fortune played a significant role in his success. Even the reporters present shared this sentiment. viewing it as a mere coincidence. He likely wouldn't T-score again. The seasoned veteran merely capitalized on an opportunity. The Thunder would still rely on their star trio. If the Thunder wished to secure victory, they needed to depend on Durant. Yet, the players on the court contradicted this narrative with their actions. The Thunder players rushed towards Yang Hao in jubilant celebration. Westbrook exclaimed, "Old Yang, well done." Durant remarked, "Yang, I told you, you've got it." Ibaka added, "Yang, you truly are the man who can conquer me in the shower." "Good job, old friend." Youngson approached, intending to playfully sweat Yang Hao's backside. As a father, would Yang Hao grant him the opportunity? Instead, he delivered a gentle pat on the head. "Kid, stop daydreaming. If you don't focus a bit more, you'll find yourself sitting on the bench." Yang Hao directly tousled Yang Sen's stylish hairstyle. "Damn it, my hair. The youth of today are like this. They would rather sacrifice their lives than allow their hairstyle to be disheveled." Yang Sun muttered a quiet curse, and suddenly, he felt much more alert, finally finding his focus. Meanwhile, Yang Hao and the Thunder team retreated back to their half. As they withdrew, Westbrook remarked, "Old Yang, you're the only one feeling it right now. Why not take more shots later?" Durant concurred, "Veteran Yang, we are all willing to pass the ball to you." Ibaka nodded in agreement, harboring no dissent. Earlier, the Thunder's shooting had been frigid, while the Trailblazers had effectively collapsed their interior defense. To break the deadlock, it was imperative to unleash the outside shooting. Previously, the perimeter offense relied heavily on Durant and Cephalosha. Now, with the formidable veteran Yang Hao in the mix, why not utilize him? It was essential to do so. Everyone held unwavering confidence in Yang Hao. However, Yang Hao nonchalantly remarked, "We shall discuss it later. For now, let us focus on defense." The Trailblazers initiated their offensive play. Matthews approached with a look of indignation, perhaps still stung by the previous exchange. This time, he was determined to reclaim his pride in front of Yang Hao. "Pass me the ball," he demanded, intent on taking Yang Hao one-on-one. Consequently, Matthews received the ball beyond the three-point line. Yang Hao retreated a meter beyond the three-point line, leaving the decision to his opponent. To his astonishment, he allowed Matthews to attempt a long-range shot. Such a defensive stance provoked considerable discontent among the Thunder fans present. Matthews himself was equally displeased. "Damn it. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Angered, Matthews launched a three-pointer from just a step inside the line. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring past the backboard and out of bounds. The fans in attendance breathed a sigh of relief. That Yang was indeed fortunate today, yet on the court, Westbrook gave a thumbs up. "Old Yang, you were absolutely right. When angered, one should never act impulsively." Senior Yang Hao once advised young Wei Xiao that in moments of anger, the muscles of the body tend to tighten, making it increasingly difficult to control the force of a shot. Old Yang must have deliberately provoked Matthews. From now on, I must cultivate my temperament diligently and ensure that I am not easily swayed by others. Having an elder at home is indeed akin to possessing a treasure. At this moment, Yang Sun sauntered by with an effortless grace, casting a fleeting glance at Old Deng. Old Deng is at it again, showing off. Yang Hao smiled lightly. This shot was indeed no simple feat. It encompassed a myriad of elements. The psychological aspect aimed to provoke Matthews, while the physical toll stemmed from the fatigue induced by long-distance running. Both were anticipated by Yang Hao. Naturally, what Yang Sun believed to be ostentatious elements does indeed exist. However, Yang Hao also possessed a gambling spirit. He was curious to see if Matthews, who had just been panting from exhaustion, still retained his offensive prowess. If he succeeded, then in the next round, they would engage in close defense. Conversely, if he failed, well, in the following round, they would flaunt their superiority even more, intensifying the challenge for Matthews. And thus, Yang Hao turned around and sought out Matthews. Matthews, feeling embarrassed after missing that shot, was reluctant to face anyone. He avoided eye contact with his teammates and hurriedly retreated to the backcourt, eager to demonstrate his commitment to solid defense in an attempt to atone for his previous mistake. Just as Matthews settled back into his own half, Yang Hao approached him and offered some words of comfort. "Wesley, it's all right. Next time, I'll set you up from an even greater distance, and you'll surely score. Get away, old man." Matthews replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. He had no desire for this elderly gentleman's consolation. "Fine, I'll step aside, but don't come to regret it," Yang Hao retorted. "Humph, who regrets? Who's the fool?" But at that moment, Yang Hao suddenly accelerated and dashed forward. "Old Yang, watch the game." Upon hearing Westbrook's words, Matthews felt a surge of alarm in his heart. "Not good. Old Deng, don't run." Matthews turned to give chase, but, alas, Westbrook's pass was even swifter, positioned at a 45-degree angle to the left. Yang Hao received the ball while on the move. In one fluid motion, he leapt into the air, executing a three-point jump shot. With an elegant lift of his hand, a powerful ascent, a flick of the wrist, and a precise release, the sequence unfolded seamlessly. However, Matthews had exerted every ounce of his energy to catch up. Yet he was rendered powerless. He reached midway, only able to glance back at the hoop. All he could do now was silently beseech his deity. Miss, miss, miss. Yet, fate was unkind. The basketball swished through the net with effortless grace. The net and ball engaged in a harmonious friction, producing a crisp, melodious sound that resonated throughout the arena. The ball found its mark with pinpoint accuracy. Another three-pointer. 10-6. The Trail Blazers' once commanding 10-point lead vanished in the blink of an eye in a mere 30 seconds. Yang Hao sank 2 three-pointers, narrowing the gap to just 4 points. The whistle blew. The Trail Blazers called a timeout. Chapter 84. Shoot as you please. I bet your gun has no bullets. The opposing team was forced into a timeout, while the Thunder players erupted in exhilaration. Well, bench players exchanged chest bumps and high-fives with Yang Hao in celebration. Old Yang, I knew you had it in you. If only you'd started shooting earlier. Senior Yang, your three-pointers are legendary. Even Coach Brooks gave Yang Hao a thumbs up. Yang, splendid work. Yang Hao smiled as he high-fived his teammates in celebration, embracing the coach in a joyful display. In response to the coach's exuberant praise of him, Yang Hao, however, does not claim credit for himself. No, it is the collective effort of everyone. Russell's passing is exceptional, Kevin draws in significant defensive attention, and Serge's rebounding is commendable. Without you all, I certainly wouldn't have scored. Therefore, these points are truly a testament to our shared accomplishment. Yang Hao's few words brought immense joy to his 3 starting teammates. Westbrook exclaimed, "Oh, Yang, your words are truly wonderful." Durant added, "Senior Yang, you are a genuinely good person." Ibaka remarked, "You speak so eloquently. No wonder you are the man who can triumph over me in the shower." Among the starting 5, only Yang Sun remained. Yang Sun sat beside Yang Hao, gazing expectantly at him, yearning for praise. "What about me?" he inquired. To his surprise, Yang Hao replied, "Oh, are you going to play?" Yang Sun was profoundly affected. During his moments of emotional turmoil, Yang Hao pulled him and then gathered everyone together. "In fact, the Matthews across from us is a breakthrough point. We can utilize this later." As Yang Hao devised strategies for the team, the spectators in the stands underwent a remarkable transformation. Just due to Yang Hao's 2 three-pointers, their demeanor shifted entirely. "Hooray! What a splendid performance!" they exclaimed. "Yang, your three-pointers are simply exquisite." Oh, this is our home ground. The Portland crowd better not overstep." "Yang, I am your devoted fan. Keep up the excellent work." "Hey, old chap, weren't you just skeptical about Yang? As long as he helps the team close the gap, I shall applaud him." The majority of the home crowd genuinely came to enjoy the game. As the score tightened, they seemed indifferent to Yang Hao's nationality. After all, any player who could score was deemed worthy, and those who aided the Thunder in victory would receive fervent cheers. However, should Yang Hao falter in his performance later, they would swiftly revert to their previous attitudes. Such is the nature of Thunder fans, who have only 3 years of experience. They require many more seasons of exposure to truly become devoted and loyal supporters. Of course, there are still some fans who view Yang Hao through a biased lens. They remain unable to appreciate his contributions, yet Yang Hao's 2 three-pointers silenced their voices. What a stroke of luck. Once is chance, twice is coincidence. Thrice is a problem. Did the guy across the court get paid? On the sidelines, many media personnel who held little faith in Yang Hao sought excuses. Alas, Wesley Matthews' defense was atrocious, wasn't it? Yang Hao is a 40-year-old veteran. Surely, Matthews was merely showing respect for age, fearing he might injure the old fellow. After all, it was only 2 three-pointers. Nothing to fret about. Let the old man score a couple, now that a timeout has been called. The veteran will surely have no further opportunities to score. On the opposite side, in the Portland Trail Blazers bench area, the players had just departed the court. Coach Nate McMillan began to roar loudly. "Wesley, what were you doing? Pray tell, what were you just doing?" McMillan has been at the helm of the Trail Blazers since 2005, wielding considerable influence over the team. However, in recent years, the team has failed to shine in the playoffs, and the management has grown increasingly impatient with his tenure. Before the onset of this season, the management did not extend a new contract to McMillan. He understood that this season was of utmost importance for him. Thus, as the new season commenced, he placed immense emphasis on every game, even in this preseason match. Yet, he could not fathom that his players were completely disengaged, especially Matthews. McMillan had assigned Matthews to guard the weakest and oldest opponent, yet Matthews was still absent-minded in his defense. It was Matthews' shortcomings that disrupted the team's rhythm. Could McMillan refrain from being furious? Naturally, he was seething with anger. After all, he was merely facing a 40-year-old man. No more leniency. No more softness. This is a competition. This is a battlefield. Focus your attention and take it seriously. If this laxity continues, I shall not hesitate to bench you. Matthews, an undrafted player from the class of 2009, entered the NBA through the Jazz. Now a third-year player, he has emerged as a key player for the Trailblazers. Championed by the management as a burgeoning star. Despite being merely a junior, many question his status as a team star. At this moment, the coach unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Matthews. Nearby, his teammates exchanged furtive glances, eager to voice their thoughts but refraining from doing so. Some competitors at the shooting guard position began to take advantage of the situation. Jamal Crawford, who has wandered the NBA as a sixth man, led the charge. Wesley, why were you just gasping for breath? Surely, you can't be struggling to keep up with a 40-year-old. Matthews' backup, Nicholas Batum, chimed in. Just chasing a 40-year-old? Matthews? Why do you look so exhausted? Backup player Nolan Smith added, Hey, are you tired? Perhaps it's my turn to step in. Another substitute, Elliot Williams, remarked. If I were out there, scoring a couple of buckets would be a breeze. Chasing an old man is no challenge at all. Observing these fellows' eagerness, Matthews scoffed. Huh. You think you lads can usurp my position? Dream on. Naturally, Wesley Matthews also acknowledged the coach's critique. He realized he had been lackadaisical on the court, allowing that old-timer to slip past him. Coach, it's my fault. I was too lenient with that 40-year-old. Rest assured, I shan't hold back any longer. Beep, beep, beep. The game resumed swiftly. Upon re-entering the court, Matthews immediately sought out Yang Hao, his demeanor sharpened significantly. Old man, that was merely a courteous greeting for you, my international friend. I was taking it seriously. But now, I must apologize. It's time to play for real. From this moment on, you won't score a single point. And as for my offense, you won't be able to contain it. Not even if the Emperor himself came to aid you. Mark my words. Matthews leaned in closer, whispering these words into Yang Hao's ear. Young man, so confident are we? I shall eagerly await your performance. Yang Hao, captivated by the charming young man, could not resist reaching out to gently pat Matthews on the head. In an instant, Matthews leaped away, flustered by the senior's affectionate gesture. Damn it. How dare you underestimate me, old man? You'll pay for this. Matthews, fueled by indignation, charged forward once more, demanding the ball and seeking to take on Yang Hao one-on-one. Coach McMillan observed the unfolding scene with approval. Believing there was no issue with Matthews facing off against the Thunder's weakest defender, the elderly Yang Hao. You can take him on, but do not show any mercy. Attack him. Wesley, you are capable. Encouraged by his coach, Matthews brimmed with confidence. However, as he dribbled towards Yang Hao, the outcome was. Yang Hao, however, took 2 large steps back from the three-point line, and with a gentlemanly gesture, he invited his opponent to proceed. Matthews was left dumbfounded. What on earth are you trying to do, old chap? Yang Hao chuckled softly, saying, Young man, go ahead, unleash your skills. I wager that your gun is devoid of bullets. Chapter 85. Old Deng is rather cunning. Trusting him is certainly not a mistake. An immense opportunity awaits. Yang Hao had utterly nullified Matthews. If he refrained from taking action, would he not be underestimated? How infuriating that you would dare to belittle me. Young Matthews was instantly incensed by Yang Hao's provocations. However, the voice of Coach McMillan thundered through the air. Steady now, Wesley. Do not let them provoke you. Maintain your composure. Wisdom lies in the experience of the elder. The Thunder had Yang Hao, while the Trailblazers had Coach McMillan. At this, Matthews regained much of his clarity. Of course, Matthews was not a reckless individual. Primarily, it was Yang Hao's age that played a role. At 40, the old veteran was notorious throughout the league, and as an Asian, he faced derision. Many would disdain the old man, and the old man, in turn, would look down upon Asians. Though Matthews held no discriminatory views, such thoughts lingered in the recesses of his mind. Stimulated by Yang Hao's taunts, how could this young man in his 20s not feel a surge of anger? Now, with the coach's guidance, he could maintain his focus. How infuriating it was to almost fall for your scheme. Very well, you have seen through my ruse. Initially, I sought to provoke you into a misstep. But now I must defend against your three-point shot. Huh. A subtle smile crept across Matthew's face. Before Yang Hao approached, Matthews had an opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Yet, he was reluctant to take such a risk. This youth often preferred to tackle challenging problems directly. Why traverse the smooth road when the curb beckons? My three-point shot is reliable. My drives are not. I shall surprise you and show you my prowess. Matthews resolved to play into Yang Hao's hands. As Yang Hao neared, the old man was about to be caught off guard. With a shout, Matthews charged toward Yang Hao's position. You will pay for this. With a burst of speed, he bypassed the elder. Wow, was he truly so easily evaded? What kind of defense was that? A mere illusion? Amidst the gasps and jeers from the crowd, Matthews gleefully stormed toward the basket. Did Ibaka, the imposing center, attempt to intervene? Matthews feigned a gather for a jump shot. To his surprise, Ibaka was caught off guard. What a splendid opportunity! Matthews maneuvered around Ibaka, positioning himself on the opposite side of the hoop. With a deft reverse layup, he exclaimed, "Behold my moonlit glance." However, just as Matthews released the ball, a thunderous hand swooped in. Bam! A resounding rejection struck the shot, as Matthews' basketball was emphatically swatted down. Yang-sin. It was Yang-sin who thwarted Matthews' layup with a magnificent block. Moreover, as the ball descended, it struck Matthews on the shoulder and careened out of bounds. Thud. Matthews fell to the ground, his head buzzing, still bewildered by the turn of events, while the crowd erupted in joyous applause. What an impressive rejection. A splendid display of defense. That young man is quite remarkable. I have high hopes for you. On the court, the Thunder players surrounded Yang-sin, their faces alight with surprise. Westbrook exclaimed, Yang, that was impressive. That block looked exhilarating. Durant remarked, I never anticipated that old Yang would truly be right. Matthews certainly had the audacity to venture in. Ibaka added, I was outsmarted by that young fellow, but thankfully, young Yang's block came just in time. Yang Hao, quite impressive. Indeed, this block was executed with great decisiveness, reminiscent of my own prowess in years past. Yang Hao affectionately ruffled the hair of the young Yang senior. Yang-sin expressed his disdain. Not at all. I haven't done anything. In truth, it is primarily because my old friend Deng is rather cunning. Following his lead is always a safe bet. The Thunder team erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Yang Hao chuckled softly as he playfully nudged Yang Sr. This particular defense had indeed been orchestrated by Yang Hao in advance. He was setting a trap for Matthews. However, Yang Hao's primary objective, was to assist Yang Sr. A father is indeed a father. In the previous match, he was still contemplating how to elevate his son's performance. Judging by that recent block, the outcome appeared promising. This kid is even making jokes at my expense. He must not be as anxious anymore. Beside him, Matthews emerged from his daze, absorbing every word. He wore an expression of disbelief. What? I have been outmaneuvered? Moreover, all of this was orchestrated by that old man? Matthews gazed towards Yang Hao darkened significantly. The Thunder team's offense gradually approached. Matthews directly sought to confront Yang Hao. Curse be that old man. I will not let this go. Today, I am determined to shadow you relentlessly. I must reclaim all the dignity I lost earlier. Upon reaching the corner position of the front court, Matthews continued his verbal onslaught against Yang Hao, seeking to provoke him into an offensive frenzy, while also yearning for the satisfaction of successfully defending against him at least once. At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly smiled faintly. Wesley, your coach seems to be calling for you. What? Wesley Matthews understood that Coach McMillan's recent timeout was a serious admonition to pay attention to various matters. However, having just entered the game, he had already been bullied once. At this moment, was he about to be reprimanded? Matthews turned to glance at the sidelines, and indeed, Coach McMillan stood there. But the words he shouted caused Matthews' expression to change dramatically. Wesley, your man is about to escape. Suddenly, Matthews felt a sharp pain in his toe. And out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure swiftly retreating. In his ear, he heard a voice say, Youngster, I'm leaving first. Yang Hao utilized Matthews' foot as a launching pad, once again entering his long-distance running mode. Matthews, realizing he had been tricked and suffering from a painful toe, was instantly consumed by rage. That despicable old man, you lack sportsmanship. Stop running, stand still. He immediately turned and pursued him. The two once again engaged in a game of chase and flight. In Portland, at a private hospital, Sefer Loza arrived for a checkup. Following a recent training session, he had been feeling discomfort in his abdomen, unsure if it was his stomach or some other region. Regardless, he felt unwell. Doctor, is there truly nothing wrong with me? I've been experiencing discomfort in my stomach since yesterday. Could it be an internal injury from an elbow strike? After a thorough examination, the doctor assured him, no, absolutely not. The recent gastroscopy has provided clear results. But why do I still feel unwell? Cephalosza inquired. This may be related to psychological factors. My suggestion is for you to rest for a few days while we observe, the doctor replied. A few days? That won't do. I don't have that much time. At the very least, you must remain here for observation today. Otherwise, the extra fees will not be refunded. Very well, Cephalosza conceded, feeling quite frustrated. Had he known there was nothing wrong, he would have been reluctant to visit the hospital. These damned vampires. In the ward, Cephalosza was bored. On a whim, he turned on the television, coincidentally catching the live broadcast of today's NBA preseason game on TNT, Thunder vs. Trailblazers. He was initially engrossed in the game. But upon witnessing the chase between Yang Hao and Matthews, a mere glance triggered a wave of discomfort in his stomach. Damn it. That cursed old man is at it again. Who is the latest victim this time? Oh, is it the Trailblazers' rising star, Matthews? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Cephalosza felt no sympathy for Matthews, but rather an inexplicable anticipation. Anticipation for what? Perhaps the birth of the next victim. Chapter 86. The Face-Slapping King Yang. Old Yang Hao, if you sink another three-pointer, I will go live and eat excrement. Across the ocean, in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the Xinlong live broadcast room, the audience of fans grew as Yang Hao and his son showcased their talents. The discussions among fans intensified, much to the delight of the director in the back room. With Yuming and Alan not participating in the NBA, it was initially believed that Xinlong's investment in NBA broadcasts would lead to significant losses. However, unexpectedly, the live broadcast featuring Yang Hao and his son has been revived. Continue to focus on the duo. Speak freely, without restraint. The director instructed the host, Ko-fan, and the commentator, Yang Yi, through the earpiece. With support from the back end, both Ko-fan and Yang Yi felt emboldened to provide their commentary. Typically, commentators should maintain neutrality and refrain from overtly expressing personal sentiments towards any particular team. However, today, they were granted the liberty to voice their thoughts. Indeed, Yang Yi commenced disparaging Yang Hao in the live broadcast. He regards him with disdain, and that disdain is palpable, regardless of the multitude of championships Yang Hao may secure. In Yang Yi's eyes, he will always pale in comparison to the likes of Yao Ming and Alan. The principle of once bitten, twice shy holds true here. We are well aware of numerous such instances. Thus, the fact that the seasoned Yang Hao managed to sink 2 three-pointers is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Further success in that regard seems implausible. Yang Yi truly lives up to his reputation as the innate face-slapper. No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected change occurred on the court. Yang Hao was originally standing at the corner with Matthews, recounting tales of old, when suddenly, Yang Hao accelerated and sprinted ahead. Matthews, slightly delayed in his reaction, finally pursued him. By that point, Yang Hao had already created an undeniable space for himself. Old Yang, keep your eyes on the ball. Westbrook's pass was on its way. Yang Hao skillfully caught the ball. He raised his hand, leaped, flicked his wrist, and with a resounding snap, it soared through the air. Yang Hao swiftly struck with his knife. The third three-pointer found its mark. Ko-fan grinned and inquired of Yang Yi, Teacher Yang Yi, what is your perspective on this three-pointer? Ahem. Yang Yi stiffened his neck and declared, merely 3 three-pointers. Nothing extraordinary. I maintain that shooting accuracy routinely. However, old Yang Hao won't encounter such favorable opportunities henceforth. Ko-fan raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Oh? How so? What makes you so certain? Yang Yi, look, Matthews is being berated by his coach to the point of despair. At this moment, when he approaches Lao Yang Hao, his eyes are ablaze with fury. On the court, however, Matthews has regained his composure. Utilizing his teammate's screen, he successfully sinks a mid-range jump shot. Yang Yi, behold. This is the new star of the Trailblazers, a young guard poised to take the place of Gay. Such a rising star is beyond the capabilities of the seasoned Yang Hao to contend with. Consequently, in the next sequence, the Thunder initiate their offense. Yang Hao suddenly set a pick for Westbrook. Yang Hao swiftly launched a three-point shot. Swish. It's good. That marks his 4th three-pointer. Ko-fan is already exhilarated, his blood surging with excitement from Yang Hao's remarkable performance. However, he cannot resist the urge to tease Yang Yi. Teacher Yang Yi, this is Yang Hao's 4th three-pointer. What are your thoughts? Yang Yi rolled his eyes but stubbornly pressed on, continuing to belittle Yang Hao. However, the latter's initial performance was quite impressive, displaying a fiery touch. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my belief that this is merely a stroke of luck. As the match progresses, his form will undoubtedly wane. The Thunder still rely heavily on their trio of stars. Following this, several rounds ensued. Yang Hao was indeed silent. The Thunder's offense was entrusted to Durant. At last, Durant scored his first point of the match. Yang Yi immediately transformed into an expert. Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you. Durant, the Thunder still need Durant to deliver. Ah, everything Teacher Yang says is correct. Kafan rolled his eyes in response. Durant was currently 1 for 5 from the field, having scored merely 2 points. Yang Hao's flawless 4 for 4 three-point shooting, totaling 12 points. Now Durant scores a basket. And you dare to utter such astonishing remarks? How shameless. Is this what it means to be an expert? Kufan also aspires to be such an expert, hoping to be invited by the Central Mother to commentate as well. However, he finds himself hesitant, unable to utter such audacious statements. He feels as if he cannot learn such shamelessness. Forget it. I shall simply remain a humble host, he concludes. The match continues, the intensity on the court escalating. Commentary from Yang Yi grows increasingly fervent. Yet, despite his lengthy discourse, the score remains stagnant for both teams. After Yang Hao vanished from the grand screen, the match seemingly lost its allure. Kufan found himself at a loss for words. Unlike Yang Yi, who could wax eloquent, he felt too bashful to engage in frivolous commentary. Teacher Yang Hao, please return, as Kufan silently wished during the Thunder's third consecutive miss. Yang Hao once again began to jog on the court. The live camera panned back to him, and host Kufan eagerly seized the microphone, his voice rising in pitch and pace. Teacher Yang Hao is on the move. A baseline cut. Matthews is like a child being toyed with, utterly unable to keep up with Teacher Yang Hao. Oh, Matthews is out of breath, leaning on his knees. Teacher Yang Hao is unstoppable. He emerges with the ball. A chance. A three-pointer from the top of the arc. Could it be? My goodness. It's in again. That's Yang Hao's fifth three-pointer. 16-17. The Thunder have taken the lead. This marks the first time since the start of the match that the Thunder are ahead. Oh, the Trailblazers have called a timeout, halted by none other than our own Yang Hao. As the timeout unfolds on the court, our broadcast shifts back to host Kufan and commentator Yang Yi. Kufan, still riding the wave of excitement from that exhilarating moment, turned to his guest. Teacher Yang Yi, what are your thoughts on Teacher Yang Hao's remarkable three-point shots? Yang Yi felt a burning sensation on his face. He hadn't anticipated the host would be so provocative. It probably wasn't intentional, just the director pushing for controversial topics. If they're so eager for father-son drama with Yang Hao, then I'll give them what they want. Yang Yi feigned composure. I am not embarrassed. It is others who should feel awkward. He adjusted his spectacles and, with an air of profound mystery, remarked, within reason, yet beyond expectation. Kufan, intrigued, played along. What do you mean by that? Yang Yi elaborated. Lao Yang Hao has been in the NBA for 22 years. It is quite normal for him to have an occasional outburst, sinking 5 three-pointers. Such occurrences are to be expected. However, Lao Yang Hao is already 40 years old. Many players retire by the age of 30, yet he continues to compete in the NBA, even serving as a starting player for the formidable Thunder team, demonstrating remarkable vitality on the court. This is indeed unexpected. Kufan then inquired, do you believe Yang Hao will continue to have such explosive performances in the future? Yang Yi shook his head. When one speaks of an explosion, it is, of course, a fleeting moment. It cannot persist indefinitely. Moreover, the opponents are not fools. They will not allow Lao Yang Hao to continuously enjoy effortless opportunities. The Trailblazers have called 2 consecutive timeouts, which will likely diminish Lao Yang Hao's rhythm. Kufan inquired again. What if, later on, Teacher Yang Hao manages to score another three-pointer? Yang Yi, overwhelmed by repeated questioning, could not contain himself and defiantly declared, if Lao Yang Hao makes another three-pointer, I will eat excrement live on air. Upon hearing this, Kufan was left speechless. Meanwhile, the chat room of the live broadcast erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 87, The Targeted Defense of the Trailblazers, featuring Pippin from France. Yang Yi has stirred the pot by uttering the audacious phrase, eating excrement. This is a live broadcast with millions of viewers, and yet, as a commentary guest, he has let such words slip. In the past, such remarks would have been swiftly cut off by the production team. Who could have imagined that today such bold statements would air unfiltered? At this moment, host Kufan is at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the chat room is ablaze with excitement. Wow. Can they really say that? Heartwave Sports is incredible. Yang Yi is at it again, seeking free meals. How much? When can I witness this? I strongly suggest a live demonstration at the end of the match. Come on, old Yang, let us see someone live stream this. Initially, the production team was anxious, but upon witnessing the surge in viewership, their confidence soared. Ku Fan and Master Yang Yi. The discussion is heating up. Feel free to continue. No worries. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Yang Yi is no fool. A suitable level of discussion suffices. Regarding the recent scandal, he still believes it has crossed a line. However, now that the words have been spoken, there is no way for him to retract them. Yang Yi continued his analysis, remarking that the NBA is the pinnacle of basketball worldwide, teeming with prodigious talent. One must never underestimate the opponents. Indeed, Liao Yonghao's three-point shooting has found its rhythm. But that is merely due to the lack of focused attention from the adversaries. Just wait and see after this timeout. The Trailblazers will undoubtedly strategize specifically against Liao Yonghao. The prospect of Liao Yonghao making further three-pointers will become exceedingly challenging, akin to an insurmountable task. However, Ku Fan exhibits timidity. He is still quite young and not like Yang Yi, a seasoned commentator, having just commenced his role as a host for the NBA program. He certainly does not wish to be dismissed shortly after his arrival. My perspective diverges slightly from that of Master Yang Yi. I have been observing Master Yonghao's shooting technique, and with each attempt, it is evident that he shoots with remarkable ease, his gaze sharp and focused. His confidence is palpable and cannot be concealed. Based on this unwavering self-assurance, I believe that Master Yonghao's three-point shooting will continue to flourish. Yang Yi chuckled disdainfully, spreading his hands and shrugging. As a professional basketball commentator, Yang Yi was reluctant to engage in further debate with a novice host. Time will reveal all, so let us proceed. Meanwhile, the chatroom of the live broadcast became increasingly lively. Just moments ago, fans were marveling at Yang Yi's ability to manipulate the situation. Now, they had returned to discussing Liao Yonghao. Is it truly impressive to make a few three-pointers? Utter nonsense, Ku Fan. What are you even talking about? While I dislike undermining Yang Yi, it must be said that Liao Yonghao is truly lackluster. Here is a little tale. The 89 generation of underachievers still lingers in the league. Fear, fear, fear. If Yonghao manages to sink another three-pointer, I shall accompany Yang Yi with a pound of shame. I shall join you in that. 1. A resounding 6-1. I stand in support of Uncle Yonghao, for he is the most dashing. A female fan of Yonghao comments. At the Chesapeake Energy Arena in Oklahoma City, it is currently the Portland Trail Blazers timeout. Head coach McMillan wore a furrowed brow. They had underestimated their opponents. It was not merely player Matthews who was careless. Coach McMillan had also let his guard down. Prior to the game, Coach McMillan's defensive strategy was centered around closely marking Durant. The seasoned veteran Yonghao and the youthful Youngson were both left unguarded. Once the game commenced, Durant faced a relentless barrage of double teams. This was merely a preseason match, yet the Trail Blazers had unexpectedly adopted such an intense approach. Durant was caught off guard, leading to a dismal start of 0 for 3. As the undeniable core of the team, Durant was unable to find his rhythm. The Thunder's other players had little recourse to remedy the situation. This resulted in the Thunder trailing by more than 10 points right from the outset. The Trail Blazers had begun to bask in their early success, believing they could contend with the formidable Thunder. Thus, they envisioned a promising season ahead. However, they rejoiced prematurely. Entirely unaware of what was to come, Yonghao and his son Yongsin, the duo of good fortune, unexpectedly became pivotal figures in the competition, particularly the seasoned veteran. Yonghao. This old man turned out to be a cold-blooded assassin lurking in the shadows. Out of nowhere, he made 5 three-pointers. Yonghao's stealthy maneuver directly jeopardized the life of the Trail Blazers. Wesley, I just told you to take this seriously. Did you even listen? Coach McMillan harshly interrogated the young Matthews once again. At that moment, Matthews wore a face of grievance. Coach, I truly am taking this seriously. However, I simply cannot keep up. That guy is a seasoned veteran, full of little tricks, and despite being 40, he runs exceptionally well. I seriously suspect he is a long-distance runner. The NBA is ostensibly a basketball competition, yet today Matthews discovered that this basketball game is more challenging than a marathon. If every basketball match were akin to a marathon chase, Matthews felt he might be on the verge of nausea. McMillan's expression also soured. Matthews claims that Yonghao runs well. Yet, how could he possibly outrun a young man? This clearly indicates that Matthews has been out of shape during his long break and has failed to adapt to the pace of the game. Coach McMillan pressed on. I don't care. I just want to know, can you handle this? When a man is questioned about his capabilities, it is often when he feels most resolute. Even if he is utterly exhausted, he must grit his teeth and persist for just a moment longer. even if it means displaying a facade of strength for mere seconds. However, today Matthews faltered. Blushing, he replied to the coach, "Coach, I can't do it anymore. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Young people can be so unreliable. They fail to show resolve when it matters and act recklessly when they shouldn't. Coach McMillan dismissively waved his hand. "Get out of here. Go sit by the water cooler on the bench." Thus, the starting shooting guard took his leave. McMillan swiftly rearranged his lineup. If Matthews was unreliable, he would seek another dependable young player. A 23 or 24-year-old should surely be able to keep up with a 40-year-old veteran, McMillan thought. Nicholas. Here. A tall, slender figure sprang up from the bench. Nicolas Batum. At 23, he is in the prime of his youth. He hails from France, and due to his exceptional defense, he has been dubbed the French Pippin. This young defensive stalwart is highly regarded by McMillan. If this French Pippin cannot keep pace with the 40-year-old Yang Hao, Coach McMillan would surely lose his mind. "Mr. Pippin from France, take the court and stick to that old fellow like glue." "Yes, I will give it my all. I will earn that starting position. Rest assured, boss, I will exert every effort." Chapter 88. Did he falter at 23? The French Pippin is nothing extraordinary. Starting lineup. The coach announced the starting positions, and suddenly, Batum sprang to life. With a series of joint stretches and neck rotations, he engaged in his warm-up routine, preparing his body for the game. Occasionally, he cast a glance toward the Thunder's bench, where he spotted the seasoned Yang Hao. How can a man in his 40s appear so youthful? No wonder he is derisively dubbed the old trickster with flowery techniques. Surely, he is all show and no substance. A scornful glint shone in Batum's eyes. Just a mere 40-something fellow. Wesley couldn't even handle him. What a joke. Nevertheless, this is an opportunity for me to outshine that old man and make a name for myself. He thought to himself, if I can just defend against him, the starting position will be mine. Wesley, my good friend, you might as well take a seat on the bench. At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the players returned to the court. The Trail Blazers made their substitution, and Batum stepped onto the floor. As he entered, he strode directly towards Yang Hao's side. Many in the audience recognized Batum, and the commentators began their introduction. From France, Batum is hailed by experts as the French Pippin. This player excels in defense. Coach McMillan deployed him specifically to counter the suddenly surging veteran, Yang Hao. From this point forward, Yang Hao would face challenges. Batum's defensive prowess garnered attention and concern. Everyone believed that Yang Hao's scorching three-point shots would soon be extinguished. On the court, Batum shadowed Yang Hao closely. This man was fierce and spoke little. He utilized his body to cling tightly, wrapping his arms around Yang Hao and even tugging at his jersey. He had effectively ensnared Yang Hao. Yang Hao, a veteran of 22 years, has seen it all. What is there that he hasn't encountered? The tricks that Batum employs are merely remnants from the era of Yang Hao's predecessors. However, it must be said that it is rather amusing to see that even in this day and age, there are still those who relish such antics. Thus, he finds it quite entertaining to engage and play with this young lad. Yang Hao laughed as he began to stroll around the court with Batum. No matter where Yang Hao went, they followed closely behind him. Yang Hao attempted a sudden stop and swift acceleration. Batum was able to keep pace. Suddenly, Yang Hao pointed to the back of Batum's head. "Wow, a UFO. Haha, I won't be deceived by you." Batum, maintaining a serious expression, finally uttered his first words to Yang Hao. Little did anyone know, at this moment, Yang Hao made another subtle move. This time, Yang Hao's foot was poised, ready to serve as a launching pad for the young contender. However, what was this? A misstep? Batum reveled in his pride. On the sidelines, he had long harbored ambitions to supplant Matthews. Yet, he must keenly observe Yang Hao's subtle maneuvers. "Old chap, do you truly believe you can use my foot as a springboard? I'm not nearly as foolish as Matthews." While Batum basked in his arrogance, Yang Hao suddenly pointed behind him and cautioned, "Be careful, there is someone behind you." "Do you think I would fall for that?" Batum remarked. Yang Hao suddenly stepped on Batum's foot again and swiftly dashed towards Batum's rear. "Hey, wait for me." Batum turned to pursue, but unexpectedly collided with Ibaka's shoulder, who was providing a screen for Yang Hao. That was a close call. He nearly sustained a cut on his chin. Meanwhile, on the other side, swish, Yang Hao once again sank a three-pointer. Meanwhile, Batum, whether out of frustration or pain, was brought to tears. "You old fool, you disregard the principles of the game." "This is far from over," Batum muttered as he continued his pursuit of Yang Hao. Observing this scene, Matthews on the Trail Blazers bench chuckled softly and shook his head. "I told you that Old Deng was off. You lot refuse to believe me. Are you satisfied now? Humph. Nicholas, do you still think you can step over me? Not a chance. As the second victim, Matthews secretly hoped, come on, Old Deng, show Nicholas what you're made of. At the same moment, in a private hospital, the primary victim, solace, witnessed the unfolding drama and couldn't help but shake his head. Another victim has emerged? Come on, Yang, give it to him hard. So you think you're the French Pippin, huh? You're no match for old Yang. Watching Yang Hao being bullied by Batum brought some comfort to solace, who had previously suffered at Yang's hands during practice. His teammates regarded solace with a newfound respect, tinged with mockery. It seemed that what the budding star Matthews and the French Pippin could not achieve, solace found solace in knowing he was not alone in his suffering. Now, he felt a sense of relief. However, Yang Hao's exceptional performance has left solace feeling somewhat anxious. What should I do? Am I truly at risk of being replaced? No, that is inconceivable. With Old Deng's lackluster defense, the coach would never choose him. I, solace, am the destined starter for the Thunder. The starting position belongs to me. The game time swiftly progresses. We have now entered the second quarter, with just 4 minutes and 50 seconds played. Whoosh. A three-pointer is successfully made. Hooray. What a splendid shot. That marks the 6th three-pointer. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling yet another timeout on the court. This three-pointer was executed by the veteran Yang Hao of the Thunder. The timeout was called by the Trailblazers coach, McMillan. What is the score? 30-45. The Thunder not only leads but has extended their advantage to a remarkable 15 points. Phew. On the Trailblazers bench, the 23-year-old French Pippin, Batum, is gasping for breath. His complexion is ashen, desperately needing to inhale copious amounts of oxygen, lest his cardiovascular system falter. Nicholas, are you all right? Coach McMillan inquires with a furrowed brow. Batum, confronted with this question, wishes to appear resilient, yet his physical condition betrays him. Coach, I'm not okay, he admits, feeling utterly helpless. The opposing veteran resembles a cunning old fox, exceptionally shrewd, despite being dubbed the French Pippin. Young Batum's defensive experience pales in comparison to that of his seasoned adversary. The sly maneuvers, the verbal jabs penetrating his defenses, and the myriad of unpredictable running paths, all combined with the constantly shifting rhythm, leave Batum internally alarmed, though he outwardly states, I need a break. I might just be a long-distance runner. Let me rest for a moment, and I will surely catch up with him later. Batum is reluctant to confess that he genuinely cannot keep pace. To do so would be to render himself inferior to Matthews. Upon hearing his words, Coach McMillan gazes at him with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Is this what a 23-year-old has come to? The French Pippin is hardly impressive. Chapter 89, Trailblazers coach, I find Yang Hao utterly unremarkable. Turning his head, McMillan glanced towards the Thunder's Yang Hao, a visage that is universally recognized as handsome, embodying the ideal of beauty from both Eastern and Western perspectives. Though he is already 40 years old, his face remains exquisitely refined, devoid of any signs of aging, resembling that of a man in his 30s. Time has never been unkind to a handsome man. The passage of time does not etch its marks upon the faces of Asians, rather. It begins to abstractly sculpt the features of Westerners from the onset of adulthood. McMillan, now in the middle of his life, felt a tinge of envy towards Yang Hao. Muttering to himself, aside from being a bit more handsome and appearing younger, he doesn't possess much else. As a basketball athlete, there is nothing particularly remarkable about Yang Hao either. Yang Hao has long been the subject of skepticism among many, often regarded as an underachiever from the Dragon Nation. McMillan believes he possesses a considerable understanding of Yang Hao. I have watched numerous games featuring him. His offense is lackluster, his defense is inadequate, he lacks vertical leap, and he is not particularly fast. He is a player devoid of any distinctive characteristics. If it weren't for his Dragon Nation background. In summary, McMillan's assessment of Yang Hao is one of mediocrity. However, what perplexes McMillan is how such an underperformer could have secured 10 championships. Why do teams like the Thunder continue to offer him substantial contracts? Could it truly be as people claim, that Yang Hao is merely a pawn of NBA Commissioner David Stern? Are those championships merely bestowed upon the citizens of the Dragon Nation by Stern? McMillan has yet to unravel these mysteries. Today, however, an even more perplexing scenario unfolded. This so-called underachiever, this cash cow, has astonishingly made 6 three-pointers against the formidable defense of the Trailblazers' 2 new rising stars. Indeed, with less than half of the second quarter elapsed, Yang Hao has already sunk 6 three-pointers, along with 3 free throws resulting from a shooting foul. He has secured the highest score of the match with 21 points. Suddenly, Coach McMillan contemplated the Thunder's lineup for today. The absences of players like Cephalosha and Perkins due to injury were merely a ruse. The Thunder are not fielding their full-strength team. Instead, they have casually substituted in a seasoned veteran, which is a blatant disrespect towards us, the Trailblazers. Now, they are sending any old player to bully us. This is an affront to us, the Trailblazers. This is an insult to me, McMillan. How intolerable. What can be endured and what cannot? McMillan was ready to make substitutions again. He surveyed his young players, Wesley Matthews, Nicholas Batum, Jamal Crawford, Nolan Smith, and Elliot Williams. These are the guards at McMillan's disposal. With numbers on their side, they would employ a strategy of relentless rotation. It was decided they would proceed with this plan. Surely, no matter how fit that veteran may be, he cannot surpass the vigor of this youthful ensemble. On the other side, in the Thunder's resting area, the atmosphere was quite buoyant. Observing Yang Hao's continued impressive shooting performance, the young players offered abundant praise for their elder. Old Yang, I knew your three-point shooting was exceptional. Old Yang, when will you start teaching us? Old Yang, am I shooting correctly? Old Yang's three-point shooting is 1,000 times more remarkable than Reggie Miller's. Yang Hao humbly expressed, it is nothing extraordinary. If you train alongside me for 30 years, with your innate talent, you will surpass my precision. This statement momentarily astonished his teammates. The younger generation was profoundly moved by Yang Hao's 3 decades of dedication. Even someone like Durant found himself introspectively questioning, could I truly commit to 30 years? Meanwhile, Yang's son shook his head slightly, remarking, Old Deng is undeniably gifted, yet he revels too much in showing off. The most elated of all was Sam, the general manager of the Thunder. With less than half the game elapsed, Yang Hao's statistics, he achieved an impressive 6 out of 9 three-point shots, amassing a game-high total of 21 points, while the entire team scored merely 45 points. Moreover, Durant contributed 8 points, Westbrook 4 points, and Harden 6 points. Collectively, the trio from the Thunder only totaled 18 points. Considering this, Yang Hao is even more impressive than the famous Thunder trio. Yang's son achieved a commendable performance, scoring 2 points, delivering 4 assists, and executing a crucial block. All 4 assists were directed towards Yang Hao, and that singular block was invaluable, igniting a fervent counterattack for the Thunder. Observing the statistics of the young father-son duo, Sam beamed with delight. Splendid, splendid. They played remarkably well. This is precisely the father-son synergy I have been advocating for. I wonder, after today, who would dare to question my judgment? General Manager Sam lifted his chin, ready to boast before the owner, naturally, to enhance the statistics. He also conveyed a few directives to the head coach. Scott, continue to favor Yang with tactical adjustments. I want him to deliver explosive numbers today, akin to that previous scrimmage. However, this also depends on the elder Yang Hao's condition. He cannot possibly maintain such precision indefinitely. Brooks' concerns were met with indifference from the general manager. This is merely the preseason. Scott, do not put me in a difficult position. Very well. I understand what needs to be done, Coach Brooks acquiesced. In truth, witnessing Yang Hao's scorching three-point shooting today did not surprise Coach Brooks. A 6 out of 9 shooting percentage from beyond the arc is indeed impressive, but it came at the expense of opportunities for Durant, as the Trail Blazers' defensive focus was predominantly on him. Yang Hao was almost solely engaged in shooting practice. With just a screen and a well-timed movement, he effortlessly sank three-point shots. However, the opposing Trail Blazers called for yet another timeout. It was evident what would follow. They would certainly focus their defense on Yang Hao. The general manager has orchestrated this, so I shall do my utmost to see how it unfolds. Scoring ultimately relies on old Yang himself, Coach Brooks pondered. Reminiscing about the evening Yang Hao first joined the team, the image of him diligently practicing alone in the gym resurfaced in his mind. Old Yang, your dedication is commendable. This game is rightfully yours. With this thought, Coach Brooks gathered the team. Gentlemen, the opposition has been attentive to Kevin. However, they will inevitably intensify their defense against old Yang. Thus, it is imperative that all of you support Yang Hao. We shall employ that three-point strategy we practiced. Coach Brooks asserted loudly, do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, understood. As the 5 players rose to prepare to re-enter the game, they draped their arms around Yang Hao's shoulders. Westbrook declared, Old Yang, rest assured, I will back you completely. Harden chimed in, Senior Yang Hao. My passes are far more comfortable than Russell's, just watch. Durant added, Old Yang, I will draw the defenders away for you. Just wait for my pass. Ibaka stated. Old Yang, you are the only man I truly admire. I will gladly set screens for you and deliver the ball. The teammates were well aware of the pre-game press conference. Today's media was utterly distasteful, reveling in gossip and slander. Why must they malign such good people as the Yang Hao father and son? In this game, the brothers vowed to vindicate Yang Hao and his father. Observing these spirited young men, Yang Hao smiled and affectionately patted their heads. All right, just pass the ball to me, and I shall ensure each of you becomes the assist king. Yang Hao possesses an exceptionally high shooting accuracy. Whenever he is presented with a passing opportunity, it invariably transforms into an assist. In the realm of triple doubles, he is an unparalleled sharpshooter. Previously, his teammates toiled tirelessly, playing with little joy and unable to secure victories. However, with the addition of the seasoned Yang Hao, their approach to the game has become significantly more relaxed. They now revel in this newfound ease, each aspiring to become the king of assists. Chapter 90. Is the wheel defense useless? Trailblazers coach, at any cost. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling the commencement of the second quarter. In an attempt to counter Yang Hao, the Trailblazers coach has deployed a relentless wheel defense. Wesley Matthews, Nicholas Batum, Jamal Crawford, Nolan Smith, and Elliot Williams, 5 guards, take turns to closely monitor Yang Hao. Batum and Matthews have already made their appearances, and now it is Jamal Crawford's turn. Jamal? Just focus on him. Your sole task is to shadow Yang Hao relentlessly. Yes, coach. Crawford, once the most renowned 6th man for the Clippers, is affectionately dubbed Crawford the 6th. He is a formidable force off the bench. However, defense is not his forte. He is an offensive juggernaut. If the ball finds its way to him, he can perform astounding feats. On a good day, he can obliterate any opposition. But asking him to defend is a daunting challenge. Indeed, no sooner had he entered the game than, in less than 24 seconds, the situation unfolded. Yang Hao executed a swift L-shaped maneuver, effortlessly shedding his defender and creating an open space. This time, Durant provided the assist for Yang Hao. Well done, Senior Yang. Yang Hao received the pass, his feet barely grazing the ground. He leaped, raised his hand, and launched a shot. The basketball soared through the air, just as Crawford approached. However, Yang Hao's three-pointer surged towards the hoop with unstoppable momentum. Swish. That marks his 7th three-pointer. Wow. Old Yang, you are incredible. Oh my goodness. At this moment, the Chesapeake Energy Arena erupted with excitement. The crowd roared for the 7th. How infuriating. The Trailblazers coach gritted his teeth in frustration. Substitution. Seizing an opportunity after an out-of-bounds play, McMillan promptly called for a change. One player failed to contain the situation, thus, another would be brought in. This time, the fresh substitute, Elliot Williams, took to the court. Yet, in the ensuing play, the Thunder launched another offensive, once again centering their strategy around Yang Hao's perimeter shooting. Yang Hao, utilizing Ibaka's screen, executed a backdoor cut. Elliot Williams found himself momentarily disoriented, glancing around in bewilderment as he contemplated the complexities of life. Westbrook delivered a precise assist. Swish. Yang Hao sinks another three-pointer. His 8th. The entire stadium counts along, their chants visibly irritating Coach McMillan. Substitution. Substitution. I need a substitution. Nolan Smith is sent in as the replacement. Yet, this guy proves even swifter. Within mere 10 seconds of stepping onto the court, Yang Hao and Youngson executed a pick-and-roll maneuver, creating a momentary opportunity for an open shot from the perimeter, lasting a mere 0.5 seconds. Yang Hao raised his hand and tossed it effortlessly. Whoosh. Yang Hao has sunk another three-pointer, marking his 9th. The entire crowd is counting along with him. This figure strikes like a slap across the face of the Trailblazers head coach, Nate McMillan. 3 consecutive young players have all made their three-point shots. Yang Haojin's three-point shots have soared to 9. These 9 shots are akin to 9 resounding slaps delivered to Coach McMillan's face, leaving him with a fiery sting. Have I underestimated the old-timer? Coach McMillan believed he had taken a serious approach to defending Yang Hao, employing 5 players, including Matthews, in a concerted effort. Yet, despite the presence of 5 seasoned warriors, including the 40-year-old veteran, none could contain Yang Hao. Faced with such a predicament, a shift in defensive strategy became imperative. Coach McMillan resolved to abandon individual defense against Yang Hao, recognizing that a similar tight marking on Kevin Durant would also require alteration. Beep, beep, beep. Coach McMillan called for a timeout. As the players approached the sidelines, he began to bellow. Listen up. From here on out, we must defend Yang Hao at all costs. We will employ a switching defense, a collective effort to contain that fellow. It's the same defensive tactic we practiced against Kevin Durant just days ago. We cannot afford to lose this game to a seasoned veteran. Absolutely not. The Trailblazers echoed in unison, yes. Coach. At that moment, fire blazed in Coach McMillan's eyes, and the players shared the same fervor. Now, who will take the court? McMillan surveyed the bench. The most reliable options appeared to be Batum and Matthews. Batum, while slightly lacking in offense, excelled in defense. However, he had just taken a brief respite. Matthews, on the other hand, had been resting for over a quarter. Wesley, you're up. Huh? Wesley Matthews was taken aback, having been preoccupied with the water cooler, ready to serve his teammates. Suddenly, the coach called his name. Did he not want to play? I'm in, always prepared. In truth, Matthews was not entirely ready. He had anticipated being sidelined today. However, with the coach making the call, he had to respond. It's just an old-timer. I will take him down. All right, let us go. The game resumed, and the Trailblazers once again brought Matthews into the fray. Yang Hao waved his hand, exuding warmth towards the newcomers. Xiaoma, you've returned. Why have you ceased overseeing the water dispenser? Matthews wore a stern expression. Old Deng, just wait for me. The Trailblazers are about to launch an offensive. Frustrated by having been thoroughly outmatched on the defensive end, Matthews glared at Yang Hao, burning with the desire to retaliate on the offensive front. As Felton dribbled the ball into the front court, Coach McMillan shouted for ball movement, urging them to pass more frequently. Suddenly, Matthews received the ball and, from just beyond the three-point line, took a shot. In a decade's time, such a shooting decision would be considered entirely reasonable. However, this was 2011, a time before the young Stephen Curry had erupted onto the scene, before the dawn of the small ball era. To everyone's eyes, except Yang Hao's. Matthews' attempt was reckless. The shot was far too distant, and the timing was utterly inappropriate. Matthews was truly being foolish, focusing intently on the basketball. Coach McMillan furrowed his brow. And indeed, clang. The ball clanged harshly off the rim. It didn't go in. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the opponents missed their shot, invigorating the fans on site. Alas, the rest of the Trailblazers felt disheartened and dejected. They were quite dissatisfied with Matthews' hasty shot. How infuriating. Matthews, too, felt a pang of frustration but dared not act, merely drawing his head in. Down low. Ibaka and Durant had effectively boxed out the opposing big man. Westbrook seized a fortunate rebound. As the tides turned, it was an excellent opportunity for the Thunder to extend their lead. Score,